In the mysterious cosmos of time and space, on July 9th of year 764 of the Wangji Earth calendar, on Earth's Paozu Mountain in the northern galaxy, the mightiest warrior, the Super Saiyan son Goku, lay weakly on his bed in a red martial arts gi. His face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with apology as he looked at the two most important women of his life by his side and spoke in a frail voice, Chi-Chi, Bulma, I can feel that the time left to me is running out. This time, even Shenlong may not be able to resurrect me. Time has passed too quickly. I am already 30 years old, and only at this moment do I realize how much I owe you in this life. If there truly is a next life, I will repay you then. Chi-Chi's delicate face rested lightly against his chest, tears sliding silently down beneath her long black hair, as she muttered in a faint, unreal voice, her expression dazed. Goku, this is not your fault. I have always been very happy. Very happy. I have already gained everything I ever wanted. Across the endless breadth of the starry sky, as your wife, I am proud and honored. If you leave, how am I supposed to live the rest of my days? So don't abandon me. The chill of her tears seeping through to his skin stirred a surge of deep guilt within him. He struggled to lift his right hand. It rose only a little before slipping powerless back onto the bed. The perfect muscles he had forged through grueling training could no longer lend him any strength. Chi-Chi gently picked up his hand and placed it on her own head, then simply leaned against him in silence. If it were not for the fact that Gohan was still so young. Bulma sat beside Chi-Chi, her disheveled teal hair falling loosely over her chest. After hearing Chi-Chi's message that morning, she had grabbed the dragon radar and rushed over in a panic. Her usually spirited blue eyes were swollen red as she looked at the haggard Goku, one hand covering her slightly trembling lips. Sobbing, she said, Goku, don't say any more. Just rest. We still have the Dragon Balls, don't we? We can ask Shenlong to bring you back to life. You're going to be fine, you have to be fine. 31, and still unmarried, she recalled everything that had passed. Tears fell one by one like heavy pearls and agate beads dropping onto Goku's arm. She felt as though she could hardly breathe. She had always liked him, but by the time she truly understood her feelings, it was already too late. As long as he was alive, there was still hope for everything. Yet now fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on her, stabbing viciously into her heart. Their 80-year-old son Gohan cried out in panic, Dad, I don't want you to die. Goku said, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Gohan, I want so much to keep walking forward with you all. I'm so unwilling to accept this. I haven't stayed by your side until you grew old. I haven't yet seen Gohan grow up. I still want to encounter more and stronger opponents and fight them to my heart's content. It's such a pity. Goku's eyes were full of unwillingness. After his sigh, he turned to his friends standing beside Gohan and pleaded, Krillin, Piccolo, and everyone. I'll be troubling you all from now on. Goku, you'll definitely be fine. You're so strong. How could you fall so easily? I don't believe it. I haven't even gotten married yet. How can you just leave like this? Krillin's eyes were wet and bloodshot as he looked at him. This was his dearest brother before him. On Piccolo's green face, an expression of pain rarely seen on him surfaced. In a heavy voice, he promised, Son, rest assured. I will take good care of Gohan. Then I can be at ease. As his hand slipped completely from where it had been held, Goku lay there with his eyes open, the brightness that once filled them gone. Chi-Chi and Bulma collapsed over his body, gripping him and shaking him with all their strength as they burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Goku, how can you just die like this? What are we supposed to do now? You bastard. Their wails dissolved into choked sobs. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. We're all still so young, you bastard. How are we supposed to live from now on? Gohan stared helplessly at the scene before him, sobbing uncontrollably, not knowing what to do. Piccolo rested one hand gently on his head to comfort him. The room was filled with an air of grief and the echoes of wailing. Kakarot, you bastard, do you still call yourself a proud Saiyan? To die like this, damn you. By doing this, aren't you denying all of my efforts, Vegeta's efforts? What is the point of me staking my life on training? Oh, answer me. Vegeta charged in from outside, veins bulging one by one across his forehead as he roared in anger. Seeing his rival, whom he had pursued with his life on the line, fall silent forever, he felt a vast emptiness inside, not even knowing how he left afterward. Surveying the chaotic scene before him, Piccolo forced himself to calm down. His heavy voice rang out, Chi-Chi, Bulma, stop crying for now. We still have the Dragon Balls. What we must do now is gather the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth and ask for the new coordinates of planet Namek. We will seek out the Dragon Purunga and have him help revive Son. They could not draw conclusions without trying. There was still room for hope. Under such circumstances, Piccolo could only step forward to take charge for the time being. Bulma stood up and wiped away her tears with a casual motion. Though her gaze was still unfocused and free of anxiety, her voice was unwavering. That's right, the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls will definitely work. Things won't be as Goku said, absolutely not. The Dragon Balls were their last hope. Only by believing in their great power could she keep herself from collapse and despair. Piccolo immediately asked, where is the Dragon Radar? Bulma took it out from the bag she carried with her. Krillin forced a smile looking at her in surprise. Bulma, you actually brought the dragon radar with you. Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm the smart and beautiful Bulma. Forcing herself to calm down, she quickly tied up her teal hair and showed a cute smile. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, anything was possible. Thus Bulma, Gohan, and Krillin set out to gather the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth. At the same time, after Son Goku's death, his soul did not drift toward the underworld, but flowed instead toward a mysterious, unknown place. The next day, Bulma placed the 7 collected Earth Dragon Balls together, her blue eyes full of expectation as she called out to them, "Come forth, Shenlong, and grant my wish." The Dragon Balls shone with brilliant light that converged into a pillar and shot into the sky. A green dragon with antlers upon its head, 5 sharp claws, and a body long enough to coil around several basketball courts appeared. State your wish. No matter what it is, I can grant it, but only one. Bulma said, please tell me the coordinates of the planet where the Namekians have resettled. The dragon replied in a thunderous voice, a simple matter. The current coordinates of planet Namek are YSX 9756. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon then dissolved into 7 beams of light and scattered to the 4 winds. 1 week later at Bulma's home in West City. Dr. Brief, wearing a white lab coat and polygon-framed glasses, a cigar clamped between his lips, took a deep drag and called loudly toward the other room where Bulma was adjusting equipment. Bulma, the spaceship's energy has been fully replenished. When are you heading for planet Namek? Got a dad I know. I'll go downstairs and get Chi-Chi and the others. We'll depart right away. She dashed down the stairs, her voice edged with urgency. Chi-Chi, Krillin, and Gohan, the spaceship is ready. Gohan, go call your Uncle Piccolo. In order to revive Goku, Bulma and the others thus departed from Earth, setting off toward the new planet Namek in the starry depths. On the new planet Namek, Bulma and her companions watched expectantly as Dandy finished gathering the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls. Dandy, begin. Piccolonii. Dandy, about 1 meter 30 tall with green skin and 2 long antennae on his head, performed the ritual over the 7 Namekian Dragon Balls, then recited the summoning words in the Namekian tongue. The dragon Purunga appeared, its green body towering straight up into the sky, like the genie from Aladdin's lamp. Looking down at the small figures before it, it spoke in a booming voice. It called for them to state their wishes. It declared that any desire could be granted, though only 3 wishes were allowed. Dandy voiced in the Namekian language the wish to resurrect Son Goku of Earth, the Monkey King. Purunga closed his eyes and unleashed his power as everyone present watched him with bated breath and eager anticipation. Amid their anxious hearts, he finally opened his eyes. Looking at the people before him, he seemed awkward and at a loss for words. He had failed without any clue at all. It was a situation he had never encountered since the day he was created. Bulma's blue eyes reddened as she stared up at him, her face turning instantly pale. Her lips trembled as she cried out, "Hey Shenlong, why aren't you saying anything? Say something." Waves of heart-tearing pain surged through her chest hurt as if ripped apart. She wanted to cry, to sob loudly, yet no tears would come. Looking at the humans before him begging for a miracle, the dragon spoke slowly in Earth's language, "I am sorry. I cannot do it." Chi-Chi, unable to endure any more, fainted on the spot, and Gohan tended to her in confused helplessness. Forcing herself to remain barely composed, Bulma, face pale and expression stiff, stared at the dragon. "Why? Aren't you a dragon god? Son Goku's soul is not in the underworld. Without a soul, even I cannot resurrect him." Unwilling to accept such a fate, Bulma clenched her fists so tightly that bright red blood dripped slowly onto the ground. Gritting her teeth, she asked one last question, "Then can you find out where Son Goku's soul is?" The dragon answered firmly, "I am sorry. I cannot. My abilities are limited." Bulma could no longer hold herself together. She collapsed to the ground, her blood-stained hands clutching her teal hair as she let out a cry of agony. "Why?" Dandy asked the dragon to send us back to Earth. "The situation is special. Please help me bid farewell to you and your people." Piccolo's own emotions were complex beyond words. "Son strongest under the stars, are you truly gone?" "All right, Piccolonii. Gohan, you must be strong," Dandy said. Dandy finished speaking in the Namekian language, and in an instant the dragon sent Bulma and the others back to Earth. That night back on Earth, Bulma's long hair hung in disarray around her eyes swollen and red as she quietly gazed up at the night sky alone. "Goku, are you really gone? I didn't expect your words to come true. Am I truly meant to accept such a fate?" "No, I am not willing. Not in the slightest. I will never give up. Just because Dr. Dashing couldn't accomplish something doesn't mean I can't. I am Bulma. I will definitely develop a time machine and bring you back to my side. I swear. If you just leave me like this, I will never forgive you, never, you bastard." Time flowed on slowly as Bulma's thoughts churned in turmoil. Emotions flickered across her face one after another. At last she stopped suppressing them. Her delicate features twisted with anger as she let out a hoarse proclamation to the sky, "Fate. You will not make me Bulma submit so easily. Never. I swear I will tear you apart and bring Goku back to my side. Even if it takes 10 million years, I will never give up. If I cannot accomplish it, then it will be passed down from generation to generation without end. The next morning, with light makeup masking her swollen eyes, Bulma sought out Chi-Chi, whose face was haggard and blank, as if her soul had been lost. In a firm voice, she said, Chi-Chi, it's not yet time for despair. You still have Gohan. We still have hope of bringing Goku back. As long as we can develop a time machine, we will definitely be able to bring him home. Chi-Chi, hair disheveled, scrambled to her feet. Gripping Bulma tightly, a faint light returning to her dim eyes, she asked, really, Bulma? You're not lying to me. It's true. I promise. No matter how long it takes, I will develop a time machine and bring Goku back. Hearing Bulma's firm answer, Chi-Chi's world once again held hope and expectation. I believe you, Bulma. You've never let anyone down. I've always known how you feel about Goku. Chi-Chi's eyes were still swollen red, her expression tinged with hesitation. Bulma cut her off. Don't say any more, Chi-Chi. For now, we must first live well and work hard. Everything else is unimportant. You're right. Let's work hard to live better together. I will definitely raise Gohan into an outstanding man. When Goku returns, he will surely be very happy. Chi-Chi nodded vigorously. A mysterious space nestled within the crevices of time and space where nothing exists except for a pervasive pale silver substance. There is neither day nor night, and the flow of time is imperceptible. Sun Wukong, in his soul state, found himself in this void as he opened his eyes, murmuring in bewilderment, is this the underworld? But where was Yen Mo Wang? And what of Chi-Chi and Bulma? Never mind, he'll explore around first. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, a column of iridescent light sliced through the space. Before him landed Paozu, a white-haired angel with a neat high ponytail, tall and graceful. Her eyes shimmered like a dreamy starry sky, and she donned a peculiar outfit predominantly in black and green. She wore a red belt cinched at her waist, a strange blue halo floated about her neck, and she clutched a magical wand in her hand, all while hovering in an illusory space, wearing white shoes. Paozu's sudden appearance caught Sun Wukong off guard. He tumbled down before her, and looking up in astonishment asked, Who are you? Smirking playfully, she replied, Oh yeah. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before questioning others? Haha. Wukong, I am Sun Wukong, he replied with an awkward smile, scratching his head. Wukong, I find myself in a bit of a dilemma. After a brief pause, Paozu looked at him with a flawless yet troubled expression and said, I wonder if I should reveal my name to you. How can that be? I already told you. Rising Sun Wukong cast a disappointed glance in her direction. Her eyes, swirling with starlight, curved gently like a crescent moon as she teased, Ho. Wukong, just teasing you. I am Paozu, an angel. Odd though it may be, it sounds rather pleasant. I even have a friend with the same name, haha. It's called Bulma, isn't it? Sun Wukong mentioned Bulma with a slight smile, lost in thought. Then, after a pause, he continued, Paozu, what is an angel? And what is that strange glow about your neck? Is that so? Paozu replied casually as she regarded him in silence. Upon hearing Wukong's query, the smile on her face faded. In a slightly husky tone, she murmured, An angel indeed. Indeed. In short, just know that angels are formidable. As for the halo around my neck, it is both a symbol of my celestial status and my burden. Seeing Paozu's sudden melancholy, Sun Wukong asked in confusion, If you don't like it, why not remove it? Paozu replied, Ho. Not now. Standing as serenely as a violet, she smiled calmly. Wukong, have you realized? You are truly dead. Wukong's expression became calm as he looked at her with complexity, adding, Indeed. I sensed it before I died, Paozu. You know why this happened, don't you? A slight smirk played around Paozu's lips as she teasingly glanced at him. Indeed, I do know. But why should I tell you? Wukong quickly composed himself, stepping forward with a slight bow and an earnest smile. Paozu, we are friends, aren't we? Pleased by his sincerity, Paozu smiled gently and said, In that case, I will tell you. Do you remember the super godly water? Of course. I went through tremendous effort to obtain it, though drinking it nearly cost me my life. Recalling that moment, Wukong's face still bore remnants of trepidation. You should be grateful that you survived after drinking it. Super godly water is a rare elixir left behind by an ancient deity. It is exceedingly potent, yet in some ways rather trivial. Its might lies in its extraordinary potential. If properly harnessed, its effects are phenomenal. It will consume your life force to enhance both your physical and mental prowess, though that is merely a side effect. Its primary function, however, is to refine and elevate your soul, gradually enhancing your insight. Your spiritual power will steadily grow until it reaches its utmost limit. Consider you, for in your own starry realm your strength is unrivaled. Yet the world is immensely vast on a universal scale. You are but a slightly larger ant. However, ho. After being refined by the super godly water, you possess the potential to evolve into a colossal cosmic force. So why call it trivial? Because it harbors an intense poison. In this very expanse of space-time, all who drank it, except you, perished instantly. Thus, Wukong, you are remarkable, truly exceptional. As for why you died, a trace of poison still lingers within you, akin to viral myocarditis, as Earthlings might say. But that is not the primary cause. Its impact on you has become nearly negligible. The main reason is that your life force was almost entirely depleted when you consumed that water. It is nothing short of a miracle that you managed to live until this moment of death. Therefore, you died a natural death, one that cannot be reversed by any Dragon Balls. Your soul dissipates swiftly, leaving a primordial mark before reincarnating perhaps as a blade of grass or even a tree. Paozu meticulously recounted the entire process of your death. I see. Wukong mused with a touch of sentimentality before adding, perhaps becoming a tree wouldn't be so bad after all. It would be to live free from the turbulent joys and sorrows of mortal existence. Paozu chuckled and gently reminded him, that might be appealing. After all, you've already had your share of fragmented tree forms. Perhaps you will be the next to be shattered. Recalling the life of a lumberjack, Wukong's hair stood on end in surprise as he exclaimed, forget it, it's better to be human. With her aim accomplished, Paozu then said in a measured tone, I have a way to allow you to be reborn as a human, to relive the very process of birth again. Bowing his head in deep thought, Wukong eventually murmured with a dejected tone, but what use would that be? Would I still be me? I would never see Bulma and Chi-Chi again. Paozu smiled softly as she looked at him, her expression calm as she said, Wukong, you truly underestimate me. I am Paozu, the Time Archangel. I can let you retain every bit of yourself in your rebirth, and even allow you to see them once more. Wukong looked up in surprise and asked eagerly, really? Paozu cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, really, but? Wukong then clasped his hands in reverence and bowed, Paozu, I beg you. Please tell me what must be done. This is very important to me. Satisfied by his attitude, Paozu enunciated slowly, all right, I will tell you. You must become my disciple. Startled, Wukong stumbled and fell to the ground. A moment ago, he had been apprehensive, fearing a dreadful condition. After calming himself, he stood up and exhaled in relief. You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were going to have me annihilate an entire planet. Paozu raised her magical wand with her left hand and tapped him on the head. It hurts, he complained. Wukong, how could I ever treat you so harshly? I think henceforth I'll have you attend school to study diligently, instead of practicing martial arts. Besides, your notion of annihilating a planet is far too facile. Paozu, truly, if I were to have you undertake such a task, you must obliterate an entire galaxy and annihilate billions upon billions of planets for me to be satisfied. With a piercing look in her eyes, Paozu nonchalantly outlined her requirements. In that moment, to Wukong, she appeared as the most terrifying demon. Wukong mustered a strained smile and repeatedly apologized. Oh, please no. I don't want to attend school, Master Paozu. Oh, I'm sorry. After a while, Paozu's temper subsided. By the way, Master Paozu, where is this place? She asked. This is my secret space, but now that you've arrived, it no longer needs to exist. After speaking casually, Paozu looked at him with unwavering certainty. Just call me Paozu. I am still so young. You may seem older now, yet the word master from your lips sent shivers down my spine. Just remember in your heart that I am your master. I see. Very well, Paozu, then what must be done for my revival? Asked Wukong, looking at her in puzzled wonder. Under the current circumstances, I can only carry your soul through time, to the very moment of your birth in this space-time continuum, and fuse your present soul with the pure soul you once possessed. Only then will you be reborn as a new life form. Only a completely untainted soul can merge with your current self. This ensures that your true essence remains unchanged. Moreover, for certain special reasons, I must extract and safeguard your soul's memories within me. When you eventually attain sufficient power, I shall return them to you, thereby preventing any unforeseen mishaps. After saying this, Paozu silently observed him. Some decisions, after all, must be made of one's own free will. Frowning deeply, Wukong anxiously asked once more, then will I truly get to see Bulma and Chi-Chi again? For what is the point of survival if I can never meet Chi-Chi and Bulma again? Certainly the current space-time is immutable, came the reply. When we journey back to the past, the current space-time continuum will simply be replicated, giving birth to an entirely new universe. The two universes will share an identical history up to the moment of your birth, though subtle differences may arise in the future. In the future, if you become powerful enough, you could break through the barriers separating these two universes and return to this very one. Paozu's voice, ethereal and gentle as a soothing spring, carried subtle nuances as she left certain matters unsaid. After all, time is long, and sometimes a little adjustment suffices. Whether spoken or not, your soul's memories will be safely kept with me. Wukong visibly exhaled in relief. This matter meant more to him than even his beloved martial arts. I don't fully understand, but knowing I can see everyone again is enough, he said. All right, since all is well, let's go. Wukong murmured to himself, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and everyone. Wait for me, we shall surely meet again. Then, accompanied by his soul, Paozu transformed into a beam of light and vanished, and with her departure, her secret space dissolved into nothingness. In the year 733 of the Wangji Earth calendar, a flash of colorful light appeared, and the soul of Sun Wukong, whose memories had been extracted, emerged in the secret space of Paozu, situated in the present time, a remnant of the past. With a gentle wave of her right hand holding the magic wand, the magical sphere at its tip flickered rapidly. Before long, another flash of colorful light appeared, and a woman identical to Paozu appeared. Ha ha ha. It seems I have truly succeeded. Time travel is a grave crime, especially considering what we are currently undertaking. I really don't know whether to expect it with joy or to wait with trepidation. This was decided long ago. Let us eagerly await with joy while simultaneously feeling apprehensive. Past me, I entrust the future universe to you, present Paozu. Rest assured, it is now in your hands, future me. I look forward to the moment we reunite. I Paozu. Fate, I shall not yield to you, deviate from the predetermined path, and give rise to the new future I desire. The voices of the two Paozus resonated together, solemn and grave, weaving a symphony as a mysterious and serious atmosphere enveloped the entire space. They held hands tightly, their powers converging at a single point. Colorful energy was born, swirling around them, spiraling upwards until it transformed into a beam of light and vanished as the secret space of Paozu at that moment dissipated. In the seventh universe, planet Vegeta, in an unknowable dimension, Paozu, carrying the pure soul of Sun Wukong, explored the surface conditions of planet Vegeta. Oh dear, I found you. Following the starlight in Paozu's gaze, a petite and adorable woman, standing at 155 centimeters tall, with black medium-length hair cascading naturally around her delicate face, was busy preparing lunch in her blue homestyle battle attire. Interestingly, compared to a normal person, she had an extra tail behind her. In Paozu's dreamy eyes, a silver light shimmered, penetrating the barriers of space and matter, witnessing a new life about to be born. With anticipation in her gaze, she cast the pure soul of Sun Wukong into the forthcoming life form. Allah, next it is just a matter of waiting. Her joyful voice gradually faded in the dimensional space, and Paozu had already departed. As time slowly passed, 3 years later at Bardock's home. Bardock, dressed in brown battle gear with a diamond-shaped face and black medium-length hair, casually falling, bore a glimmer of wickedness in his eyes. A permanent battle scar marked his left cheek. A cross-shaped cut and a burn marked the size of a fingernail on his right cheek. The petite and adorable woman whom Paozu had observed in the dimensional space 3 years ago was nestled beside him. Before them stood a small incubation chamber, nurturing a tiny being that appeared to be several centimeters long, tightly closing its eyes and clenching its hands unconsciously. Bardock looked at his young son, furrowed his brow, and softly said, "So small. It hasn't changed at all since I left. When he was this age, Raditz was much larger. He must belong to the type of Saiyan with very slow growth." So cute. Jine's eyes involuntarily filled with a mother's tender gaze, and she smiled foolishly. After a moment of contemplation, Bardock said, "Tonight, let's dismantle the monitoring devices on my spaceship, avoid the street surveillance, and send him to a remote planet." Jine's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed angrily, "Are you joking? He's only 3 years old. Since he was born, he's been in the incubation chamber. He hasn't even opened his eyes to see me or you. I haven't taught him to speak, and he hasn't called me mother yet." Seeing his wife's angry expression, he slowly explained, "As Saiyans, we are destined to be sent to other planets to fight once we emerge from the incubation chamber. Since that's the case, why not personally send him to a safe planet? The chances of him growing up healthy would be higher." Jine's cute brows furrowed as she questioned her husband. "Be honest, are you hiding something from me? You wouldn't send Kakarot away this early without a reason. After all, Bardock, your battle power exceeds 1,000, making you one of the top warriors in our entire Saiyan race." Bardock looked at his wife with a bitter smile, walked over to embrace her, his expression serious, and his voice weighed down. "It seems I cannot hide anything from you. Perhaps we are running out of time. Almost all the warriors of our clan have been summoned back to planet Vegeta by King Vegeta III. When I returned, I saw Frisia's massive spaceship cruising in the starry sky outside planet Vegeta. I knew long ago that Frisia was displeased with our Saiyans, and King Vegeta III was plotting a rebellion. I have a bad feeling. I smell death. Then let's escape with Kakarot. No matter the Saiyans or King Vegeta III." Jine looked at her husband, softly suggesting. Bardock laughed heartily, saying with ease, "Ha ha, I wish I could run away with you. But it seems that isn't possible. Since Frisia's spaceship is hovering in the starry sky, he must have set up the latest battle power detectors constantly monitoring planet Vegeta. If my predictions are correct, our battle power is too high. If we board the spaceship, we would be destroyed as soon as we enter the starry sky. If we fight on the ground, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Tears streamed down Jine's face as she tightly embraced her husband, leaning against his chest, softly sobbing and cursing. You fool. Knowing this, why did you come back? You could have escaped your own fate. What kind of cold-blooded Saiyan are you, you jerk? Bardock stroked her silky hair unconcerned and said, You know I could never abandon you. Though I am a notorious Saiyan, we are first and foremost human. How could a human be completely cold-blooded? After so many years together, we have long since become inseparable. I can ruthlessly kill others. But for you, I find myself helpless, sometimes occasionally pondering. Perhaps we Saiyans were merely victims of historical errors. It shouldn't be like this. As he spoke, Bardock let out a slight sigh of sentiment. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bardock, I believe in you. Our family will surely be safe. I will definitely protect you, Jine, even if it costs me my life, though I must do it. That night in the Rakaz Desert, Bardock carried the spaceship on one shoulder, holding Jine with his right hand, placing the spaceship on the sandy ground. After setting up the spaceship, Bardock looked at his young son with a slightly softened expression. Kakarot, I believe you will be able to live well. Then the spaceship's hatch closed slowly, starting up, flying towards the horizon. Kakarot. Jine watched the spaceship in the sky, holding her husband, crying aloud. Bardock embraced his wife tightly, his expression resolute and his voice firm. Jine, don't worry. Perhaps my premonition is wrong. We will come back to get him right away. They silently watched the spaceship gradually disappear from sight. In this time-space universe, in an unknowable dimensional space, For Wukong Sake, I will lend you a helping hand. Bato's magic wand projected the image of the spaceship carrying her disciple, soaring towards the horizon. When the right moment arrives, I will send you to other existing time-space universes. Whether or not you can return will depend on Wukong. This is a special privilege. I, Batos, am a high-ranking archangel. The bill will fall on Wukong, and I will settle it with him later, ha ha ha. With a flick of her left hand holding the magic wand, a mysterious force seeped into Bardock and Jine's bodies unnoticed by them. The next birth of son Wukong occurred 3 days after leaving planet Vegeta. Inside Frisia's massive spaceship outside planet Vegeta. Standing at 130 centimeters tall, with two 20 centimeters long purple curved horns on his head, and a thick tail, slamming against the ground, Frisia, with skin of mixed purple and white covered in a peculiar shell, stood with his hands behind his back, grinning ominously. Mr. Dodoria, have all the Saiyans been summoned to planet Vegeta? Yes, Lord Frisia. Aside from the Vegeta squad, they have all returned to planet Vegeta. Forget it. Let Vegeta keep his life for now. Oh, he can provide me with some amusement in the long years to come. Ha ha ha. The time has come. Let's go. Let's enjoy the fireworks of this planet. The beautiful spectacle of a planet's destruction is mesmerizing no matter how many times you witness it. After Frisia finished speaking, the hatch of the spaceship above him shrank to both sides. He gently floated up, slowly flying into the starry sky above planet Vegeta. Looking down at the massive planet with a diameter of 50 hera, his gloomy face bore a hint of regret as he said, The Saiyans I find so tiresome. It's a pity that if it weren't for your natural rebelliousness and constant desire to provoke me, you would be an exceptional weapon for war. Ha ha ha. Today let you all turn into cosmic dust. The history of the Saiyans shall end with me. With a swift motion, Frisia raised his right index finger, and a lava-colored small energy sphere appeared at its tip, rapidly expanding. Once fully formed, it reached an astonishing diameter of 50 meters, with terrifying energy capable of annihilating stars. He laughed sharply, and with a slight movement of his finger aimed at planet Vegeta below, the massive lava energy sphere quickly shot downwards. On planet Vegeta at night in Bardock's home, he was sipping the purple juice Jine had prepared for him, gently placing the glass bottle on the table before him, lost in thought. Just as Frisia released the lava sphere, Bardock hurriedly stood up and rushed outside, flipping over the table, causing the glass bottle to fall and shatter on the ground, spilling purple juice everywhere. Jine, who was washing dishes, saw her husband in a rush and exclaimed, Bardock. She quickly followed him outside, dropping the bowl she was holding. The entire atmosphere of planet Vegeta violently trembled amidst the collision between the lava sphere and the atmosphere, while those still wandering the streets at night looked up in confusion at the burning lava sphere plummeting from the sky. Bardock turned to see his wife by his side, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes as he quickly said, Jine, wait for me. Quickly calming his emotions, he transformed back into the cold-hearted Saiyan, charging towards the lava sphere in the sky. Seeing her husband's figure, Jine furrowed her brows tightly, worry etched on her face, as she placed her hands over her chest, silently praying for him. Bardock approached the lava sphere quickly, and once within range of attack, he drew his right hand, back palms facing each other, and a blue energy sphere rapidly expanded. Once it reached a certain size, it unleashed his ultimate move, Rising Cannon. A thick blue energy shockwave violently collided with the plummeting lava sphere. As the rising cannon collided with the lava sphere, ripples danced across its surface. Bardock continuously poured all his energy into the attack. Yet the disparity in energy levels was too great, and he was unable to inflict any effective damage on the lava sphere. As the lava sphere bore down on Bardock, he soon realized that his energy had been completely depleted, and he helplessly fell from the sky. Jine, who had been praying for Bardock, lost her composure upon witnessing this, and reached out her right hand, letting out a desperate scream, "Bardock." She stretched out her right hand with all her might, flying towards him desperately, her eyes filled only with the image of her husband about to be engulfed by the lava sphere. Half a year had passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta, and a spaceship carrying 3-year-old son Wukong entered Earth's atmosphere. Thousands of kilometers away from the city, the jungle was dense with towering giants. No signs of human habitation could be seen as a rushing river surged over one mountain peak after another, while lions and leopards roamed free. In the sky, unidentified flying monsters soared and gigantic dinosaurs ran across the land. On Paozu Mountain stood a small house, and at this moment the door opened from the inside. An elderly man with a kind face emerged, carrying a basket on his back, as the sound of air friction filled the air. He looked up at the sky, where a peculiar sphere ablaze from intense friction was rapidly descending towards this area. Moments later, a loud bang echoed from not far away. Given the situation, that strange object must have landed on the neighboring Moda Mountain. I happen to be passing by there today, so I'll take a look at what it is. After pondering for a moment, the old man set off with his basket. As evening approached, he said, "It should be around here, let me search for it." After a while, he discovered a circular pit caused by the impact behind the mountain. Standing at the edge of the pit, he looked down and saw a round machine he had never seen before in the center. Wah 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 wah. A loud cry of a baby startled the pondering old man. He hurriedly descended with his basket to the other side of the machine. A naked, very cute boy, possibly not yet 3 years old, was sucking on his finger and crying there with a tail growing from his backside. "Ha, little one, you must be hungry. Here, eat." The old man took out some food and fruit from the basket and placed them in front of him. Upon smelling the food, the little one finally stopped crying. He picked up a large apple with his tiny hands and began to nibble on it, while curiously looking at the old man in front of him. "This place is desolate, and I don't know where your parents are. Coincidentally, I am quite lonely myself, so why don't you come with me from now on?" The poor little guy, haha, now I have a companion. Half an hour later, the little one finished the food in front of him, licking his lips in lingering delight. I didn't expect such a small creature to have such a big appetite. The old man wrapped him in his clothes and set off, holding him in his arms. As he walked, he conversed with the little boy in his arms. "I'm already very old, and I haven't taken any longevity medicine like my master, so I don't know how many years I can accompany you. I need to give you a name. I can't just keep calling you little one. My name is Sun Wufan, and you shall be called Sun Wukong." Although Wukong certainly can't understand what I'm saying now, that doesn't matter. What's important is this sense of comfort. After all, I've been alone for many years. His aging figure gradually faded away, and in the days that followed, a small son Wukong always followed behind Sun Wufan. A year later, outside Earth, a spaceship brushed against the moon and was careening down towards Earth. On a small island on Earth, Dr. Dashing was once again failing his time machine experiment. Just as he was feeling down, a strange sound came from the sky, and a strange machine fell into the sea beside him. What a day full of misfortunes! Here, I should go take a look. When he reached the seaside, a peculiar Ultraman-like creature was standing next to the strange machine, wiping the water off its body. No matter who he is, this is my territory, so I should quickly make him leave. The white-haired Dr. Dashing approached with a grim face, frowning as he looked at the strange creature in front of him. "Hey, I don't care who you are, this is my territory, so please leave quickly, or else." The creature, Jake, expressionless, flexed its muscles and replied, "Or else what? You must be a human from Earth. Let me tell you, my spaceship is broken, and I can't go anywhere. Even if you point a gun at my head today, it won't matter." Dr. Dashing looked at him speechlessly. Generally, when someone falls from the sky, they would be in a panic. Being scolded like this would only make them more anxious. "I really admire you for staying so calm in this situation. Your nerves are quite impressive. Of course, I'm a super elite. My head could fall, my blood could flow, but I must remain calm in any situation. This Earthling really has never seen the world. I really want to smash your head with a brick right now. Where are you from? You look like an Ultraman. What do you need to leave?" The disdainful look from the other side made Dr. Dashing's blood pressure rise quickly, but after all, he was older and chose not to argue with a little punk. He took a deep breath to keep calm. "Ultraman, what's that? I am the alien Jake. My spaceship is broken, and unless it is repaired, I cannot leave. Just accept your fate. From today onwards, I will live with you. By the way, what's your name? I still don't know who you are. Looking at the emotionless guy in front of him who was actually a thug, Dr. Dashing looked at him speechlessly. You little punk, I'll take a look, and if I repair it you can leave right away. Don't disturb my peaceful life as an old man nearing the grave. Dr. Dashing, you actually understand this. I beg you for the sake of my bright future. I just found a girlfriend a while ago, and we haven't even held hands. If I stay on Earth for too long, I worry I might lose her forever. Realizing that the guy in front of him could actually help repair his spaceship, Jake quickly adjusted his attitude and respectfully bowed, clasping his hands together. After all, compared to his own happiness, lowering his stance for a while was nothing. In the southern city, Dr. Dashing, with an aging face and a heavy expression, carefully instructed, Jake, I'm going to get food supplies. You can wander around by yourself. But be careful not to cause any trouble. This era is not a very pleasant one. There are robbers everywhere, and the authorities collude with the criminals while warlords thrive. Jake, stroking his chin, pondered for a moment and said, if everything is as bad as you say, how about when I get back, I ask Galaxy King to exterminate humanity as a way to repay your kindness? You punk. Is this how you repay your benefactor? I only mentioned a portion of the situation. There are still more good people in this world. I am one of them. Otherwise, who would help you repair your spaceship? Dr. Dashing roared in frustration, quickly correcting his erroneous thoughts. If humanity were to be exterminated because of this, how much guilt would I bear? I haven't even succeeded in developing the time machine yet. Dr. Dashing glared at Jake fiercely. Being with this thug from outer space made his heart feel burdened. Ugh. Destroying a planet takes a lot of effort. But you're right, I can just wander around by myself. Looking at Jake's departing figure, he worriedly wondered if this guy would really cause him trouble. Sigh. Forget it, I'll take care of the important matters first. Jake wandered through the city when suddenly a commotion caught his attention. He turned the corner and saw 4 unruly youths with colorful hair surrounding a young girl with golden hair. The first unruly youth brandished a small knife, threateningly saying, Little sister, we don't want to resort to violence. Just hand over the money. Not a chance. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise I will call the police. Tai Si stared at them fearlessly. Let me tell you, the biggest boss of the police station in this city is the son of my father's sister. He treats me very well, and if I make a call, do you believe that a whole bunch of people will come over right away? The first unruly youth wore a fierce expression. You don't look like someone without money, so you're here looking for excitement. You punk, looking for excitement by messing with Miss. You must be blind. After Tai Si finished speaking, she walked over and gave the first unruly youth a heavy slap, knocking him to the ground. You punk. Everyone go get her, or I'll personally deal with her. The first unruly youth, now on the ground, angrily gave orders, and the other 3 unruly youths were cracking their knuckles ready to act. Jake watched the impending scene. It was time to showcase his justice as a super elite. Stop it! Jake shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the alley. Before the people in front of him could react, he leaped and landed in front of the golden-haired girl kneeling on one knee, his voice cold as he said, You evildoers, let me, the super elite Jake, punish you. Several wealthy, unruly youths were easily dealt with by the alien Jake. Wow, you're amazing. Tai Si looked at the figure before her, resembling Ultraman, in astonishment. Jake's expressionless face carried a slightly smug tone. Of course. I'm a super elite. Tai Si looked at him, immediately deducing that this guy must have many interesting stories, as she couldn't miss out. Thanks for your help just now. My name is Tai Si. I'm currently gathering materials everywhere. Let's be friends. Looking at Tai Si's bright gaze, Jake's instinct told him she was trouble. Tai Si, it's getting late, I have to go. See you next time. After saying that, he turned to leave. You think you can just leave me like this? You overestimate yourself. Tai Si can accomplish anything I set my mind to. Don't go. Next time we may not know where to meet. Tai Si quickly picked up her bag and followed after him. After a while, Jake found Dr. Dashing, who noticed Jake returning, but surprisingly a girl was following him. Dr. Dashing asked worriedly, Jake, you didn't cause me any trouble, did you? Who is this girl behind you? Oh, she's Tai Si, a novelist. I'm not asking you this, Fi. Before Dr. Dashing could finish speaking, the sound of police sirens rang out, and a group of law enforcement officers disguised as Good Samaritans approached them with fierce expressions, pointing at Jake. Over there. Dr. Dashing and Jake looked at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. Tai Si quickly shouted, Run, leading the way as the 2 clueless men followed behind, weaving through the bustling streets. The more than 10 law enforcement officers, living too comfortably and lacking exercise, struggled to chase them while carrying their large beer bellies, loudly shouting, Don't run. If we catch you, you'll face severe punishment. Tai Si led Dashing, and Jake, completely ignoring them, just rushing forward without pause. A few minutes later, being in his twilight years, Dr. Dashing was panting, his voice broken as he gasped, I can't go on, I can't run anymore. Jake, the rogue space cop, casually suggested, How about I use my ion gun to take them all out? Then there won't be any problem. Dr. Dashing decisively refused. No way, absolutely not. Life is precious, we can't make such hasty decisions. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Jake, who had just been accommodating toward Dr. Dashing, suddenly dashed forward, kicking up dust, as he sped past Tai Si, disappearing from Dr. Dashing's sight in an instant. He stared wide-eyed, sitting on the ground, breathing heavily, while Tai Si quickly caught up with Jake. Dr. Dashing, still catching his breath, was surrounded by the pursuing officers. One of the diamond-faced, chicken-haired thugs, smirking, asked the leading officer, "Captain, what should we do? We can't catch those two ahead. We only have this old man left. Should we take him back?" "You punk. Is this how you treat your benefactor? I only mentioned part of the situation. There are still more good people in this world." The captain, with a face full of flesh and standing at 170 cm with a beer belly, angrily retorted, "Withdraw. Since we can't catch up, it's over. It's not that we aren't doing our job, but the enemy is just too fast." 30 minutes later, Dr. Dashing, having recovered, regrouped with Jake. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The time machine hadn't been developed yet, and today he almost ran to death on the road. He erupted, shouting, "You little punk, Jake, didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? Being with you, I'll end up dying of a heart attack one day." Jake dug into his ears, looking nonchalant. "But you're still alive, right? Besides, it's not my fault you didn't let me act. I didn't refuse to help you." Looking at the guy in front of him, Dr. Dashing's anger boiled over. "You punk rogue space cop, can't you think of a normal solution? How do you enforce the law in outer space?" Jake casually explained, "Oh, in outer space I battle against evil villains directly without all these formalities." Tai Si's eyes lit up. She had caught the keyword rogue space cop and immediately became more determined, absolutely not wanting to miss this exceptional material. Tai Si followed Dasheng and Jike back to the small island. Watching the alien she had never seen before, Tai Si clasped her hands behind her back, slightly tilting her head forward as she curiously asked Jike, "Jike, why did you come to this small island? And how did you meet Dr. Dasheng?" "My spaceship broke down and crashed into the sea nearby. With only Dasheng on the island, I could only get to know him." Jike, with his Ultraman-like face, stated expressionlessly. For Tai Si, who aspired to be a novelist, there was no better material than this. She took out her pen, excited and eager to record. "Your spaceship broke down. Could it be that you encountered interstellar pirates? Or giant monsters?" Jike fell silent. After seeing Tai Si's actions, he decided he must maintain his image as a super elite. "Yes, I encountered a vicious intergalactic wanted criminal named Kajia. We fought fiercely in the universe, but ultimately he escaped. My spaceship got damaged during that time." Jike recounted his heroic deeds to Tai Si. Dasheng, who entered from outside the room, couldn't help but interject, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He just crashed into the moon." He then looked at Tai Si and asked, "Tai Si, when are you leaving? Don't your parents worry about you being here?" "Oh, it's fine. As an independent person, I'm out here gathering material by myself, and my parents are far away." Dasheng's implication was clear to Tai Si. However, such an opportunity was not to be missed, so no matter what Dasheng said, she wouldn't leave. "Jike, tell me, how did you come to Earth? I'm very interested." Seeing Tai Si's determined expression, Jike reluctantly gave in. "All right, they'll tell you, but you must promise to keep it a secret. As a super elite, I still care about my reputation." After Jike's serious reminder, he slowly told her, "Actually, here's the story from your Earth's calendar perspective. In the year 734, our Galactic Patrol's reconnaissance device detected a spaceship launched toward your Earth from the distant planet Vegeta. That spaceship might be carrying a young Saiyan. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of it being an adult Saiyan. Saiyan's are notorious in the northern galaxy. Generally, adult Saiyan's can cause significant destruction to planets. They have conquered many planets, profiting from their sale. When the Galactic King learned of this, he assigned me a super elite to save Earth. When the spaceship was approaching Earth, I was watching a live video and got overly excited. I accidentally pressed the wrong button on the control panel, and the ship brushed against the moon, ultimately crash landing, resulting in problems with the spaceship." Jike sadly recounted the whole incident, knowing the mission was inherently dangerous. Tai Si quickly jotted down notes. "So did you find the Saiyan?" "I haven't started searching yet. Now that the spaceship is broken, I must first repair it. Otherwise, if an adult Saiyan arrives on Earth, I need to be able to escape." As a super elite, Jike felt no shame about his plan to flee. After all, his life was the most important. Tai Si held her notebook in front of Jike's mouth, using it as a makeshift microphone. "Jike, I would like to interview you. As a super elite, don't you feel ashamed of fleeing?" A gun was pressed against her forehead. "What? What are you doing? I was just asking a question. Are you going to kill me?" The cold touch on her forehead made Tai Si involuntarily tense up. "This is the answer. Do you understand?" Jike expressionlessly put the gun away. "I don't understand, Jike. Why are you scaring me? Even for me, Jike, life is only one. When there are no choices, who would want to be a lone hero? I, Jike, am no exception." After listening to Jike's words, Tai Si pondered while touching her delicate chin. Is your spaceship almost repaired? Jike's defenses crumbled, and he lowered his head in frustration as a super elite. No, I need a rare, expensive metal, but I have no money. Tai Si smiled gently. Hey, Jike, I can help you repair the spaceship, but you have to agree to some conditions. You tell me the conditions first, and I'll see if they are suitable. I can't accept any unsuitable conditions. I just started dating a girlfriend. At this stage, there must be no problems, Jike said, watching Tai Si with vigilance. What are you thinking? With your peculiar appearance, you don't meet my aesthetic standards at all. A great novelist needs plenty of exciting material, and your cosmic experiences would be fantastic for me. In the future, if I want to experience the universe, you must help me. Tai Si looked at Jike, who resembled Ultraman, and expressed her conditions. Jike confidently patted his chest, assuring her, sure. No problem. Now tell me about the universe. Our universe is divided into 4 galaxies: east, west, south, and north. The most esteemed is the Galactic King. The Galactic Patrol is commanded by the Galactic King, and I, Super Elite Jike, am a Super Elite in the Galactic Patrol. So your organization is quite powerful with a vast sphere of influence, Tai Si said in surprise. Upon hearing her words, Jike looked dispirited like a frostbitten eggplant. Haha. There are too many ruthless villains in the universe. Just look at your northern galaxy. Most of the region is under the control of a villainous emperor named Frisia. There is almost no space for the Galactic Patrol to survive. If it weren't for the protection from our organization, we might have been wiped out by those ruthless guys long ago. However, it's okay. As a super elite, I believe that evil cannot triumph over justice. Superman. After a moment of discouragement, Jike instantly became invigorated. Tai Si paced back and forth, excitedly talking to herself. This is so interesting. I think writing a novel based on you and this Frisia as the protagonist in a struggle between heroes and villains will surely be popular. Don't do that. I don't want to die so young. You have no idea how terrifying Frisia is. Planet Vegeta was just annihilated by him not long ago. I know how terrifying he is. He could crush me with a single finger. Please don't drag me into a death wish. Jike's face turned pale as he clasped his hands together, pleading with Tai Si. All right, he'll consider it. Hearing how formidable he is, I also don't want to die so young. Let's leave it at that for today. I will arrange to resolve the spaceship issue. After Tai Si turned to leave, she contacted her father with her communication device, explained the situation, and then hung up. Nightfall. Tai Si, Jike, and Desheng were sitting together chatting. Dr. Desheng, my family might come tomorrow to help Jike repair his spaceship. I wonder if this will disturb you. Tai Si needed to inform Dr. Desheng first, or it would be awkward if conflicts arose later. Desheng's already furrowed brows deepened. Who is your father? Jike is an alien. He won't cause any trouble, will he? Tai Si confidently looked at him and said, my father, you know him. He's Dr. Brief from Capsule Corporation in West City. Oh, it's him. Then there's no problem. His reputation is quite reliable worldwide. Desheng relaxed after confirming there were no issues. The next day, a rumbling sound of an airplane echoed as Tai Si's parents, along with her 5-year-old sister Bulma, landed on the small island. After they exchanged polite greetings, they began the work of repairing the spaceship. Hey, are you an alien? What are you doing on Earth? As Jike stood by feeling bored, Tai Si's sister, a cute girl with 2 ponytails, approached him with a wary expression on her face. Yes, I am the super elite Jike among aliens. As for why I came to Earth, don't be too surprised when I tell you. I came to save Earth from the Saiyans. How awesome is that? Jike proudly looked at the 5-year-old Bulma, crossing his arms. Idiot, what are Saiyans like? Little Bulma asked flatly, her expression unchanged. You are not cute at all. Saiyans look similar to you, except they have an extra tail. Jike felt a bit defeated and lost interest in talking. At this moment, little Bulma was holding a camera filming Jike. Jike looked at her in confusion. What are you doing? Taking pictures. Bulma gave him a look of disbelief. Understanding what she meant, Jike excitedly posed, changing his stances repeatedly, and after a while asked, is that enough? Bulma put away the camera and said seriously, yes, that's enough. Thank you for your cooperation. Although I know I'm very clever, there are times when I need help. With these photos, if I need your help in the future, if you don't show up, I will plaster your posters all over the universe. The 5-year-old Bulma turned around and left gracefully. Jike stood there dumbfounded, feeling a bit stung. Thanks to the advanced technology of Jike's spaceship, it far exceeded the technological development level of Earth. Dr. Brief and his family were very interested in these technologies and hoped Jike would authorize them for use. In return, they would provide Jike with corresponding rewards, and in the end, Jike easily agreed, as these technologies were not classified as confidential in the universe. However, he transferred the rewards to Desheng, as Earth's currency was useless to him. 3 days after Tai Si's family arrived, the spaceship issue was resolved. During this time, Jike continuously monitored the high combat power individuals on Earth using his power detector. Hey, did you find the Saiyan? 5-year-old Bulma walked over. No, he might have already left. How fortunate. I can return to report without worry. Jike's face was full of relief. If you don't want your posters to be plastered all over the universe in the future, remember to be on call. Little Bulma seriously reminded Jike once again. Got it. Jike's voice was weak, his face slightly twitching, excitement fading away as happiness slipped away from him. In the evening, Jike's spaceship was filled with Earth's specialties, all his favorite things. As everyone bid farewell, he left feeling both happy and sad. This incident forged a deep friendship between Dr. Brief's family and Dr. Deshung. 2 years after Jack left Earth, in a small cabin on Paozu Mountain, 6-year-old son Wukong, standing by the wooden bed, gazed at his grandfather with clear eyes. Wukong, I didn't expect your grandfather's time to be up so soon. These 3 years with you have brought me great joy. The only thing I can't let go of is you. But it's all right, you have extraordinary talent and have been strong since childhood. In this desolate area with no signs of humanity among the mountains, forests, and lakes, you have no rivals. Alas, there are many things I haven't told you. You haven't learned human knowledge systematically, but your nature is pure, and I believe you will be just fine. Looking at his grandson, who had barely changed in height over the past 3 years, son Gohan gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Grandpa, what is the end of life? Wukong asked with confusion. The end of life is death. Your grandfather is dying. Oh, then what is death? How to say it? Death means you won't be able to see Grandpa anymore. Son Gohan, with a face full of wrinkles, pondered for a moment before explaining to Wukong. I see, but I don't want to not see Grandpa. Hearing that he might not see Grandpa again, the adorable Wukong frowned. Haha, Wukong, don't frown. Here, take this orange glass bead. If you miss Grandpa in the future, just treat it as Grandpa. Son Gohan took out a beautiful bright bead about the size of a peach and handed it to Wukong. All right, I understand, Grandpa. Wukong cherished the orange glass bead with 4 stars and tucked it into his embrace. Wukong's grandfather, son Gohan, said mysteriously, moreover, I made an agreement with Lord Ning to serve her as her attendant after death. Perhaps we will meet again someday. I don't quite understand. Who is Lord Ning? It's okay if you don't understand, you will know in the future. By the way, remember not to look at the moon during the full moon, or a giant monster will appear. At that time, it will snatch your food away. Also, let me tell you a secret. When you really miss Grandpa, just speak sincerely to the orange glass ball that Grandpa gave you, and Grandpa will hear you. Do you understand? Son Gohan seriously instructed Wukong. I understand, Grandpa. Little Wukong nodded earnestly. Then I can rest assured I will leave now. After son Gohan finished speaking, his body disappeared from the bed. Wukong, shocked, looked around thinking his grandfather was hiding somewhere, but after a while he searched the entire house and found no trace of Grandpa. Forget it, or anyway, Grandpa said that if I talk to the orange glass bead, he will hear me. Every day after that, whenever Wukong went out to hunt, he would first clasp his hands together respectfully and say to the Dragon Ball, Grandpa, I'm going out to find food. Thus, in this desolate place where no one lived for thousands of miles, 6-year-old son Wukong grew up in a pure and wild manner. In the same year, something interesting happened. Bulma's sister, 20-year-old Tais, contacted Jack through the communication method left by him. Jack agreed to come to Earth, took Tais with him, and sent her to a safe and suitable planet for her research activities. This was the 2nd month since Tais arrived on Cardiff Planet. On a steep peak, Jack helped her establish a small base with not many dangerous species around. Wearing a white protective suit, she was seriously observing the ecological environment from the erected observation platform, collecting information. At that moment, a shattered spaceship fell from the sky nearby. She became excited, thinking this could be another Jack, a very good source of material. She quickly threw out a universal capsule, and a hovercar appeared, taking her off in a hurry. A few minutes later, she arrived at the accident scene. The broken spaceship door opened, and a boy about 10 years old emerged. With short black hair matted with sticky sweat, he wore a peculiar combat suit. Covered in blood and lying motionless, Tais quickly took the boy back to the base for first aid. The next morning, the boy Tais had brought back woke up, and the sound of the door opening was heard as Tais returned from outside. Hey, you're awake. Tais looked at the boy on the bed in surprise. It was a miracle that he hadn't died despite such severe injuries. Who are you? Where's this? The boy looked at Tais warily and asked coldly. He struggled to get up from the bed, but ended up falling to the floor. Oh, your injuries are very serious. If I hadn't found you, you would have been dead. Tais walked over, extending her hand to help him up, but the boy glared at her with fierce eyes. Don't touch me. I didn't expect you to be so young, yet have such a bad temper. You match what Jack said about Saiyans with a tail as well. After standing up, Tais lightly tucked her golden hair behind her ear and looked at him teasingly. Ignoring the boy's objections, she walked over and picked him up in a princess carry, placing him back on the bed. The boy's face quickly turned purple, his eyes revealing murderous intent. How could he, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, ever endure such humiliation, having fallen to this state? Oh dear. It seems you have no intention of reflecting on yourself. To treat your savior with such an attitude, I must teach you a lesson. Ties turned around, grabbed a marker, and quickly drew 2 circles on the boy's eyes. Then gently poked his nose and drew a mustache, capturing the moment with the camera. She then took out a mirror and held it in front of the boy, proudly showcasing her masterpiece. When the proud warrior saw his appearance, he was instantly baffled, having never encountered such a situation. Moreover, his already weak body fainted instantly. Ties covered her white face with both hands, astonished, and said, "It can't be. I didn't do anything." Nighttime. 10-year-old Vegeta finally woke up. I'm sorry. I didn't know your mental strength was so fragile. I prepared a nutritious meal for you." Ties appeared apologetic, then brought over the nutritious meal ready to feed him. After all, she was older than him, treating it as an older sister caring for her little brother. But Vegeta looked at her coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Oh, not eating. Well, it's fine. I'm not the one starving. If you die, I might just show some kindness and bury you. You don't take up much space anyway." Vegeta closed his eyes, unwilling to utter a single word. Ties took the nutritious meal back and began to busy herself with her own tasks. Thus hour after hour passed, and a strange sound began to ring, gurgling. "Come on, eat." Ties brought over the food, looking at him gently. The embarrassed boy finally spoke. "You wicked woman, I will kill you sooner or later." After feeding the pet, Vegeta closed his eyes and continued to rest. Only by regaining his strength could he shred this humiliating woman into pieces. A week later, 10-year-old Vegeta emitted a foul odor. After all, he hadn't bathed for a long time, and combined with the mix of sweat and blood, the smell was unbearable. Ties, busy in the distance, frowned, thought for a moment, and walked over to Vegeta. "Little guy, you stink. He'll help you wash up. You should be grateful to have Miss Ties assist you." Vegeta kept his eyes closed, his emotions overly agitated, causing his body to tremble slightly. He wanted to retort, but as Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, he couldn't bear being looked down upon. His pride wouldn't allow him to continue being humiliated. The entire process ended with him keeping his eyes closed. After placing Vegeta back on the bed, she looked at him, now resembling a little lobster. Ties, slightly intrigued, secretly took a photo of him. That night, Vegeta finally regained his composure, staring at the nutritious meal before him. He said discontentedly, "Hey, you wicked woman, giving me this stuff every day, and do you look down on me? I want meat. You better serve me well while I recover, or I will consider whether to kill you." Ties looked at him, extended her right hand, beckoning him with her finger while smiling. "No problem, you have to beg me. You wicked woman, I will definitely kill you." The 10-year-old boy roared in helpless rage. Time flowed slowly in this daily routine. 2 months later, Vegeta finally regained some mobility. The first thing he did was hang Ties from a tree, staring at her without moving, his eyes radiating cold light. "I'm still so young. I don't want to die. I'm your lifesaver, and this is how you repay me," Ties said in fear. "Death or killing you would be too good for you. I, the mighty Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, actually," Vegeta said with a grim expression, leaving without finishing his sentence. Time passed slowly, with Ties feeling anxious. She was exhausted. She hadn't eaten anything and had been hanging there all day. At this moment, Vegeta appeared before her again, raising his right hand and pointing at her, white energy swirling around his fingertip. Ties burst into tears. "Wah, I want to go back to Earth. I will never be curious or show mercy again." Just as she thought she was going to die, she fell to the ground with a thud. Ties opened her eyes in confusion, touching her delicate face. I'm not dead, ow. That hurts." The pain in her bottom made her stand up, immediately rubbing it incessantly. "Want to die? It's not that easy, you wicked woman. You have 1 minute, then immediately go and prepare a meal. I want meat. The ingredients are laid out beside you. If you don't satisfy me, I will take your little life," Vegeta said with a frown and turned back to the house. Ties watched him with dissatisfaction from behind. "I have a name, Ties." Vegeta turned around, not saying a word, just glaring at her coldly, the killing intent palpable. Ties shivered and hurried off to cook. After dinner, Ties rubbed her sore arms, looking helplessly at the mischievous boy before her. "How can you eat so much?" "I'm exhausted." Vegeta, expressionless, kept his eyes closed, not wanting to acknowledge the woman who had humiliated him. In the following 2 months, Ties was continuously ordered around by Vegeta as a cook, while he finally regained some self-defense capabilities. "Don't let me see you again, otherwise I will definitely kill you," Vegeta warned coldly before flying away. "Bastard, don't let me run into you again, or I will show you the destructive power of Ties." Ties watched the little brat who had made her suffer for 2 months, clenching her fists in anger and shouting loudly. In the air, Vegeta, unbeknownst to himself, revealed a sly smile. On the 9th of September in the year 743 of the Wangji calendar, Paozu Mountain remained ever the same, a land of eternal spring. At 9 years old, Wukong had not changed in height at all. Just like when he was 6, he was still only 70 centimeters tall. Every day, he happily practiced the basic punches taught by Sun Wufan, wandering through the mountains and playing by fighting various wild beasts. He possessed an uncommon dedication and excitement for becoming stronger. However, today felt a bit different from usual. Where's this? It seems like there's no such place on Paozu Mountain. I've never seen it before. The surroundings were empty, and the little Wukong looked around in confusion. Just as he was about to sit down, a flash of colorful light appeared. A strange person appeared before him. Presumably a person. After all, apart from his grandfather, he had never seen anyone else, so he couldn't be sure. Hey, who are you? Where's this? Not even as tall as the other's legs, Wukong circled around them, filled with curiosity and caution about the unknown. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar and curiously reached out his hand to pat the person's bottom, exclaiming in surprise, "You seem different from me. You don't have a tail." With a magical staff gently tapping down, he fell to the ground and had no time to wonder, holding his head in pain and crying out, "It hurts, it hurts." Before Wukong stood his master Paozu. As a consciousness entity and completely unprepared for Wukong, this sudden scene caught her off guard. A blush flashed across her face. In her long life, this was indeed a first far too novel for her. Quickly calming her emotions, Paozu looked at the small figure before her with her exquisite features and starry eyes, her expression neutral. "Oh my, you are quite bold. In the future, you must not regret this. And this is the second time you've asked me this question. My name is Paozu, and this place is your consciousness realm. You and I are both just consciousness entities now. Wow, you are really amazing. I'm quite strong, yet you managed to make me feel this pain." 9-year-old Wukong held his head in pain as he spoke, completely missing what Paozu had said. Paozu's delicate red lips curled up slightly, her expression somewhat intoxicated. "Ha ha ha. Of course I am very powerful." Then looking at Wukong, she asked, "Do you want to become as strong as me?" Wukong jumped up excitedly. "Really? Are you willing to teach me?" "But you must call me master." Paozu squinted her eyes, looking at him with slight anticipation. He was truly adorable. "Master." The very cute Wukong put his hands together and slightly bowed, seriously performing a salute. "So cute, much cuter than when you grow up." Paozu found it very interesting. When the grown-up son Wukong called her master, it always felt a bit strange. After all, women are very concerned about age. However, with the young Wukong, now the title of master seemed somewhat intriguing to her. Wukong looked up eagerly, watching Paozu. "Hey, master, what are you going to teach me?" "I'm preparing to teach you a divine skill called unsaid, which is only recognized and understood by a very few deities, and those who master it are even rarer." At this moment, Paozu gave Wukong a feeling as vast as the starry sky above him. "I don't understand. Is it powerful?" For him, who had grown up wild and completely unlearned, it was impossible to comprehend these concepts. It's incredibly powerful. Unsaid is divided into 3 stages with vast differences between each stage. Some deities cannot even master the first stage. Even if a deity masters the first stage, it may take millions of years to enter the next stage. The power of unsaid lies in the fact that you only need to enter the introductory level of the first stage. At any moment thereafter, it will autonomously promote the evolution of all your bodily cells, as if it possesses self-awareness. Simply put, whether you are walking, lying down, or sleeping, you are always becoming stronger. When you actively exercise, it will help you become stronger even faster. Once you learn it, your lifespan, realm, and dimension will all change. This is just its primary function. As mentioned earlier, it behaves as if it possesses self-awareness. Generally, people think before their bodies respond, which is a time-consuming process. Once you master unsaid, it will help coordinate your body. Unless you yourself do not wish to evade otherwise, as long as an attack carries malice or could harm you within your limits, it will assist your body in autonomously judging and evading. Furthermore, as long as your unsaid reaches the introductory level, unless a supreme deity appears before you, others will be unable to discern your strength and weaknesses. Paozu stood quietly, holding her magical staff, softly detailing the unsaid she was ready to impart to Wukong. "Oh, master, I don't understand, but it sounds very powerful." Wukong scratched his head and began to laugh foolishly. Paozu gently smiled and said softly, "It's okay if you don't understand, but did you remember everything I just said?" I remembered everything. By the way, master, how long is 1,000,000 years? Wukong knew about years, but he didn't know how long 1,000,000 years was because no one had taught him. Paozu lightly covered her red lips, her expression showing slight surprise as she looked at him. 1,000,000 years. That's many, many hundreds of years. Grandfather seems to have died before he turned 100, so wouldn't that mean I wouldn't learn it before I die? The adorable Wukong frowned, as it sounded like a very powerful skill that he couldn't learn was quite distressing to him. Paozu showed a look of understanding. "Oh dear. It seems that way." Unable to comprehend, Wukong straightforwardly asked, "Master, what should I do? It's so powerful, and I really want to learn it." Paozu stopped teasing him. "You are really adorable. Oh, I was just playing with you earlier." "No problem, Wukong, you possess a unique quality. As long as you persist in your training, I believe it won't take long for you to reach the entry level. After hearing the answer, Wukong relaxed. Is that so? Then it's all good. Bato spoke with a slightly alluring tone. Wukong, you just turned 9 today. As long as you diligently train in the future, I can let you see your grandfather again. Really? I can see grandfather again, that's wonderful. After joyfully exclaiming, Wukong seriously said, while counting on his fingers, grandfather said when he found me. He didn't know how old I was, so it started counting from that day. If that's the case, I should be 6, but master, how did you know I was 9? Batos didn't want to deal with such trivial questions. You will know in the future. Wukong nonchalantly said, forget it, let it be 9. Batos looked at her adorable disciple seriously stating, Wukong, I need to remind you of one more thing. In future battles, you can only use energy levels that are equal to or less than your opponent's. This will help you build your combat experience and skills. Even with the same energy levels, there can be significant differences in combat power. You need to absorb the essence of various martial arts and integrate them into yourself. Of course, if you can no longer gain experience from your opponent, feel free to do as you please. It's fine if you don't understand now, but you must remember it. All right, I remember, master. Wukong nodded earnestly, and the fog dissipated as the space shattered. Wukong on the bed in the house on Paozu Mountain groggily opened his eyes. Oh, so it was a dream. The sky outside was just brightening, and after a while Wukong became completely awake, exclaiming in surprise, I suddenly have a lot of new things in my head. Well, never mind, it seems interesting, so I'll just practice as I think. As time passed, slowly Wukong's height remained completely unchanged. The only added aspect to his life was practicing daily according to the new things in his head. The past, the present, the future. It is impossible to traverse from the past and present to the future. Since the future has not yet occurred, it cannot be traversed. The past belongs to events that have already happened, and there will be no scenario where people from the past actively traverse to the present. Unless, of course, people from the present traverse to the past, such a situation may arise. This book is about the present Badosi who travels back in time to the past. Only when the past Badosi realizes this existence will she traverse to the present. The past timeline has already been defined, and the present timeline exists as it is. It cannot be changed. Traversing to the past alters fate, but only gives birth to a new future. The result of this will lead to the birth of a new space-time universe equivalent to what is known as a parallel universe. In such two universes, the initial histories are the same, but from the moment they split, the futures will definitely be completely different. Parallel space-time universes are not infinite. Only by traversing back in time can new space-time universes be created. However, traversing through time is not as simple as depicted in the original Dragon Ball series, where Bardock's son Goku's father traveled back to the past. In this book, it does not exist without the help of Badosi. Son Goku's parents, even if they were to enter a space-time rift, would instantly be crushed into thin air due to their weakness. In the space-time universe, there also exist different dimensional spaces: low-dimensional space, mid-dimensional space, and high-dimensional space. Earth and these planets exist in low-dimensional space, while the heavenly god temple resides between low and mid-dimensions. These dimensional spaces are small, akin to small worlds only existing in 2 dimensions. Larger spaces are like galaxies, possibly containing many planets, each with different masses, gravities, and densities. For instance, the King Kai's realm is in such a situation, with the largest planet being King Kai's planet. Then there are 2 special dimensional spaces, one being the underworld and the other being the demon realm. The underworld is the resting place for the souls of the deceased. With rare exceptions, all souls that die flow into the underworld. The highest ruler of the underworld is King Yin, whose subordinates are the Grim Reapers. The demon realm is responsible for purifying the universe's negative energy, and the beings within are relatively more malevolent than those in the outside world. In total, there are 12 massive galaxies in this space-time universe, including the Milky Way. The Milky Way is divided into 4 regions: East Galaxy, West Galaxy, North Galaxy, and South Galaxy. If it involves measuring data, that is significantly large. 1 Hela 1,000 kilometers, 1 Aura 1,000 kilometers, 1 Ura 1,000 kilometers, 1 Bua 0 kilometers, 1 light year 9 trillion kilometers. As long as the speed reaches a certain threshold, the spaceship can enter a space tunnel. Space tunnels are separate, and collisions between spaceships will not occur. When the speed is reduced, the space tunnel disappears, and the spaceship will reappear in the universe. In this book, Earth is set to have a diameter of 6 Hela. It cannot be too small. Of course, it is just a bit larger as the sun, and those stars are truly massive. The size of the Milky Way is calculated to be about 1,000 light years, with the 4 galaxies occupying around 2,000 light years, each not exceeding 3,000 light years. In the original Dragon Ball series, there is no situation where gods of destruction like Beerus can battle with Son Goku, and after the 3rd clash destroy the universe. Only the supreme deities possess the ability to destroy the universe. Others do not, otherwise what would they be considered supreme deities? The space-time universe is born from the same space-time universe. Kings do not meet kings, for even if it is the same person, their thoughts are ever-changing. One moment they wish to destroy the world, and the next moment they reconsider. Since Bardoss taught Wukong the ultimate freedom technique, he has been diligently practicing every day for 6 years. Today it's time to focus on his training. Within the bounds of Paozu Mountain, a river 100 meters wide cascades down from towering cliffs several hundred meters high, forming a magnificent and resplendent waterfall. The sound of the water crashing to the bottom is deafening. At the base of the waterfall, there is a pool roughly the size of a basketball court, about 2 meters deep, crystal clear. Looking at the familiar training ground before him, 15-year-old Wukong gently pushed off with his right, toes leaping several dozen meters to the center of the pool, standing calmly on the water's surface, sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes, preparing to begin today's training, and soon reopened his eyes. It feels like something is a bit different today. Ever since he began practicing the ultimate freedom technique, he has never encountered such a situation. Wukong thought quietly, could it be that I'm about to enter the realm of ultimate freedom? That's great. After practicing for so long, I thought it would take quite a bit more time to reach this stage. After calming his mind, Wukong began his training, as he had been looking forward to entering the realm of ultimate freedom for a long time. Over the past 6 years, except for a few times spent exercising his body, he has devoted most of his time to practicing the ultimate freedom technique. At this moment, in a newly formed higher dimensional space, Bardoss' magic wand was projecting the scene of Wukong's training. Over the years, she has not met Wukong. To prevent him from attracting the attention of the gods during his breakthrough, she has been searching the universe for a suitable higher dimensional space for Wukong to break through and enter the realm of ultimate freedom. Now the space she is in, with a breadth of 10 hella, is the higher dimensional space she has found prepared for Wukong's breakthrough. Oh, finding this place was really not easy. Most of the dimensional spaces in the universe have been registered. Only this newly formed dimensional space won't be discovered without a certain amount of time. Wukong's breakthrough will surely create quite a stir. It really proves that saying when quantity is insufficient, quality makes up for it. This space isn't very large. If it were just an ordinary low or medium dimensional space, it certainly couldn't completely cover the commotion of Wukong's breakthrough. What a pity, after Wukong is done it will have to shatter. Let's transfer Wukong over now. Otherwise, if he really breaks through and gets discovered, it might be a bit troublesome. Bardoss gently waved her magic wand, and Wukong, still at Paozu Mountain on Earth, was instantly transported to her side. Wukong, completely unaware, was now fully immersed in his own consciousness realm. The consciousness realm was originally a gray, hazy world with nothing in it. But now he saw the birth of the galaxy, a tiny, swirling galaxy, shining with brilliant light, emerging right before him. Though he didn't know what this was, it was truly beautiful, far more stunning than the night sky he usually saw. The small, swirling galaxy began to expand, enveloping him in its center, the speed of expansion increasing rapidly until it filled the entire consciousness realm and finally came to a halt. It feels so comfortable. Is this the realm of ultimate freedom? Bardoss Master wasn't wrong after all. This feeling is truly marvelous. At this moment, in the outer new higher dimensional space, the sky was filled with golden clouds, and in the midst of the golden cloud layer, a perfect hollow had formed. Starlight shone upon Wukong, lifting him up until he reached a certain height, where he quietly hovered in the air. The brilliant, swirling galaxy formed in the consciousness realm projected beneath his feet, quickly covering the entire higher dimensional space, just like it did in the consciousness realm. Majestic and solemn, mysterious melodies continuously rang out, as if the world was celebrating the birth of an extraordinary life. Oh my! Fortunately, I found this place. Otherwise, the commotion from Wukong's breakthrough into ultimate freedom would definitely attract the attention of the Galaxy King overseeing the galaxy. Seeing Wukong successfully enter the first layer of ultimate freedom, Bardoss couldn't help but smile. After all, this meant that Wukong would enter a period of explosive growth from today onwards. Though it's still far from enough, the seeds of hope have already sprouted. As long as they are diligently nurtured, one day it will satisfy her. After a while, the space finally returned to calm. This meant that Wukong's breakthrough was complete, and at that moment Bardoss lightly waved her magic wand, instantly sending Wukong back. Now was not the time for her to meet Wukong. At the center of the pool, Wukong, just returned, opened his eyes, which sparkled with silver light, before quickly fading. This is incredible. Upon returning to my body, I can feel even more clearly that my previously weak body is now constantly growing stronger. The divine skills taught by my master are truly amazing. However, now that I've entered the realm, I feel that I don't need to deliberately practice for a while. It seems I have to wait until it stabilizes completely. I don't know how long that will take. Never mind, it's getting late, I should head back. Wukong left the pond and returned toward his wooden cabin. Almost home. Huh, what's that sound? I've never heard it before. It's coming closer. Let me check it out. What on earth is that? I've never seen it on Paozu Mountain, and it seems quite weak. There's absolutely no danger, so we'll just stand here and see what it wants. A luxury off-road vehicle 2 meters high, 5 meters long, and 2 meters wide, colored Tiffany blue and equipped with protective layers, was wildly driving toward him. In this desolate place, the driver completely let loose, enjoying the thrill of speed. The driver is none other than our 16-year-old Bulma. What a broken place. There's not a single person around who I've been driving in this area for 2,000 miles. There are plenty of wild beasts, but fortunately, I brought a gun. Otherwise, before I even find the Dragon Balls, I would have died in frustration on the road. Driving the car, Bulma, lost in thought, completely failed to notice the little guy in blue clothing and black hair standing in the road ahead. By the time she realized, it was too late. Oh, there's a person ahead. I'm going too fast or I can't stop. The off-road vehicle violently collided with Goku. With a loud bang, the rear of the vehicle jumped up, landing with a thud. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Bulma was protected by the safety device, and after the vehicle landed, she came back to her senses. I hit someone. Bulma clutched the steering wheel tightly, her blue eyes filled with panic. A moment later, she hurriedly looked left and right. Where is he? The area was relatively open, so she shouldn't be unable to see. What is this weird thing? It's actually provoking me. The front of the off-road vehicle was completely dented and imprinted with Goku's shape, and he was completely stuck in the front of the vehicle. Could it be the monster my grandfather mentioned that steals food from me? However, the monsters my grandfather spoke of only appeared on full moons, and it's not a full moon yet. Usually those black bears and tigers run away when they see me, but today there's a guy who dares to provoke me. Ooh, I'll have some fun. He stepped back a few paces. Hey, monster, do you want to eat me? Just right, I haven't figured out dinner yet. Just as Bulma was feeling tense, a boy's voice came from in front of the vehicle. She quickly hugged the steering wheel, climbed up to look, and saw a little guy about 70 centimeters tall speaking there. Bulma exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you're not dead. That little guy is actually fine after being hit at such high speed." Hearing the monster's provocation, Goku loudly responded, "Monster, you're the one who's dead. Watch me show you some moves. This guy seems not too strong, so I shouldn't use too much force." Goku reached out and grabbed the chassis of the off-road vehicle, effortlessly tossing it away, causing it to spin continuously in the air. How about that? Monster, do you know my power now? Bulma was rolling around inside the off-road vehicle, terrified, wondering what on earth this was. Finally, the off-road vehicle crashed into a giant tree 2 meters in diameter, and Bulma passed out. "Hey, do you want to come again?" Goku shouted loudly, but Bulma had already fainted and couldn't respond. After waiting for a while, without any response, Goku jogged over to observe, closely muttering to himself, "Strange, how can this thing's aura be inside? I can't sense anything from the outside." He studied the massive off-road vehicle and eventually forcefully opened the door. Bulma, wearing a pink mid-length dress with a cute little bag tied around her waist, and a pair of purple sneakers with her greenish-blue long hair tied into a ponytail, was slumped over the driver's seat. "How strange. This monster looks quite similar to me. Never mind, I'll take her back first." Goku muttered to himself and swiftly carried Bulma out, shouldering her and heading back. A cool breeze blew through the window, waking Bulma up, and what she saw before her was that little guy lifting her skirt, staring at her pink pudding bear. She screamed in panic. "Oh, pervert." She suddenly pushed Goku down to the ground, then hurriedly stood up, pulling down her skirt, her face flushed as she shouted, "Bastard. What are you doing? That's illegal. Even if you're small, the law will forgive you, but I won't forgive you." Goku stood up and brushed off the dust. "I thought you looked quite similar to me, but also a bit different, so I was curious. Aren't you a monster? Why do we look so similar?" Bulma calmed down after hearing this, carefully examining her surroundings. A very primitive wooden cabin devoid of any modern tools, just a simple bed and a wooden rack holding the Dragon Ball she was looking for. She looked at the little guy who was about to her thigh with a puzzled expression and spoke in a clear voice. "First of all, I'm not a monster, I'm a human. Secondly, did you bring me back? And have you never seen a human before?" Goku mimicked her. "First, I brought you back. Secondly, you're the first human I've ever seen, and you seem quite weak." Uffed. Bulma burst out laughing. The little guy in front of her was already very cute. "Of course I'm not as strong as you been, just a girl without any strength. You seem quite powerful. You managed to throw the off-road vehicle away." Then, looking apologetically at Goku, "I'm sorry. I was distracted while driving and accidentally bumped into you. If something happened to you, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life." Goku waved his hand nonchalantly. "You're a girl. My grandfather told me to be gentle when I meet girls. Was it the car that hit me? It's fine, I'm very strong." Bulma sighed in relief, her anxiety easing. "Hee. Thank you, but what about your family?" Goku replied, "Honestly, I don't have any. I live here alone and my grandfather is no longer here." Bulma looked at him in disbelief. "What? You're all alone?" "Yep." Goku confirmed and curiously asked, "By the way, my name is Goku. Oh, what's yours?" Bulma's face turned slightly red as she shyly told him I am Bulma. Wukong laughed happily. Ha. What an interesting name. Bulma glared at him discontentedly. Stop laughing. I don't like this name either. Wukong looked at her with innocent eyes. Why? I really like this name. Looking into Wukong's clear eyes, Bulma knew he wasn't lying and muttered with a slightly flushed face, is that so? Bulma gazed softly at Wukong, who seemed quite strong. After all, he has no family and is so cute. Why not find a way to take him with her to be her personal bodyguard? This way it would be safer for her to look for the Dragon Balls. After making her decision, Bulma pointed at the Dragon Ball and asked, little brother, can I have that Dragon Ball? I'm looking for it. Wukong replied, without thinking, no way, that was left to me by my grandfather. He said that whenever I miss him, I just need to talk to it. His grandfather must have said that because he was afraid he would be too lonely here. I didn't mean to make him my personal bodyguard. I wanted him to experience a whole new world. He shouldn't have to stay here alone in solitude. Otherwise, he might never start a family. With this thought clarified, Bulma completely lost her uneasy feelings about abducting a child. Hey, Goku, how about we go search for the Dragon Balls together? Go look for the Dragon Balls with you. But I've never left the Paozu mountain before, Goku said hesitantly. Hey, Goku, the world is vast, filled with many strange and wonderful things. Want to know more? Bulma's voice was enticing, revealing the tale of the big bad wolf waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to take the bait. Hee. After suffering a lot in his hands, I've been worried for a long time. Now let me show you the power of Bulma. Goku looked at Bulma curiously and said as usual, I want to know. Your voice is too soft. Speak louder and he'll tell you. After Bulma finished speaking, she crossed her arms and looked at him with an expectant expression. I want to know. Goku's thunderous voice rang out, startling her instead. Haha. All right. Listen carefully. Our world is called Earth. There are intelligent races besides humans and many strange creatures too. They're what you call monsters, but there are no real monsters. Monsters are just made up by adults to scare children. As long as they don't belong to our human race, we classify them as strange creatures. There are many kinds of strange creatures. Aside from their appearance being different from ours, they are otherwise just like us. If you come with me to search for the Dragon Balls, you can see these strange creatures. I haven't even seen them myself, I've only read about them in books. Usually I stay home. Let's see if you take the bait. Trying to escape from me, Bulma, is impossible. There's nothing I can't accomplish. So monsters are just a lie. But strange creatures sound interesting. Goku showed a hint of anticipation on his face. What do you think? Besides, didn't your grandfather say to be gentle with girls? I'm a girl, so you should treat me gently. Just listen to me. Bulma decisively launched a second wave of persuasion. Be gentle with girls. Goku was clearly swayed. Also, you've been living in the mountains every day, so you probably haven't eaten anything truly delicious. Even simple roasted meat doesn't have the fragrant spices for you. As long as you stick with me and ensure my safety, I'll treat you to delicious food. It's really delicious, I promise. Bulma launched her final attack. I don't believe you won't take the bait after this, haha. Finding a bodyguard and also getting his Dragon Balls, how wonderful. Although he looks like he's only 3 years old. But who cares? He's so capable, he definitely can't be seen as a normal child. Alright, no problem, I'll go out with you. But don't forget to treat me to something to eat. Goku indeed took the bait, immediately drooling as he agreed. That's right. It should be this straightforward. That's what a real man is like. Looking at the little one who was only as tall as his thigh, Bulma played with her hair and casually asked, by the way, will you bring your grandfather's heirloom with you? This is the heirloom my grandfather left for me. I will carry it with me. Goku answered her affirmatively. Bulma smiled happily, feeling reassured. An hour later, watching Goku finally finish eating, Bulma excitedly stood up and said, let's go, let's have a joyful journey. Goku looked at her in confusion, but we don't know where the Dragon Balls are. How do we find them? I am the beautiful and extremely clever Bulma. This little matter can't trouble me at all. Come over here, this is the Dragon Ball radar I made. Here is the current location of the Dragon Ball, and this one is what we are going to find next. I don't understand, but you seem really capable. Goku didn't understand, but he wasn't stupid. For now, he couldn't do such things by himself. So for Bulma, who could do this, was seen as very capable in his eyes, even if her combat power was a bit weak. Knowing is good, the off-road vehicle you broke. I need to find another means of transportation. Otherwise, 2,000 miles is too far. Bulma, who was flattered, happily took out a universal capsule from her bag and threw it, causing a super motorcycle to appear. Bulma, what is this? How did it suddenly appear? This is called a universal capsule. It's an essential living item in the city. Bulma knew Goku probably didn't understand many things, so she explained patiently. After all, Goku, who was only 3 years old, was very delicate and cute. Even Bulma, with her temper, was touched. Bulma got on the motorcycle and urged Goku, all right, hurry up and hop on behind me. Goku jumped onto her back, and she warned him with a slightly serious expression, hold on tightly to my waist, but don't touch anything. After all, I'm a girl, understand? Oh, understood. Goku held on to Bulma's waist, and she took him on the road. Half an hour later, I just drank a lot of water, and now I really need to go. Bulma stopped the motorcycle and said shyly, I drank too much water earlier, I need to go take care of something. Goku looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by taking care of something? Dummy. When a lady says this, it obviously means she's going to the bathroom. Complaining a little, Bulma hurriedly ran to a spot where Goku couldn't see her. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that this little rascal had once lifted her skirt and quickly warned, You're not allowed to follow me. So it's just a pee. Why not just do it here? Why run over there? Goku, who had no common sense in this regard, muttered to himself. After all, his grandfather's son Wufan only lived with him for 3 years before he died, when he was only 6 years old. Help! At that moment, Bulma's voice calling for help rang out. What happened? I'm coming. Goku quickly ran over with his short legs. The Winged Dragon Clan's food merchant was grabbing Bulma, looking at the suddenly appeared little one. Didn't expect buy one get one free today, is truly lucky. Goku asked in confusion, What are you doing? Why are you grabbing her? The food merchant looked at the little fool in front of him with a strange expression. It's nothing but just that I haven't started a fire at home today. I want to invite you both to my house for a visit. Bulma was holding her urine and didn't dare to say a word. Goku answered straightforwardly. Okay, no problem, let's go visit. I like it. Haha. Then let's set off. After the food merchant finished speaking, he grabbed Bulma with one hand and Goku with the other, taking off into the air laughing joyfully. It's all because of the clan's stupid rules that don't allow eating people. I was about to burst. To catch two here in the wild is truly too lucky, ha. Hearing this while still holding her pee, Bulma exploded, turning to Goku beside her and shouted, Bastard! What are you doing? Hurry and save me, you idiot. You're infuriating this lady. Oh, I understand, I won't play with him anymore. Seeing Bulma getting angry, Goku broke free from the food merchant's grip, pulled out his Rui Jingu Bang, and pierced through the food merchant's heart. The food merchant, struck with a fatal blow, widened his eyes in disbelief and lost his grip, falling down. Bulma escaped from the tiger's mouth, but had no time to rejoice before she started to fall. She struggled in the air, suddenly grabbing onto Goku, closing her eyes and tightly wrapping her legs around his waist. Goku grimaced and said, Bulma, my clothes are wet. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma, who was already flushed with embarrassment, started crying. Blue. In the end, I still wet my pants. Damn it, Goku, this is all your fault. You must have done it on purpose earlier, idiot. I'm going to bite you. She lunged at Goku. Inside the universal capsule house, Bulma looked at the little one in front of her, who had also damp clothes, with disdain. Hey, have you not bathed in a long time? Why did your clothes smell so strong when I was holding you just now? Wukong looked at her in confusion and asked, Bath? What is a bath? Oh my gosh, you don't even know what a bath is. Come on, let's go. I'll take you to bathe together. Bulma looked at the little one Wukong, who was only about 70 centimeters tall and possibly just 3 years old, without any sense of defense. In the bathtub, Bulma was comfortably soaking while vigorously helping Wukong scrub his hair with shampoo. There was a slight bite mark on the place she just bit, and she chuckled. Wukong said with a gloomy expression, Bulma, what is this stuff? It feels sticky and uncomfortable. Bulma patiently explained, it's shampoo, specifically made to wash hair. Then she glared at him with dissatisfaction. Humph. Also, if you complain again, I'll deal with you. It's your fortune that Miss Bulma is personally serving you. You should be grateful and never forget my kindness, understand? Wukong nodded in understanding. Oh, got it. Then he curiously asked, Bulma, what's that on your chest? Why don't I have it? And why are we different down there? Bulma's face turned red as she bashfully replied, that's a girl's chest. As for down there, that's another difference between boys and girls, and it's something that boys and men love the most. You're still too young and living alone, so it's normal that you don't know. Wukong said in confusion, I'm not that young. It actually looks quite nice, so this is what liking something feels like. Bulma laughed and looked at him. Oh, how old are you? At your height of 70 centimeters, you don't even meet the standard for a normal 3-year-old. Wukong confidently told her, I'm 15 years old this year. Grandpa and my master both told me. 15 years? Impossible. With your height, don't you know the date? Bulma said with disbelief as she continued to help him scrub his hair. Wukong looked at her gloomily and said, no, I know what a year is. The sun rises and sets, and that's 1 day. It rises and sets 365 times, that's 1 year. Although I can't count, Grandpa taught me to carve it on stones. I carve it every day, so I know I'm 15 years old. Bulma stopped her actions, unwilling to accept reality, and stared at him blankly. 15 years. 15 years, Wukong nodded affirmatively. You idiot. Why didn't you say so earlier? Bulma pushed him down into the water and hurriedly ran towards the bedroom. Wukong popped up from the water feeling gloomy and began to scrub himself. In the bedroom, Bulma sat on the bed hugging her legs. Everything from today felt like a dream. Since meeting this idiot, everything has been chaotic. Before long, Wukong came in with a towel to dry his hair, and Bulma slightly came back to her senses, glaring fiercely at the little rascal in front of her who was pretending to be older. Wukong's swaying tail entered her line of sight, and she curiously asked, "Hey, why don't you take off that fake tail?" Wukong walked in front of her, turned his back, and stretched his tail towards her. "This isn't a fake tail. This is my real tail." Bulma skeptically grabbed the tail and rubbed it. It felt very comfortable. She carefully touched it again and finally confirmed it was a real tail, muttering to herself, "I feel like I've heard of people with tails before. Let me think, I really can't forget my memory bank." After a moment, she exclaimed, "I got it. That idiot alien looking for Saiyans. It's this annoying little fool, my natural enemy." Wukong looked at her in confusion and asked, "What is a Saiyan?" "I don't know." Bulma stared at Wukong closely, and after a moment she said, "Saiyans are a brutal race, but you don't look brutal at all. Being next to you feels quite comfortable." "Is that so?" "Huh." Wukong laughed happily. Bulma slowly stood up and warned the smelly guy in front of her, "I haven't finished bathing yet. You're not allowed to peek while I'm bathing, or I'll bite you to death, understand?" Wukong quickly nodded. The painful lesson today left a deep impression on him. "Got it. I promise not to peek." Satisfied with the little one's attitude, Bulma slowly walked towards the bathroom. For now, she could only accept reality. Bulma was comfortably soaking in the bathtub, her thoughts drifting to the side. This idiot should definitely be a Saiyan. The timing fits. He's the one Goku was looking for. Damn, even though he's 15, he's still not taller than a 3-year-old. But he's really cute. Sigh. Since meeting him, my life has been completely chaotic. It's also my fault for being too confident. Thankfully, he's not a bad guy, otherwise I would have been done for today. I even bathed with him and personally served him. It's also my first time seeing a boy's thing. I've never had a boy watch me bathe before. During the day, he even lifted my skirt and saw my pudding bear. This time he has to help me find the Dragon Balls. Bulma swear I will never let him go. After bathing, Bulma was sitting in front of the vanity, drying her hair. Wukong, who was as tall as her vanity, was rubbing his stomach with a distressed face. "I'm hungry. Didn't you say you'd treat me to something to eat?" Damn it, why is he so cute? I need to build up some anger to get mad at him. Bulma got up to take out the food and put it on the table, and the two began their dinner. "This bread is okay, but it's too little. This bowl of soup is a bit bitter." Wukong expressed his thoughts after finishing his meal. "That's coffee." Bulma elegantly sipped her coffee and then got up again to find some bread to hand over. The bread was quickly finished by Wukong, but he felt it wasn't enough. Since entering the state of utmost freedom, the energy generated automatically can sustain his physical consumption. Even without eating or drinking for a long time, he wouldn't starve. However, a person who is used to eating cannot stop the inner restlessness for food. Cultivation and enjoying good food are Wukong's current attitude towards life. While speaking, he stood up and walked towards the door. "I'll go find something to eat. Wait a moment." "What? It's already this late. You better come back quickly. Otherwise, I won't let you off later." Bulma felt a bit scared being alone, but her pride wouldn't let her say it directly. I'll be back soon." A quarter of an hour later, Wukong's voice came from outside the door. "I'm back." "You're so slow to come back," Bulma complained as she got up to open the door. "That idiot. Taking so long to come back. Doesn't he know I'm scared being alone?" When the door opened, Wukong didn't see a huge black bear with fierce black eyes stared at her. "Oh." She immediately turned around and closed the door, leaning against it and taking a heavy breath. Seeing Bulma's strange reaction, Wukong shouted at the door, "Hey, what are you doing?" Bulma turned around and asked suspiciously, "Wukong, where are you?" "I'm right at the door." Bulma clenched her fists and angrily said, "Don't lie to me. Isn't there a big black bear at the door?" "Oh, I'm under the bear." The door slowly opened a crack and Bulma's eyes carefully scrutinized through the gap, seeing Wukong's figure. He was too short, blocked by the bear's massive paws, completely inconspicuous. After Bulma relaxed, she immediately opened the door and angrily punched Wukong on the head. "Haha, Bulma, you're much stronger than a bear. You managed to hit me so easily." Wukong grinned, squinting his eyes and smiling. Looking at the cute little guy in front of her, Bulma couldn't get angry anymore, wrapping her arms and proudly saying, "I'm the clever and beautiful Bulma." "Hey, Bulma, just take it and roast it, and you can eat it." Wukong tossed the black bear aside and said to Bulma, "No way. How can a delicate girl like me do this? How could you even think of that? The bear is so big I can't even lift one of its paws." The night deepened. After Son Goku finished his meal, Bulma personally supervised him as he brushed his teeth thoroughly, then led him to the bedroom. Son Goku leapt onto the bed and bounced lightly. "This quilt is so soft, so pleasant to the touch. It's been ages since I've slept beside someone else." "What? You actually want to sleep with me?" Bulma stared at him in disbelief, then murmured half dreamily, "Well, I suppose it's only natural. I am stunningly beautiful, but you're 15 years old. Absolutely out of the question. I'll prepare a separate bed for you. I'll sleep here." Without delay, she fetched fresh blankets, a pillow, and a duvet, laying out an additional bed right beside hers, so she wouldn't feel afraid sleeping outdoors. Son Goku sighed faintly, recalling memories of life with his grandfather. Can't we share a bed? Grandfather's thigh made the most comfortable pillow. Don't even think about it. If you were 3, perhaps I'd relent, but you're no child. You're a fraud, and it infuriates me. Fuming, Bulma seized the exasperating boy and hauled him off the bed, dropping him unceremoniously onto his own. With a sharp warning glance, she declared, "Let me make one thing crystal clear. Under no circumstances are you to climb into my bed tonight, or I'll bite you to death first thing tomorrow morning." Oh, no, never. I'm perfectly well behaved, he chirped, nodding vigorously like a pecking chick. They each settled into their respective beds. Bulma whispered softly, "Hey, Son Goku, did you always live with your grandfather? Where are your parents?" Son Goku grinned, thinking for a moment. "I lived with Grandpa for 3 years. He found me and raised me. As for Mom and Dad, no idea. I had no idea. You're truly remarkable, to have survived all those years alone in that desolate place." Her voice, tender and quiet, faded, but receiving no reply, she tilted her head curiously toward him. That accursed nemesis. He'd already fallen fast asleep, just as she'd begun to feel genuinely curious, eager to ask him so much more. Yet, how utterly adorable he looked while sleeping. Sigh. It's downright unfair. Even I, a self-proclaimed connoisseur of beauty, can find no flaw. Unawares, Bulma drifted into slumber herself. The next morning, dawn broke. Son Goku stirred awake. Bulma had tumbled from her low bed. Her long pale legs draped across him, arms wrapped snugly around him, as she slept soundly, her strawberry pudding peeking out. Gently, he lowered her legs and pulled the blanket up over her shoulders, murmuring to himself, "Fine, I'll go train first. She'll call for me when she wakes." He stepped outside the all-purpose house to begin his morning training. 2 hours later, Bulma awoke to find herself lying in Son Goku's bed, while the tiny boy was nowhere in sight. Alarmed and irate, she cried out, "Son Goku, how did I end up in his bed? Did he? Or has that idiot fled in cowardice? Not a chance. I'll drag him back from the ends of the earth to serve me properly." That wretched scoundrel, who'd put her through so much torment and taken such liberties, would not be forgiven so easily. Outside, Son Goku heard her shout, clenched his fists, and dashed inside on his stubby legs. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there danger?" Relief washed over Bulma at the sight of him. "Nothing serious. Just that I woke up and couldn't see you. I was worried, that's all." "By the way," she asked, concern edging her voice, "how did I end up in your bed?" "You didn't." Son Goku answered truthfully. "Well, this morning I woke up, and you were lying right on top of me. So I went off to train." Bulma eyed him skeptically. "Is that so?" With his history of mischief, trust came hard. "Right? I'll go fetch something to eat. Make us breakfast." And with that, he stepped outside. Bulma carefully inspected herself, then exhaled in relief. Apparently, the fool hadn't lied. She turned to freshen up and dress. Outside, a turtle appeared in Son Goku's field of vision. Delighted, he sprinted over, scooped it up, and headed back to start a fire. A terrified voice rang down from above. The turtle flailed its 4 limbs frantically. "Who are you? What do you want? Put me down this instant, or I'll call the authorities." Startled, Son Goku dropped it, leaving it upside down on the ground. "You can talk, eh? Fine, I won't eat you. I'll just find something else for breakfast instead. I'm utterly tasteless, really, but could you please flip me over first? I've been crawling for hours and now this. I'm practically breathing in less than I breathe out." "Oh, of course." Son Goku hurried over and righted the turtle in one smooth motion. Bulma approached, wearing sky blue jeans and a white t-shirt emblazoned with a miniature version of herself, and beneath it the phrase, "Potla Happiness." She gazed at the two before her and exclaimed, "This turtle speaks. Are you of the turtle clan? How did you end up here?" The turtle's expression sank. "Oh, I got lost. I can't find my way back to the sea. My family must be frantic with worry." "Ah, I see. The sea lies that way, roughly 200 kilometers. The turtle lowered its head in despair. After crawling so far, it was nearly spent. 200 more kilometers. It might well end up in someone else's stomach halfway there. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. Lifting its head, it gazed hopefully at the two children. Could I beg you to carry me home? I'll repay you handsomely." Bulma's voice cut through its hope, cold and unyielding. "No, we have no time to waste. Just crawl back yourself. You've managed this far after all." Heartbroken at the thought of never tasting his favorite foods again, or seeing his partner, the turtle buried its face and wept. "Wah. Partner, you'll have to take care of yourself now. I'll wait for you below." Son Goku leaned comfortably on his hands, watching Bulma. "Hey, Bulma, let's take him home. He's fascinating, he talks." The turtle lifted its head, astonished. "Truly? No, we're not of the same race. He belongs in the wild. And if he's careful, he'll survive just fine. I won't survive. On this journey, I've already faced countless perils. Had luck not saved me just now, I'd already be reincarnating. Little brother, little sister, please take me home." Son Goku agreed without hesitation. "All right, I'll take you." Then he turned to Bulma. "You wait here. I'll bring him home, then come straight back for you. Hearing this, Bulma's anger flared anew. Her gaze sharpened with menace. After all the liberties you've taken, and still no Dragon Ball found, you dare abandon me. Today we die together. She whirled and dashed into the house, re-emerging moments later brandishing a submachine gun, and opened fire on Son Goku, who stood bewildered in place. Half an hour later, Bulma gripped Son Goku's ear, his clothes torn and tattered. Will you ever dare leave me behind again? Son Goku grimaced. I wasn't abandoning you. I'd return immediately after dropping him off. Still talking back. I'll bite you dead and be done with it. Indignant at his continued defiance, she lunged forward and sank her teeth into him. Arg! The turtle watched sympathetically from the side. Minutes later, Bulma's eyes narrowed dangerously once more. Have you learned your lesson? If not, I'll make sure you really feel it today. Son Goku nodded rapidly. Yes, I understand. Next time I won't leave you. I'll bring you along. Only then did Bulma nod satisfied. Remember those words, or you'll regret it. Wait here. I'll join you. Let's take him home, together. She disappeared back into the house. Unclear what she planned, while Son Goku and the turtle waited outside. 15 minutes later, Bulma emerged holding a set of clothes. Yours is ruined. Wear these instead. She handed them to Son Goku. His original outfit had been riddled with bullet holes, so she trimmed and tailored her own clothes to fit him perfectly. Oh, okay. Son Goku slipped into the clothes with practiced ease. These feel much more comfortable than my old ones. The pants were her jeans, shortened to reach only his knees. The shirt bore a large strawberry motif across the chest. Bulma had subtly altered it, so it fits Son Goku like a second skin. Dressed Son Goku noticed Bulma aiming some device at him, emitting a soft glow. Hey, Bulma, what are you doing? This? It's a camera, never mind. Let's go. Bulma smirked slyly as she strode ahead. Perfect. That insufferable brat has given me nothing but trouble. Haha, once I show him the dazzling wonders of this world. And if he ever disobeys me again, I'll treat him exactly like Jackie Chan. Print his photo into posters, and plaster them across the entire planet. Yeah. Bulma and Wukong set off towards the sea, but not long after they were forced to stop. A humanoid creature with skin resembling that of a tiger clad in armor, standing 5 meters tall, and wielding a 3-meter-long greatsword blocked their way. Gazing at the turtle on Wukong's back, the creature's eyes glimmered with anticipation as it spoke in a deep, rough voice. This is my home. I can wait every day. Wait, let me count. Listen carefully. I can water 1 tree, 3 small grasses, and fertilize a palm-sized area once a day. Look at this tree, how well it grows, and the grass, how lush it is. Over the decades, I have irrigated every inch of this area. This path was made by me. You all wait a moment. Let me organize my words again. Wukong asked in confusion. Bulma, what is he saying? I don't understand. It's what you call urinating. Bulma whispered to him, her cheeks flushed. The burly humanoid creature pondered for a moment, and said, do you mean to tell me that you came to my house as guests without bringing gifts? Today I won't make it hard for you. Just give me that turtle. I really enjoy eating turtles. That way I will let you two go, a little brat, and that young lady. Please use it. Wukong quickly handed the turtle over to him. He seems to be a member of the tiger people who, according to books, will eventually evolve into beings resembling us humans. Right now they still retain some of their primitive traits. Their strength as adults seems to be quite formidable. A single tiger person can stand against a tank. The opponent's imposing figure made Bulma tremble as she said, it's a miracle he's letting us go. Oh, as for the turtle, I'm powerless to help. The young lady is not wrong, therefore we never eat humans. I will not hand over the turtle to you. I promise to return it. You are not my match. Let us pass. I won't fight you. Wukong firmly refused and provoked the tiger being. Oh ho ho. Originally, if you had just placed the turtle down and handed it to me, I would have spared your lives. But unexpectedly you dared to resist me. I admire your courage. However, are you prepared to face the wrath of Hubuju? Little brat. Hubuju roared angrily, and in his rage his speech became very fluent. Bulma, terrified, turned to Wukong and shouted, idiot fool, quickly give him the turtle. I don't want to give it to you. Wukong initiated a second provocation against Hubuju. Alright, I will start by dealing with you, little brat. You want to spare until you witness my prowess. Hubuju drew his 3-meter-long greatsword. Bulma quickly rode her super motorcycle to the side, anxiously watching. This idiot fool, if he had just listened to me, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Sooner or later, I will make him submit. I wonder if he is a match for this Hubuju. Little brat, Hubuju disdained to take advantage of others. Just put the turtle down. The scar-eyed Hubuju exuded arrogance. Wukong said to the turtle, I put you down. He stepped aside and placed the turtle down. The turtle, trembling in fear, crawled away at a speed unnatural for it, and quickly hid near Bulma. Seeing Wukong had created some distance from the opponent, Bulma shouted loudly, Wukong, now's your chance, run. Wukong ignored her and walked to face Hubuju. Damn bastard, when you die, I will help collect your corpse. You infuriate me. Hubuju looked seriously at the small figure before him and said, little brat, today, either I Hubuju falls or you do. Weapons are merciless. If you die, don't blame me. After all, this is of your own making. If you are defeated, I will bury you. As for that young lady over there, I will let her go. Even for a little one, I will respect anyone who dares to challenge me. Wukong readily agreed him. I understand, come on. Prepare yourself. The 3-meter-long greatsword dragged against the ground as Hubuju charged toward Wukong. As Wukong entered his attack range, he executed a ferocious upward slash. Wukong slightly sidestepped to the left, perfectly evading the strike. Little brat, you're quite lucky. You managed to avoid my strike. But next your luck will run out. After finishing his sentence, Hubuju raised his long sword and continuously slashed and swept, but Wukong always managed to dodge his attacks just in time. Hey, do you have any other moves? Hurry up and use them, or I will attack. Damn little brat, how dare you repeatedly look down on me, Hubuju. Witness my ultimate move, Dragon Slaughter technique. After Hubuju furiously declared, he leaped high into the air, his greatsword horizontal spinning like a whirlwind as he charged toward Wukong. Bulma and the turtle anxiously watched the battle unfold. Well, it seems this is it for you. Let's just continue on our way. If you're not bad, I won't hold it against you. Wukong took the initiative, leaped lightly, and appeared beside Hubuju's head. With a swift horizontal kick, he sent Hubuju's massive body flying crashing into the mountainside, knocking him out cold. Wukong, I knew you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Bulma and the turtle approached Wukong. Little brother, thank you for saving my life. Wukong, let's hurry and return this lost turtle to the sea so we can set off sooner. 2 hours later, looking at the vast blue ocean, Wukong excitedly ran forward, stepping into the sea. So this is the ocean Bulma was talking about. It's really nice. Of course, the ocean is beautiful. At that moment, an old man carrying a turtle shell, his head shining under the sunlight, wearing a floral shirt and shorts, rushed out from the jungle, angrily shouting, Turtle, you fool, do you know how worried I was? I couldn't help but come out looking for you after such a long time. The turtle quickly crawled over, hugging his leg with both claws, crying, Turtle, I didn't mean to. I got lost and thought I would never see you again, woo woo woo. The somewhat angry turtle, unable to scold, gently comforted, all right, it's fine now, isn't it? You're so big now and still crying like this. The turtle wiped away its tears and retorted, how dare you say that? Aren't you the same? Bulma and Wukong's arrival interrupted their sentimental moment. A turtle curiously asked, did they save you, turtle? Looking at the small figure of son Wukong and the Rui staff on his back, he thought to himself that this little guy might just be his greatest disciple, son Wukong, who found this child. Who are you, old man? Wukong curiously looked at him, realizing that this old man's combat strength far exceeded Bulma's. The turtle pointed at Wukong gratefully and said, that's right, this little brother saved me. I am the turtle sage. You've worked hard, little brother. Let me give you a gift. After saying this, a turtle faced the sea, clasped his hands behind his back, and shouted loudly to the sky, come forth. Magic cloud. Hee. This pose must look very cool. 5 minutes later, a golden cloud flew down from the sky and stopped in front of them. The turtle sage pointed at the golden cloud in front of him and said to Wukong, this magic cloud is for you. Wukong asked in confusion, what is this cloud for? The turtle sage replied with a mysterious expression, with it, you can fly freely in the sky. Bright-eyed Bulma noticed the dragon ball hanging around the turtle sage's neck and said excitedly, hey, can you give us that bead around your neck? I can exchange something for you. At this moment, the turtle sage had time to observe the youthful and beautiful Bulma closely, his eyes lighting up as she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He chuckled awkwardly, well, that's not impossible, but we need to talk privately. He couldn't say this in front of Wukong or he'd lose face in the future. Partner, don't continue to embarrass yourself. You're already hundreds of years old. Have you forgotten your past misfortunes? Seeing this scene, the turtle understood his intentions and covered his face, feeling embarrassed. This stinky turtle, how can it understand the only comfort of an old man like me? Bulma followed the turtle sage to the side and said, all right, you can speak now. What can't you say in front of Wukong? Well, actually, it's not too much to ask. Just let me see your panties. The turtle sage looked at Bulma, his face flushed and smiling like a fool. He waited for the expected panties, but when he came back to his senses, he realized he had already been slapped to the ground with a vivid red handprint on his face. Hey, old man. Bulma's voice rang out, and he sat on the ground, trembling in fear. I give you 2 choices. First, a VIP ticket for a luxury yacht. Second, I will tell Wukong about this and spend money to plaster your posters all over the South City. You have 2 minutes to decide. Bulma glared at him coldly. For years, she had ruled without anyone daring to provoke her before meeting Wukong, who was her nemesis. What does this old man think of her? Too pathetic. If it weren't for his old age, she would have given him a bullet today. No need to think, just the first one. You can have the Dragon Ball. The turtle sage wiped his sweat, realizing he couldn't mess with this fierce girl. However, thinking of the luxury yacht VIP ticket, he instantly became excited. Bulma and the lecherous old man returned to Wukong's side. So embarrassing. The turtle looked at his partner and sighed with a hand on his face, while the turtle sage stood awkwardly unable to speak. Bulma, turtle sage, what just happened? Wukong asked, curiously looking at the turtle sage's face. It's nothing, he just complained that the weather was too cold and asked me to help him warm it up. Bulma casually explained. Huh, that's right, the weather is a bit chilly. The turtle sage awkwardly laughed in agreement. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Wukong and Bulma happily bid farewell to the turtle sage and continued their journey. Wukong rode on his Nimbus cloud, spinning in the sky, circling around Bulma. Bulma looked up at Wukong and shouted, "Hey, Wukong, don't go around like that, it's dangerous." Just as she finished speaking, a steep slope appeared at a 70-degree angle. She had no time to react as the motorcycle soared into the air. With a loud bang, the super motorcycle landed safely, but Bulma was not so lucky. The vibration was too intense, and unable to grip the handlebars, she was thrown off and fell to the ground, her bottom aching so much that she immediately burst into tears. That idiot fool, it's all your fault. You're my nemesis, woo woo. Wukong jumped down from the Nimbus cloud and stood there apologizing. I'm sorry. Bulma, I was wrong. I need to think of a way to divert Bulma's attention. Her crying is more troublesome than hitting me. Bulma sobbed, woo woo. My bottom hurts so much. This idiot fool, ever since I met you, I've faced hardships I've never encountered in my life. It's too unfair. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, crying even harder. Wukong patted the Nimbus cloud next to him and said, hey, stop crying, why don't you sit on the Nimbus cloud? It's soft and quite comfortable. That way your bottom won't hurt anymore. Really? Bulma rubbed her eyes and wiped away her tears. Looking at Wukong riding the Nimbus cloud, she had longed for that kind of carefree flight in the sky, but she was too shy to speak up. Wukong looked at her seriously and said, really? Then you sit in front and he'll sit behind. Bulma put away the super motorcycle and happily climbed onto the Nimbus cloud. Wukong drove the Nimbus cloud, flying quickly, but the speed was too fast. Bulma felt insecure, fearing that if she did not hold onto Wukong tightly in the air, she would fall. A quarter of an hour later, Bulma called for him to stop. Wukong, can't you go a little slower? Bulma looked at him discontentedly and then instructed, let's switch places. He'll go in front and you hold me from behind. Oh, Wukong agreed nonchalantly, and so they set off again. Bulma wore the Dragon Ball radar around her neck, sitting at the front of the Nimbus cloud, while Wukong's strong little hands hugged her, no longer worrying about falling. The ground raced by quickly, and the wind blew through Bulma's beautiful hair. Sitting on the Nimbus cloud, she was extremely excited to see the scenery below. This felt entirely different from flying in an airplane. It was more thrilling and liberating. She joyfully exclaimed, haha, this is amazing. However, it was soon Wukong's turn to complain. With a pitiful voice, he said, hey, Bulma, I can't see in front of me anymore. Hey, hold on to me tightly, and when we reach the town, I'll make sure you eat to your heart's content. Roasted whole lamb, roasted whole cow, roasted duck, clay-baked chicken, steamed abalone, braised bear paws, crispy century eggs, mischievous jumping eggs. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Bulma listed many dishes that Wukong either knew or had never heard of. What he often ate were just bears, tigers, and fish. Lamb, cow, duck. He had never even seen a chicken, and Wukong's mouth watered. Really? Bulma, you're not lying to me, are you? Last time you said you'd treat me, but all you gave me was bread, coffee, milk, and vegetables. Wukong looked at her suspiciously, indicating he was not easily fooled. Really? Isn't it because we haven't encountered a town yet? I could only treat you to bread then. Bulma replied firmly. All right, I believe you. They'll hold you tightly, oh, I'm quite strong. Wukong replied emphatically. They arrived at a small village with dozens of households tightly packed together, with a few large trees scattered among them. The village's roads were devoid of any human presence. Bulma approached the door of a house where the Dragon Ball was located and shouted loudly, hey, is anyone home? There was no response, and after a few minutes she wondered, are they out farming? No one is home. Wukong assured her, there is someone. They're inside, stand back and watch me. Wukong then stepped forward and forcefully broke the door lock with a punch, entering the house. You're being too reckless. Bulma followed Wukong and just finished her remark when a cold glint flashed before her eyes and an axe fell right in front of her, hitting Wukong on the head. Ah! Bulma shut her eyes tightly and screamed loudly. The scene from just now terrified her, and she could not imagine Wukong's situation. Axe shards scattered everywhere, but Wukong was completely unscathed. He looked at the middle-aged man who had attacked him and asked, what are you doing? Seeing Wukong was not dead, Bulma calmed down and opened her eyes to look. The bear, who had used all his strength to swing the axe at Wukong, gripped the wooden axe handle and roared, well, on whether you want to kill or torture me, you'll take it all. With this axe, I never thought I would live. My daughter is only 6 years old. If she marries you, does she still have a future? Come on, If you want to get in today, you'll have to step over my corpse. If I frown today, I won't be called Xiong Dadong. Ever since Wulong set his sights on his daughter, he had been on edge every day. However, his daughter was his little cotton-padded jacket. It was absolutely impossible for him to let her marry Wulong. Today, if Wulong does not die, Xiong Dadong will not live either. Wukong asked in confusion, "Who is Wulong?" "Huh, aren't you Wulong?" Xiong Dadong looked at them in confusion. "Bastard, do you even know who Wulong is? If you had hit anyone else instead of Wukong, I would have already reincarnated. Even with Wukong, I was scared half to death just now." Bulma's furious roar echoed all around. Xiong Dadong staggered and fell to the ground, quickly getting up to bow and apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't know you weren't Wulong." "Is saying sorry useful? Why do we need the police then? How about I give you an axe instead?" Bulma's anger was still palpable, her chest heaving with fury. She was truly scared just now. The axe had swung down right in front of her eyes. Xiong Dadong also realized his serious mistake and kept apologizing sincerely. Wukong curiously asked again, "Hey, who is Wulong?" The axe from earlier meant nothing to him. Xiong Dadong said in a deep voice, "Wulong is a monster that can shapeshift, turning into a huge beast. Several villages around here have lost a lot of wealth to him. Moreover, he is also very lecherous and has already kidnapped several girls. A few days ago, he appeared again and set his sights on my 6-year-old daughter. He is coming to marry her today. I thought you were Wulong." Bulma slowly calmed down. Although this guy had been reckless just now, he was ultimately doing it for his daughter's sake, so she decided not to hold it against him. Bulma looked at him in confusion. "Then why don't you run away?" Xiong Dadong angrily replied, "I thought about taking my family and escaping, but he made a threat. If we dare to run away, he will kill all the people in our village." Bulma took out the Dragon Ball to show him, "Hey, you definitely have this thing. Give it to me, and it'll let the earlier scare go, and I can also help you get rid of Wulong. I have this. It doesn't do me any good to keep it here. If giving it to you can make up for my earlier mistake, take it." Then he shook his head, refusing Bulma's kindness. "As for Wulong, he's very powerful. You two look small. It's better not to take risks. Hey, don't worry. You saw how powerful Wukong is just now, and I have a perfect plan. No matter how powerful he is, a knife is always above lust." Bulma smirked wickedly and borrowed the dress of Xiong Dadong's 6-year-old daughter. Without giving Wukong a chance to refute, she directly helped him put it on. "Wukong, take this. This is a mind-altering drug. Just pretend to be this little girl, and when Wulong comes to marry you and takes you back to his lair, you can find an opportunity to give it to him, and you can easily deal with him. The safety of the girl will also be completely ensured." Bulma detailed her plan. Wukong grimaced and said, "Bulma, I'm very interested in your plan, but can I not wear this outfit? It's not convenient to move. This is for the safety of those girls, so you have to wear it, understand?" As Bulma spoke, she casually took out the camera and snapped a few pictures. Wukong reluctantly accepted the arrangement, saying, "Understood." Wukong wore a long dress meant for a 6-year-old girl, looking incredibly snug. Xiong Dadong, to express his apologies and gratitude, found many local specialty fruits from other houses nearby for him and Bulma to taste. "Wulong is here," the villager responsible for the warning shouted in a flustered voice. Everyone hurried to hide, and Bulma quickly pushed the fake girl out. Seeing Bulma coming out with him, Wukong curiously asked, "Bulma, are you going to fight with me?" "Fool, I'm just a weak girl. Fighting is your business. I came out because there are things I cannot say in front of them. Remember, if things go awry, come in and take me away immediately." Bulma bent down her lips close to his ear, earnestly reminding him. Wukong understood and said, "Okay, got it. If something unexpected happens and I can't beat them, he'll come in and take you away. Wukong, it's up to you. Good luck. They'll be praying for you from the sidelines. Remember to follow the plan. As long as the plan succeeds, they'll come find you with the locator." Upon hearing Wukong's response, Bulma felt relieved and gave one last instruction before turning and hiding back in the house, observing the situation outside through a small hole in the door. Following Bulma's instructions, Wukong stood perfectly still in the long dress. A few minutes later, a huge sound of footsteps echoed behind him. A monster 4 meters tall and 2.5 meters wide, with red skin and 2 horns on its head, approached, gazing at the lovely silhouette of the girl in front of it. Wulong felt extremely excited inside and gently opened his mouth, saying, "Little cutie, I've come to pick you up. Your hair seems to be a lot shorter than yesterday. Turn around and let me see you properly." The fake girl Wukong heard this and turned around. Before Wulong stood a girl who had lipstick on her lips, eyeshadow on her eyes, and a delicate ornament stuck to her forehead. Wulong's face instantly turned red and his tone became hurried. You are not the girl from yesterday, but you are just too cute. Absolutely amazing, simply an angel. Wulong, let's go home quickly." The girl Wukong awkwardly recited the script arranged by Bulma. Inside the house, Bulma, observing the situation outside, exclaimed, "Fool, your acting is too poor. Thankfully, you were born good-looking and your voice is quite nice, otherwise you would have been discovered right away. Don't rush, darling, where are your parents? I need to thank them properly. Boo-hoo. I'm just so happy. Oolong's heart raced. He thought, I am finally going to fulfill my wish. Next door, Bulma chuckled, covering her mouth. Wukong honestly told him, I don't have parents. Oolong felt his heart shatter. Don't worry, darling, I will take good care of you from now on. You are my sweetheart, my precious, let's go. I will take you home. It stretched out its gigantic palm, and Wukong stepped onto it, finally being placed on its shoulder as it quickly departed. Before long, Bulma, holding the locator, set off, with Xiongdaden following them. Oolong had not run far with Wukong before returning to its original form, shorter than Wukong, wearing a cute pink outfit with straps. It quickly threw out a luxurious floating car, taking the driver's seat. Darling, come up. This one is a limited edition. Very expensive. Oh, Wukong with his silver eyes had already seen through Oolong's true nature and was not surprised at all. However, he still planned to proceed according to Bulma's plan, as it seemed quite interesting. Half an hour later, Oolong's luxurious palace built in the deep mountains. Wukong sat on the sofa while Oolong gazed at the angel before him, his voice filled with affection, asking, Darling, what would you like to drink? I have everything here. Wukong, his voice slightly stiff, replied, A pot of wine, please. I want to feed you myself. Haha. No problem, that's a great idea. I'll get the wine right now. Oolong swiftly brought out a pot of wine and eagerly sat next to Wukong, filling a glass. The disguised girl smiled happily. Okay, close your eyes, they'll feed you. Alright, no problem, I'll close my eyes right now. Oolong closed his eyes, blushing. Wukong took out the mind-altering drug Bulma had given him, poured it all into the wine glass, and pinched Oolong's nose, forcing it all down his throat. Cough, 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 cough. Oolong, choking, patted his chest and was about to say something, but passed out on the sofa. 20 minutes later, Bulma looked at the small pink pig in front of her with confusion, asking, Is this really Oolong, the huge monster from before? Wukong confidently replied, That's right. This is what he looks like. Xiongdaden returned, awkwardly smiling. Well, I found all those lost girls. This little pig didn't treat them badly. They just lived too comfortably and didn't want to go home. Bulma pondered for a moment, saying, I see. It seems this pig isn't too bad. Oh, Wukong, tie it up with a rope, and we'll take it with us soon. Its transformation technique is still somewhat useful. Then she said to Xiongdaden, Take the remaining treasures from the palace back to the villagers. Wukong and I will continue our journey soon. Xiongdaden excitedly looked at them, saying, Well, let us treat you both well. We didn't have time to prepare properly back at home. Haha, no need, we have things to do. We don't want to delay. Bulma decisively refused. That village had nothing, and it was not fun at all. Since the Dragon Balls were found, continuing the journey with Wukong was much more interesting. Xiongdaden said regretfully, I see. Thank you both for helping us so much this time. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't know what the outcome would be. No need to be polite, just like that. Wukong, take that pig, we are leaving. After Bulma finished speaking, she set off first, and Wukong followed with Oolong. Outside Oolong's palace, Bulma thoughtfully touched her chin and pondered for a moment. Wukong, tie Oolong's rope to yourself. Oh, can you hold on to him in the air? No problem, that's a small matter for me. Wukong said, looking at her in confusion. But why do it this way? Bulma smiled slightly. After all, this guy is a bad character. If we don't show him some colors, he certainly won't be willing to comply. We should scare him a bit. When he becomes desperate, he will accept his fate. Wukong suddenly understood and learned, I see. Got it, then let's go. Nimbus descended, and Wukong took off with Oolong. In the air, Oolong floated with the wind, the violent air currents jolting him awake. He opened his pig eyes in confusion and screamed in terror, Ah, who are you? Why am I like this? He tried to transform, but couldn't muster the strength and felt utterly weak. Bulma looked at him, pointing to Wukong, and laughed. Isn't this your darling? Your darling has taken a liking to you and is ready to take you along on the journey. Oolong looked at Wukong, who had taken off her makeup, in shock. His heart shattered and his mouth trembled with agitation. You actually treated me this way. My romance hasn't even started yet, and it's over. I will not let you go. He became increasingly agitated, finally shouting, You two bastards, I will definitely take revenge on you for treating me like this. It's too malicious. Bulma elegantly brushed her hair behind her ear, looking at him with amusement. Oh, is that so? I'd say you should pray for your own good. Then she ignored him. Oolong immediately understood his situation, stubbornly holding on, unwilling to give in. 15 minutes passed, and Oolong in terror realized that if this continued, it would be the end for him. He cried out loudly for help. Help! Someone help! A child is being kidnapped. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Oolong's voice had turned hoarse, but no one heard his pleas for rescue. He felt despair as the pain coursed through his body. I can't hold on any longer. Forget it. Instead of hoping for someone else's rescue, I might as well hope for a little mercy from the demon ahead. He cried bitterly. Will, please stop for a moment. Ultimately, Bulma couldn't bear it and had Wukong stop. Oolong's pink little face was covered in snot and tears, sobbing. Can you let me go? I promise I won't do anything bad again. No way, we need your abilities. Bulma firmly rejected his expectations. Oolong, seeking a compromise, earnestly said, Can I walk by myself? You walk too slowly. The place we want to go is far away, Bulma explained to him. Oolong, seeing an opportunity, quickly spoke up. No, I have a special capsule that I can follow behind you. Oh, let's see your special capsule first. Nimbus descended and Oolong took out a capsule from his pig ear. With a bang, a small jet appeared. Wow, I didn't expect that when I searched you earlier you had hidden something. Bulma stared at it closely, truly surprised that this guy had such a trick. Oolong retorted, No more than this is my treasured possession. Fine, you can drive it and follow us, but you must not run away. You saw how fast Nimbus is. If you dare to run, I'll have Wukong roast you to eat. Bulma warned him fiercely not to harbor any ill intentions. Wukong complained, looking at Oolong. Hey Bulma, it's too small. Oh, it's not even enough for me to get a toothpick stuck in. Oolong's pink face turned pale, and he quickly said, No, I won't run away. And so Oolong drove his small jet and set off after them. 3 days after Oolong's capture, he finally regained his composure, emerging from the shadow of his earlier trauma. They were now resting by the lakeshore where a roaring fire blazed, roasting an array of food. Oolong, how exactly does your transformation ability work? Bulma asked, deeply intrigued by his shape-shifting art. It was invented by a revered elder of our Yukai clan, but humans cannot master it. The technique consumes my internal energy. Right now, I can only transform into something as large as a bull, and once my energy is depleted, I revert to my original form. After pausing, Oolong tilted his head curiously. I still don't know. Where exactly are you two headed? Mount Paozu, Bulma replied casually between bites. There's a Dragon Ball there. Oolong leapt to his feet in alarm. What? Mount Paozu? You're actually going there? Goku stared at him, puzzled. You know the place, Oolong. You mean you don't? There dwells the terrifying Ox King, a malevolent sovereign of legend infamous for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Trembling, Oolong added, I grew up hearing tales of his dread name. What's so frightening about a guy like that? Goku will defeat him easily. Bulma spoke with unwavering confidence. Her faith in Goku forged through every mile they traveled together. Oolong bristled indignantly and protested loudly, You have no idea how fearsome the Ox King truly is. Anyone who ventures near him meets certain death. Is he really that strong? Excellent. A spark of excitement flickered in Goku's eyes. Only formidable opponents could reveal the most thrilling martial arts techniques. Oolong felt utterly defeated. These two were poisonous. No, he refused to follow them to their doom. Compared to these demons he'd known for mere days, the Ox King was the childhood nightmare that had haunted him since infancy. For the sake of his own survival, he resolved to defy fate with courage. With solemn gravity, he rose to his feet. Originally, I'd have tagged along if you were just wandering aimlessly. Call it sightseeing. But now that you're marching straight toward death, this proud lord shall never bow. Bring it on. Let us settle this once and for all. Victor reigns supreme, vanquished becomes prey. With surprising speed, the little pink pig dashed away, putting distance between himself and his adversaries before turning to face them warily. Goku stood up and grinned. Oolong, if you insist on a duel, don't go crying again like last time. Last time you only won by trickery, ambushing me when I least expected it. Who knows who'd win in a fair fight? Oolong shot back, scowling. Fine, then come at me. Goku shrugged. There was no stopping a pig who volunteered for punishment. Instantly, Oolong activated his transformation, his body swelling rapidly until a massive azure-hued wild ox emerged, its sharp horns gleaming. It dug its hind hooves fiercely into the earth. With a furious bellow, it charged at the infuriating little boy before it. Already imagining the triumphant moment it would impale him upon, its horns, jaws splitting wide in savage glee. In the next instant, two small hands seized its horns and lifted it clean off the ground. Huh, what just happened? Its forehooves flailed helplessly in midair, finding no purchase. Goku hoisted the ox aloft and slammed it down. The impact cratered the earth, and the grievously injured Oolong instantly lost consciousness, his form shrinking rapidly back to that of a tiny pink pig. Bulma stepped forward and doused him with a bowl of water. Dazed, Oolong staggered upright, only to erupt into wails of agony. It hurts. Bulma fixed him with a piercing gaze. Keep crying, and I'll have Goku beat you again. Open your mouth. Oolong instinctively parted his lips, halting his sobs. With a deft flick of her finger, Bulma launched a pill along a perfectly calculated arc. It sailed smoothly into his mouth and vanished down his throat. Oolong clutched his throat in terror, frantically trying, and failing, to induce vomiting. Panicked, he cried out, What did you just make me swallow? Is it poison? I don't want to die. Bulma smiled faintly. One laugh, and the world fades away. Oolong blinked, bewildered. What do you mean? One laugh, and the world fades away? Ha ha. Nothing much really. Just this: if you ever flee beyond a 2-kilometer radius of me, this very pill will detonate inside your belly, triggering uncontrollable laughter until you collapse into utter exhaustion, then desiccate into a lifeless husk. And no antidote exists. Think carefully before running again. There will be no second chance. With casual nonchalance, Bulma revealed the true nature of the vitamin A tablet she'd just slipped into Oolong's mouth. Trembling, Oolong swore a desperate oath. I swear I'll never run again. So what if it's the Ox King? I'll throw my life away for you. Just please don't let it explode. I beg you. I'm not ready to die yet. Even prisoners deserve clemency. These two accursed demons. One beats me, the other poisons me. They're ganging up on me. I'm doomed. Bulma fixed him with a stern gaze. As long as you obey and serve well, I won't treat you unfairly. Refusing to accept his grim fate, Oolong ventured the most earnest request of his life. Truly. Then, may I have a pair of women's undergarments? Honestly, I can't fathom why a pig would covet women's underwear. Wouldn't a female pig suit you better? This being the second time such a request had surfaced, Bulma covered her face in wordless exasperation. At least this pig possessed more wit than the elderly man they'd encountered previously. Otherwise, Goku might already be enjoying roasted pork for dinner. Oolong muttered indignantly under his breath, "Don't lump me in with ordinary pigs. I'm an intelligent swine. I've received the same education as you two. Fine. Work diligently, earn my approval, and I'll pay you a salary. Then you can buy whatever you like in the city." Bulma abandoned all hope of reforming this irredeemable porcine problem. Deal. In an instant, his ashen face flushed a miraculous shade of pink. Now, come sit with us and tell us everything you know about Mount Paozu. Bulma glanced at him briefly before turning back to her seat and taking another delicate bite. Oolong sighed heavily and began his tale. Legend says Mount Paozu wasn't always called that. It was once known as the Flaming Mountain. Its fires extinguish periodically, then after a long slumber blaze forth anew. The Ox King settled there only later. And recently, the flames have reignited once more. Bulma leaned forward, mildly intrigued. That is rather fascinating. Let's finish eating. We'll soon reach the Flaming Mountain ourselves. Resigned, Oolong lowered his head and ate his meal with quiet solemnity. Perhaps this was the final repast of his porcine existence. The sun still needed some time to set. In the vast flat wasteland, prickly cacti were sparsely scattered everywhere. Low earthen mounds stood erect on the ground with large rocks randomly strewn about, creating an overall sense of desolation. Bulma and Wukong descended from the Kintown. As the capsule vehicle landed on the ground, a luxurious hovercar floated before them. This was the loot seized from Oolong. With a glance from Bulma, Oolong obediently took the driver's seat. The pig driver maneuvered the hovercar forward, and their movements caught the eyes of some ill-intentioned individuals. Young Master Yamcha, an opportunity to make money has arrived, and it even involves my old nemesis Oolong. Once we capture him, I'll strip him and tie him up, the peculiar flying fox said, retracting its binoculars and addressing the person inside the cave. Huh. Wonderful, killing two birds with one stone. I've heard about this Oolong several times from you. Truly an inescapable curse. Fortunately, or else we wouldn't have had any business for a long time. If this continues, we'll be eating dirt, Yamcha said joyfully as he took the binoculars to look. A child, a girl, and that pig dragon. They probably don't have much cash on them, but their vehicle seems quite nice. There might be other capsules as well. Oolong might be doing better than me, the flying fox said excitedly, well aware of its old rival, its small eyes filled with resentment as it spoke. He's quite cunning. Although he's a pig, his intelligence is no less than ours, the fox's. Back in school, I was tricked by him several times, and later he actually tricked me. I must take good care of him this time. No problem, Puyala, get our old antique started. Yes, young Master Yamcha. Bulma and Wukong were happily admiring the surrounding scenery, chatting casually, as this place was vastly different from their usual living environment. A rather primitive earth-colored off-road vehicle rattled towards them, belching black exhaust from its roof, stirring up a cloud of dust. There are people ahead. It seems they are coming straight for us. They might not have good intentions. Bulma instantly confirmed the trajectory of the approaching vehicle. 5 minutes later, Oolong was forced to stop the primitive off-road vehicle blocking their path. The car door opened, and a handsome young man dressed in earthy tones and a red-green mix, wearing a large red scarf and a knife at his waist, stepped down alongside a strange flying fox. Wukong and the others also got down. Both sides took their stances and confronted each other, with the other side speaking first. Yo, hey, who are you? Wukong asked in confusion. I am Yamcha, a desert bandit ruling this wasteland. This is my partner Puyalo. If you want to live, hand over your money and capsules. Yamcha said with a sinister smile, gripping his prized blade. At that moment, Oolong pointed at the flying fox and exclaimed, Damn, Puyalo, it's you. Puyala glared at him, saying indignantly, Damn, Oolong, this time I've caught my chance. I must avenge my previous humiliation, otherwise I'd be letting down the wisdom of my fox clan. Today I will rob you of your treasures, strip you down, and take pictures. I must tell you my partner here is very formidable. Oolong angrily retorted, you're the damned one. Last time it was clearly you trying to trick me. Yes, I like the principal's underwear, who told her to be so beautiful. But I don't have the guts to steal it. You were the one who lured me into it. If I hadn't seen through your scheme, I would have been the one hung up and beaten by the principal that day. Puyalu arrogantly shot back, I don't care. It's not you who will suffer in the end. This must be settled. Puyalu, don't worry. Today I'll help you deal with it. Yamcha prepared to stand up for his partner. Puyalu looked at his partner with gratitude, saying, all right, young Master Yamcha. Hey, are you two out of your minds? One of you looks quite decent, yet you chose to come to this remote wasteland to be a hopeless bandit. Being a bandit is one thing, but you're dressed so poorly. Someone like you could never attract a girl, Bulma said, disdainfully finishing her attack on Yamcha and then turning her scorn towards Puyalu. You're clearly a wise fox clan. Oh, why not use your intelligence properly instead of wasting it as a bandit? There's no way a girl would like someone like you. No way a girl would like someone like you. Yamcha was unable to think of anything else. The words echoed in his mind, causing him to collapse stiffly to the ground, lying motionless. Young Master Yamcha, young Master Yamcha. Puyalu, unable to care about Bulma, anxiously pushed his partner with his claws, but there was no response, his eyes staring blankly above. What's wrong with him? Wukong asked curiously. Who knows? Let's not bother with him, let's go. Bulma said as she walked towards the hovercar preparing to depart without any delays. Just as she reached the car, a voice came from behind. Damn woman. With my handsome face, how could you say that? I will never let you go. Yamcha said fiercely. Unfortunately, Bulma had seen all kinds of handsome men in West City, so she was completely unfazed by this. Wukong, he wants to fight you. Bulma turned seriously to Wukong and said, that's great. I've been waiting for him to make a move. Wukong looked at Yamcha with slight excitement. The thrill of battle flowed through his veins. Hey, come on. Wukong declared to Yamcha as Bulma and the others quickly moved away from the two sides. Little guy, you don't need to think it over anymore. Hand over your money and capsules, and I can let this slide. Looking at the child who might only be 3 years old, Yamcha felt guilty and decided to salvage the situation. Wukong, go for it. Beat him. Bulma and Oolong cheered from the side. Young Master Yamcha, go for it. Puyalu's side cheered. It looks like you've made your decision. All right. Although I don't want to bully a child, I can't back out now. I'll let you strike first, Yamcha said calmly to Wukong, exuding an air of mastery. All right, I'm coming. Wukong drew out his Rui Bang and charged at Yamcha. The Rui Bang and the prized blade clashed rapidly. The fierce sounds of collision echoed endlessly, accompanied by faint sparks. After a dozen exchanges, Yamcha's blade was split in half by the Rui Bang due to material constraints. Yamcha tossed the blade to the ground and praised Wukong, saying, Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Your skills are not proportional to your height. Hehe. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Feel free to use them. Wukong smiled broadly. The blade is just a decorative toy for me. Oh, my true strength lies in my fist techniques. Be careful from now on. After saying that, Yamcha rapidly swung his hands, shouting, watch my wolf Fong Wind magic fist. 4 wolf-shaped phantoms appeared and quickly fused into Yamcha's body. Yamcha charged towards Wukong with an even faster speed and attack rate. The wolf Fong Wind magic fist doubled his attack speed, though it slightly weakened his power. However, he might be fast, but Wukong was equally unyielding, increasing his speed and defending without any gaps. Seeing that his signature move was ineffective, he quickly distanced himself from Wukong. Hey, that last move was quite interesting. Do you have any other techniques? If not, I'm going to attack. Wukong shouted at Yamcha. Come at me, oh, I can handle it. Yamcha thought to himself, judging from their previous exchanges, he was about as strong as Wukong and thought there wouldn't be any problem. However, what an impressive little guy who, despite being so small, he's incredibly strong. Take my floating palm. Wukong softly shouted as he attacked his body, creating illusory afterimages. He appeared in front of Yamcha at a speed several times faster than Yamcha's, and with a smack he sent Yamcha flying. Teeth flew out, smashing through several large rocks, and he lay on the ground motionless. After a while, Yamcha finally got up, covering his face, and angrily glared at Wukong, saying, damn little brat, I didn't expect you to be hiding your strength. Were you just toying with me? A burst of laughter erupted. Bulma and Oolong were laughing while holding their stomachs. Wukong replied seriously, no, I just wanted to see what cool techniques you had. Young Master Yamcha, your face. Puyalu hurriedly ran to Yamcha's side, anxiously looking at him, unsure how to start. What's wrong with my face? Yamcha looked at Puyalu in confusion. Puyalu thought of a good idea. It transformed into a mirror, and Yamcha took it to look at himself. Oh, my handsome face, my teeth. Damn it, just wait for me. He looked in horror at his swollen left cheek. That wasn't all. The most serious issue was that several of his teeth were missing, causing him to speak with a lisp, which looked utterly ridiculous. Yamcha grabbed Puyalu in a panic and rushed up the off-road vehicle to leave. After dark we will go and seize their money and universal capsules. The windblown Yamcha was sipping tea. But young Master Yamcha, we are not a match for that short one. Puya Lu floated in the air looking at him with confusion. Umph. Yamcha smirked slyly, taking out a peculiar slender weapon and handing it to Puya. Wait until night falls, you will blow this mesmerizing smoke into their window. Huh. Then we can do as we please with them. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but break into silly laughter. Understood, truly worthy of young Master Yamcha, Puya Lu filled Yamcha's teacup. As night fell, Yamcha and Puya Lu found the Universal Capsule House, where Wukong and the others were staying. The two excitedly chatted about the Universal Capsule House not far away. Young Master Yamcha, they really do have universal capsules. That house looks quite valuable. Puya Lu exclaimed gleefully. Hee. Indeed, I didn't expect these little brats to be quite well off. They must have other universal capsules. Puya, it will all depend on you later. Don't mess it up. Seeing the target in front of him becoming more valuable, Yamcha's voice showed a hint of excitement. Don't worry. Young Master Yamcha, just watch me. Puya Lu transformed into a bat, clutching the mesmerizing smoke as he flew towards the nearby house. Wukong and Bulma were sitting on the sofa playing, and Oolong placed the roasted meat in front of Wukong before sitting down. Hey, Wukong, I still don't know what you're looking for the Dragon Balls for. Oolong curiously asked while looking at Wukong, who was eating roasted meat. The Dragon Balls. As long as you gather all 7, you can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant a wish. Wukong briefly explained what Bulma told him. Any wish can be granted. Oolong asked next. That's what the ancient texts say, Bulma replied. Hee. Oolong's little pig mouth drooled at the thought of having the Eternal Dragon grant him a gentle girl, thus gaining both a companion and countless panties and lingerie. Seeing Oolong's pig mouth, Bulma couldn't help but retort. Are you thinking about something inappropriate again? Oolong wiped his drool, looking seriously at Bulma as he said, you can restrict my pig body's freedom, but you cannot restrict my pig brain. Wow, I didn't expect. Before Bulma could finish her sentence, a colorless and transparent smoke drifted in, causing both her and Oolong to fall into a deep slumber, while Wukong continued eating his roasted meat. Puya Lu waited outside for a while before flying back to find Yamcha. Hey, Puya Lu, did it succeed? Yamcha quietly asked. Oolong and that girl fell asleep, but the short one is still eating roasted meat, Puya Lu truthfully reported. Damn little brat, what kind of monster is he? That was special mesmerizing smoke, very expensive, Yamcha complained with a pained expression. However, young Master Yamcha, I heard something interesting. What is it? Yamcha asked, calming his emotions. They are looking for something called Dragon Balls. As long as they gather all 7, they can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant any wish. Hee. Any wish. I could ask the Eternal Dragon to make me more handsome, then I wouldn't need to see the dentist. After becoming more handsome, I don't believe that today that detestable woman can still ignore my handsome face. Yamcha showed an expectant expression. So, young Master Yamcha, do we still need to go and rob their money and universal capsules? Puya Lu looked at him in confusion. Fool, that monster-like stinky brat is still eating. If we go up, we'll just be asking for a beating. Hee. We only need to follow them. Once they gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we will fly over with the hover car equipped with a jet system and unexpectedly snatch the Dragon Balls and run. Yamcha informed Puya Lu of the plan he just thought of. Okay. Yamcha and Puya Lu sneaked in and then quietly withdrew. Half an hour later, Wukong finally finished eating. Hey, why are you two sleeping here? He patted Bulma, but she didn't respond. Hey. Oolong also didn't respond. Forget it. Wukong picked up Bulma and placed her back on the bed, remembering what his grandfather taught him about being gentle with girls. Then he returned to the sofa, picked up Oolong, and tossed him onto the bed in another room before going out to brush his teeth, as Oolong had been sleeping with him for the past few days. The next day, when did I fall asleep last night? I don't remember, Bulma said, confused. I'm the same. Oolong responded with shared sentiment. Oh, you two fell asleep on the sofa last night and wouldn't wake up no matter what, so I moved you to the bed, Wukong explained, comfortably leaning against his hands. You didn't do anything weird to me, right? Bulma anxiously looked at him. Of course not. I just put you on the bed and went out, Wukong replied honestly. However, Bulma still looked at him with suspicion. After all, this guy had several previous offenses. A few hours later, they arrived at Bread Exploding Mountain. A mountain completely engulfed in flames. The fires surged continuously without any sign of weakening. All the trees nearby were withered, and there were no signs of any animals. I think we'd better not go. The Bull Demon King is nearby. Since the fire broke out at Bread Exploding Mountain some time ago, the Bull Demon King has moved to the foot of the mountain with his daughter to guard the treasures he has seized from others. Oolong looked terrified, wanting to struggle a bit, hoping that Wukong and the others would reconsider. Wow, Oolong, you actually know a lot about this. Bulma looked at him with surprise. The Bull Demon King has been my nightmare since childhood. When I was in kindergarten, the teacher told us many stories about the Bull Demon King, so I have always kept an eye on him. Many people who came to steal his treasures nearby have been killed by him. Let's go back. We shouldn't go there. Oolong stubbornly argued again. Just 2 Dragon Balls away from fulfilling my wish, going back is not an option. Bulma firmly rejected his proposal. Then you go, can you let me go? Oolong pleaded softly, refusing to give up, struggling even if there was only a slim chance. Hee. Oolong, I don't know how powerful the Bull Demon King is, but you know how powerful I am, Bulma teased, glancing at Oolong. You two will eventually face retribution. Oolong dejectedly lowered his pink pig head. What does that have to do with me? Wukong, who hadn't spoken a word, asked in confusion. You are her accomplice. Oolong's big pig eyes bulged as he stared at Wukong, his voice very loud, blaming this detestable little brat. Let me, the Grand Oolong King who has roamed the wilds, not only heartbroken, but now my life might also be in danger. If I die in battle, I won't let him off, even as a ghost. Oh, what's an accomplice? Wukong asked in confusion. Bulma and Oolong didn't want to pay him any mind, so he asked another question that piqued his interest. Hey, Oolong, is the Bull Demon King really that powerful? Very, very powerful. The teacher warned us many times not to provoke the Bull Demon King, Oolong answered with a serious expression. Huh, now I'm a bit excited. I hope he's tougher than that guy named Yamcha. Wukong laughed heartily while Yamcha, who was a bit distant in the vehicle loaded with a wide-range receiver, said angrily, Damn little brat, I hope he and the Bull Demon King both suffer heavy losses, then I can deal with him properly. At the foot of Bread Exploding Mountain, a dilapidated village, houses collapsed, no one around. A strong wave of heat surged. Thick flames completely surrounded Bread Exploding Mountain, and a vague palace appeared on the mountaintop. According to the coordinates from the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Balls should be inside the palace at the top of the mountain. Wukong, you fly up with the Nimbus Cloud and see if you can get into the palace. If not, come back here. Bulma stated her plan. Okay, I'll take a look. The Nimbus Cloud quickly carried Wukong up to the mountaintop, but the fire was too intense, leaving no gaps to enter. On the ground, Bulma and Oolong hadn't noticed a huge figure approaching from afar, which upon entering the village swung the giant axe in its hand. The giant axe flew between Bulma and Oolong, embedding itself in the wall in front of them. A fierce wind blew, causing Bulma's hair to blow forward. Bulma and Oolong stared at the giant axe in shock, turning dazedly to lean against the wall, gazing at the huge figure that had appeared behind them. Bulma stuttered, saying, What? You are the Bull Demon King. As for Oolong, he was completely unresponsive, his pants already soaked. Are you also here to rob my treasures? You don't look strong at all. The three-turtle Bull Demon King, wearing a helmet with 2 iron horns, had a very robust physique. Casually dressed in simple clothing, his expression appeared very fierce. If these 2 guys are here to steal treasures as well, regardless of their size, I will smash them to pieces and feed them to wolves. I won't let anyone who comes to steal my treasures go. No, we would never have the guts to rob your treasures, right, Oolong? Bulma's mouth trembled as she quickly said to Oolong, hoping he would support her, giving her some strength, so she wouldn't feel so scared, but unfortunately Oolong had already fainted standing there. Is that really the case? The giant head approached Bulma and asked, his open, bloodthirsty mouth looking like it could swallow a person whole, pushing Bulma to her limits. Wukong. Her sharp voice echoed throughout Bread Exploding Mountain, reverberating nonstop. Wukong, riding the Nimbus Cloud, instantly returned and landed in front of Bulma. What's wrong? The fire up there is too intense. I couldn't get into the palace. Wukong reported the results of his journey. Fool. The Bull Demon King is right beside you. Bulma shouted loudly to remind Wukong, her excited emotions causing some saliva to spray onto Wukong's face, but with Wukong there, she was no longer worried. The Bull Demon King. How did you come here on this cloud? And what's that rod on your back? The Bull Demon King's fierce face revealed a hint of excitement for the first time. The Nimbus Cloud was given to me by Master Roshi, and the Rui Bang was given by my grandfather. Great. I can go back to the castle now, and I didn't expect you to be the grandson of Gohan. The Bull Demon King looked at the little figure, only 70 centimeters tall, with surprise. You know my grandfather. Of course, your grandfather is the oldest disciple of Master Potato, while I am the second disciple. The Bull Demon King happily stated. Who is Master Potato? Wukong didn't recognize this person. He is the Master Roshi who gave you the Nimbus Cloud. Upon hearing the Bull Demon King's words, Bulma suddenly realized, I didn't expect that old pervert had such a relationship with Wukong. No wonder he refused to lose face in front of Wukong last time. Bull Demon King looked at Wukong with anticipation and asked, Wukong, do you know where Master Wutian lies? As long as I find the master, I can return to the castle. Wukong thought for a moment and uncertainly replied, I saw him by the seaside last time, so he should be nearby. Can I ask you for a favor, Wukong? If I can get the banana fan from Master Wutian, I can extinguish the fire on the mountain. Would you be willing to ride the magic cloud and help me find Master Wutian? Bull Demon King pondered for a moment, his face filled with weariness and severity, and spoke to Wukong. No problem, but you have to spar with me first. I've heard from Wulong that you are quite powerful. Bull Demon King laughed heartily saying, haha, no problem. Bulma flew into the sky on the magic cloud, while Wulong climbed a tree distancing himself from them. Bull Demon King loudly asked, Wukong, are you ready? I'm ready. Upon hearing Wukong's response, Bull Demon King charged towards Wukong with his giant axe raised in his right hand. Wukong threw the Rui Bang, which plunged vertically into the ground as he lightly leaped forward. Standing on one foot atop the Rui Bang, the giant axe swept viciously toward Wukong's waist. The Rui Bang quickly extended several meters upwards, and Wukong's right foot pressed down forcefully on it. The giant axe collided with the Rui Bang, creating a deafening sound that echoed all around. In a split second, Wukong performed a beautiful front flip, deftly pulling out the Rui Bang and striking down at Bull Demon King's head. Bull Demon King hurriedly raised his giant axe above his head, the immense impact reverberating through him as his feet sank into the ground. With veins bulging on his face, he summoned all his strength and swung his right hand upward, flinging Wukong aside. Seizing this opportunity, he charged rapidly toward Wukong with the giant axe. The two engaged in fierce combat, the Rui Bang and the giant axe clashing repeatedly, the sound of their fierce collisions reverberating. After several exchanges, Bull Demon King retreated for a moment. It seemed that he would have to use his ultimate move. He hadn't expected Wukong to be this strong. Wukong, be careful, watch my spinning axe. Bull Demon King shouted as he swung the giant axe with force toward Wukong. The axe spun and accelerated in the air, gaining speed and power. As the giant axe drew near, Wukong executed a front flip, his head brushing against the axe's surface as he leaped over it. Landing, he held the Rui Bang and dashed toward Bull Demon King. The speed of Bull Demon King's giant axe continued to increase, piercing through a building before altering its trajectory in the air and swiftly approaching Wukong. Seeing his giant axe returning, Bull Demon King charged at Wukong with both fists raised, their footsteps thundering as they closed in. Bulma and Wulong watched the battle with tension, finding the scene too intense for them. The short figure running toward Bull Demon King heard the sound of rushing air behind. Gripping the Rui Bang tightly, Wukong thrust it deep into the ground, using it to block the incoming giant axe, while his left hand clenched into a fist and swung quickly, colliding with Bull Demon King's right fist. The giant axe and Bull Demon King trapped him in between two loud crashes, echoing simultaneously, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble. Bull Demon King called out, "Stop! No more fighting." Wukong, slightly disappointed, asked, why not? The burly Bull Demon King leaned in closer and whispered to Wukong, I'm not your match, and there are others around. After all, I'm your elder, so give me some face. Okay, then I'll help you find the banana fan. After Wukong finished speaking, the magic cloud landed, and Bulma jumped down. Hey, Bulma, Wulong, wait here for me. I'm going to find the banana fan, and he'll be back soon. Bulma advised. Okay, be quick and come back soon. Bull Demon King quickly said to Wukong. Wait a moment, Wukong. Actually, it's like this, I really need the banana fan, but I don't have a suitable person to send. So I let my only daughter Chi-Chi go find Master Wutian. She just set out not long ago, and she should be just ahead. If you see her, take her with you. Wukong looked at him, puzzled. Chi-Chi. She is 11 years old, a very cute and sensible girl. When she grows up, she can be your bride. Upon hearing Bull Demon King's words, Wulong chuckled, then quickly covered his mouth. Looking at the burly Bull Demon King, he thought that Bull Demon King's daughter couldn't be that great either. Huh. Wukong, this brat is getting his comeuppance today. He deserves it. Look, this is her photo. Bull Demon King carefully took out a photo of his daughter from his pocket and showed it to Wukong, ensuring he saw it clearly. Wukong's strength fully met his expectations. After all, he was his senior brother's grandson, inherently pure. He believed Wukong would take good care of his daughter. At the very least, he could protect her safety, unlike himself, who regretted for life. Wulong curiously leaned in and exclaimed, wow, she's so cute. The girl in the photo looked nothing like Bull Demon King. Wukong simply and clearly understood and said, in any case, as long as I take her with me, right? Bull Demon King replied loudly, that's right. All right, then I'm off. 5 minutes later, Wukong found Chi-Chi. On the ground, a girl slightly taller than Wukong, wearing a high-tech helmet and an exquisite female warrior outfit with a luxurious purple-gold cloak, was running desperately, while behind her a 4-meter-tall, 9-meter-long Tyrannosaurus was chasing her relentlessly. Both were using all their strength for survival. At 11 years old, it was Kiki's first time away from her father. She had been running for several minutes, but the foolish dinosaur still wouldn't let her go, and her anxious heart left her unable to calm down. Thinking of death, fear and shadows surged in waves. I don't want to die, I absolutely refuse to die. The more anxious she became, the more frantic she felt, while her potential also threatened to burst forth. She closed her eyes and turned to deliver a lethal strike at the Tyrannosaurus. A laser shot out from her helmet, killing the dinosaur. The Tyrannosaurus was dead, but Chi-Chi, with her eyes still closed, was unaware. She kept running forward, her will to survive echoing continuously within her heart. Hey, are you Chi-Chi? The magic cloud hovered beside Chi-Chi, and Wukong curiously watched the running girl. She is so interesting. Startled by the voice in her state of panic, Kiki's helmet shot out another attack. Wukong wiped his face and said frustrated, That's disgusting, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Hearing the voice again, Chi-Chi finally calmed down, quickly took out her towel, and on tiptoes wiped Wukong's face clean. Wukong curiously asked, What is this? It's so disgusting. Chi-Chi, her face flushed, quietly explained that. Is the ink I prepared for my dad to play with. I didn't expect to forget it. Wukong patted the magic cloud, saying, I see. Chi-Chi, Wukong. Bull Demon King Uncle asked me to take you to find the banana fan. Let's go together. You know my dad. Chi-Chi climbed onto the magic cloud, her thoughts slightly scattered. Going alone still makes me a bit scared. With him accompanying me, I feel much better. Looking at Chi-Chi in front of him, Wukong couldn't help his curiosity, reaching out to pat her and smiling broadly, affirming, Chi-Chi, you're a girl. What are you touching? Get away. Chi-Chi, lost in thought, didn't expect to encounter this and angrily pushed Wukong away. After falling to the ground, Wukong brushed off the dust and got back up, confusedly asking, Chi-Chi, why are you suddenly angry? Chi-Chi shouted angrily, What are you saying? You're the one who's too lewd. A girl's private parts can't be touched casually. So that's what can't be touched. Good thing Bulma fell asleep last time, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have gotten off so easily. Wukong muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was completely immersed in her own world. Since childhood, influenced by her mother, just like her mother, she is a traditional and conservative woman who also yearns for beautiful love. Given the situation, I can only marry this guy in front of me who is shorter than me, but he is quite cute. Although he might be a bit younger than me, love knows no age, just like dad and mom. Chi-Chi lowered her head, her face flushed, and said, Hey, Wukong, when I grow up you have to come and marry me. For now, I can only marry you. Wukong, not understanding, bluntly asked, I don't understand, what does it mean to marry? Chi-Chi shyly pushed Wukong, saying, You're annoying. It means getting married, marrying. Wukong thought to himself, Is he unwilling to marry me? Pretending to be confused, Chi-Chi anxiously pondered. Marriage? What is marriage? Wukong, you're pretending to be confused again. Marriage means everyone prepares a lot of food and gives us their blessings. You become my husband, and I become your wife. Chi-Chi blushed, her young heart filled with complex feelings, slightly anxious. Oh, I see. That sounds good, all right. He'll definitely come then. Wukong agreed, not understanding. Chi-Chi, with a flushed face, quietly said, It's a promise. Hearing Wukong's response, her heart temporarily calmed down. Unlike Wukong, she had already developed a certain sense of right and wrong. At the place where Wukong first met Master Roshi. Wukong, do you know where Master Wutian is? Let me check. Wukong expanded his range of perception. Found him, let's go. He is in that direction. The magic cloud set off toward the sea, and soon a small island the size of a basketball court appeared in sight. A small villa was situated on it with a few scattered coconut and palm trees. Master Roshi was happily lying on a beach chair reading, while his partner, the turtle, rested nearby. Wukong is here. Stop looking or you'll embarrass yourself again, the turtle said, swiping the photo album from Master Rose's hands. Damn, I was enjoying my reading. Master Roshi complained, but he had no way to counter his steward. Looking up at the descending magic cloud, he noticed the girl with Wukong had changed. Grandpa Roshi. The magic cloud landed directly in front of him. Wukong, what brings you here? Who is this girl with you? Wukong introduced clearly. She is Chi-Chi, Bull Demon King's daughter. Bull Demon King. He hadn't seen his second disciple in a long time. He had heard that Bull Demon King had done a lot of bad things outside. Since Bull Demon King's daughter came looking for him, there must be something for him to handle. Just right, he'll take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Chi-Chi looked at the bald old man in front of her with a slightly doubtful expression and asked, Wukong, is he really Master Wutian? He doesn't look like it at all. Wukong confidently replied to Chi-Chi, Yes. I can sense that he is stronger than Bull Demon King Uncle. Oh, I see. He'll test him. If he is really Master Wutian, it will be fine. After finishing her sentence, Chi-Chi launched her head dart from her helmet, which spun and accelerated. Master Roshi sensed the sneak attack from behind, and with confidence and composure, he turned around and swung his cane to intercept it, striking a cool pose. But he forgot that the stick in his hand was just an ordinary cane. The head dart severed the cane and lodged itself onto his shiny bald head. Ah! A scream erupted as his hands went stiff in midair, unsure whether to hold his head or not, completely at a loss. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi relentlessly pursued him, loudly questioning, You are definitely not Master Wutian. How could Master Wutian be this weak? Master Roshi angrily retorted, You fool. No matter how strong I am, if you're not throwing stones but using something like a head dart, I can't possibly defend against it. If I had known it was a head dart, I would have used my chi to block it instead. I actually fell to this little brat. This iron piece has no breath at all. I thought it was a stone. Chi-Chi defiantly shouted at him. Then show me proof that you are Master Wu-Tian. This is my ID card, look, it has my name on it. Master Roshi took out his ID card for Chi-Chi to see. Oh, it really is Master Wu-Tian. Oh, I was too rude earlier, please forgive me. While speaking, Chi-Chi acted quickly, grabbing the head dart stuck on Master Rose's head and applying force, pressing his head down. She then lifted her right foot and stepped on his shiny bald head. With a strong push, she knocked Master Roshi down to the ground, lying there. The head dart was successfully pulled out and a red fountain spurted out, all executed in one smooth motion. Master Roshi never expected this scene. The girl in front of him refreshed his understanding. She looked nothing like Bull Demon King, but she had inherited much of his brute strength. I hate her. I hate that Bull Demon King. Let's see how I deal with him. If I hadn't practiced my martial arts to perfection, I would have been finished today. Master Roshi lay there motionless in sadness while the turtle hurriedly searched for a first aid kit. If his partner were to pass away just like that, all his brilliance would be lost, though he didn't have much brilliance to begin with. After taking out the first aid kit, Chi-Chi hurriedly began to work bandaging Master Rose's wounds. In the end, he had a thick layer on his bald head. The palm leaf fan. I have the fan, let me search. Gixian Ren turned the house upside down, but could not find it. Haigawei, where is the palm leaf fan? Did you see it? Haigawei hesitated before replying, perhaps I should not say. Have you forgotten? What is there to hide? Speak quickly. Gixian Ren looked at his companion Haigawei with puzzled impatience. You did not object yourself, so I will tell you. Haigawei declared. Many years ago, it was all to catch a glimpse of that fellow's undergarments. Didn't you demonstrate the power of the palm leaf fan in front of him? Their condition was simply the fan, and in the end you all got what you wished for. Must we revisit the rest? Gixian Ren darted forward, clapping a hand over the turtle's mouth and whispering urgently, do not speak. I have already remembered. That painful episode afterward. Forget it, and do not let it out, or we shall perish together. The turtle whimpered. I never imagined, Teacher Wu-Tian, that you were such a man. Chi-Chi cried. The blaze on Toast Mountain cannot be put out, my father and I cannot enter the palace. Chi-Chi burst into tears. There were still her mother's relics inside the palace, relics of deep importance to both her and her father. Ahem. Do not dwell on it. I will personally help you extinguish the flames. Wu-Tian forced a cough, thinking it fortunate the child was grieving and could not cling to him now. As for Wukong, he was essentially a wild child raised on Baozi Mountain with Wufan. He knew little of these matters. There remained hope for me, Teacher Wu-Tian. Wukong looked at him skeptically. Do you truly have a way? Of course. I am Teacher Wu-Tian. There is nothing I cannot do. He felt it necessary to establish his authority. Having just been doubted by Chi-Chi, Gixian Ren now faced a second challenge to his credibility. Wukong asked, puzzled, you cannot ride the somersault cloud. How will you go? I am Teacher Wu-Tian. There is nothing beyond me. Determined to assert himself, Gixian Ren summoned a spinning flying turtle and climbed aboard, setting off. The somersault cloud was far swifter than the flying turtle. Wukong took Chi-Chi back first, while Teacher Wu-Tian accompanied the turtle in the sky, spinning like a top as they advanced. In the darkening sky, Chi-Chi whispered doubtfully, do you think he can really put out the fire? He seems so unreliable. Wukong answered uncertainly, if he could have been my grandfather's master, perhaps he can do it. Even he could not place absolute faith in Gixian Ren. By the time the sun had set and the sky grew black, Wukong and Chi-Chi returned to Toast Mountain, where the gathered folk waited anxiously. Flames from Toast Mountain still lit the sky. At last, Gixian Ren arrived upon the flying turtle. With a leap, he alighted not far off and stood still, composed and motionless. Neomoang rushed forward and knelt in eager homage. A breeze accompanied his approach, rustling gently through the air. Gixian Ren suddenly toppled backward onto the ground, stars dancing before his eyes as if the world spun. He had been rotating in the air for hours. Had no one interrupted him, he would have recovered and retained his composed, masterly guise. Otherwise, why would he have leapt down from the sky? Fate had other plans. Neomoang's intervention had undermined him, and his prestige fell another notch. Is he really all right? Chi-Chi cried out loudly, questioning again as no one answered. Gixian Ren's authority sank further. Wukong looked at Bulma in puzzlement. Hey Bulma, why won't you let us go forward? Since Neomoang had excitedly fetched Gixian Ren, Bulma had told them to wait here. Bulma shot him a withering look and then explained patiently, idiot. They are master and disciples who have not met for a long time. There will be much to say. Now is not the right moment for us to intrude. I see. Another lesson learned. Wukong nodded as if enlightened and fell into thought. Gradually, Gixian Ren recovered from his dizziness and fixed his second disciple with a somber stare. That scoundrel. If it were not that you already knew many of my past embarrassments, I would have no face left. For this trick you pulled on me, I will demand retribution, so you may feel your master's discipline anew. Listen, Neomoang. Word has it you have killed many for treasure. Your reputation is awful. Neo Moang knelt, eyes red, his great frame trembling. He answered in a low voice, Master, so many years have passed, you greet me with a rebuke. You did not set a good example yourself. At your age you were still so licentious. When I followed you, you were often beaten for leering at young women, and I was scorned by those around us, pointed at and ridiculed. I have always been larger and more muscular than most, and so I was further despised. After leaving you, I learned much about the law of the jungle. Might makes right. I could no longer restrain my savage nature and rampaged for many years, plundering treasures beyond number. I did not kill indiscriminately, I seized treasure. Despite my size, I secretly yearned for a perfect marriage. I am not as wanton as you, Master, yet none would accept me. It was I who rescued Chi-Chi's mother. She was gentle, traditional, and dignified. She could only marry me. She did not fear my appearance or strength. Instead, she dutifully fulfilled the role of a wife. Those were the happiest days of my life. I stopped plundering others, and over time our love deepened. But I had strength without cunning, and because of that, when Chi-Chi was only 5, I took her to buy supplies. Bandits who had been eyeing my treasure found an opportunity. It was only a short path back, barely 10 minutes. When we returned, Chi-Chi's mother lay on the ground covered in blood. I went mad. I took each of the intruders, and before their companions, hacked them into mince with my blade and forced it into their mouths. They were crushed by despair. But what did that change? Chi-Chi's mother was gone. That wound will never leave our hearts. From then on, anyone who tried to steal my treasure, I never let them leave this land alive. My notoriety grew. I never let Chi-Chi out of my sight, and spent lavishly on her protective gear. If not for the relics Chi-Chi's mother left on the mountain, I would never have allowed her to go search for you. These words had long been pent in his heart. With his master present, he finally dared to speak. Gixianren hunched his withered frame and spoke in a mournful voice to his second disciple, Alas, I am partly to blame. After Xiaofang's accidental death, he and I became dissipated men seeking only pleasure. Later we met Haigui, and as we aged we restrained ourselves somewhat. My second son. Your master suffered as you did. If not for you and Haigui, I might have abandoned the martial path entirely. I admit I was not a good example. Neo Moang lay prostrate and spoke heavily, Master, I am sorry. I have disappointed you. I let my savagery and desire control me. If not for Chi-Chi's mother, I might have continued to plunder endlessly. Her exhortations stopped my wrongdoing. She curbed my rage and restraint. When she was taken, I came close to breaking. Thankfully, Chi-Chi stayed by me, or I might have fallen again. Disciple begs Master to help extinguish the fire. The relics left by Chi-Chi's mother on the mountain are more important than my life. As for the other treasure, it does not matter if it is lost. All that painstakingly gathered loot would be a waste to lose. Leave it be. For such a small blaze you cannot manage it yourself. Pathetic. Gixianren spoke with annoyance, turned toward Toast Mountain, and his muscles swelled in an instant. The frail old man transformed into a muscular elder and unleashed his signature technique, Gui Pai Qigong. A pillar of blue energy shot from his hands toward Toast Mountain, scattering the hill. Neo Moang rose and stared at his master in stunned silence. The fire is out, but the castle and the whole mountain are gone. Haha, I overdid it. Gixianren, reddened with embarrassment, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Nearby others still gaped at Teacher Wutian's power. Bulma murmured in surprise, I did not expect that old lecher to be so strong. After all, Gixianren had given her a very poor first impression. Oolong said enviously, indeed. He hardly looks like an old man. He was green with jealousy at such strength, imagining how grand it would be if he possessed it. This is the might of the martial god Teacher Wutian, truly formidable. Yamucha watched from behind a building, quietly observing the scene ahead. Poir replied blankly, Yes, young Master Yamucha. As everyone remained in awe, another tremendous sound resounded. A blue pillar of energy appeared in Wukong's hands, and a mountain vanished even more thoroughly than before. Yamucha said gravely, That terrible brat. Poir, once we steal the Dragon Balls, let us keep our distance from him. Poir thought it a prudent decision and agreed. Bulma looked at Wukong excitedly. Wukong, you are incredible. She felt more secure with him around. Chi-Chi blushed and thought to herself, no wonder he is the husband I chose. Gixianren looked at Wukong in astonishment. This child was so young, and yet so strong. If badly guided, he might turn dangerous. He asked, Hey, Wukong, where is your grandfather? If Wufan were alive, Gixianren would not need to worry so much. Wukong told him the news, My grandfather. He died long ago. Is that so? A pity, he was a fine man. Gixianren sounded wistful. After a moment, he asked, Would you like to come to my home? After some training you could grow stronger. I have much to teach you. Looking at the small boy before him, and with his own senior disciple gone, Gixianren wished to bring Wukong into his care and instruct him properly. Really? Then after I help Bulma find the Dragon Balls, I will go to you, Master. Wukong agreed happily. 1 hour later, Bulma and Oolong found the 6th Dragon Ball amid the ruins. Neo Moang had retrieved his wife's relics and held them close to his chest. Chi-Chi found Wukong seated on the cart and blushing pressed him once more. Wukong, when I grow up, don't forget. You must come and marry me. Oh, do you mean the place with lots and lots of food? If you wish I will marry you. Wukong promised again. Chi-Chi reddened with embarrassment at Wukong's pledge. At 11 and 15 Chi-Chi and Wukong sealed that childish promise. With their personal affairs concluded, Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong set off toward the final Dragon Ball. This time they reached a small town. Bulma's promise to Wukong could finally be fulfilled. Entering the town, they went straight to the largest restaurant. Hey, waiter, bring out everything you have. Prepare enough for 10 tables. Bulma tossed a wad of money at the waiter, ensuring the kitchen would serve them. Wukong sat at the table in eager expectation. 20 minutes later, dishes began to arrive in succession. Wukong tucked in empty plates piling up before him as the waitstaff came periodically to clear them. He ate and declared, "This is delicious. This chicken is good, and that roast duck is superb." Bulma smiled at him and said, "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, have them bring more." Wukong's favorite dishes kept appearing, and after an hour he finally finished. Bulma asked, "Well, are you satisfied?" Wukong nodded emphatically. "Satisfied? Fantastic. Many of these I have never tasted before. As long as you keep me safe, once we reach a town, I will see that you eat your fill." Bulma's eyes shone as she spoke with bright assurance. No problem." After lunch, Bulma strolled around the small town with Goku and Oolong. Today, Bulma wore a pair of white casual pants and a light blue t-shirt with Happy Ho printed on the front, perfectly accentuating her figure. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the street as two middle-aged men wearing hats adorned with rabbit ears appeared, their faces covered in excess flesh. Rabbit 2, standing at 160 cm, quickly said to Rabbit 3 beside him, "Hey, Rabbit 3, look over there. That girl is so beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning woman before." "Absolutely. Rabbit 2, they don't seem to be locals. We know this place like the back of our hands and have never seen such beauty. Let's kidnap her." Rabbit 3, tall and lean at 170 cm, looked in the direction Rabbit 2 pointed, saliva dripping as he excitedly agreed. "Yes, Rabbit 3, let's go. We must not let her slip away. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life just to have a taste of her." The two miscreants, captivated by Bulma's beauty, quickly approached her. "Hey," Rabbit 2 leered at Bulma. "Hey girl, come play with us." "What? Who do you think you are? Take a good look at yourself. You look like a dung beetle exuding a disgusting odor. Why don't you stay home instead of running wild? Just scram. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Goku, let's go." After disdainfully dismissing them, Bulma turned and walked towards the car, slightly intoxicated with the adventure. She said to Goku and Oolong, "Ever since I stepped out of the house, I've encountered the strangest things. Oh, being such a beautiful woman is a sin in itself. TCH. Oolong scoffed him. No matter how beautiful she was just a demon. "Bulma, what does that mean?" Goku curiously asked, not understanding her words. "Huh, Goku, you don't need to know." Bulma, covering her red lips, laughed. Her scornful gaze and sharp words deeply pierced Rabbit 2's tender heart. Like a knife cutting deeper and deeper, Rabbit 2's face flushed with anger, his body trembling. Seeing Goku and the others about to get into the car, he yelled furiously, "Stop. You dare to insult me so deeply? Girl, you have successfully provoked me. When I capture you later, I'll make sure to have my fun with you. Now you can reconsider whether to come over voluntarily or if I should take matters into my own hands." Rabbit 2 took down the rifle slung over his back. The crisp sound of the bullet chambering echoed. He raised the rifle slowly, pointing it at Bulma. "Oh, you dare to make a move? This lady has been through countless battles. What kind of scene haven't I seen? Goku, he's a bad guy. Show him what we can do." Bulma said calmly, unfazed. As long as Goku was there, she feared nothing. "All right, watch me." Goku walked straight up to Rabbit 2. "Huh, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, little brat. I'll make the first move, bam, blood will splatter everywhere. I don't believe this little girl won't come over obediently." Rabbit 2 aimed the rifle at Goku's forehead and decisively pulled the trigger. Goku's right hand swiftly grasped the gun muzzle, effortlessly bending the rifle upwards. The bullet exploded in the chamber, and with a swift kick, Rabbit 2 was sent crashing to the ground. "Oh, my lungs are crushed." The intense pain made Rabbit 2 clutch his stomach and scream. Rabbit 3, completely caught off guard by the turn of events, was terrified, trembling as he said, "You don't bully the weak in numbers. If you have the guts, wait until my boss arrives." "Oh, you have a boss. Is he strong?" Goku asked curiously. "Of course he's strong. As long as he comes, none of you will escape." "Hee. Then hurry and call him over, or I'll kill you all right now." Goku grinned. "Wait, I'll call him right now, just wait." Rabbit 3 frantically took out his communication device and dialed. "Hello, boss, it's Rabbit 3. Some kids are causing trouble in our territory. We can't handle it. I'm embarrassed. Please hurry." Nearby residents saw this scene and quickly closed their doors and hid. One middle-aged man even ran over and reproached Goku, "Why are you little brats causing trouble in someone else's territory?" He wanted to continue, but upon seeing Goku's innocent eyes, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to fall to the ground and scramble away. "What kind of people are you? It's not our fault. If he hadn't run fast, I would have shot him." However, it seemed that this place had been plagued by these bad guys for a long time, and otherwise the residents wouldn't be so panicked. It was perfect. Once they all arrived, they could take them all out, as keeping them around would only harm others. Bulma complained discontentedly, then spoke thoughtfully. A quarter of an hour later, a luxurious rabbit-shaped car stopped in front of Goku and the others. A huge rabbit standing at 1 meter tall, wearing black sunglasses, stepped down and said to his two little subordinates, "You guys are so useless, getting beaten by a few kids." Boss were very ashamed. Even Rabbit 2 painfully climbed up, saying in shame, "Is your boss this unattractive old rabbit? Why don't you go gnaw on carrots instead of causing trouble for people?" Bulma said in disbelief, looking at the rabbit. The rabbit, with its eyes hidden behind sunglasses, flashed a cold light, but showed no expression. It smiled and walked towards Bulma, extending its paw softly, saying, "Come, I'm Rabbit Boss, let's shake hands." Bulma slapped its paw away and disdainfully said, "I don't shake hands with bad guys." Yamcha and Poor, who had been following Goku, witnessed the entire event. Suddenly Yamcha exclaimed, "I remember now, that guy is a carrot spirit. You absolutely can't touch its hand." Meanwhile, Bulma suddenly transformed into a carrot, falling into Rabbit Boss' hands. "That little brat, I already know you have great power, but you'd better not move," Rabbit Boss warned. "This carrot will break easily with a gentle touch. Second, third, go and greet him properly. How dare he provoke us in our territory?" "Yes, boss." Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3 rolled up their sleeves with sinister smiles, slowly walking towards Goku. This little brat had kept them on edge for a long time, and now that the opportunity had arrived, they wouldn't rest until they made him suffer. "You're too despicable, Oolong. Do you have any ideas?" Goku turned to Oolong, who ungratefully ran away. "Damn it, that guy ran off again. Now I can only wait for an opportunity. Bulma is in their hands, and I can't move for now." Goku stood still, hesitant. Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3, completely disregarding the fact that he was just a kid, lunged at him, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks with all their might. "This is troublesome. If they get knocked down, it'll be impossible for us to find the Dragon Balls with just the two of us. If we can't find the Dragon Balls, I'll have to see the dentist." No, Poor, transform into a little bird and quietly fly behind that carrot spirit. Catch it off guard, peck its hand, and take the carrot away. Oh, be careful. "Understood, young master Yamcha." Poir transformed into a little bird and set off. It stealthily approached Rabbit Boss and quickly pecked, snatching the carrot away. "Oh, give me back my carrot." The injured Rabbit Boss hurriedly chased after it. Goku, who had been waiting for the right moment, swiftly sent Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3 flying. However, Bulma had not yet returned to her original form. He couldn't kill them. He leaped forward, grabbing Poor, who obediently gave the carrot to Goku. "How did you get here?" Goku asked curiously. "Yamcha sent me to help you," Poor replied fearfully. "Thank you. You're not so bad." Goku sincerely thanked him and then let go. Poor hurriedly flew away. Seeing the situation go wrong, Rabbit Boss dashed off into the distance, leaving his two subordinates behind. He hadn't run far before he was knocked down to the ground by the Rui stick. "Hey, turn Bulma back." Goku looked at him with a dangerous glare. I can turn her back, but you have to promise me a condition," Rabbit Boss said, his eyes darting. "What condition?" "You have to guarantee not to kill us, or otherwise I'd rather perish with her. Even in the afterlife, I'll have company." "No problem, you guys are too weak for me. Whether I kill you or not doesn't matter." Goku agreed straightforwardly. "Then thank you very much," Rabbit Boss said through gritted teeth. "Damn little brat, if I could overpower you, I would have steamed you alive today." After being defeated, Rabbit Boss kept his word and turned Bulma back. Goku quickly grabbed a rope, tied it expertly, and dragged Rabbit Boss along, tying Rabbit 2 and Rabbit 3 together as well. "Oh, my butt. Damn little brat, what are you planning to do? Are you going back on your word? A dishonest kid deserves to swallow 1,000 needles." Rabbit Boss screamed while still attempting to seek a way out. "Hee. I'm not going to kill you. Keeping my word just means I'll take you to have some fun. Rui stick, grow longer." The Rui stick deeply embedded into the ground and quickly rose. Goku pulled all three of them, leaping and grabbing the Rui stick, ultimately taking it to the moon. "From now on, this will be your new home. That way you won't be able to do any more bad deeds. Goodbye." Goku waved and returned to Earth. Rabbit Boss' roar echoed behind. "Cunning little brat, you won't have a good ending." Upon returning to Earth, Oolong had already returned and stood beside Bulma. "Goku, where did you take them just now?" "Oh, I sent the three of them to the moon. After all, I promised not to kill them. One must keep their word." "Oh, Goku, when did you learn to act so badly? I didn't even notice." Bulma looked at him in disbelief. He was clearly a little wild man who had only been out with her for a while. Where did he learn this? "Oh, I learned from you." Goku looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Isn't this what you taught me?" Bulma blushed and slapped him on the head. Nonsense. Hey, why are you hitting me? Goku, why didn't you fight back just now? You turned into a carrot. I had no way to do anything. What if it really had a way to crush you? Goku looked at Bulma in confusion. Oh, wasn't this obvious? From now on, don't do that. Your safety is the most important. Bulma said seriously as she helped him adjust his clothes. I don't understand, aren't we friends? Goku said in confusion. Huh. Yes, we are friends. Let's go. We need to buy you some new clothes if this outfit has been messed up by them. Bulma smiled happily. Huh. Sure, new clothes. By the way, that little bird was poor, thanks to its help. Strange, how did they end up here? But never mind, it seems they're not completely hopeless. Bulma nonchalantly set off with Goku and Oolong. They walked further away, and the voices of Bulma and Oolong gently faded away until they disappeared. Oolong, why are you always so cowardly when facing enemies? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll have Goku hang you on the Rui stick to sunbathe. What can I do? I'm just an ordinary spirit. Even if I use transformation techniques, I only have the strength of a cow. An ordinary person with a gun can take me down. I used to do bad things by taking advantage of others' misconceptions and combining it with the tricks I learned in kindergarten. Are the enemies you encounter something I can handle? Can a cow smash a large rock? Dozens wouldn't be able to. You can easily break through. I'm just a pig, you can't expect too much from me. What you said does seem to make sense. Let's leave it at that. If you hadn't voluntarily run back, I would have definitely dealt with you. TCH. After spending this time together, I've known for a long time that you wouldn't kill me. But your enemies won't let me go in the future. If you ever lose, I'm still going to run away. Oh, it's my survival instinct. Wow. Just one more Dragon Ball, and I can make a wish, Bulma said, sitting in the back of the floating car grinning foolishly. Speaking of which, Bulma, I've been wondering, what wish do you plan to make after finding all 7 Dragon Balls? Bulma's delicate fair face turned slightly red. I want Shenlong to help me find the best lover in the world. A lover? Oolong exclaimed incredulously. Yes. Bulma confirmed he hadn't misheard. We risked our lives to help you, and you're making such a wish, Oolong complained, loudly dissatisfied. Oh, what do you little brat know? Let me tell you, my IQ is the highest known in the world. As long as I am willing to think, there's basically nothing I can't handle. If I don't wish through Shenlong, I estimate this clever and beautiful wicked woman will never get married in this lifetime. Bulma said with a look of disdain towards Oolong. Damn it, I'm not a little brat, I'm a pig, Oolong protested. All right. Tonight Goku can have a feast of a fresh little pink pig, Bulma said nonchalantly while playing with her beautiful starry blue nails. Let me be a little brat then. I don't want to be a pig anymore, Oolong quickly said, shaking his pig head. Besides, what right do you have to complain? Think about the mess you caused. To find a gentle girl, you deceived honest villagers everywhere, robbing treasures. If it weren't for your lack of ability, you'd probably still be competing with me for the Dragon Balls. Bulma launched a second attack on the little pig in front. TCH Oolong could only hide his embarrassment, unable to refute. Hey, Bulma, what is IQ? Goku asked, having never heard the term before. It's intelligence quotient. Bulma explained casually. What is intelligence quotient? Goku asked again. It's nothing, just know that I'm very impressive. If you have any problems, just come to me, I can help you solve them, Bulma told him in a different way. Oh, I see. Goku fell silent. TCH. Oolong, who had lost face in front of Bulma, looked at Goku with disdain. Only here with Goku could he regain his feeling of superiority in intelligence. The floating car sped forward and a huge castle appeared before them on the wasteland. Yes, that's right, the last Dragon Ball is inside. Standing in front of the castle's iron gate, Bulma confirmed while looking at the Dragon Ball radar, then turned to Goku. Goku, try and see if you can push this door open. Okay, Bulma. Oolong stepped back. Goku stepped forward, pressed his hands against the door, and pushed hard. The heavy door slowly opened. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was already completely under the watchful eyes of the castle's owner. Inside the castle, a cute little girl with long black hair secured with several cute hairpins, wearing a dark blue denim jumpsuit, had a serious expression on her small face. Looks like they are another group collecting Dragon Balls. King Pilaf, your decision was indeed correct. We just need to wait quietly, and they will help us collect the Dragon Balls. Huh, don't you know who I am? I am the Soon-Tobe ruler of the world, King Pilaf. Following the cute girl's gaze, a small figure 10 centimeters shorter than Goku, wearing a luxurious cap and a black dragon robe with purple skin, laughed wildly. However, King Pilaf, that little brat pushing the door looks tough to deal with. That door is specially reinforced steel. We can only use our wits, we can't confront him hidden. The cute little girl standing next to Pilaf appeared slightly taller. Shall we? You're right. After all, our lives are very precious. Without life, we can't rule the world. King Pilaf, who was 60 centimeters tall, nodded in agreement. Hey, Ash, initiate the ultimate plan. Success is the only option, of failure is not allowed. Otherwise, there might be a braised dog head on tomorrow's dinner table. King Pilaf looked expressionlessly at a dogman standing beside him, who was slightly taller. Yes, King Pilaf, I guarantee to complete the task. Ash stood at attention, saluted sharply, and after finishing his words went out to carry out the orders. King Pilaf, if Ash fails, are you really going to eat him? Xiaowu asked with confusion. Pilaf walked down from his seat and trotted over to Xiaowu, tapping her head with a disgruntled expression, shouting, "Idiot. If you eat him, who will cook for us and wash up? Who will scrub my back when I take a bath? Who will wash my dirty clothes? No, I don't want to." Xiaowu quickly shook her head in refusal. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go help him. If you fail, the next set of clothes will be your responsibility." Pilaf questioned Xiaowu loudly. "Yes, the cute girl." Xiaowu quickly left. At the entrance of the castle's iron door, after Goku pushed the door open, a deep pitch-black passage with no light appeared before them. Bulma looked at the dark passage, feeling a bit scared. "Hey, Goku, I can't see the path at all. Do you have any way to deal with this?" "It's fine, I can see clearly. Just follow me, you and Oolong," Goku said comfortably. "Hey, Oolong, turn into a torch and bring it to Goku. That way it will be easier for me," Bulma instructed Oolong beside her, who immediately transformed into a torch. Goku took the lead and Bulma followed behind, holding onto Goku's tail. After a while, new guests arrived in front of the castle. Paozu turned into a head-mounted flashlight. "We're setting off." "Okay, Master Yamcha. Oolong's transformation skills aren't as profound as mine. He must be struggling right now," Paozu said with schadenfreude. "Hey, Ash, another group has entered." "Understood, my legs are quick. He'll take responsibility for leading that scary little brats group that just came in through the left passage. Xiaowu, you lead the two guys behind through the right passage. Finally, we'll meet at the end." "Okay, leave it to me, Xiaowu," and Ash set off. "Hey, if you want the Dragon Balls, come this way," Ash's voice echoed through the passage. "Goku, there are people ahead." Bulma squeezed Goku's tail. Let's go find him, he's right ahead." Thus, Goku, Bulma, and Oolong quickly approached the upper part of the castle following Ash. On the other side, Xiaowu had completely transformed. She changed from a cute little girl into a sexy and beautiful big sister, exuding allure. This was because she had just used the transformation water she brought from the tribe with Pilaf and the others. "Hey, handsome guy over there, what are you doing at my house?" The sensuous and charming Xiaowu asked Yamcha softly, her mere presence making it hard for anyone to resist. "No, nothing, I just got lost," Yamcha stammered, drooling. The beauty before him scored a 9 out of 10, with 1 point deducted because the perfect score was only 9. He quickly whispered to Paozu, "Paozu, what a beautiful girl. Oh really? Would you like to come to my house as a guest?" The mature and sexy Xiaowu looked at him with a hint of flirtation. "Yeah." Yamcha was already confused about directions. Paozu quietly flew to his ear and reminded him, "Yamcha, be careful, it might be a trick." "No, it's fine. She's so beautiful," and called me a handsome guy. Yamcha, completely mesmerized, lost his judgment and drooled as he followed along. Paozu had no choice but to follow his partner. Goku's group followed behind, Ash arriving at the top of the castle, while on the other side Xiaowu led Yamcha and Paozu quickly approaching. Finally, they met in a strange room with Ash and Xiaowu standing in the center, while on either side were Goku's group and Yamcha's group. Seeing the group that had embarrassed him, Yamcha regained some of his senses. "The Dragon Balls are hidden here. Who's coming to get them?" The sexy Xiaowu smiled, pointing to her chest. I'll go. Oolong's pink face turned even redder as he drooled and excitedly ran up. When he reached Xiaowu, she bent down and hugged him tightly. "Ah, so happy!" Oolong exclaimed in ecstasy, completely forgetting why he came. Suddenly, a crack opened in the ground, and Ash, Xiaowu, and Oolong disappeared together, while the entire room was sealed off by layers of reinforced steel walls, with only the top made of special materials, super thick, transparent, bulletproof glass. Gazing at the completely sealed room, Yamcha was fully awake and frantically used his ultimate move, the Wolf Fang Fist, to attack the wall, attempting to escape, but to no avail. At that moment, a video communication was projected revealing the figure of Pilaf. "Hello everyone, I am King Pilaf, the one who is about to rule the world," Pilaf said with a slight blush, indulging in his self-introduction. "What do you want?" Bulma asked, frowning at Pilaf. "It's nothing much, just hand over the Dragon Balls in your possession," Pilaf said with a broad smile. Without hesitation, Bulma replied, "Not a chance. Those are the Dragon Balls I painstakingly collected." Don't be too hasty in making a decision, let me show you something spectacular." After Pilaf finished speaking, another image was projected showing Oolong being roasted over a fire that had just been started and needed more wood. Oolong was stripped of his clothes, bound hand and foot, while Asu was continuously applying oil to him. "Goku, Bulma, save me. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Sob, I don't want to die." Oolong cried out, his sobs echoing in the sealed room, breaking hearts. "Oolong." Poor looked at him with a hint of sympathy, no longer in the mood to gloat. "Have you made up your mind? Hand over the Dragon Balls." Again, Pilaf's voice rang out. "No way. If you want to roast, then go ahead." Bulma replied firmly to Pilaf. Sob, you vicious woman. "Even if I die, I won't let you off the hook," Oolong said with a choked voice. At that moment, Asu ran over and pulled Pilaf aside, whispering, "Hey, King Pilaf, what should we do now? This woman is too ruthless." "No worries, just watch me. Ooh, I still have one more trick up my sleeve," Pilaf said, rushing back and appearing on screen again, loudly declaring to Bulma, "You have 2 minutes to consider. If you do not hand over the Dragon Balls, I will unleash toxic gas in 2 minutes. And you, that little brat, I warn you, do not attempt to damage the walls, or that pig's head will drop immediately." After Pilaf finished speaking, he hung up the video call, and Asu walked over to Pilaf with a puzzled expression, asking, "King Pilaf, are you really going to release toxic gas to kill them?" "Fool, I want to be the king who rules the world, not a murderer," Pilaf shouted, spitting in Asu's face. In the sealed room, "Hey, Bulma, what does the pig's head will drop mean?" Goku asked, confused about what Pilaf had said. "It means they are going to kill Oolong," Bulma simply explained. "Oh, but I don't want Oolong to die," Goku said earnestly. "Forget it, let's just hand over the Dragon Balls later." Bulma reluctantly compromised, looking at Goku. 2 minutes later, "Hey, time's up. Have you made your decision?" Pilaf reappeared. "Here are the Dragon Balls, but you have to let us go," Bulma said, looking at Pilaf with displeasure. "No problem, but you have to stay in the room for a while. Once I make my wish, I'll let you out," Pilaf assured with a pat on his chest, and a small round hole appeared on the ground. "Just place the Dragon Balls in one by one," Pilaf said as he took the Dragon Balls away. "Oh ha! This world will finally be under my rule, King Pilaf," Pilaf exclaimed excitedly, looking at the Dragon Balls in his hand. "What about that pig?" Little Wu interrupted him. "Just toss it aside, let's prepare to set off." Pilaf waved his hand casually. "In the sealed room, will we die like this?" Yamcha said dejectedly, as he hadn't even seen a dentist yet and could only speak with a slight opening of his mouth. He hadn't even held a girl's hand yet. He really didn't want to die now. "I hate dying the most. Do I don't want to die?" Bulma's emotions began to spiral. Yamcha looked at his partner Por and asked in confusion, "Por, what are you doing?" "Young Master Yamcha, I'm watching the moon. Today is a full moon. The moon is beautiful. I want to remember the good things before I die," Por said with a smile to his partner. "Good things, huh? Goku, are we going to die?" Bulma looked at Goku with expectation. After all, Goku had never let her down. "No way. But about the full moon. My grandpa told me that during a full moon you shouldn't look at the moon and must sleep early, or a huge monster will come and steal food from me." Goku easily calmed Bulma's emotions. "Oh, then I'm relieved, but it's not like werewolves. How could there be monsters?" Bulma looked at Goku in confusion as Goku's tail came into her view. She looked at Goku's tail and murmured to herself, "It's not like werewolves. Not a werewolf, a tail. A tail, the vicious Saiyan." "Hey, Goku, have you ever seen a huge monster?" Bulma asked nervously. "No. It was my grandpa who told me that when I woke up in the morning, everything around was in ruins and many animals had died." Goku assured her that monsters appeared. "Hey, Goku, I want to ask you, on the night when the monster appeared, did you see the moon?" Bulma expressed her second question. I saw it. At that time my grandpa was holding me and told me on the night of the full moon in August every family reunites. The moon is the most beautiful tonight. He even took out a round cake for me to eat. Later I don't know how I fell asleep." Goku reminisced about that time, and after he finished speaking he noticed that Bulma had already run to the side while Yamcha and Por were huddled together. "I felt long ago that he wasn't an ordinary brat. Ordinary brats don't have long tails, right? So strong too," Yamcha said nervously. "Yes, young Master Yamcha. What if he really turns into a monster?" Por asked in terror, wondering if he would honorably sacrifice himself here today. "I don't know. I can't even defeat him now," Yamcha said, lowering his head in frustration. "Goku, you must not look at the moon tonight, understand?" "You must not." Bulma pointed at the moon, speaking only halfway when it was too late. Goku had already given in to curiosity and was looking at the moon, which hung round in the sky. Goku found it beautiful and softly said, "I haven't seen the moon in a long time. Oh, it's still so beautiful. I wonder if the monster my grandpa mentioned is here." "Hey, Goku, are you okay?" Bulma looked at Goku in confusion, seeing no change. Goku turned to look at Bulma. "I'm fine. Just feel like my heart is beating faster than usual." He pointed to the position of his heart. Goku felt nothing uncomfortable, but the others in front of him widened their eyes in horror as they looked at him. In Bulma's eyes, Goku kept expanding, breaking through the house, and a massive gorilla with black fur mixed with a small amount of golden hair appeared before them. Ah. 3 terrified screams rang out simultaneously, until Goku's voice bellowed, "Hey, Bulma, why have you all become smaller?" Goku's voice, much deeper than usual, resonated. "Huh, Goku, are you okay?" Bulma stopped screaming upon hearing the voice, calming down. Why have I turned into this?" Goku panically lifted both feet, swaying left and right, causing the room to shake. Bulma quickly shouted, "Don't move, Goku, listen to me." "Oh." Goku stopped moving. "I think it might be because you're a Saiyan." Bulma pondered and said uncertainly, A Saiyan. Forget it or I don't care. But is this how I'm going to spend tonight? Sai, it's hard to sleep now. What time is it? Still thinking about sleep. Put your palm down and let me sit on your shoulder. Let's go get the Dragon Balls back and also find that dead pig. Bulma's dissatisfied voice transmitted loudly and the giant palm came down. She climbed up, Goku placed her on his shoulder and stood properly, then turned to walk outside. Young Master Yamcha, what should we do? Are we still going to rob the Dragon Balls? Poor asked with a doubtful look. I haven't even gotten married yet. If I rob the Dragon Balls from that monster brat, won't I be doomed? Let's retreat. Forget about them. Yamcha changed his plan again. Young Master Yamcha, I was thinking the same thing. Hee. Let's go, Puar joyfully said, and the two left in another direction. Outside the large castle of Pilaf, Xiao Wu and Ashio had already placed 7 Dragon Balls. At 60 centimeters tall, Pilaf pushed his palms forward and shouted at the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, dragon. Dragon, fulfill my wish." After saying this, he broke into a silly grin. The 7 Dragon Balls gathered into a beam of light that shot into the sky, revealing a gigantic dark green dragon that could encircle several football fields. The dragon with its enormous head looked at the little ones before it and boomed, "State your wish. No matter what it is, I can help you achieve it, but it is limited to 1 wish." Pilaf continued to grin, foolishly drooling without realizing it. Hey, King Pilaf. Xiao Wu pulled him back from his fantasy. Ahem, well, here goes. Dragon, please help me become the ruler of the world. Pilaf exclaimed loudly, looking at the dragon with anticipation. That's impossible. It's beyond my capabilities, the dragon immediately replied. Why, oi? Pilaf asked, puzzled. If you merely wish to be a king, I can grant that, but to be the king of the world is far too grand. The world is vast, and there are countless intelligent beings. Only if all intelligent beings recognize and acknowledge you can you ascend to the throne. This requires altering everyone's memories and destinies, which is far beyond my capabilities. The dragon explained the facts to Pilaf. Oh, I see. Pilaf lowered his head in disappointment. King Pilaf, what should we do now? Ashio's voice rang out. Let me think for a moment. Pilaf stroked his chin, pondering seriously. After a while, the dragon's voice sounded again. Come on, quickly state your wish. Pilaf's eyes lit up as he thought of a good idea and excitedly said, Right. I've thought of something, haha. Truly deserving of being King Pilaf. Dragon, please send me someone who can help me realize my wish to rule the world. Pilaf shouted out his wish with enthusiasm. Truly worthy of being King Pilaf, Ashio agreed. Indeed, Xiao Wu also thought this wish was excellent. The dragon's eyes flickered with golden light before it spoke. This wish is exceedingly easy. Well, your wish has been granted. I don't see it. Pilaf said in confusion, looking at the dragon. At that moment, Xiao Wu tugged at his sleeve, tremblingly pointing behind him, King Pilaf. A colossal gorilla about 100 meters tall with black and golden fur stood behind them, the gigantic dragon and the enormous gorilla complementing each other. So this is the dragon. Quite impressive, Wukong exclaimed, admiring the dragon before him. Oh, my wish. Bulma stood on Wukong's shoulder, looking dejected. The dragon's voice boomed again. All right, your wish has been fulfilled. I look forward to seeing you next time. After saying that, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of light that shot off into the world, scattering the Dragon Balls anew in different locations. Pilaf's stiff voice sounded, Yo. Hello. Xiao Wu and Ashio pushed him from behind as he stiffly greeted the gigantic creature before him. Where's Oolong? Wukong's deep voice boomed. Who is Oolong? Pilaf squinted, confused. That pig. Bulma's voice called down loudly from above. Oh, he's in the castle, Pilaf quickly replied, realizing. Take us to find Oolong. If Oolong is dead, he'll stomp you into the ground. Don't even think about running away, Wukong the gorilla said, staring at them seriously. Okay, you please. The 60-centimeter-tall Pilaf smiled broadly, bowing in a gesture of invitation, and then hurriedly ran forward with Xiao Wu and Ashio hastily following. A few minutes later, Wukong and Bulma found the greasy Oolong, who was sleeping on the ground. Meanwhile, Pilaf and the others had quietly left, and Oolong was unharmed as Wukong ignored them. Hey, King Pilaf, what should we do next? Ashio asked while running. Run? What else can we do? Just look at that size, we are definitely no match for it. Pilaf replied calmly. What about our treasure? Xiao Wu said, her face full of reluctance. Without the treasure, how could she buy beautiful accessories? No worries, let's leave first. Once that monster is gone, we'll come back. After cleverly finishing his words, Pilaf quickly led the way toward the hangar. Soon Ashio piloted the plane, taking them away. Back with Oolong, Bulma prodded Oolong's belly with a long wooden stick, expressing her disdain. Oolong groggily woke up, but what met his eyes was a gigantic monster's head with one eye larger than him, causing him to faint again. Wukong asked in confusion, what's wrong with it? Bulma instructed Wukong, don't get too close, stand back. It will be fine soon. When Oolong woke up again, he stared at his hands in confusion and said, I'm not dead. At that moment Bulma's voice rang out, not dead, but close. Oolong then noticed Bulma glaring at him. Bulma, looking at him with disdain, said, "Hurry and get dressed, we need to leave." A gust of wind blew by, and Oolong, blushing, covered his pig body and moved aside to get dressed. "Where's Wukong?" Oolong wondered, looking around for Wukong. "The big gorilla by the window is Wukong," Bulma replied. How did Wukong become like this?" Bulma impatiently said, "Why do you care so much? Just leave already." "Of course it was used up by Pilaf." Oolong looked at her with hopeful eyes, asking, "Since the matter is over, can I be free now? Because of you my precious Dragon Balls are gone, and all my hard work has gone to waste. You will work for me to repay your debt for the rest of your life." Bulma's angry voice rang out, trembling Oolong in fear. Oolong cried out in despair, "No." But he dared not run. He had already experienced Bulma's methods and did not want to challenge them again. Bulma and Oolong moved into a house, while Wukong maintained his gorilla form outside, pondering by himself. The next day, as dawn broke and the moon disappeared, he quickly shrank down. During this process, he finally understood how to control it, but since he didn't want to use the gorilla form, he planned to drop it. Wukong, now dressed, found Bulma and said, "Hey, Bulma, my clothes are torn again." Bulma, still half awake in bed, opened her eyes sleepily and replied, "Oh, Wukong, you finally turned back. Didn't you buy a few sets in the town last time? They're in the closet over there, go find one yourself." After putting on his clothes, Wukong stepped outside to practice in the morning. After 2 hours, Bulma finally finished her chores. Curiously, Bulma asked, "Hey, Wukong, what are you planning to do next?" "To find Grandpa's 4-star ball, and then head straight to Master Rose's place." Wukong shared his plan with her. The Dragon Balls have turned to stone and can only appear on the Dragon Radar a year later. When that time comes, come to my house and find me. I will help you look for them. By the way, please take me home first. When I get home, I will treat you to a feast and prepare some clothes for you to keep in the capsule, because when you go to study martial arts with Master Roshi, your clothes will likely tear quickly. Bulma laid out her arrangements. "Great," Wukong replied happily. Thus Wukong embraced Bulma and set off on the flying Nimbus towards West City. Oolong resignedly followed, but thankfully Bulma promised him a decent salary, which revived his spirits. In West City, at Bulma's house, Wukong marveled, "Wow, Bulma, your house is huge." "It's not bad. I brought you here to show you around. In the future, if you need my help, you will be able to find me easily." "Back home," Bulma said cheerfully. "Wow, this is so rich. As long as I work hard and earn more money, I can have as many panties as I want, haha." Oolong was already drooling, fantasizing about his bright future. A woman who resembled Bulma approached. "Oh dear, this is Bulma. It's her first time bringing a friend back. This little guy is so cute." She looked at Wukong and pinched his cheek. "This is Wukong, my friend. As for the other one, just forget it. He's a servant I found. By the way, where's my dad? Has my sister returned?" Bulma looked curiously at her mother. Hearing Bulma's words, Oolong quietly muttered, "Tch, her personality is still so unpleasant." "Wukong, this is my mom." Wukong earnestly greeted, "Hello, auntie." "Oh dear. Hello, little brother. You are so cute. Your dad went out for something, and your sister hasn't returned since she went out to play with Jake some time ago." Afterward, Bulma led Wukong into the courtyard and instructed the robot to prepare food. Before long, numerous dishes which Wukong had never eaten before were continuously brought out by the robot. After finishing their meal, Bulma took Wukong and Oolong out shopping, preparing many clothes for Wukong and also buying a few sets for Oolong. The next day, Bulma solemnly urged, "Hey, Wukong, remember to come find me to play. And when you go to Master Roshi's, remember not to learn any lewd things." Wukong looked at her in confusion. "What are lewd things?" "Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway." Bulma felt relieved as Wukong, taking the universal capsule Bulma prepared for him, boarded the flying Nimbus and set off, while Bulma's voice echoed behind him. "Wukong, remember to come find me to play." "Grandfather, I'm here." Wukong stood at the entrance of Master Rose's hut and knocked gently. Moments passed, yet Master Roshi did not open the door. Yet his senses told him unmistakably that Master Roshi was inside. He approached the window, leapt lightly, and slipped into the house. There sat Master Roshi, utterly absorbed before the television, earnestly chanting along with a young woman on screen, 1, 2, 1, 2. He now knew for certain this was precisely what Bulma had warned him not to imitate. "Grandfather, I'm here." Wukong stepped forward and called out again, louder this time. But Master Roshi's spirit had long been ensnared by the glowing screen, and he remained completely unresponsive. An idea struck him. He crept close to Master Roshi's ear and shouted, "Grandfather, I'm here." So deeply entranced was Master Roshi that he failed to react in time. Jolting sideways, bracing himself against the floor, gasping heavily as he clutched his chest to steady his racing heart. "Wukong, I'm not dead yet, but you nearly scared me to death." Master Roshi grumbled, gazing down at the tiny figure before him. "Who told you to stare so hard? That is what Bulma forbade you to learn, isn't it? Wukong shot back, teasing. What do you know, old man? This is my spiritual nourishment. Never mind. I'll watch a while longer. You're still too young to understand. Just don't frighten me again. If you're hungry, help yourself from the fridge beside you. With that, Master Roshi turned back to his screen, wrapped once more. Watching his grandfather sink back into reverie, Wukong wandered to the refrigerator, pulled out every edible thing inside, and sat cross-legged on the floor, eating slowly, contentedly, all alone. When Master Roshi finally looked up from the television, he froze, staring wide-eyed at the hollowed-out fridge and the debris scattered across the floor. Wukong, you eat like a demon. This is outrageous. That was my entire week's supply. If I don't earn some money soon, you'll starve me into bankruptcy. Grandfather, when do we begin training? Wukong asked curiously. Today's weather is perfect. We'll take a nap outdoors first. Formal training begins tomorrow. With that, Master Roshi led the way outside. The two lay side by side upon the sun-warmed sand, breezes whispering softly, clouds drifting lazily across the sky, casting gentle shade. Before long, both drifted into slumber. An hour later, Master Roshi jolted awake, startled by a sudden tremor. What's happening? An earthquake? With agility defying his years, he sprang upright, glancing left, right, then all around, yet found nothing amiss. Grandfather, he's right here. Following Wukong's pointing finger, Master Roshi looked down, and there just beside his own feet, two tiny legs kicked frantically above the sand. Wukong, pull him out. Wukong seized the pair of stubby legs, no thicker than his own, and tugged gently. Out came a boy. A bald child no taller than Wukong, clad in pale yellow martial robes, now stood before them, his face oddly noseless. The boy rubbed his gleaming scalp until its luster returned, rose to his feet, bowed deeply before Master Roshi, and said respectfully, You must be Master Paozu. I have traveled all the way from distant Tokyo. Please accept me as your disciple and guide my cultivation. Impressive, you've come far indeed. But I do not accept disciples lightly. Abandon hope and return home at once. Master Roshi acknowledged the boy's determination even as he rejected him. The boy, Krillin, tilted his head, eyes darting shrewdly about, until they settled upon a book resting on the beach chair nearby. Instantly, he assessed Master Paozu's nature. Unzipping his satchel, he withdrew a brand new photo book and offered it with both hands, bowing low. This was hard-won wisdom from his prior training grounds. No man escapes desire. Only its intensity varies. He'd withheld it earlier, uncertain whether Master Paozu was merely a mild case or a full-blown connoisseur. But the moment that book appeared before his eyes, Krillin knew beyond doubt Master Paozu was a confirmed devotee, and such a devotee could never refuse his offering. As Krillin anticipated, Master Roshi accepted the photo book instantly and began flipping through it, eyes alight with delight. Hey, who are you? Krillin glanced sidelong at the small boy standing before him. I'm son Wukong. Were you practicing the mole-digging technique just now? Wukong studied the peculiar bald boy with genuine curiosity. Not bad, you've got sharp eyes. Yes, that's the mole drill I learned from actual moles. You're lying. I'm not easily fooled. I saw you lose control midair. You veered off course entirely. Wukong stared, unconvinced. Hey, you saw it yet you still ask. Are you picking a fight? Krillin flushed, faintly flustered and indignant. No, I wasn't sure, so I asked you. Only then could I be certain. What if you were truly practicing the mole drill? Wukong leaned back, hands cradling his head, grinning lazily. Ugh, you tricked me. You look so innocent and sweet. Krillin blinked in astonishment. You're also here to train under Master Paozu. I love martial training. Wukong replied, voice firm and sincere. You don't look like someone who trains at all. Surely you're joking. Krillin squinted skeptically, tilting his head. At that moment, Wukong, exactly Krillin's height, 70 centimeters tall, stepped forward and reached up to stroke Krillin's gleaming pate. Krillin stared, bewildered. What are you doing? Huh, so smooth, like a glass marble. Wukong withdrew his hand and grinned broadly. Idiot. How is this anything like a glass marble? I shave my head for training, just like Master Paozu. Krillin pointed indignantly at the elder. Huh, mine's natural baldness, Master Roshi retorted, turning his head with a wry smile. Ha, Bulma really is brilliant. After spending time with her, I've grown clever too. Wukong laughed cheerfully, sidestepping Krillin's question entirely. How dare you? Are you calling me stupid? Krillin exploded, his usual sharpness wounded by this diminutive rival. Wukong confirmed it without hesitation. Exactly. Krillin fixed him with steely resolve. Give me one good reason, or I challenge you to a duel. All right. Though you couldn't beat me, I'll tell you anyway. I touched your head and asked if it felt like glass. You yourself said it didn't, so why doubt me when I say I trained seriously? This fellow is far less clever than Bulma. I apologize, you're absolutely right. My arrogance blinded me. I must never underestimate heroes of this world. Krillin conceded defeat inwardly. Unbelievable. I've met my match. This opponent is no joke. From now on he deserves my utmost vigilance, and twice my effort. Well done both of you. Master Roshi tucked away the photo book and regarded the two boys. Krillin bowed respectfully. Master Potato, is this satisfactory? Ahem, quite satisfactory. Master Roshi coughed lightly into his fist. Perfect, an opening. I'd never dare suggest this with only Wukong here. Master Roshi's expression grew grave as he addressed Krillin. Krillin, is that your name? I see your dedication to martial arts, but before I accept you as my disciple, you must complete a task. Wukong will assist you. Understood. Krillin snapped to attention and declared resoundingly, Master Potato, command me. Whether mountains of blades or seas of fire, I shall obey, even unto death. Master Roshi gazed expectantly at the bald boy. Here's the matter, we're all men. None of us can cook. We require a woman to prepare meals for us. Do you grasp the assignment? Understood, Master. Krillin strode forward, and Master Roshi leaned in ears poised. Krillin whispered something quietly. Master Roshi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he murmured delighted, excellent, truly excellent. You understand perfectly. Complete this mission successfully, and you may train alongside Wukong. Rest assured, Master Potato, I vow to fulfill this task without fail. Krillin affirmed loudly, bowing deeply once more. Master Roshi nodded approvingly, then turned to Wukong. Wukong, take Krillin on the cloud somersault. Bring back a woman willing to cook for us. Krillin knows precisely what to do. Yes, I'll accompany Krillin and find a woman who agrees to return with us. Wukong spoke earnestly. His understanding of society came almost entirely from Bulma, and he remained blissfully unaware that Krillin and Master Roshi had just forged a silent, mutually advantageous pact. Cloudless skies stretched endlessly, a gentle breeze stirred the air. Wukong and Krillin rode the cloud somersault high above, while below a bearded middle-aged farmer tended his fields. Krillin, what do you think of him? Is he a girl? Krillin eyed Wukong skeptically. No way, you can't even tell that. Are you trying to trick me? Make me look foolish? Wukong beamed. Of course I can tell. I already know 3 girls. No way, you still can't tell. Krillin remained unconvinced. Wukong's earlier cunning had left a strong impression. He resolved to test him, to verify truth from bluff. Krillin fixed Wukong with solemn intensity. Wukong, I ask you, am I male or female? Wukong suddenly reached down and tapped Krillin's groin. Krillin staggered backward, tumbling off the cloud. Wukong lunged to catch him, but Krillin recoiled, trembling. Don't touch me. I'll scream. Krillin, what's wrong? I've already confirmed you're male. Just like me. Krillin eyed him warily. Are you really incapable of telling? Or are you trying to molest me? It's impossible between us. Could he be a hermaphrodite? Then I'm in real danger. I'm perfectly straight. If he tries anything, I'm no match for him, and my honor would be ruined. No, I must test him further. And if necessary, for the sake of my purity, I'll reluctantly perform the 5-finger technique to relieve him. Wukong frowned, puzzled. Krillin, I didn't understand the last part. Isn't distinguishing male from female simple? Krillin pressed urgently. Which mountain did you descend from? Paozu Mountain. How long have you been away? Wukong counted on his fingers. About a month, I think. How many people do you know? Grandfather Bulma, Chi-Chi, Uncle Numawang, Bulma's mother Yamcha, Grandfather Roshi, and you. Wukong counted each, allowed fingers ticking off one by one. Krillin made his final probe. Have you ever attended school? Wukong tilted his head. What's school? School means studying books. Come, let's resume our search for a girl, Wukong. From now on, leave it to me. Just land the cloud somersault when I signal. Krillin breathed easy at last. This boy is truly a wild man, fresh out of the mountains. Krillin approached several young women in succession, only to return empty-handed, his cheeks stinging with fresh palm prints. Haha, your face looks hilarious. Why wouldn't you let me try? I want to help too. Find her faster, and we can begin training sooner. Wukong pointed and grinned mouth wide. You jerk. Fine, you go next. Krillin snapped, humiliated and furious. That idiot. You can't even tell men from women. I kept you back to prevent disaster. Now you'll experience exactly what I endured. In the vast Gobi Desert, lifeless peaks formed into mounds scattered across the land. Gigantic ravines crisscrossed the terrain with gusts of wind stirring up fine dust. In such a remote place, could there really be a woman? Krillin questioned skeptically. He couldn't even distinguish between men and women. Entrusting this task to him was either foolishness on his part or mine. Such a desolate area couldn't possibly have anyone. Beneath the nimbus cloud, a blonde beauty in light yellow shorts and a pale green crop top adorned with a purple hair tie faced off against a group of desert bandits. Won't you be a good girl and hand over all the money from that train you robbed not long ago? In exchange, as a gesture of camaraderie, we will let you go. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the bullets being blind with your beauty and figure, I would truly want to bind you up and serve us well," said a one-eyed bandit with an eye patch, leeringly threatening her. "You little brats. When I was rampaging for miles, you were still suckling at your mother's breast. How dare you come here looking for trouble, expecting me to regurgitate what I've eaten? Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? The only thing that shows good taste is that I am indeed very beautiful, but how could a bear like you covet me? All of you can go to hell. Launchy the blonde raised her machine gun and began to fire wildly. The sound of rat-a-tat echoed. The group of bandits immediately fell, while the remaining ones in fear and panic took cover behind the mounds and retaliated. Launchy stood alone against the enemy fiercely engaged in battle. Bullets flew everywhere. Krillin, look. There are people fighting down there. Is that blonde one a girl? Wukong pointed at Launchy uncertain. Among the crowd below, only Launchy caught his eye. It seems so, but they all have guns. The battle is too intense, fire cultivation isn't sufficient, so let's not get involved. Krillin said hesitantly, though he liked girls, his life was the priority. Since it's a girl, we must save her. You stay on the Nimbus cloud, I'll go help her. Wukong declared, then leaped down, landing in front of the bandits. Hey, what are you doing? Why bully a girl? You little brat, are you blind? The one being bullied is me. You don't walk the path to heaven and instead barge into hell. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. I'm in a bad mood, and you just had to show up here, die? I couldn't bully that stinky woman, and now I can't deal with a little brat. The one-eyed bandit, stunned by Lanky's relentless fire, was left bewildered. Many of my men have already fallen. Ew, I need to take out my frustration on this little brat before seeking revenge on that stinky woman. He raised his submachine gun and shot at Wukong, the bullets hitting Wukong's face and falling to the ground. What the hell? A monster. What do I do? What do I do? If I don't do something, if he strikes him dead. The one-eyed bandit thought anxiously, suddenly charging at Wukong like the wind. Wukong looked at him in confusion, not knowing how he intended to attack. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up a slight dust on the ground. The one-eyed bandit quickly knelt, raising his head to bow, tears streaming down his face as he cried loudly, "Great Sir Ancestor, my father. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great mountain. Please spare me. After I return, I will definitely erect a tablet for you, kneeling every day and offering sacrifices every night. I still have my 300-year-old mother waiting for me to support her. I'm unfilial. Father, please treat me as a fart." I didn't understand what you were saying. Weren't you the one who wanted to fight? Why aren't you attacking? Wukong looked at him in confusion. I am the illustrious little golden-haired leader of the desert bandits here. You call me father, yet you still won't let me go. You forced my hand. Oh, let's perish together, you dead little brat. The little golden-haired bandit with a flushed face roared fiercely, tearing off his clothes to reveal himself strapped with explosives. He pulled out a lighter and cruelly lit the fuse. This was his final dignity. With a bang, his eyes widened, his face contorted in rage. He lost all vitality and fell straight down. The era of the little golden-haired bandit came to a tragic end. With such a lowly fool, you dare to have designs on me. Launchy had already dealt with the other bandits and walked over, disdainfully commenting on the one-eyed bandit. I am Wukong. Are you a girl? Wukong asked uncertainly. Of course I'm a woman. Little brat, you seem quite capable. How about it? Would you like to join me in robbery? I promise you'll be well fed and well treated. Launchy boldly said to Wukong. Just as she finished speaking, blue-haired Launchy appeared. What just happened? Are you a girl? Wukong asked again, noticing that this one seemed different from the previous girl. Yes, cute little brother, I am a girl. Launchy smiled warmly at the adorable Wukong. Would you like to come back with me? Why? We need to train martial arts, but we can't cook. We need a woman who can cook for us, so Master Roshi will teach us martial arts. Oh, that works. I have nowhere to go, so I would love to. Looking at the adorable little guy before her, Launchy happily agreed. In the sky, I didn't expect these clouds could fly. Oh, it's truly amazing, Launchy exclaimed, stroking the Nimbus cloud. Looking at the beautiful woman behind him, Krillin, small in stature, but with an impish grin, said, Launchy, I think you are very beautiful. Such a beautiful beauty. I can't believe that Wukong managed to bring back such a stunning woman. When we return, I'll take all the credit. Master Wutian will definitely be pleased, and I can learn martial arts. Let's do it. Looking at the cute little bald head in front of her, Launchy said gently, Little brother, you are very cute. Thank you for the compliment. Where are we going? We are going to Master Rose's place. We will arrive soon. The spring-like smile warmed the little bald head, making him awkwardly smile. Kame House had already appeared in their sight. Launchy looked at the small island below and joyfully exclaimed, Wow, it looks like a vacation villa. Am I going to live here next? Master Wutian, I've brought a girl back. Krillin landed on the Nimbus cloud first, shouting loudly. Master Roshi changed into new clothes and walked out from the house. Seeing Launchy in front of him, he was overjoyed, surpassing all his expectations. Master Wutian, how is it? Are you satisfied? Krillin squinted as he approached, whispering. Well done, Krillin, very impressive. I find you quite charming. Master Roshi, looking at the little one in front of him quietly, gave a high evaluation. He walked towards Launchy and said with the demeanor of a master, "My disciples have explained everything to you, right?" "Yes. Wukong told me that no one cooks for them and asked me to help them cook. I would be very happy to. But will this disturb you? Because whenever I sneeze, I transform into another appearance. It's fine, or I welcome you. Even if you stay for a lifetime, it's completely okay." The beautiful Lan Shi had captivated the lecherous old man, who was now completely unconcerned about any potential consequences. Hee. I'm so happy. The future is something to look forward to. So Lan Shi, do you want to practice martial arts with us? Training not only strengthens the body, but also benefits mental health and enhances beauty. The handsome Master Rose's cool demeanor instantly collapsed, looking at Lan Shi with full anticipation. Martial arts? Will that disturb you? No, I will personally teach you. Then I'd be very happy. After all, practicing martial arts would make things much more convenient for me. That's wonderful. You all wait here. I'll go get our Kame-style training uniforms, but we'll start practicing right now. I can't wait. Master Roshi, filled with excitement, rushed into the bedroom, quickly grabbing a few strange clothes, and dashed out. Just as he burst through the door, Lan Shi appeared. Lan Shi quickly scanned the surroundings. There were two little brats. One was the cute little boy she favored, and the other was a strange old man holding a few inappropriate clothes. It seemed the other Lan Shi had decided to temporarily stay here. The bandit Lan Shi instantly analyzed the situation. It seemed she needed to let them know who was the real boss here. She decisively raised her submachine gun, locking onto her target, and began firing wildly at the ground in front of the lecherous old man, causing Master Roshi to jump left and right in fright. When he finally calmed down, a submachine gun was already pressed against his forehead. Looking at the fierce-eyed woman before him, he obediently raised his hands, his clothes scattered all over. "Hey, old man, where is this place?" Lan Shi asked suspiciously. It looked quite clean, and the scenery was nice. The upcoming life seemed slightly worth looking forward to. "Kame house," Master Roshi replied honestly. "How did I end up here?" Lan Shi asked the second question. "You came back with my two disciples." The fierce-looking Lan Shi was clearly not someone to mess with. At this moment, Master Roshi recalled Lanky's earlier words and felt like crying without tears. "I see. Where's the flying capsule?" Lanky's sharp gaze bore into him. She hoped this old guy would be perceptive, otherwise she'd have to show him some colors. Looking at the bandit in front of her, her eyes clearly said that if he didn't behave, she'd blow his bald head off. Master Roshi obediently stated, "It's in the first drawer on the left as you enter." Upon hearing the answer she wanted, Lan Shi quickly asked, "Where's the money and the bank book?" The now lying down Master Roshi didn't care anymore. "Under the turtle shell in the bedroom. Seeing how cooperative you are, I won't make you eat bullets." Lan Shi kicked Master Roshi aside, swiftly charging into the room to pack her things. In Master Rose's bedroom, she discovered many strange clothes which she shot up, and under those clothes were numerous photo albums that also suffered the same fate. A small jet appeared outside Kame house as the bandit Lan Shi prepared to triumphantly depart. The jet swiftly left, and Master Roshi, on the verge of tears, rushed into his room, looking at the mess strewn across the floor, his mouth twitching slightly. A few hours later, the gentle Lan Shi returned in the jet. Looking at the few people standing there obediently, she shyly smiled and said, "It seems I did something not so good." "Haha, it's nothing. Looking at Lan Shi, who had returned to her original self, the lustful old man completely forgot about the earlier incidents. Thus began the daily lives of Lan Shi and Wukong. The next day, to better guide Wukong and Krillin in their training, Master Roshi prepared to take Wukong, Krillin, and Lan Shi to a large island populated by many people. After transforming his house into a multifunctional capsule, he threw out a small motorboat and nimbly leaped onto it, completely unrecognizable as a man in his hundreds. Once Wukong and the others were seated, he turned to Lan Shi beside him, clasped his hands together in a respectful manner, and said, "Lan Shi, please, whatever you do, don't sneeze later." "Okay, I will be careful." A life completely different from before made Lan Shi feel a hint of anticipation. 3 hours later, a large island housing thousands of households emerged, and Master Rose's house settled down again while Lan Shi went to prepare lunch. "All right, before we officially start training, I need to understand your situations. Krillin, have you practiced before?" Master Roshi, usually playful, asked seriously as he looked at his two disciples. "Master Wutian, I trained at the Dueling Temple for 8 years, Krillin respectfully replied. "In that case, it seems both of you have a certain foundation. Next, we will conduct a small test. The distance from this line to that tree is exactly 100 meters. You two will test how long it takes each of you. Running fast doesn't necessarily mean one is a master, but if you run slowly, you'll die early and never become a master. Hence, speed is very important." Master Roshi drew a line with a stone at his feet and said seriously to his two disciples, "Krillin, let me go first. Having come from far-off Tokyo, I rely solely on these legs, and I still have some confidence in my speed." Krillin said respectfully, having been beaten by Wukong before. This time, he wanted to reclaim his honor. He had already determined he was no match for Wukong in fighting, but running was a different matter. Alright, then you go first. Ready, set, go. At the command, Krillin sprinted with all his might, his short legs moving quickly towards the finish line. 9 seconds. You are indeed talented, Master Roshi praised as he looked at the time. Huh, Master Wutian, that's nothing. Krillin pretended to be modest, yet a hint of pride glimmered in his eyes as he looked at Wukong. Wukong, are you ready? Master Roshi asked as he looked at the other disciple. Wukong answered loudly, deciding that since this was not a battle, he would only need to exert a little bit of strength. Ready, set, go. Like the wind, Wukong appeared at the finish line. Looking at the stopwatch, Master Roshi paused for 2 seconds in silence before quickly deciding to add 2 seconds to the actual time. 6 seconds, Wukong, it seems you have trained quite well. However, both of you are still far from enough. You can go faster. Wukong, how did you train to be 3 seconds faster than me? Krillin asked in surprise, feeling frustrated that he might never catch up. It's what my master taught me when I was young. Wukong replied with a hint of joy as he recalled Bados. Oh, I see. Krillin's expression turned slightly sad as he thought of the master who had taken him back to the Dueling Temple. If his master had not died, he might still be happily staying at the temple. What's wrong with you? Wukong asked, puzzled as he saw Krillin suddenly fall silent. It's nothing, just thinking about the past. By the way, I just noticed your clothes and shoes look pretty good. Did your parents buy them for you? Krillin looked at Wukong with a hint of envy. Not at all. I don't have parents, it was Bulma who bought them for me. Wukong's face lit up with joy as his multifunctional capsule still contained many new clothes and shoes. Oh, so you like me, are an orphan? It seems you might have been abandoned because of an extra tail on your backside, Krillin speculated, his mood improving a bit. We're the same, you were probably thrown away for not having a nose. Wukong pointed at Krillin's face, laughing heartily. Maybe. The thought of possibly being abandoned did not bring Krillin joy. It's okay. We're both doing well now, and that's what matters. Wukong leaned back on his hands, comfortably comforting Krillin. That's true. By the way, who is Bulma? You mentioned her name before. Bulma is my friend, a girl I know. Wukong, I really envy you. Why don't I have such a friend? Krillin looked at Wukong with envious eyes and a slightly sour tone. Alright, both of you stop talking. Next I'll show you a bit of my strength. Krillin, you time it. Master Roshi threw off his turtle shell, preparing to establish his master's authority. After Krillin called start, in the blink of an eye, he reached the finish line. 3 seconds as expected of Master Wutian. Krillin looked at the stopwatch time and exclaimed loudly in admiration, Master Wutian, you are indeed amazing. I'm so glad I came here. I haven't run like this in a long time. Wukong, go get me a bottle of beer. Master Roshi, who had been neglecting his martial arts, needed to replenish his fluids after just a bit of running. Beer? What's that? Wukong, completely unfamiliar with beer, asked curiously. Leave it to me, Master Wutian. Krillin volunteered and immediately ran toward the house. Wukong, can you read and write? Master Roshi asked, looking at the little guy in front of him. What's that? Wukong asked, confused. Never mind, it seems I need to arrange a bit of basic knowledge training for you next. Master Roshi had determined Wukong's current level of understanding and decided to add a few lessons for him. At that moment, Krillin exceeded his limits and ran out quickly. The golden-haired Lan Chi chased behind him with a kitchen knife. Krillin achieved a speed of 7 seconds for 100 meters, but he still could not escape the clutches of Lan Chi, who caught him off guard and tripped him over a stone. The great thief Lan Chi appeared before him with a kitchen knife. Krillin looked at her in terror as Lan Chi smiled wickedly. Kid, you have some guts. While I'm happily drinking, you dare to take my things. If I don't teach you a lesson, will you think you can just urinate on my head next time? After Lan Chi finished speaking, the kitchen knife in her hand flew like a meteor toward Krillin, who thought, it's over, I have no future now. Under the intense pressure of mixed emotions, Krillin fainted and his pants became damp as the knife landed right in front of his vital area. TCH. Lan Chi scoffed and shook her head disdainfully before turning her gaze to Master Roshi and Wukong. Master Roshi quickly dodged, while Wukong stood curiously frozen in place. Lan Chi turned and returned to the house to continue her fun. Cough, cough. Wukong, go wake up Krillin. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll arrange something else later. After seeing Lan Chi leave, Master Roshi restored his master demeanor and left after speaking to Wukong. Krillin, wake up. Wukong approached Krillin and called out, slapping his face. Krillin groggily sat up only to feel the cold blade against his lower body, and he panicked, quickly scrambling to his feet. Krillin, you peed your pants. Krillin did not respond. He felt that his life had lost all hope, and he bowed his head in despair. How come there's no blood? Krillin saw his wet pants, but surprisingly there was no blood. He quickly reached down to touch it, and jumped up happily. It's still there, I'm fine. Krillin, you're really strange. What's there to be happy about peeing your pants? Wukong asked, puzzled. Bastard, you're the strange one. What do you know? That's about my future happiness. If you don't understand this, by the way, where's Master Wutian? Evening. Alright, next up is the time to test your true abilities. The one who loses will go without food, and tomorrow begins the official training. The turtle sage hopes that the two little ones in front of him can take this test seriously. Yay? If I don't get food, I won't be able to sleep. Wukong scratched his head, his face slightly pained. Me too, so Wukong, I won't lose to you. Krillin said seriously, although he couldn't run faster than Wukong. Winning or losing was never just about speed. Look at this stone, especially you, Wukong, pay close attention. The one who finds the stone will get to eat. If you're not back in half an hour, neither of you will eat. After Teacher Wu Tian finished speaking, he forcefully threw the stone into the chasm below, into the vast forest. On the edge of the towering cliff, fierce winds howled, and as Krillin looked down at the dense forest below, he felt dizzy just standing there. Looks like I have to take the long way down. Before he could finish his sentence, Wukong jumped down directly, flipping several times in the air before diving down rapidly. Hey, are you crazy? You'll smash into pieces. Krillin hurriedly leaned over the cliff and shouted loudly. This height is nothing to me. Wukong's voice echoed around, reaching Krillin's ears. Hearing Wukong's voice, Krillin calmed down. No way, I didn't expect this guy to be so insane. If this continues, I'm bound to lose. Krillin's eyes darted around as his clever mind quickly started working. In the end, he created a fake stone and brought it back to the turtle sage's house. He pretended to be out of breath and found Teacher Wu Tian. Teacher Wu Tian, I've completed the task. The turtle sage took the stone and examined it closely before tossing it aside, causing a bump to rise on Krillin's forehead. You little rascal, daring to play tricks. I've already seen through this trick. I'm sorry. Krillin covered his throbbing forehead and quickly ran out. Seeing Krillin's back, the turtle sage smiled, filled with nostalgia. This guy really reminds me of my younger self. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken him in. At this moment, Wukong had already found the stone and was on his way back. After Krillin left the turtle sage's house, he walked slowly, deep in thought, mumbling to himself. I will definitely lose if I go head-to-head with Wukong, but I have my advantages. My understanding of society is far superior to his. Society is complex today, let me Krillin give him a good lesson, haha. As he thought about the happy part, Krillin couldn't help but laugh out loud. He found a shovel and quickly started digging. Soon a perfect pit appeared, just big enough for an adult, more than enough for the two little ones. He grabbed a bucket of strong glue nearby and quickly poured it in, perfectly covering the bottom of the pit. Haha, this is a must-pass area. As long as I can trick him into thinking it's the stone when Wukong comes to get it from me, he will naturally fall in. Today I am sure to win. Moments later, Wukong appeared, looking at Krillin ahead, puzzled, asking, Krillin, why are you here? Haha, Wukong, I know I can't beat you, so I'm just waiting here to go back with you. Otherwise, if I go back alone, I'll definitely be lectured by Teacher Wu Tian. By the way, did you find the stone? Krillin scratched his head, pretending to be shy. Oh, Krillin, you are amazing, actually giving up food. Wukong thought this version of Krillin was impressive. Haha, is that so? Can I see the stone? That way if I lose, I won't have any regrets. This time Krillin genuinely felt shy as he scratched his head. However, just like that, it was impossible for him to give up on making a move against Wukong. Okay, no problem. Just as Wukong was about to take the stone out from his pocket to show Krillin, the turtle sage's house suddenly had its door burst open, and the turtle sage hurriedly ran over with the blonde Lanchi chasing behind him, wielding a submachine gun. Krillin stared blankly, and before he could react, the turtle sage had already jumped down between Wukong and him. Lanchi was rapidly closing in, and the turtle sage quickly prepared to jump up and run. Huh, what's going on? He lifted his left foot, but felt nothing. He lifted his right foot again, still no response. Now only half of his bald head was exposed. Lanchi caught up, raised her right foot, and stepped on his exposed bald head, rubbing it vigorously while loudly questioning. You old man, you keep appearing around me. What do you want? I just saw that the weather was hot, and I wanted to ask if you wanted some juice. The voice came up from below, and he was already surrounded by Wukong, Krillin, and the bandit Lanchi. Oh, is that so? Where's the juice? It was indeed a bit hot, and blonde Lanchi thought a drink would be nice. Huh, it's not ready yet. The turtle sage chuckled awkwardly from below. Lanky's foot moved away, but waiting for him was not freedom, but a rat-a-tat from the submachine gun. You bastard, how dare you fool me? 15 minutes later, things finally calmed down. On top of the turtle sage's head, bumps had risen one after another. Looking at the two little ones in front of him, he paced back and forth, his expression dark, and asked, what happened? Who dug this pit? And it's dug so well. Much better than I used to. I don't know. The two little ones in front answered in unison. Tonight neither of you is allowed to eat. The turtle sage said with a serious face. Huh, why is that? Wukong said with a pained face. Krillin, why aren't you speaking? The turtle sage's sharp gaze locked onto the little bald head in front of him, which resembled his own. Huh. When the master speaks, the disciple does not dare to refute. Krillin stood straight, looking ahead and speaking loudly. That pit was dug by you, and you are not allowed to eat tonight. The turtle sage had caught the culprit. I'm sorry, teacher, that was for Wukong. Who knew? Krillin said with a sullen face, looking at teacher Wutian. Oh, Krillin, how despicable to use such a method. Wukong looked at Krillin in disbelief, feeling like he had learned something new. Wukong, the world of victory and defeat is very cruel. Krillin disdainfully indicated that Wukong was still too naive. Thus the matter concluded temporarily with Krillin's defeat. Night. Lan Chi prepared a hot pot, and Wukong the turtle sage and Lan Chi sat together while Krillin stood aside as punishment. What kind of meat is this? It's fresh and tender, really quite good. The turtle sage pinched off a piece and started to enjoy it. I think it's called pufferfish. Lan Chi thought for a moment, speaking uncertainly. Pufferfish. My stomach seems a bit uncomfortable, the turtle sage said in a daze. I think mine does too. Lan Chi covered her stomach and said the same. The two quickly left the dining table, while only Wukong remained happily enjoying himself. So delicious. Wukong kept adding meat to the pot. Why are you fine? Krillin looked at Wukong in confusion as his stomach grumbled. What? It really is delicious. Wukong said casually. Hearing Wukong's answer along with the fact that teacher Wutian had already left, Krillin's mind became active. Since Wukong was fine, it should not be pufferfish. Maybe teacher Wutian and Lan Chi had eaten something else. Taking advantage of teacher Wutian's absence, I quickly eat some and then stand back. Krillin joined the dining table, continuously adding meat for himself. Indeed quite good. After eating for a while, Lan Chi and the others still had not appeared. Krillin planned to eat a bit more. What's going on? My stomach hurts so much. He immediately ran towards the toilet, but both toilets were occupied. He could only run outside quickly, his rolling stomach causing him to forget that he had dug a pit outside. Just like that, he stepped into the empty space, and this pit welcomed its last guest. When Krillin fell into the pit, his pants were already wet. He could only squat down and solve the problem right there. When he jumped out of the pit pale-faced, he angrily filled the pit and returned to the house, took a shower, and rested. The next day, not seeing anyone, Wukong curiously went to the turtle sage's bedroom, where Krillin lay motionless beside him. Grandpa Krillin, it's time to practice. I can't. I need to rest for a couple of days. The turtle sage said weakly while Krillin lay there, his eyes vacant, not wanting to pay attention to Wukong. Wukong could only start his own training alone. On the third day, it was still very deep in the night. Krillin seemed to be dreaming, mumbling in his sleep. Damn it, Wukong, let you see my power. He lifted his little short legs and kicked Wutian in the stomach. Oh, ouch, that hurts. The turtle sage, holding his stomach in pain, woke up to see the little guy next to him dreaming and complained, damn it, your sleeping posture is too bad. Why do I have to sleep with Krillin? If it weren't for Lanky's physical issues, I could have slept with her. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was really too envious of that guy Wukong. After an hour of being kicked awake, the turtle sage called Krillin up. It's only 4:30. Teacher Wutian. Stop rambling. He'll go wake Wukong up. The turtle sage quietly walked into the room of Wukong and Lan Chi, looking at the two of them sleeping together enviously, saying, Wukong, this guy Lan Chi is so beautiful, and he can actually sleep soundly. While envying, a lustful thought arose. I want to take a peek at Lanky's sleeping posture, just one peek. He quietly lifted the blanket, and what appeared before him was blonde Lan Chi. He immediately dared not move, carefully poking Wukong with his cane. Grandpa, good morning. Wukong greeted loudly after waking up. Shusho. The turtle sage hurriedly gestured to Wukong in panic, and Wukong asked in confusion, Grandpa, what's wrong? Blonde Lan Chi woke up like this, seeing that she was sleeping next to Wukong, while the turtle sage had already hidden behind the door. She immediately got up and took out the submachine gun she had prepared from under her pillow. Hey, why are you sleeping next to me? Blonde Lan Chi asked the little boy she liked. I had no choice, there wasn't enough quilt. Wukong said honestly. You strange little boy, how did you think about what I said last time? The turtle sage, hiding behind the door, excitedly watched as Lan Chi wore a pink nightgown. Just this made him feel touched. No, I want to get stronger. Robbery is not fun. Wukong firmly refused. The slightly disappointed Lan Chi disdainfully replied, looking at the turtle sage, who was quietly watching the situation, and quietly crawled out. But before she could crawl to the door, a foot had already pressed her down to the ground. Damn, old man, why are you here again? I was sleeping so well, and you woke me up. How do you want to die? The submachine gun was already aimed at that bald head. If she couldn't satisfy her today, this bald head would float again. It was Wukong who woke you up, the turtle sage struggled to say. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have woken me up. Do you look down on my intelligence? Blonde Lan Chi said unhappily. Big sister, I know where there is treasure. Just let me go. The turtle sage, not wanting to get hurt, quickly came up with a plan. Oh, really? Then tell me about it. Blonde Lan Chi released him. This matter is a bit complex. I think we should go down to the living room and sit. Let me make you a cup of hot tea, and we can slowly drink it while talking. Since the sky is still early, it will warm your body, so you won't catch a cold. The turtle sage got up nimbly, smiling flatteringly at Blonde Lan Chi. I didn't expect you to consider it so thoughtfully. All right, Let's go down and slowly drink tea while talking. After hearing Lanky's reply, the turtle sage led the way down. Krillin was waiting in the living room. When he saw the turtle sage and the others coming down, he looked up. The turtle sage was constantly signaling him with his eyes, and he understood instantly. When Lanchi sat down confidently with her feet on the table waiting for the turtle sage to make tea, Krillin quietly crawled behind her and opened the window. A sea breeze blew through, and with a gentle achoo, Lanchi returned. The turtle sage and Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, why did I wake up so early? Never mind, I'll go make a cup of tea. The weather is still a bit cool. Lanchi went to make tea by herself. The turtle sage came to the 70 centimeters tall Wukong and paced back and forth staring at him closely. Wukong, did you deliberately wake Lanchi up just now? I was constantly signaling you, and you actually spoke loudly. Grandpa, what are you saying? I don't understand. Wukong blinked his big eyes innocently at the turtle sage. Really? The turtle sage began to doubt his judgment. Wukong had only recently been exposed to society and couldn't possibly be as cunning as Krillin. Next, we shall begin the formal training of our turtle school. Before that, I need to ask you all, what is your purpose in practicing martial arts? Wukong, you go first. The turtle sage looked at them with a solemn expression. To become stronger, to grow even stronger, to do what I love. Wukong spoke without hesitation. Klin, what about you? The turtle sage turned to another disciple. To become stronger, to not be bullied, I want to be braver. Klin immediately announced his purpose for training loudly. What both of you said is good. Let me add a point. My only requirement of you is that we cannot manage what happens in unseen places, but if any injustice occurs around you, I hope you can stand up and do your best. Don't let yourself have regrets. If it's truly unavoidable, retreat to preserve your own safety. This is the spirit that we martial artists should possess. Do you understand? The turtle sage instructed the two disciples with a booming voice. Yes, Master Wutian. Klin replied, even louder. Grandpa, I don't understand. What is injustice? What is regret? What is unavoidable? A series of questions erupted from Wukong's mouth, rushing towards the bald head, which visibly began to steam. You don't need to know so much. Just do what you said and do what you love. After all, with your nature, you won't do anything bad. The turtle sage wiped his head and hurriedly interrupted Wukong. The formal training began with the first phase arranged by the turtle sage being worldly training. This not only achieves the purpose of training, but also allows Wukong to gain more understanding of the world. Most importantly, it avoids the risk of financial bankruptcy, as Wukong eats too much. If he doesn't earn some money, he might have to take his two disciples fishing for a living in a month. The first stop, a large container warehouse. The warehouse manager was currently looking at Wukong and Klin and asked the turtle sage with some concern, are they really okay? Don't worry. Didn't we agree? If they can't complete the task, I will compensate you for the breach of contract. The turtle sage assured without any worry. All right, then I entrust it to you. The warehouse manager turned to leave, and only the supervising turtle sage and the two working disciples remained in the warehouse. Wukong, Klin, come and see, those are all the piled goods. Your goal is to load all the goods into that container over there. Remember, take them gently, don't break anything. All the goods over there must be loaded today. If there's something one of you can't handle, you must work together. If you can't complete the task, both of you won't have food today. They'll be watching television in the room next door. Come find me if you have any questions. After the turtle sage finished speaking, he hurriedly ran towards the television as his show was about to start. Wukong and Klin began their work, and the piled goods in the warehouse visibly decreased. After a simple lunch at noon, they started working again. 2 hours later, Wukong, I have no strength left. I can't hold on any longer. Klin and Wukong were currently working together to lift a huge cargo, but Klin could no longer hold on. He truly had no strength left, and just after Klin finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground as the massive cargo fell towards him. Seeing this, Wukong quickly slid under the cargo, propping himself up just before it was about to hit Klin. Klin, you take a break for a while, I'll take over from here. Thus time slowly passed. At first Klin struggled, but gradually with Wukong's assistance he began to adapt. A month later, the warehouse manager handed a thick stack of cash to the turtle sage. You all did very well. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation next time. As for what you mentioned, I have already arranged it for you. Haha, no problem, then we shall take our leave. The turtle sage, happily accepting the cash, left with Wukong and Klin. Finally, I can avoid bankruptcy. Today we rest. Klin, you take Wukong to buy groceries. You need to explain to Wukong the denominations of various coins and how to use them. I will return to Turtle House first. He took out a portion of the cash and handed it to Klin. Yes, Master Wutian, Klin promised to complete the task. Klin stood straight and replied loudly, then set off with Wukong. Wukong, did you live alone on Bun Mountain before? At first Grandpa lived with me, but later he passed away and I lived alone. What about you, Klin? I am similar to you. I was picked up by my master at Duolin Temple. At first I lived with my master, but later he passed away, and I was left alone. Although Duolin Temple has many people, those like me are all just doing odd jobs. Klin's expression seemed somewhat complex. A Duolin Temple was both beautiful and not beautiful for him. The next day at Fei Fei Express Company, a plump middle-aged man looked at the turtle sage and his two disciples for a few moments before saying, "You must be the ones my brother recommended." An old man and two kids, it should be correct. Correct, that's us, the turtle sage confirmed. Follow me. After saying that, he led them into the company warehouse in front of a pile of already sorted goods. There were many large and small items, and he pointed to the pile of goods saying, "These are the things to be delivered to various households today. Leave it to us." Thus the turtle sage had Wukong and Klin each carry a piece of cargo and set off at a jog. "Wait, I'll demonstrate once first, then I'll leave it to you." Arriving at a household's door, the turtle sage loudly announced, "Hello, I'm Agaway from Fei Fei Express. Your goods have arrived. Please come out to collect them." Wukong did not detect anything wrong, while Klin looked at Agaway with a face of constipation. Thus Wukong and Klin began their delivery journey. With Wukong's company and the burning desire to grow stronger in Klin's heart, it was tough, but Klin persevered. As for Wukong, he felt very relaxed, but he had to wait for Klin because he couldn't read and couldn't complete the task alone. Another month passed, and the tasks were completed successfully. At a large construction site, this was the last stop for worldly training. Are those two little ones really okay? This is a construction site. I won't be responsible if something happens. The site manager looked at the turtle sage, skeptically voicing his concerns. Don't worry. There are no problems. Whatever work they do, they will earn their wages. If they die or get injured, we will bear the responsibility ourselves. Agaway had a look that said to rest assured. All right. After all, they were recommended by my brother. I believe he wouldn't fool me. The site manager agreed, and over the next month he was astonished. Wukong earned the wage equivalent to 30 people each day, while Klin earned that of 10 people, effectively doubling the efficiency of his contracted team. Haha, it was a pleasant cooperation. We must definitely work together again next time. Because of those two, I achieved the construction goal ahead of schedule. Thank you so much. The worldly training came to a conclusion, and they arrived at a new training location. A towering mountain approximately 20,000 feet tall appeared before them, with a not too narrow primitive road leading to the summit. Two turtle shells of different weights thudded to the ground. Klin, you carry this lighter one. Your goal is to reach the top and come back once. Once you adapt, gradually increase the number of trips. Wukong, you carry this heavier one. Your goal is to go back and forth 3 times. Although Klin had made efforts over the 2 months, he still found it strenuous, while this training was relatively easy for Wukong. After completing his own tasks, he had nothing to do and accompanied Klin to encourage him, and gradually Klin's number of trips increased. The two synchronized their efforts, and time passed in earnest training for 2 months. All right, next we will return to Turtle Island. The remaining training can be completed there. The turtle sage said to his 2 disciples who were having dinner. The next day at Turtle Island, starting today, our training method will be different from before, but before we officially begin training Klin, I have arranged special training for you. Agaway explained the situation to his 2 disciples. Yes, Master Wutian. Klin's loud voice rang out. Looking at the little one in front of him, Agaway thought, let's see if you can still be as loud as you are now. Look over there, do you see anything? The turtle sage pointed towards the sea in the distance. A great white shark. Klin's clever bald head sensed something ominous trembling as he looked at the dozens of meters long great white shark. That's right, I specially attracted it with bait. What do you think will happen if you confront it with the training you had when you first arrived here? The turtle sage asked expressionlessly. I might be torn apart by it. Klin hesitated and replied after thinking. Today's special training for you is this. Soon you will swim over to feed it and make dinner for Wukong tonight. This is impossible, Master Wutian. Oh, I will definitely not be its match. Klin looked at his master in fear. Today you either defeat it or leave here. I will not teach you again. Wukong, you are not allowed to help him. The turtle sage's voice was cruel, and he looked at him coldly, making Klin realize this was no joke. Klin fell into inner turmoil. He was afraid of death, but even more afraid of leaving. His pale face kept changing. Wukong encouraged him comfortably. Klin, go for it. It's not that impressive. I believe in you. Klin's inner balance was tipped. I can do it. I can't let Wukong look down on me. He is my only friend, and I don't want to return to being alone. Klin kept thinking. The 69 centimeters tall little bald head resolutely approached the great white shark. Klin slowly swam towards the great white shark, looking at its massive figure. Fear and dread were unavoidable. The closer he got to the great white shark, the stronger the feeling of fear became, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. Ah! Klin closed his eyes, shouting loudly as he rushed towards the great white shark. Let it be death. He was no longer the old Klin, not even knowing how to properly throw a punch. He wildly swung at the great white shark, each punch landing heavily on its body. The power penetrated through the great white shark's outer layer, reaching its internal organs. After a while, the great white shark floated on the sea surface, blood staining a large area, and the little bald head was completely red. Krillin, that's enough. Wukong's voice echoed from afar. Huh, I'm not dead. Krillin floated on the sea, opened his eyes, and said in confusion. As he calmed down, he began to shout loudly, ha ha. I'm not dead, oh, I really didn't die, this is great. He happily dragged the great white shark back. Master Wutian Wukong, I succeeded. Krillin excitedly looked at his master and partner. Huh, Krillin, I knew you could do it. Wukong said joyfully. Krillin, do you know why I arranged this training for you? Master, Igwe asked Krillin with deep eyes. Master, I don't understand, Krillin respectfully replied. You didn't understand, but still rushed up, this makes me very pleased. Do you remember before we started training I asked you, and Wukong, why you wanted to become stronger? You said to become stronger and braver, but courage is unrelated to strength, it is related to the cultivation of one's character. Once a shadow arises, the way I can think of to dispel it is to face fear directly. After a few months of training, your strength has increased significantly. That great white shark would not pose a threat to you. However, this training was the best opportunity for the first time. If you missed this chance, it would be hard to walk this path afterward. Fortunately, you succeeded. The turtle sage looked at the little one before him with emotion. Thank you, Master Wutian. Oh, I understand now, Krillin said, his eyes reddened as he spoke solemnly. Next, your cultivation task can be simply summarized in one sentence: steady as a mountain, swift as the wind, fast as lightning. What does it mean to be steady as a mountain? It means to remain stable and substantial at all times and in all places. What does it mean to be swift as the wind? It means to be light and unpredictable whether walking or running. What does it mean to be fast as lightning? It means to move with the speed of lightning. The turtle sage slowly revealed the essence of the final stage of cultivation. Master Wutian, how should we practice? Krillin asked expectantly. Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. For now, I only require you to reach the first stage, steady as a mountain. As for the subsequent 2 stages, they are beyond your current capabilities. Even I am only at the 2nd stage, the 3rd stage is still far off. For the first stage of cultivation, I will place a bowl of water on each of your heads. Your task is to maintain it as steadily as possible, whether standing, walking, or sitting, without letting a single drop spill. As long as you can achieve this, you will have entered the first stage of cultivation. From then on, continuous practice will lead to constant improvement. Wukong, there is one more training requirement. In the morning, I will take an hour to teach you how to read and write. Learn as much as you can. Grandpa, I have a question. Wukong raised his small hand and looked at Master Turtle. Go ahead. Master Turtle looked at Wukong with curiosity. I wonder what Wukong will ask. I hope it's not too difficult for me. What does it mean to be swift as the wind, and what is the use of learning to read and write? Wukong asked all the questions he didn't understand. To be swift as the wind means that as long as you can balance a bowl of water on your head, no matter how violently you run, not a single drop should spill, and that is sufficient. As for learning to read, it can give you the ability to discern right from wrong. Writing, well, it seems to have no real use for you. The turtle sage racked his brain to think of how to answer him. This guy keeps giving himself difficult problems. Fortunately, he is already bald, or he would be losing hair. Okay, Grandpa, I understand now. Wukong felt that it didn't seem too hard after hearing it. He could have done this long ago, but it's good to practice it seriously once more. Also, there's one last thing. I plan to take you to the martial arts tournament in 3 months. Master Turtle revealed his final plan, and upon hearing Master Wushan's words, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, "That's amazing, the world's #1 martial arts tournament." Krillin, what is the world's #1 martial arts tournament? Wukong looked at him in confusion. At that time, martial artists from all over the world will gather in the southern capital to duel and determine the strongest. That person will be crowned as the #1 in the world. Krillin explained seriously. Oh, I'm not particularly interested in being #1 in the world, but it's great to see different martial arts styles. Wukong also felt a bit excited. He needed to absorb the strengths of various styles to create his own martial path. He hoped the world's #1 martial arts tournament would allow him to witness martial arts that interested him. Don't get too excited just yet. I don't expect you to win the championship, it's merely for you to see the vastness of the world. This world isn't so easy to navigate. Master Turtle said sternly, but inside he was chuckling. The championship is mine. A week later, a jet landed in front of the turtle house. In the pilot seat was Oolong, whom Wukong hadn't seen for several months. Bulma opened the hatch and walked straight to Wukong's side, complaining as she looked at him. Wukong, didn't we agree that you would come to play with me? Haha, Bulma, why are you here? I've been practicing with Grandpa and Krillin lately, so I haven't gone to play with you. Bulma's arrival also made Wukong very happy. I came here once 2 months ago, but you had moved away and I couldn't find you nearby, so I left. Bulma rolled her eyes at the little guy who was only up to her thigh. Today she casually let her long greenish-blue hair fall behind her, wearing light blue denim shorts that exposed her fair thighs and a beige t-shirt that boldly displayed the words GD, start showcasing her youthful beauty without reservation. Wukong, who is she? Krillin asked, his face slightly flushed as he looked at the youthful and beautiful Bulma, whispering to Wukong. Bulma, a friend I mentioned before. This is Krillin, a friend I met here. Hello, I'm Bulma. Oh, please take good care of Wukong. Bulma greeted Krillin with a smile. Haha, no problem. I've always taken good care of Wukong, you can rest assured, Krillin said with a laugh while scratching his head. Wukong, long time no see. Oolong came down. Oolong, long time no see. Have you bought girls' panties yet? Wukong asked curiously. Bastard. Don't talk about that kind of thing, but hey, I did buy some. It cost me 2 months' salary. At that moment, Lan Shi happened to walk out from the house. Wukong, is this your friend? Lan Shi looked curiously at the beautiful girl and the cute little pig in front of her. Yes. Lan Shi, this is Bulma, and this is Oolong. Bulma, this is Lan Shi, she is very nice. She usually cooks for us and is very interesting. Whenever she sneezes, she transforms into another Lan Shi. As soon as Wukong finished speaking, the blonde Lan Shi appeared. Hey, little brat, think about it again. Do you want to join me in some robbery? Robbery is really interesting. The blonde Lan Shi boldly invited Wukong. If it weren't for Wukong being too short, she would have treated him like a buddy right now. Hey, how can you do this? What if you lead Wukong astray? Bulma looked at the blonde Lan Shi with dissatisfaction and questioned her. Who are you? I can come and go as I please. It's none of your business, little girl. The blonde Lan Shi shouted back, equally displeased. I'm Bulma, Wukong's good friend. I won't allow you to lead Wukong astray. Bulma quickly moved behind Wukong as the big sister in front looked like a dangerous element. Only by being behind Wukong could she ensure her safety. What? Say that again. The blonde Lan Shi rolled up her sleeves, clearly ready to cause trouble. Krillin, who is 69 centimeters tall, hurriedly rushed over and hugged her thigh, hanging on and saying, please don't do this. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Krillin had a satisfied look on his face right now. However, in less than 3 seconds, Lan Shi directly grabbed him by the back of his collar and flung him towards the distant sea. Ah! Krillin's scream echoed, and with a splash he fell into the sea to feed the sharks. After Krillin's enthusiasm was dashed, Lan Shi lost interest in arguing with Bulma. She turned to Master Turtle beside her and said, hey, old man, hurry up and prepare some juice for me. If I don't get my juice in 10 minutes, it'll make you float. Upon hearing Lanky's words, Master Turtle hurried over with a flattering smile and said, hee. Don't worry, big sister. It's just a cup of juice. I can sort it out in no time. Out of everyone here, I'm most satisfied with you. Your attitude is very good. Keep it up. In the future, it'll take you along to rob, enjoy delicious food and drinks. Although you're a bit old and lack intimidation, your martial skills are impressive. The blonde Lan Shi looked at Master Turtle, who was being very respectful, and unexpectedly gave him high praise. Yes, haha. Thank you for the compliment, big sister. I will keep it up. I'll go prepare the juice right now. You just rest in the living room for a bit. I will bring it to you shortly. Master Turtle rubbed his hands together and quickly turned to get to work. On the distant beach, the turtle saw this scene with his partner and covered his face in shame, saying, so embarrassing, he's hundreds of years old. TCH. That old pervert still looks the same. Oolong, you're just as bad as him. Bulma disdainfully commented on Master Turtle's appearance. Upon hearing this, Oolong did not dare to speak loudly. He lowered his pink pig head and muttered softly, such a bad personality. If he's unhappy, he takes it out on me. What did you say? Bulma looked at him with a dangerous gaze. What? It's nothing. I said that old pervert is even worse than me. As a fellow creature, I feel ashamed of him and disdain to associate with him. Oolong straightened his little pink body and loudly declared his firm stance. Remember your words, otherwise I'll turn you into braised pork and send you to Wukong. After Bulma said this, she looked at Wukong. Wukong, how has your training been lately? Do you want to have a big meal? He'll treat you. And do you still have the clothes I prepared for you last time? That's great. The training is quite fun, and I still have plenty of clothes. When are we going for that big meal? Wukong asked eagerly. Let's wait. Once the normal Lan Shi appears, we can set off together. Bulma thought for a moment and said, as she felt that Wukong's friend, the blue Lan Shi, looked quite gentle. Half an hour later, after drinking juice and feeling satisfied, the blonde Lan Shi disappeared, and Wukong and the others set off together on the jet. Hey, Wukong, what are your plans next? Bulma asked brightly as she watched Wukong continuously add plates. I will continue practicing with Krillin and participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament in 3 months. Wukong told Bulma his plans after swallowing the food in his mouth. The world's #1 martial arts tournament in the southern capital. At that time, I will cheer for you. Since that's the case, Lan Shi, do you want to join us? I'll take care of the VIP tickets for the tournament. Bulma asked the gentle Lan Shi beside her. Sure. am fine with that. It would be even better if you could get me a VIP ticket for a luxury yacht. Before Launchi could speak, Master Turtle was already excitedly coming over. For the VIP ticket, such a small sacrifice is completely worth it. Who asked you, old pervert? Bulma looked at him with disdain, and thus they agreed to meet at the venue later. That night at Turtle House, Yukong, I really envy you. You have such a beautiful girl inviting you to dinner and preparing clothes for you. Clint expressed his feelings, honestly filled with jealousy. I can invite you to dinner too. As for the clothes, I still have plenty. Do you want me to give you some? Yukong said casually. TCH, what I want is a girl, not you. But as for the clothes, I'll accept them. After all, if I can save a penny, I can save more money. Clint disdainfully expressed, but gladly accepted his friend's kindness. After all, he was different from Yukong. Yukong didn't understand many things and had no awareness of saving money, but he was different. 3 months passed as Goku and Krillin diligently trained. Notably, Krillin had still not fully mastered the first stage of Master Roshi's training regimen, steady as a mountain. Goku, Krillin, these are the martial arts uniforms I sewed myself. You're about to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh, I hope you'll like them. Launch held up 2 crimson martial arts uniforms and handed one to each boy. Thank you, Launch. In unison, the 2 boys replied, and immediately slipped into their new outfits. Haha, Goku, don't I look dashing? Krillin squinted his small eyes playfully. Not bad at all. I really like this outfit, Krillin. It's slightly different from the one Bulma prepared for me, but it's excellent. I'm glad you like them. Let's be off. Time's growing late. Hearing the boys' cheerful words, Launch smiled warmly. On board the aircraft, Goku, the Tenkaichi Budokai is just ahead. Aren't you nervous? Krillin had grown tense ever since boarding the plane, and now urgently sought Goku's reassurance. Nervous? Why on earth should I be? Goku replied with utter nonchalance. I am a little nervous. After all, it's my first time competing in such a premier tournament. Aren't you excited? Krillin asked, puzzled. It's not quite time to feel excitement yet. I suppose I'm merely looking forward to it. True exhilaration would only arise upon meeting someone truly worthy of it. Goku answered thoughtfully. Haha, you really are extraordinary. Krillin laughed after exchanging just a few words with Goku. His anxiety had already melted away. His cheeks flushed crimson as he lifted a newspaper to shield his face. To his right, Master Roshi sat fixated, staring unabashedly at the flight attendant's posterior. Fortunately, he retained enough restraint to refrain from any overt indiscretion. 5 hours later, the aircraft touched down. Goku, over here. Bulma had arrived early. Ushi and Oolong had already been waiting at the registration desk for half an hour. Today she wore a pale yellow skirt paired with a crisp white t-shirt emblazoned with the word Haramai, a soft lavender sash tied at her waist, and elegant luxurious wedge sandals. When Goku and Krillin joined Bulma, the 2 young women stood side by side, radiant as twin beacons, drawing admiring glances from nearly everyone present. Hey Goku, can you spot what's different about me today? Bulma asked mysteriously. Goku circled her, slowly scrutinizing every detail, while Bulma watched utterly unperturbed. Ever since being caught twice by Goku's mischievous hands, she'd never forgotten to wear protective undergarments. Whoa, Bulma, you've grown taller. Goku exclaimed in genuine surprise. Oh dear, not that. Though head is impressive. You noticed even that slight growth. Look here, look closely. She pointed beneath her chest. Oh, so that's your bust? Goku asked, genuinely puzzled. Idiot. I mean the line of text right below it. Bulma blurted out, flustered and embarrassed, whereupon Goku finally understood. Oh, what is this? I can't read it at all. I specially had it printed. It means go for it. Tomorrow I'll cheer for you from the VIP spectator seats. Bulma wore an expectant expression, silently urging him to say something. Yes, I will give it my all tomorrow, Bulma. Just watch closely. Goku declared with unwavering resolve. All right, deal. After registration, Bulma led them to a hotel she'd reserved in advance. The next day, Goku, Krillin, you both must do your very best. We'll be cheering you on from the stands. Bulma stood outside the preliminary arena addressing the 2 boys, nearly identical in stature. Got it. Let's go, Krillin. A quarter of an hour later, inside the preliminary arena, the tournament official's voice echoed across the hall. Welcome esteemed guests to the Tenkaichi Budokai. 150 competitors have gathered. 08 will advance to the semifinals. Now please listen carefully to the rules. Each match lasts no longer than 10 minutes. A contestant loses if they fall from the ring. Lethal force is prohibited. Weapons are forbidden. Striking the groin is strictly forbidden, and doing so results in immediate disqualification. In 5 minutes, all competitors must proceed to one of the 4 designated ring zones to draw their match numbers. Our staff are already stationed and ready. Krillin, what exactly is the groin? Goku's innocent question rang out, drawing curious glances from nearby spectators. It's where you pee. Krillin whispered, his face burning red. Goku nodded, enlightened. Ah, I see. Another thing learned. Krillin's blush deepened, but once he regained his composure he grinned. Goku, since we'll draw numbers from separate zones, we won't face each other in the preliminaries. That gives me real confidence I'll reach the semifinals. Yes, we'll both give it our all, Krillin, Goku affirmed solemnly. Shortly afterward, they drew their numbers. Krillin was assigned to Zone 3, Goku to Zone 2. Krillin would compete first, Goku shortly after. Hey, isn't that Krillin? What are you doing here? Surely you're not actually competing in the Budokai. A voice sounded behind Krillin. Both he and Goku turned. There stood a tall, bald man in a yellow martial arts uniform accompanied by a shorter, bald companion. It's you two. Krillin met their gaze with calm, unruffled poise. Well, Krillin. Who'd have thought leaving the Orin Temple would make you so bold? The taller, bald man sneered, mocking. You don't even address us as senior brothers anymore. Have you forgotten how obediently you ran errands for us back at the temple? I recognize no senior brothers, only my master. The past is long forgotten. And now, I am content. Krillin spoke without inflection, his expression serene and unshaken. You stand in Zone 3. That means you are a competitor. Tell me, what number did you draw? Let me see if this senior brother can measure up to you. The tall, bald man stared down at Krillin with open disdain. Once a timid, subservient runt before him, now daring to defy him outright. Once I provoke his number from him, I'll make him pay. Why hesitate? I'll tell you plainly. I am number 9. Did you hear that clearly? If not, I won't mind repeating it. Krillin regarded his former acquaintances with cool contempt. Their every trick, every weakness. I know them all. He smirked inwardly. Let me twist the valve on your rage. Oh. So the Orin Temple's spineless weakling has grown so audacious. I'll grant you mercy. Your opponent isn't just anyone, it's our eldest senior brother, Todaren himself. Try running away from that if you dare. The tall, bald man bellowed, still employing psychological provocation. Stay calm, stay calm. That brat will regret this, very soon. I am Krillin. My name is unaltered, my identity unhidden. Krillin. That pitiful Todaren, and all of you, will perish utterly. Krillin's narrow eyes slanted sideways, fixed upon the tall, bald man with undisguised scorn, as he delivered his vow sharp and resolute. You won't hold that arrogance for more than a few minutes. I won't stoop to your level. Let's go. Defeated in self-control, the tall, bald man stormed off furious. Krillin, what's special about your name? Why did they react so strongly? Goku asked, baffled. That tall one's name is Kodaren, the short one is Enrin, and their senior brother Todaren all bear the character Lin. Krillin contains the character Ku, meaning to subdue, to overcome. They were fated to fall before me. Krillin declared, grinning triumphantly. Strange. Why do you all share that same character? Because our former training ground was the Orin Temple, founded by the venerable Orin. Later disciples adopted Lin in their names as tribute. I see. Yes, Krillin, I believe you'll win. You've grown far stronger than before. Goku nodded, affirming his faith. And I believe it too. Ever since defeating that great white shark, my confidence has soared beyond measure. Add 3 months of rigorous training, and I'm unstoppable. Outside the preliminary arena, Bulma deployed a versatile capsule, producing a desk, and climbed atop it with Oolong peering intently into the hall. Those spectators were barred from entering. Bulma had her methods. Oolong, where are Goku and Krillin? Contestants Krillin and Todaren, please step onto the ring. The match begins in 1 minute. The referee announced loudly from the ring. Goku, I'm off. Wait here to congratulate me. Krillin strode confidently onto the platform, where his former senior brother Todaren already awaited. Krillin, I hardly believed my juniors when they told me. You actually dared appear before me. Are you prepared to be beaten senseless? Todaren gazed coldly at the small challenger who dared defy him. My words return to you. Just hope you don't cry later. At your age, tears would be most unbecoming. Krillin retorted without flinching. Let me show you precisely what audacity you've earned with those words. At 175 centimeters, Todaren charged forward. Yet to Krillin his speed seemed sluggish as a snail's crawl. In the world of martial arts, a single second separates heaven from earth. Krillin refused to grant him any opening. His short legs blurred, spinning like wind and fire wheels, as he launched a flying kick that struck Todaren square in the abdomen, launching him backward into the wall unconscious. Contestant Todaren is defeated. Contestant Krillin wins decisively. The referee's voice boomed. I won. Goku, I won. Yes, Krillin, you won. Goku beamed with joy. Meanwhile, the 2 bald men who'd earlier swaggered before Krillin quietly carried away the dazed Todaren and vanished from the arena. Outside the preliminary arena. Hey, you can't come in here. Spectators aren't permitted. A security officer spotted Bulma, and Oolong pressed against the window and hurried over, shouting a warning from afar. Oolong, stow the desk when I'm gone. I'm leaving, curse it. I haven't even seen Goku's match yet. Bulma dashed off frustrated. Ah, how unfair, Oolong cried, only to be apprehended moments later by the arriving officer. Name. In the security office, a burly 180-centimeter officer, a stern, imposing figure, interrogated the small pink pig standing upright before him. Oolong the pig muttered flatly. What were you doing just now? Sneaking around. The officer recorded the exchange meticulously. Looking for women to peek at. Ah, no. I was trying to sneak a look at the matches. I have friends competing. Lost in fantasy, the pink pig accidentally voiced his true intent and scrambled desperately to correct himself. No need to explain further. Hello, security dispatch. This is the Tenkaichi Budokai security office. We've detained an unusual voyeur. Motives and potential danger remain uncertain. Kindly dispatch officers to take custody and administer strict re-education. We're conducting an urgent interrogation and will transfer full documentation to you upon your arrival. The officer refused to release him. Never before had he encountered a talking pig. Releasing it would recklessly endanger countless women. There was another person with you just now. Confess their identity, and we may consider leniency, or even reward you. The officer attempted deception, hoping to trap the accomplice. Unfortunately, he faced a veteran con artist. Really? Then I demand a pair of elegant feminine panties. If you deliver, I'll confess everything. Oolong declared, his pink face flushed and earnest. Wait here, I'll see if I can procure it. But if you renege afterward, you'll taste the full force of my iron fist. The hardened officer issued his warning coldly, then left Oolong alone in the office. Colleagues remained nearby. Escape was unthinkable. 5 minutes later, in the men's restroom, for the sake of duty and women's safety, I must sacrifice my own dignity. The officer who'd interrogated Oolong stared uneasily at the object in his hand. He prayed his sacrifice bore meaning. If not, that pig would pay dearly. Clutching the item, he began walking back, just as he reached the restroom door. Ah, Biao, I never imagined you'd sink to this. How deeply you've disappointed me. Mana, the woman he'd been courting, emerged from the women's restroom, glaring at the strange object in his hand. Her fury erupted instantly. Her high heels struck the floor with heavy, angry thuds as she stormed away. The greater her hopes, the deeper her disillusionment. He looked so rugged, exactly her ideal. If urges proved overwhelming, he could wait until home, but to act so shamelessly here. Mana, wait, let me explain. It's not what you think. Ah, Biao shouted frantically, lunging after her, only for colleagues to turn and stare curiously. He hastily hid the object behind his back. Sigh, Mana's too angry now. Chasing her won't help. I'll explain later. When unnoticed, he angrily hurled the object to the floor. That accursed little pig. If your answers don't satisfy me, I'll tear you limb from limb. Yet the 180-centimeter officer, his face dark with fury, bent down and retrieved it. After paying such a steep price, surrender was unthinkable. To abandon it now would be unforgivable, even to himself. Oolong watched the officer return, detecting instantly the familiar revolting scent emanating from the object in his hand. Daring to trick me, Oolong the Great. When I ruled 10 miles around, you were still playing in the mud. The pink pig thought with icy disdain, his expression utterly blank, his contempt buried deep within. Here, this is the underwear you demanded. Now talk. Ah, Biao glared ominously at the pig, thrusting the item forward. If you lie to me, I'll make you weep right now. Oh yes, absolutely. Please place it on the table first. I'm terribly thirsty. Could you kindly fetch me a glass of water? Once I've drunk it, I'll reveal everything. Please, big brother. The pink pig gazed up, pitiful and pleading, so endearing that even this hardened man felt a pang of tenderness. Unable to refuse, he turned to pour water, while Oolong swiftly transformed into an elegant cat and slipped silently from the office. Ah! A blood-curdling scream tore from the security office. Why so late? Bulma scolded the pink pig before her. You dare complain. I nearly got hauled off for re-education just because you asked me to stow that desk. Oolong grumbled indignantly. Enough chatter. Getting detained for a few days might actually suit you. We've wasted too much time. Goku and Krillin will be exiting any moment. Let's find launch now. Bulma ignored his complaints entirely and sprinted ahead. Oolong, long resigned to his impossible employer, simply sighed and followed. Time raced forward. The preliminary arena had determined the 8 finalists who would advance to the rematch. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Krillin, having already shared lunch with Bulma and the others, were napping when the arena's public address system crackled to life. All finalists, please assemble immediately for the draw to determine your opponents and match order. Sun Wukong, Krillin, it's time to go. We'll be cheering you on from the open-air spectator stands, Bulma called out, rousing the 2 still dozing young men. Right, let's head off then. Still groggy, Sun Wukong and Krillin rose and made their way toward the competitor's chamber. Now that all finalists have gathered, let us begin the draw. The golden-haired host addressed the 8 finalists standing before him. 5 minutes later, the host announced the pairings: Nanwu vs. Lanfang Sun Wukong vs. Yin de Jima and I Budong Krillin vs. Adai Uchung Long vs. Mutarin. All contestants, you are already familiar with the tournament rules from the preliminaries. I shall only add one clarification: unlike the preliminaries, the rematch imposes no time limit. If there are no further questions, please rest a moment. We shall now commence the official rematch. Seeing no objections from the competitors, the host departed the chamber to assume his duties at the main arena. Ascending the open-air grand arena, the golden-haired host seized the microphone and boomed to the densely packed crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I am Oliji, your host for today's tournament. We now begin the Tenkaichi Budokai, the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Let us welcome our first contenders, Nanwu and Lanfang. A monk-like Nanwu stepped onto the ring alongside the graceful young woman Lanfang. Contestant Nanwu, this appears to be your first appearance at the Budokai. Might you introduce yourself to the audience? Oliji shouted into the microphone, then extended it toward Nanwu. I come from the remote desert of Asari, a destitute tribal settlement far beyond the known lands. Our people have dwelled in this arid expanse for generations, subsisting on meager oasis farmland and hunting wild game. Though impoverished, we lived in quiet contentment, until a year ago when nightmares began. The oasis waters dwindled day by day. That desiccation meant our fields would soon yield no grain. The tribal elders convened repeatedly, debating migration to greener lands. Yet every attempt ended in tragedy. Our bravest warriors perished, swarmed by desert scorpions and feral beasts that stalked the dunes. Under such conditions, the elderly women and children stood no chance beyond the oasis walls. Within them, at least, our ancestral fortifications and hunting skills sustained us. But matters worsened steadily. Though food remained, water vanished, our daily rations shrinking relentlessly. 1 month ago, each person received only 2 sips per day. The elders knew with grim certainty that our time was nearly spent. At last, the tribe resolved. Nanwu, their strongest warrior, would break through alone, seeking salvation. After near-fatal encounters with predators, he succeeded, carrying his people's last hope out of the desert. For half a month beyond its borders, he traversed countless villages begging aid from strangers, his forehead bruised raw from repeated prostrations. Those willing to help lacked the means, those possessing means refused to lift a finger. Just as despair closed in, an elder told him of the Tenkaichi Budokai. Victory brings a fortune vast enough to purchase everything your tribe needs. Hearing those words, he shattered, crushed beneath the unbearable weight of responsibility, teetering on the edge of collapse. His 6-year-old brother could live. His aged mother could survive. His hundreds of kin might yet see dawn. And he, Nanwu, could breathe again. Overwhelmed, he wept uncontrollably. He stood here now, not for glory but for survival, bearing the future of his people upon his shoulders. With palms pressed together and calm resolve etched upon his sun-darkened face, clad only in humble animal hide garments, he concluded his introduction. Truly extraordinary. Contestant Nanwu, you embody a nobility few ever attain. Tell us, do you believe victory lies within your grasp? Oliji lavished extravagant praise before posing another question. Since arriving here, I've realized the world is vaster and more inscrutable than I ever imagined. Formidable opponents abound. Yet this tournament is my final hope. If even this last ember fades, I shall stand utterly without recourse. On the road here, I steeled myself. Should all else fail, I will steal or seize what is needed, by any means necessary. For my family, for my tribe, I cannot afford hesitation. Oliji, I reject your praise. Should I lose this contest, you will be my first target. Forgive me, but time is not mine to waste. My kin have none left to spare. I know the odds of success are vanishingly small. The city's watch is vigilant, its garrisons numerous. Yet I have no choice. So long as a sliver of hope remains, I will grasp it. Rest assured, Oliji, should I fail, I shall spare your life. Calm as still water, Nanwu of Asari delivered his solemn declaration. Oh yaya. Unbelievable. Contestant Nanwu has boldly declared his intent to rob, not just anyone, but me, Oliji. Clearly this hosting role carries unforeseen occupational hazards. Shall I call the constabulary this very instant? Yet Nanwu has committed no crime, only spoken of one. Legally, the city watch holds no grounds for arrest. Must I resign on the spot? Impossible. My entire family depends on my wages, as does Nanwu's tribe. Like him, I am a man of courage. Therefore, I, Oliji, hereby issue a bounty announcement to all contestants and spectators. Should Nanwu attempt to abduct me after his defeat, whoever successfully intervenes and safeguards me shall receive a reward of 1,000 yuan, guaranteed by organizational backing. To secure his own safety, the golden-haired Oliji brazenly abused his authority, broadcasting the bounty to the entire arena. A thunderous cheer erupted. Nanwu, Oliji, Oliji, we're behind you both. My deepest thanks to you all. Now let us meet our second contender, the sole female competitor of this tournament, Miss Lan Fong. Ms. Lan Fong, why have you entered the Tenkaichi Budokai? Oliji strode away from Nanwu toward the radiant Lan Fong. Oh, that young man's heartfelt words truly moved me. Golden-haired little one, do you find me beautiful? Lan Fong cast Oliji a smoldering glance and offered a beguiling smile. Before him stood a woman with short sapphire-hair denim shorts, a crisp white t-shirt, and designer athletic shoes. Her statuesque figure impossible to ignore. Oliji, unable to suppress his honest reaction, replied simply yes. Golden-haired boy, you could call me your grandmother. To preserve this beauty, I've spent my entire fortune. This radiance is my sole reason to live, and thus like young Nanwu across the ring, I pursue victory with absolute unyielding resolve. Should I leave empty-handed, I cannot guarantee my composure. Perhaps, golden-haired boy, you'll become my next patron. With a playful wink, the exquisite Lan Fong whispered her teasing threat. Today has been most unkind to me, Oliji. First Nanwu, then Lan Fong. Has my heroic twilight arrived so prematurely? No, I, Oliji, shall not retreat. Having stepped onto this stage, I am a true warrior. So let the storm rage fiercer still. Now, I declare the match begins. Young Nanwu, don't you think I'm stunning? Would you graciously yield victory to your elder sister? Lan Fong flashed a flirtatious smile at the dark-skinned youth. Nanwu did not respond. TCH. With a disgruntled grunt, Lan Fong charged and struck. Whether straight punches, hooks, kicks, or sweeping strikes, no technique bridged the chasm between Lan Fong and Nanwu. Realizing she could not land a single blow, she retreated slightly, and Nanwu halted, refusing to strike a woman. Young Nanwu, how about now? Look again, am I not breathtaking? Lan Fong gently slid down the strap of her blouse, revealing a smooth, luminous shoulder, and gazed at him with magnetic charm. Yes, you are beautiful. But tell me, what do I resemble? Nanwu acknowledged her allure, then posed his quiet question. What do you resemble? Lan Fong tilted her head, puzzled. A slender rib cage. See, my ribs press almost visibly against my skin, thin as parchment drawn taut by chronic dehydration. Even after escaping the desert, I drank only sparingly, keeping myself perpetually parched, a constant reminder that my family waits thirsting for deliverance. How then could I possibly admire your beauty? I urge you to concede, otherwise I shall attack. Even if you are a woman, I will show no mercy. With palms pressed together, Nanwu issued his final warning to the radiant Lan Fong. Outrageous. Do you think mere words will make me surrender? Don't dream. I summoned immense courage just to enter this tournament. What woman of delicate constitution would willingly fight filthy men like you? Lan Fong retorted sharply. Forgive me, I underestimated your resolve. In doing so, I denied my own worth. From this moment onward, I shall confront you with full strength. Opponent who shares my unwavering determination, have you prepared yourself? Bowing deeply with hands clasped, Nanwu offered sincere apology, then raised his voice clear and resonant. Brat, try me if you dare. Lan Fong shot back unflinching. Your grandmother has sailed tempestuous seas for decades. What storm could daunt her now? The moment her words faded, Nanwu surged forward, too swiftly for her to react. His left hand flashed, a precise, devastating strike to her neck, knocking her unconscious instantly. Oh, contestant Nanwu wins. Excellent news. Oliji remains safe, for now. Let us honor Nanwu with thunderous applause. The golden-haired Oliji revived, fully restored to form. After the intense first round, the second match of this tournament is about to begin. Let us welcome the contestants with thunderous applause. Sun Wukong and Yin de Jima Ni Budong. Sun Wukong and Yin de Jima Ni Budong stepped onto the arena. Now let's interview contestant Sun Wukong. Contestant Sun Wukong, how old are you? You look no older than 5 or 6. Aoli Gu bent down and extended the microphone toward Wukong's mouth. Go Wukong! Go Wukong! Bulma, Oolong, Krillin, and Launch cheered loudly from the stands. Wukong replied earnestly, I am 16 years old. Contestant Sun is already 16. How utterly unapparent. By the way, contestant Sun, given your youth, do you truly believe you can claim victory in this tournament? Aoli Gu gazed skeptically at the small figure before him, hardly resembling a 16-year-old. I hold little interest in first place. I came here seeking martial arts techniques that stir genuine fascination, though none have yet appeared before me. Still, there is much that proves intriguing, Wukong said, comfortably resting his chin upon his hands. What remarkable detachment from fame and fortune for one so young. Let us honor contestant Sun Wukong with our warmest applause. Next, we shall interview the other contestant. Having spoken, Aoli Gu approached the second contestant, a towering flying dragon. Contestant Yin de Jima Ni Budong, what is your race? You appear exceptionally strong and powerful. Aoli Gu asked cautiously, eyeing the immense dragon before him. I am the chieftain of the Guilong clan, one of the spirit beast lineages. The colossal Yin Dejima and I Budong's voice boomed forth. Wow, who would have thought our contestant Yin Dejima and I Budong was not only a dragon, but a clan chief? Contestant Yin Dejima and I Budong, what brought you to the Tenkaichi Budokai? Aoli Gu posed his second question to the towering flying dragon. Our Guilong clan is a rare and dwindling race. Only 200 souls remain. For over a decade, I have reigned unrivaled among my kin. A solitude reigns where no peer remains. Day after day, year upon year, loneliness deepened, until I sought solace in smoke alone. Yet as I smoked more, my desolation only grew deeper. Smoke no longer soothes my sorrow. I have come here seeking only defeat, to taste the bitter nectar of loss. Without worthy opponents, existence itself has grown unbearably barren. The massive flying dragon, Yin Dejima and I Budong, sighed wistfully. Truly, contestant Yin Dejima and I Budong's life is lonelier than snowfall on an empty mountain. May this tournament yield a challenger who fulfills contestant Jira's deepest wish. Now, I declare the match officially begun. Aoli Gu roared the announcement, then raised his microphone high, greeting him with a wave of roaring cheers. Young one, I shall grant you the first move. Yin Dejima and I Budong gazed down at Wukong, no larger than his palm, and spoke softly. His pride forbade striking first against one who seemed so vastly inferior. Haha, Uncle Yin Dejima and I Budong, your words were quite apt, but still please strike first. I am precisely the one who shall fulfill your wish. 70 centimeters tall, Wukong squinted his large eyes and beamed broadly. Ha, what a delightfully amusing little fellow you are. Very well, since you insist, I shall go first. I shall restrain my strength and take care not to harm you. Gradually he accelerated his assault, but struck nothing. Each time Wukong evaded at the very last instant. Minutes later, having failed utterly to land a blow, he exclaimed in frustration, Little one, if you dare stop dodging and withstand my technique. Agreed, no problem, uncle. Unleash whatever technique you possess. This time I shall not evade. Wukong halted motionless. Take this, rubber ring. Yin Dejima and I Budong bellowed, spotting Wukong standing still. He deployed his racial ability, spitting forth a dense, highly elastic rubber mass that coalesced midair into a massive ring, which then snapped shut around Wukong, constricting tightly. How do you like that? You're immobilized now, aren't you? The flying dragon grinned widely, baring his teeth, when suddenly Wukong tensed, and the rubber ring shattered into scattered fragments. Uncle Yin Dejima and I Budong, I'm coming at you now. Wukong clenched his right fist and dashed forward on his short legs. Seeing the blur hurtling toward him, Yin Dejima and I Budong cried urgently, Stop, I yield. Hearing those words, Wukong stumbled to a halt just before him. Why? I haven't even begun to fight yet. Wukong stared bewildered. If even my rubber ring cannot bind you, then clearly I stand no chance. I'm not foolish. I won't rush headlong into certain defeat. Yin Dejima and I Budong. This massive skull of mine wasn't grown in vain, the flying dragon declared, rolling his enormous eyes to signal his sharp wit. Wukong nodded slowly as if grasping something profound. Oh, I see. So this is the taste of defeat. Truly wondrous. Little one, thank you for granting my deepest wish. May your martial path flourish ever onward. May victory crown your journey. Farewell. And with that, the great-headed flying dragon withdrew from the arena in honorable surrender. I hereby declare contestant son victorious. He advances to the semifinals. Our heartfelt gratitude to both competitors for this extraordinary display. Aoli Gu promptly appeared on the arena stage and announced the result with booming clarity. Brilliant. Wukong has won. Bulma clapped joyfully atop Oolong's pig head. Stop, or I'll never grow tall. Oolong cradled his head in protest. Next, let us anticipate the upcoming match. Please welcome contestants Krillin and Adai, with our warmest applause. Aoli Gu announced exuberantly, so swept up in the excitement that for a fleeting moment, he forgot the dread Nanmo had instilled in him. Go Krillin! Go Krillin! Wukong's supporters hoisted Krillin's banner, and Wukong himself joined their chant. Krillin and contestant Adai ascended the arena. Contestant Krillin, this is your first appearance at the tournament, correct? Are you competing alone? Aoli Gu gazed curiously at the diminutive youth, nearly identical in stature to the earlier contestant's son. No, I came with my senior brother's son, Wukong. Oh, so you and contestant's son are senior and junior brothers under the same master. May we ask, who is your esteemed instructor capable of cultivating two such prodigies? Our master is Master Rashi. Krillin replied modestly, though a quiet pride shimmered in his eyes. Woho Wto, Master Rashi, the martial arts god himself. Aoli Gu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Krillin answered calmly, though his pride remained unmistakable. Master Roshi's renown in martial circles rivaled even his legendary lechery. Contestant Krillin, one final question: how old are you? Aoli eyed the small youth, wondering whether he too defied expectation. 14. Krillin murmured quietly. 14, just like contestant son. Truly age and stature bear no resemblance here. Aoli couldn't suppress his amazement, whereupon Krillin flushed with indignation and retorted, damn it, I'm still growing. I will get taller. My apologies, contestant Krillin. Now let us turn to our other competitor, contestant Adai. Aoli moved away from the slightly ruffled Krillin and approached the broad-shouldered, placid-looking man beside him. Contestant Adai, what inspired you to enter this tournament? Aoli positioned the microphone before the sturdy man. Oh, yes, absolutely. My neighbor Ahua told me, if I win the tournament and hand over all the prize money to her, she'll marry me 20 years from now. The gentle giant contestant Adai spoke slowly and sincerely. May I ask, how old is Ahua? Aoli inquired, intrigued. They say she's 45, but I think she's beautiful. Just like me, strong-waisted and powerfully built. People always say we're perfect for each other. Adai chuckled warmly. Oh, now I understand. With that, I declare the match officially begun. Aoli regarded contestant Adai with quiet sympathy, yet dared not speak further, daunted by the man's imposing physique. To behold such a towering, mighty frame, and yet harbor such unwavering, tender devotion to love. It reminds me of myself. Thus I, Krillin, resolve not to let you stray further down this misguided path. Here I shall end your journey. A noble fellow, worthy of respect. Krillin regarded the burly man solemnly. Oh, really? Haha, thank you. Adai, having caught only the last phrase, beamed with simple delight. Meanwhile, the 70-centimetal Krillin revealed his disciplined training, darting swiftly, circling Adai in dizzying arcs. Adai lunged repeatedly with outstretched arms, but struck only air, round after round, 2, 3, 30, until finally he collapsed. Thus Krillin respectfully felled his admired opponent. Contestant Krillin, victorious, declared Aoli himself swaying dizzily from the whirlwind display. 10 minutes later, Aoli fully recovered. Now begins match 4. Please welcome contestants Jackie-chan and Muto Rin. Receive them with enthusiastic applause. Master Roshi, disguised as Jackie-chan, and contestant Muto Rin stepped onto the arena. Let us begin with contestant Jackie-chan. Contestant Jackie-chan, would you introduce yourself? Aoli leaned close to the elderly man and spoke softly, only for the microphone to be snatched from his hand. Hello everyone. I'm Jackie-chan. I adore lovely girls. Dunsey Poncy yo. Beautiful ladies, please support me. I'm your adorable Jackie-chan. Roshi burst into exuberant dance upon the arena, while Aoli face darkening rushed forward to reclaim his microphone. Wukong, this guy resembles Master Roshi. Same old man, and equally lecherous. Krillin whispered to Wukong, glancing at the elder on stage. You're right, Krillin. He does look like Grandpa. Wukong affirmed. Excellent. In my next match, I'll treat him to some special arrangements. Krillin whispered mysteriously. What kind? Tell me, Krillin. That must remain secret. You wouldn't understand. He cast a sidelong glance, implying plainly that Wukong was simply too young. How unfair. Wukong grumbled. Recovering his microphone, the blonde Aoli forced a nervous chuckle. Who would have imagined our contestant Jackie-chan is such a delightfully eccentric elder? Now, let us hear from contestant Muto Rin. Contestant Muto Rin, why have you come to this tournament? Aoli asked the lean, expressionless young man before him. I am champion of the Sanda discipline. I am here to prove that the Sanda champion is also the supreme martial artist under heaven. Remarkable. You are the Sanda champion. Aoli eagerly awaits your triumph in this tournament. Now, I declare the match begun. Old man, given your years, retire peacefully. This arena is no place for you. I grant you the dignity of voluntary surrender. Before the words fully left his lips, Roshi materialized behind him, and with a single precise chop rendered contestant Muto Rin unconscious. The Sanda champion was eliminated. An utterly unforeseen outcome. The Sanda champion has fallen, and contestant Jackie-chan has delivered a stunning surprise. Let us honor him with thunderous applause. Even Aoli could scarcely believe it. Roshi had claimed victory. With the brilliant performances of our 8 contestants, the 4 finalists for the semifinals have finally been determined. They are the Nanwu contestant from Asari, the 16-year-old Sun Wukong contestant, the 14-year-old Klin contestant, and the Jackie-chan contestant, who can be my grandpa's Olajai. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Next, I will announce their match order. Nanwu contestant versus Sun Wukong contestant, Klin contestant versus Jackie-chan contestant. The match will officially begin in 10 minutes, so please take a moment to relax in the audience. Audience, hey, Wulong, turn into an umbrella. It's getting a bit hot from the sun now. So you need to get bigger to completely shade me and Lanchi. I don't want my fair and delicate skin to get tanned because of the sun, not even a bit. Bulma instructed the little pink pig beside her. Oh, but I want to stay under the umbrella too. Wulong said with a pained expression looking at his employer. You don't need to, I will help you with watering so you won't feel hot. Bulma had already arranged it for him. So the mineral water you just asked me to buy was actually prepared for me. The little pink pig could already imagine bathing in the mineral water. That's right, don't worry. You need to get bigger. Lanchi and I will each hold a bottle of mineral water to water you. Didn't you just poke a lot of holes in the cap of the mineral water? I guarantee you won't be harmed by the scorching sun. Bulma promised her top subordinate. With no choice, Wulong obediently transformed into a giant umbrella completely blocking the sunlight above Bulma and Lanchi. Bulma, where do you think Master Roshi went? We haven't seen him at all. Lanchi said with a puzzled expression. Who knows? That old pervert probably ran off to flirt with girls. It's outrageous that he won't come and cheer for his own disciple in the competition. Bulma scoffed and Lanchi laughed, but said nothing. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Next we will officially begin the semi-finals of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Now let's welcome the Nanwu contestant and the Sun Wukong contestant to the stage. The excited blonde Alajai announced loudly. Nanwu and Wukong stepped onto the arena. I believe everyone is familiar with the Nanwu contestant and the Sun Wukong contestant, so I want to introduce them further. I wonder who will win next, Nanwu or Sun Wukong. This not only determines the outcome of their match, but also concerns my Alajai's life safety. Now I announce the match begins. In order to win, I have carefully studied each contestant's battles in the semifinals. Sun Wukong, you are very strong, and I have no confidence in winning. However, it is not yet time for me to give up. Only by fully unleashing myself can I determine my fate. Looking at the small Nanwu in front of him, who brought him great psychological pressure, he said earnestly, "Oh, the battle hasn't even started and the Nanwu contestant seems to have already declared defeat. But so far no brave warrior has come to my Alajai willing to protect my life safety. Is it possible that my Alajai is destined to fall into Nanwu's clutches, eh?" Alajai's slightly panicked voice echoed throughout the arena. Nanwu contestant, you must not lose. I don't want to be caught by you. If something unexpected happens, I will be finished. Alajai, Alajai. The audience erupted in cheers. Wukong, looking at the highly praised Nanwu, smiled and said, "Is that so? Hee. Thank you, I find you very pleasing to the eye. Of course I won't let you down and I have my own goals. However, if you are defeated and are willing to trust me, I can help you after the competition ends. I am willing to trust you, Sun Wukong. Your eyes are as clear as the sky and the sea. If I am defeated, I will wait for you." Looking at the small figure in front of him with an incredibly clear gaze, a strong hope inexplicably arose in Nanwu's heart. It came strangely, but Nanwu firmly believed in his feelings, completely letting go of his worries. Oh, thanks to our 16-year-old Sun Wukong contestant, even if Nanwu loses, he won't kidnap my Alajai. My Alajai is finally safe. Alajai's excited voice rang out loudly, and he regained his composure. Come on, Nanwu, give it your all, and let me see. Wukong looked at his opponent with ease and issued a notice for battle. All right, Sun Wukong, I will hold nothing back. Nanwu put his hands together and then lowered them, adopting a fighting stance, and began to run swiftly. The 10-meter gap between him and Sun Wukong was instantly erased, and his palms struck towards Wukong like knives. Wukong did not move an inch and easily dodged all his attacks. With his attacks completely ineffective, Nanwu quickly changed his strategy. He raised his right foot and swept fiercely and swiftly, but Wukong lightly jumped up, just barely avoiding the attack by sticking close to his foot. Seeing Wukong suspended in the air, unable to move freely, Nanwu's right arm launched a fierce elbow strike towards Wukong. What happened next was astonishing. Just as his elbow strike was about to hit Wukong, Wukong surprisingly extended his left hand, using Nanwu's moving arm as a leverage point for a front flip, and instantly appeared behind him. With a light straight punch, Wukong struck the left side of Nanwu's back, causing intense pain that made Nanwu stumble forward, kneeling on one knee and breathing heavily. Wukong did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack him. After a moment of recovery, he turned to look at Wukong. Sun Wukong, you are indeed formidable. I have completely confirmed that I am not your opponent. Next, I will showcase my ultimate move to conclude this battle. All right, no problem. Wukong agreed, then Nanwu jumped forcefully into the air, rising higher and higher. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, until he reached an altitude of 400 meters and finally stopped. He crossed his hands, aimed at Wukong on the arena, and pushed off hard with his feet, shouting loudly, "Sky Cross Punch." With the momentum of inertia and gravity, he charged downwards, growing faster and stronger. He quickly closed in on Wukong, just inches away from striking his neck. In that crucial second, Wukong gently sidestepped, raised his left foot lightly, and kicked out swiftly. Unable to evade, Nanwu suffered a heavy blow. His body shot out and crashed into the wall of the audience area, marking the end of the battle. Incredible. Amazing. In this match, the Sun Wukong contestant has won and secured a place in the finals. Let's give a warm round of applause to both contestants. Alajai declared the victory. Wukong approached the recently risen Nanwu, smiling as he said, "I won." Sun Wukong, you won. You are truly amazing, and I am utterly convinced. I wish you success in the finals, and I will cheer for you outside. After calmly saying this, Nanwu walked towards the contestant room. Wukong, you won. That's great. Klin ran over to congratulate Wukong. Haha. Yes, Klin, I will wait for you in the finals. Wukong said with a smile. Okay, I will definitely work hard. I think I've got this in the bag. Klin said emphatically. Great. Wukong has won. Wukong has won. Bulma cheered happily, holding hands with Lanchi. Hey, I said don't just focus on Wukong, pour some water on me too. The umbrella above Bulma and Lanchi spoke up, and Lanchi gently gave it a shower of droplets. In the contestant room, Master Rashi, disguised as Jackie Chan, found Nanwu, who was about to go outside, revealed his identity, and handed him 2 versatile capsules that could hold water. Master Wutian, why are you dressed like this? Nanwu asked in confusion, looking at Master Wutian, who had removed his makeup in front of him. My 2 disciples are growing their powers too quickly, especially Wukong. I worry that given their current mindset, they won't be able to handle their powers. So I let them compete, and later I will defeat them, making them realize that there are always greater powers out there. But right now it seems that whether I can win is also a question. Master Wutian explained his predicament with a frown. Master Wutian, regarding Wukong, I don't think you need to worry too much. His gaze is incredibly clear without a trace of impurities. I believe he will be able to control his powers well. Though it's only my first time meeting Wukong, Nanwu showed no hesitation in expressing his trust in him. My main concern regarding mindset is with the other disciple. He seems a bit impetuous. By the way, Nanwu, I need you to help me with something. Master Wutian shared his thoughts and then requested Nanwu's assistance, as Nanwu was just as dazzling and of a similar height to him. Please go ahead, Master Wutian. I, Nanwu, have no objections to traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire. Nanwu respectfully said to the elder, who extended a helping hand. Soon I will be battling my disciples. To prevent them from discovering it's me, I need you to disguise yourself as me. You don't have to worry about the makeup, though I have already prepared the necessary props. I will help you through the process. You just need to show up in a crowded area of the audience, so it won't be easy to be discovered. Master Wutian laid out his plan in full. No problem, Master Wutian. Leave it to me. Compared to your kindness, this little task is nothing at all. From now on, wherever my Nanwu is needed, just let me know. Nanwu gladly agreed, and then Master Wutian took him to a secluded place to apply the makeup. He looked just like a twin brother of Nanwu. It seems Master Wutian put in 200 effort in the videos. Next, we are about to begin the final match of our semifinals. This match will determine which 2 contestants will participate in the finals. Let us wait and see. Now please welcome the contestants Klin and Chung Long to the stage. With no more concerns for his own safety, Alagai regained his full state. Klin, along with the makeup transformed Chung Long, stepped onto the arena. Hey, old man, I watched your previous matches. You are quite impressive. However, I am even stronger. You are no match for me, though I already have your weaknesses firmly in my grasp. Klin looked at the old man before him, extending a finger and gently swaying it back and forth. This brat is just as I expected, utterly similar to my younger self. Chung Long, with a face full of black lines, said, Kid, today I will let you know that a small pot is still made of iron. There are always higher mountains beyond the blue hills. To intimidate Klin effectively, Master Ague unleashed all of his strength, swiftly charging toward Klin, creating numerous afterimages on the arena due to his incredible speed. Before Klin could fully react, a well-aimed uppercut landed on his chin, sending him flying high into the sky. Just as Klin ascended 10 meters, Master Ague jumped up after him, both fists poised to deliver a heavy blow to the gleaming bald head. With Klin's mind still foggy, he plummeted straight down, his entire bald head embedding into the arena, leaving only his short legs swaying in the wind. Master Ague landed, walked over, pulled him out, and tossed him onto the ground. After a while, Klin still had not regained consciousness. This is truly astonishing. I never expected our estimation of Chung Long would be so inadequate. Incredible. Our contestant Klin was completely caught off guard and knocked down. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Alagai issued a final warning to the downed Klin. In the last 2 seconds, Klin finally awoke, sitting up and holding his head. It hurts so much. Stinky brat, realize how formidable I am. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant again. Master Ague stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a master as he quietly addressed his disciple. Hearing the voice, Klin snapped back to reality and stood up loudly, declaring, I was merely careless earlier. Next, I will show you my full strength. Oh, It seems you still do not grasp your own limitations. Next, I will make you acutely aware of how weak you truly are. Master Agui's calm demeanor instantly provoked Krillin. Damn it, watch me. After shouting, Krillin charged towards Master Agui. Using all his strength, Klin's short legs moved like whirlwind fire wheels, his fists rapidly attacking Master Agui. After a dozen exchanges, Master Agui with a punch from his right hand struck him down to the ground. Wow, Krillin has fallen again. Will he be able to rise once more this time? Let us wait and see. As Alagai counted down to 10, 9, 8, 7. Krillin quickly got up and distanced himself from Master Agui. Krillin rubbed his shiny head. Had it not been sufficiently hard, it would have surely been swollen by now. However, even so, it was already red and pain continuously surged through. You are quite strong. I now realize that I am no match for you. However, the world of wins and losses is not that simple. Your weaknesses are quite apparent, and victory still belongs to me, Krillin. Krillin declared his victory announcement. Oh, Krillin has declared his victory announcement. Let us look forward to how he will achieve triumph in this vastly unequal match. Watch my ultimate technique, the attack on human weaknesses. Klin's voice rang out loudly while Master Agui looked curiously at his disciple, wondering what astonishing move he would unleash. Krillin reached into his clothing and pulled out a pink pair of women's underpants, throwing it forcefully onto his opponent's head. Master Agui, now completely stunned, had a flushed face as he stood motionless on the arena. Ultimately, the pink underpants landed on his head. This was entirely within Klin's expectations. He swiftly moved like a whirlwind and delivered a heavy uppercut, sending Master Agui flying. Master Agui soared through the air, having already exited the arena's confined area. Haha, I won. Krillin jumped up in excitement, having secretly prepared this pink underpants beforehand after watching the old man's duel earlier, just in case. He had never expected it to become a lethal strike. This is truly embarrassing. If Chung Long loses like this, it is simply unbelievable. Our contestant Krillin is incredibly formidable, having accurately seized his opponent's fatal weakness. Will Krillin truly win like this? Seeing the rapidly changing battlefield, Alagai exclaimed in surprise, and then turned to look at Master Agui, who had yet to land. Our Master Agui finally snapped back to reality upon hearing the sounds. Oh no, I should have thought of this earlier. He understood me when I became his master. Fortunately, I wasn't using my true form, otherwise I would have lost all face. There's no choice, I must use Turtle School Energy Wave, or I will lose. This absolutely cannot happen. What if they find out about today's events? If I lose to Krillin because of this, I won't be able to hold my head up as a master. Master Turtle's thoughts raced, and he quickly made a decision, forming the initial stance for Turtle School Energy Wave. A blue energy sphere rapidly expanded in his palms. Once he felt its power was sufficient, he thrust his hands backward sharply, sending out a blue energy wave with the resulting thrust quickly propelling him back towards the arena. Krillin, who was still reveling in his earlier victory, was stunned at this scene, loudly exclaiming, "Turtle School Energy Wave, how is that possible? What should I do?" Krillin quickly activated his clever mind, constantly pondering solutions. Master Agui finally returned to the arena, looking at the young bald head before him with an expressionless face, saying, "Stinky brat, are you ready to accept defeat now? How can you use Turtle School Energy Wave? Isn't that Master Wu Tian's ultimate skill?" Krillin was desperately trying to buy time. "Well, that's because I have been a lifelong friend of your Master Wu Tian. It's no surprise, I know Turtle School Energy Wave. Look, your Master Wu Tian is right over there." Master Agui hurriedly turned around and pointed to the side of the arena where a perfectly made-up Namo stood. The result was a heavy hand chop to his neck, and he fell to the ground. Our Chung Long has fallen again. Krillin has unexpectedly knocked him down once more. Will he be able to stand up again this time? 10, 9, 8. Alagai hadn't even counted to 7 when Master Agui stood up, rubbing his neck. "Damn it, this brat is too cunning. He is much more formidable than I was in the past. This cannot continue. I must focus, otherwise I will unwittingly fall for his tricks again." "You tricked me. That is not Master Wu Tian. Who exactly are you? What is your goal? Why impersonate a lifelong friend of Master Wu Tian?" Krillin continued, using his clever mind, striving to distract his opponent, and indeed, he succeeded. "How is that possible? That is Master Wu Tian. Don't tell me you don't even recognize your own teacher." Upon hearing Klin's doubts, Master Agui panicked. If discovered, he truly was Master Wu Tian. Would he still be able to leave the arena alive today? "Wow, look, a bikini beauty." The clever mind loudly exclaimed in surprise, quickly pointing to a spot behind Master Agui. At that moment, Master Agui was distracted, and upon hearing this, unconsciously turned to look in the direction Krillin had pointed, only to meet yet another heavy hand chop. This is too embarrassing. Flower Chung Long has once again fallen for such a trick. Will he be able to rise again this time? Let us count down. 10, 9. Alagai said, feeling embarrassed himself. As Oligai counted to 4, Master Turtle finally stood up. After taking 3 heavy hits, even he was feeling a bit overwhelmed. This detestable guy fell for his trick again. I can't listen to him anymore. If this continues, I will definitely lose. To preserve his last shred of dignity, he sealed off his hearing. Master Ague wore a dark expression looking at the guy before him who had repeatedly deceived his teacher. He decided to use a thunderous method to deal with him, allowing him to taste the justice of his master. It's over, I have no moves left. Krillin looked at the seemingly invincible opponent before him, his anxious, shiny, bald head producing steam, a sign of his mind being overused and reaching overload. Hey, look over there, this year's most famous actress Abilu. Krillin loudly pointed in another direction, but Master Ague continued to slowly approach him. It's over, truly over, he's not falling for it anymore. There's nothing I can do but fight hard. Having completely run out of options, Krillin decided to use his current martial arts ultimate technique, Iron Head skill. He lightly leaped up, positioning himself horizontally above the arena, his body spinning rapidly before using his hard, bald head to drill forward. Seeing the disciple's head approaching rapidly, Master Ague extended his hands, pressing firmly against the bald head, exerting force until Krillin stopped spinning. Chunlong delivered a hand chop, knocking out his outstanding disciple, then excitedly jumped up, proclaiming, I won. This battle was not easy for him either. Truly remarkable. Oh, I never expected our Chunlong's strength to be so resilient. After enduring several heavy hits, he still emerged victorious. Now I declare that Chunlong has obtained the right to participate in the finals. Let us look forward to the ultimate showdown ahead. Oligai applauded for Chunlong, who was acting like his grandfather. The time has finally come for all the spectators at the venue. The finals of the world's #1 martial arts tournament are about to begin. I wonder, will our champion be the contestant son who saved me, or will it be the contestant Chunlong, who could be my grandfather? Let us wait and see. Please welcome the contestants Sun Wukong and Chunlong on stage, and let's give them a warm round of applause. Oligai was also eagerly anticipating the outcome of the tournament he was hosting for the first time. Wukong and Master Turtle arrived at the arena. Let's interview contestant Sun again. Sun, do you have confidence in winning this competition? Oligai asked, hopefully looking at the small figure who saved him. I don't know. We'll find out once we fight. Wukong replied nonchalantly. Huh. Contestant Sun is still so surprising you. Perhaps it is because of his carefree attitude that he is so formidable. I wonder what contestant Chunlong thinks. After sharing his thoughts, Oligai approached Master Turtle saying, the young people today are impressive. It makes old folks like me feel gratified, but am not ready to retire just yet. Master Turtle firmly declared that while the youth are indeed impressive, this is still his realm. It seems contestant Chunlong is quite confident. Now let us see who the ultimate victor will be. I declare the finals officially begin. After Oligai finished speaking, he quickly retreated from the arena. Looking at the old man before him, Wukong asked in confusion, are you the Grandpa Turtle Sage? No, you've mistaken me. Well, I am your Grandpa Turtle Sage's best friend. Look, your Grandpa Turtle Sage is over there. Master Turtle flusteredly pointed towards Nameless. That terrifying little guy didn't even realize that I was his master, and Wukong had the audacity to ask right away. Wukong turned to look at Nameless. He wouldn't intentionally perceive others unless necessary. Seeing Nameless, who looked almost exactly like Grandpa Turtle Sage, he suddenly realized, so Grandpa is over there. Your aura is exactly the same as Grandpa Turtle Sage's. I don't want to fight him, so I wanted to clarify first. That annoying little brat. Who hits whom is yet to be determined. You can bring it on. Wukong's genuine Grandpa Turtle Sage said angrily. All right, here I come. Wukong's short legs quickly dashed forward, trailing after Images as he charged at Master Turtle. Master Turtle was completely serious and unleashed all his might. The two engaged in a fierce clash. The intense sounds of battle echoed as the audience watched in astonishment, only able to see fleeting shadows and unable to keep up with the real forms, except for Krillin, who had trained and could barely make out the action. Wukong, go for it. Wukong, go for it. Wukong's support team cheered loudly. Wukong, go for it. Avenge me. Krillin, leaning against the wall, shouted support from up close. Upon hearing Krillin's voice, Master Turtle cursed internally, that ungrateful disciple. In a moment of distraction, Wukong seized the opportunity and landed a heavy right punch on Master Turtle's face, knocking him down. The intense pain jolted Master Turtle awake. Using one hand to push against the ground, he leaped backward, quickly creating distance. This terrifying guy's speed is almost on par with mine. He must have reached the realm of moving like the wind, achieving a speed comparable to high-level wind speeds, about 2 seconds per 100 meters. I can't afford to be careless today, otherwise I will surely lose. In close combat, I am no match for him, especially since he is still young and vigorous. To win, I can only use the martial arts techniques I have cultivated over many years. Little brat, take this move, multi-figure punch. Master Turtle's figure quickly split apart, eventually becoming 9, surrounding Wukong and moving rapidly. Here, as Wukong's voice sounded, his left fist had already landed on Master Turtle's face. The afterimages dissipated, leaving only Master Turtle's true form. Ouch! How did you find me? Master Turtle asked painfully. Damn this ungrateful brat hitting with such force. One punch hurt more than Krillin's 3 punches combined, completely disregarding whether an old man can endure it. This move works well against enemies that lack perception. Although you created afterimages, they are not true clones. The energy from the afterimages compared to your true form is like fireflies to candlelight. It's easy to find. Wukong shared his martial arts insights. I never expected that someone so lacking in common sense about life could possess such profound martial arts skills. I wonder how he trained. Master Turtle thought to himself. It seems that ordinary moves are ineffective against you. Let me try this next move. Master Turtle once again performed the stance for the Turtle School's Kamehameha, and a blue energy sphere rapidly expanded, reaching a certain scale. He shouted, Kamehameha, and thrust both hands towards Wukong, sending the blue Kamehameha wave rushing forward. Wukong, unable to dodge in time, bent his left leg slightly, supported himself with his right leg, and pushed both palms forward, catching it with force without retreating. Seeing his ultimate move failing to work, Master Turtle increased his power output and shouted again, Super Kamehameha. The Kamehameha wave quickly expanded and thickened several times. Under the terrifying impact of the Super Kamehameha wave, Wukong finally began to slowly retreat. The arena beneath Wukong's feet shattered, forming 2 small trenches. After retreating 2 meters, Wukong let out a loud shout, ah! The Super Kamehameha was forcefully pushed skyward by his hands. I blocked it. Wukong grinned, showing his teeth. Don't get too cocky, little brat. If you don't show some real skills, you think I don't have a few tricks up my sleeve. The next move I have only used on 2 people in my life. The first is your grandfather, and the second is you. However, he could only withstand 30% of my power. If you can't hold on later, just say so early, or else you might die. Master Turtle said solemnly. I can't afford any mishaps. This is my final technique. If this fails, I will have no other options. Understood, Grandpa. Use whatever techniques you have. I came here to experience different martial arts techniques. Wukong retracted his playful expression and said respectfully. Master Turtle solidly assumed his stance, clasped his hands together with force, and his entire body's meridians rapidly swelled as energy gathered in his palms. Wukong could tell just from his perception that this move was more powerful than the Super Kamehameha, and he felt a slight excitement. After a moment, Master Turtle finally gathered the energy. He thrust his hands towards Wukong and shouted loudly, Receive my earth-shattering palm. A fierce artificial electric wave quickly struck Wukong. Due to Master Turtle's limited power, it was still an artificial electric wave lacking speed and strength compared to true lightning by several dimensions. Wukong was slowly lifted into the air by the energy of Master Turtle's earth-shattering palm. His hair stood on end due to the electric current, forming a small explosive hairdo, but aside from that there were no other changes. Grandpa, this move is quite interesting. I feel like my Bota cells are working a bit faster after being stimulated. However, this power is still insufficient to deal with me, and you gathered energy too slowly with this move. Wukong remained calm under the 30% power of the earth-shattering palm. You actually underestimate my earth-shattering palm. I'm only using 50% of my strength now, and next, I will use my full power. Master Turtle increased his energy output, and the scale of the earth-shattering palm grew even larger. Wukong's hair looked like it was about to smoke. Grandpa, can you exert a bit more strength? I feel quite comfortable right now. Wukong felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Master Turtle was too exhausted to speak, and withdrew the earth-shattering palm, allowing Wukong to drop back onto the arena. Ha ha ha. Bulma, Oolong, and the others watched Wukong on the arena, holding their stomachs as they laughed. Previously, they couldn't see clearly due to the energy of the earth-shattering palm. Now, with the earth-shattering palm gone, the small explosive-haired Wukong appeared before them. Bulma quickly took out a super telephoto camera to capture the scene on the arena in ultra-clear detail. Grandpa, do you have any other moves? If not, I'm going to attack now. Wukong asked eagerly. Master Turtle was panting heavily, recovering from the energy depletion caused by the earth-shattering palm, and had no energy to respond to Wukong. Master Turtle's silence was perceived by Wukong as having no further tricks up his sleeve, and he decided to end the battle. His right fist clenched, and his short legs dashed forward like the wind. Wait a minute. Master Turtle finally caught his breath and hurriedly said. However, it was too late. Wukong's iron fist had already struck his face, sending him off the arena. He collapsed to the ground immediately, holding his face and shouting loudly, Ouch! Ouch! You ungrateful brat, can't you hit a little softer? Krillin's 3 punches don't even hurt as much as your 1 punch, you bastard. My master is Grandpa Turtle Sage. Wukong, now at the edge of the arena, looked at him in confusion. Haha, that's right, I misspoke just now. Master Turtle explained while laughing through the pain, reflecting on how difficult it is to be a master these days. Getting beaten by his disciple, he had to keep it to himself. If he spoke out, it would be him who would lose face in the end. Wukong. Although you are strong now, there are many people in the world who are stronger than you. Don't get complacent, you still need to train seriously. Master Turtle advised earnestly. I understand, Grandpa, Wukong replied seriously. Incredible. I never expected the ultimate winner of our tournament to be contestant son Wukong, who is only 16 years old. Let's give a warm round of applause to both contestants who brought us such an exciting battle. Next, we will enter the award ceremony. Our award presenters, please come to the stage. Ali Gu loudly announced the champion declaration and award notification. Looking at the 16-year-old contestant son, Ali Gu sighed inwardly. What an incredible person! Not only did he save me, but he also won the ultimate victory in the tournament at just 16 years old. Contestant son, this is the champion's prize of a cash check for 1 million yuan. I look forward to seeing you again at the next World's #1 martial arts tournament. Ali Gu will never forget your kindness. Alright, this year's World's #1 martial arts tournament is officially concluded. I look forward to seeing you all next time. Ali Gu loudly brought the tournament to a close. If there's a chance next time I will come again, Wukong said affirmatively. This tournament indeed had quite a few interesting events. Although the martial arts techniques only left a lasting impression from the last old man learning, even a little counts. Strength is gradually accumulated. Wukong, congratulations. Haha, that's fantastic. Krillin excitedly ran over. Wukong, you won. You're the world's #1. Bulma rushed over excitedly. To her, Wukong's strength also represented her own strength. The stronger Wukong was, the more secure she felt. Blonde Lan Chi and Oolong also slowly approached to congratulate Wukong. Haha, it's nothing. By the way, where's Grandpa? The blonde Lan Chi said discontentedly. Just then a person wrapped in bandages appeared. Cough, cough, I'm here. Grandpa, what happened to you? Wukong looked at him in surprise, unable to recognize him. Bulma looked at Master Turtle with disdain. I bet he went somewhere to flirt with a young lady and got beaten up. Ha ha ha. Master Turtle chuckled, awkwardly not denying it. Damn, Wukong, if you hadn't swollen my face, how could I show my face to others without wrapping it up? Wait a moment. I'll go fetch someone. Wukong dashed toward Namus' direction and returned shortly with him in tow. Bulma, let's find a restaurant and talk while we eat, suggested Master Roshi. He promptly located a nearby eatery, ordered dishes, and began conversing over the meal. Bulma, this is the prize money I won in the tournament. I'd like to help Namu. What do you suggest we do? Whenever uncertain, he turned to Bulma, a principle she herself had instilled in him. We've just heard the gist of his situation. He now has access to water. But since the source has dried up, this is merely a temporary fix, not a lasting solution. Mr. Namu, Wukong's 1 million prize, given your urgent timeline. I've already arranged through my contacts to convert it into essential supplies, daily necessities, and medical equipment, items your tribe desperately needs right now. And out of respect for Wukong, I'll contribute further. I'm sponsoring you a jet aircraft, capable of carrying roughly 20 people. Upon your return, I urge you to guide your tribe gradually toward open communication with the outside world. Had your people possessed even a single jet earlier, many of these problems would have long been resolved. But due to your isolation, the entire tribe remains impoverished, a condition severely hindering your development. With the jet and providing, however, those obstacles will vanish entirely. When water is urgently needed, you can simply fly the jet to secure it effortlessly. Later, you may address the root cause of the drought, whether through relocation or other means, without constraint. This is my proposal, Mr. Namu, Bulma concluded. Thank you so much, Miss Bulma. Your kindness I, Namu, shall never forget, for all my life. And Master Roshi and Wukong as well. Whenever you require anything, my tribe and I stand ready. We would lay down our lives without hesitation. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Namu leapt to his feet and bowed repeatedly, so deeply moved that he momentarily set aside even his most cherished etiquette. 2 hours later, Wukong finally finished eating. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Master Roshi, determined to uphold his dignity as a teacher, insisted on covering the bill. Approaching the counter, he watched as receipt after receipt streamed from the register. Steam seemed to rise from his bald head. Had he perhaps acted too hastily? Sir, your total comes to 100,300 yen. I'll waive the extra 300. Consider it my courtesy. What a... so expensive. Master Roshi staggered, startled by the figure. This district is the most vibrant part of South City. High prices are only natural, sir. Is something amiss? The waitress tilted her head, puzzled, as she addressed the elderly man softly. No, not at all, fair lady. Please charge it to my card. Losing face before a woman was unthinkable. With practiced flair, Roshi withdrew a credit card, handed it to the young woman, and tapped his fingers rhythmically on the counter, exuding quiet, unshakable affluence. I'm sorry, sir. The card payment still leaves a shortfall of 300 yen, the waitress murmured apologetically. Oh, no problem. He'll cover it right away. Rashi meticulously counted out 100 yen bills, one by one, then added 10 1 yen coins until the sum was complete. He hurried out of the restaurant, sighing inwardly. Being a master truly wasn't easy. Master Rashi, Wukong, Miss Bulma, and everyone else. Once our tribe regains stability, I'll personally notify you. Please do visit us then. I, Namu, and my entire tribe will welcome you with our highest rights, to express, however inadequately, our profound gratitude. Gazing upon this group, who had rekindled hope for his people, Namu knew words alone could never convey the depth of his reverence. So he extended his invitation warmly, and resolved to repay them not with speech, but with action. Of course, we'll certainly come when the time is right, Bulma replied cheerfully. Next time I'll ask Wukong to take me to the oasis. I've never experienced it firsthand. It must be quite enchanting. Namu, keep going strong. Wukong called out heartily. Yes, I will. Farewell, everyone. We'll surely meet again. Namu of Asari bid them farewell and set off on his journey home. Wukong, what are your plans next? Bulma asked. I intend to search for Grandpa's 4-star ball and continue training in preparation for the next Tenkaichi Budokai. He shared the plan he'd long envisioned. Then I'll accompany you. I'm free anyway. And just like last time, I'll keep myself safe while ensuring you're well fed. Bulma beamed. For her adventure, alongside research, held genuine allure. Yet safety remained non-negotiable. Without it, such endeavors ceased to be adventures and became mere suicide. No problem. I've got it covered. Wukong agreed instantly. With Bulma beside him, countless practicalities became infinitely smoother. His strength was formidable, but raw power alone couldn't solve every challenge. He couldn't conjure shelter, nor did he wish to sleep nightly in sand pits when soft beds awaited. Krillin, what are your plans? Master Rashi asked his devoted disciple. Master, I feel my cultivation remains insufficient. May I stay and train under your guidance a little longer? Krillin spoke earnestly. No, you're ready to stand on your own. I guarantee it, Rashi blurted, flustered. No, I'm only 14. I'm far from mature enough to live independently. Krillin snapped upright, bowed deeply, and declared with utmost reverence. Master Rashi clearly wants to ditch me, just to spend time alone with Launch. How naive. He's centuries old. I'm only 14. Just a few more years, and I'll be marriage ready. As the saying goes, those nearest the water draw the moon first. And Launch, so radiant. I'd be failing myself if I didn't seize this chance. Is that so? Master Rashi stood dumbfounded. That brat, so sharp at first. Now he can't even grasp my meaning. Now I'll never get private time with Launch. Ungrateful, insubordinate wretch. Truly the pupil surpasses the master. Even in my youth, I wasn't half as clever as he is now. Wukong, do visit Turtle Island often. Of course. Krillin, train hard. Let's compete together in the next martial arts tournament. Oolong, tell my parents I'll be home soon. Bulma instructed her most trusted aide. Understood, as long as I don't have to join your adventures. My psychological trauma is already severe enough. Tagging along might give me a fatal cardiac arrest this year. Oolong exhaled in relief. Excellent. I'll live a few years longer. December 9, age 750, Earth calendar. Wukong and Bulma embarked once more upon their journey, while Master Rashi, Krillin, and Launch returned to the Turtle School. The Dragon Ball. Is it truly within this town? Yes, Lord Pilaf. Our Dragon Ball radar confirms it lies somewhere within a 1-kilometer radius. Wu, restored to her charming youthful form, affirmed firmly, we must locate the Dragon Ball by any means necessary. Without all 7, we cannot summon the Eternal Dragon. Last time I was careless. I stood just one step away from realizing my dream of world domination. Yet that brat unexpectedly proved far more formidable than I ever imagined. This time I shall command the Eternal Dragon to transform that brat into my loyal servant. Then at long last I shall seize dominion over the world. Lord Pilaf's small frame shimmered with fervent aspiration. Indeed, Lord Pilaf, we must persuade the Eternal Dragon to turn that brat into one of us. Otherwise he will never willingly aid our conquest of the world. But how precisely shall we locate this Dragon Ball? Wu nodded in agreement, then asked, puzzled, damn it. Isn't that your responsibility to figure out? I wonder if Ashu has finished cooking yet. Pilaf shot Wu a sidelong, disgruntled glare and barked, you insolent wretch. What do you know about such matters? Lord Pilaf, I've just had an idea, though I'm not sure whether I ought to voice it. Wu's expression flickered with hesitation. Oh, speak up then. Pilaf gazed at her curiously. What could possibly be so secretive? His intrigue had been thoroughly piqued. Compared to fulfilling your dream of world domination, perhaps we should first ask the Eternal Dragon to increase your height. Look, you've grown considerably this past year. You now tower over me by a full head. Even Ashu stands half a head taller than you. Yet you remain frozen at 60 centimeters. Hardly an imposing stature for a world ruler. Wu regarded Pilaf, her junior by a head, with earnest concern. You impudent fool. I'm merely in my preheating phase. Tomorrow your drumstick is mine, no objections allowed. Refuse and you'll go without for an entire week. Pilaf roared in mortified fury. Yes, Lord Pilaf. Wu replied resignedly, then added, though, what you said does hold some merit. I'll consider it. After regaining his composure, Pilaf mused aloud. Then, what of my drumstick? Wu looked at him hopeful. Dare you provoke Lord Pilaf, and expect no consequence? Pilaf fixed her with an odd searching gaze. No, I have absolutely no objection. Wu met his gaze with sincere conviction. Just then Pilaf and Wu arrived at a general store. Pilaf snatched up a crown and placed it upon his head. Wu, how do I look in this? It suits you perfectly, especially the size, Wu declared confidently. At that moment the shopkeeper emerged and said, Your Majesty, I can tell at a glance you're royalty from some distant realm. This crown is fine but unworthy of your Majesty. Might I invite you inside to view my most treasured collection? Lord Pilaf, we haven't time for games, Wu reminded him. Enough noise. I'm only stepping in for a quick look. Pilaf chuckled and strode ahead into the shop. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. The shopkeeper vanished into the back room and returned bearing a lacquered box. Opening it revealed an orange glass orb nestled within. Behold, the legendary Dragon Ball said to grant dominion over all creation. Does Your Majesty approve? The Dragon Ball. Ha. Well, we found it. Pilaf snatched it up elated, then flung several thick stacks of tinted Sanyuan bills toward the shopkeeper. Take it all. Every last note. He then hurried out with Wu while the shopkeeper, ecstatic, realized he'd just sold one of countless fake Dragon Balls he'd manufactured by the cartload. Meanwhile, a mysterious military force entered the town. Search every house. Leave no one untouched. Soldiers fanned out door to door. Gunfire cracked through the air, mingling with anguished cries. The unscrupulous shopkeeper, still clutching his ill-gotten cash, was summarily gunned down by a greedy soldier. Colonel Shaluba, confirmation received. The Dragon Ball has been located. It is currently in the possession of a 6-centimeter turtle man. Our troops are already in pursuit. A communicator crackled to life. Retrieve the Dragon Ball, by any means necessary, Colonel Shaluba commanded, grave and resolute. Wu slowed down. Don't leave me behind. 60-centimeter Lord Pilaf sprinted desperately after Wu, who had already pulled far ahead. Clutching the Dragon Ball tightly, he pounded the ground with stubby legs, shouting breathlessly. Who told you to grow such short legs? I've already alerted Ashu. He's coming to extract us. Just hold on a little longer. Wu didn't glance back. She simply ran harder. High above, Ashu intercepted Wu's signal and guided their colossal flying fortress down from the sky. Its hatch yawned open. Wu leapt lightly, executed a flawless somersault, and landed gracefully on solid ground. The fortress hummed to life, ascending steadily, while Pilaf still lagged far behind. Watching the fortress rise, Pilaf redoubled his pace and screamed, Wu, Ashu, don't abandon me. I'm still salvageable. Catch this, Lord Pilaf. Wu tossed down a rope from above. Pilaf seized it instantly. The fortress soared upward, carrying him swiftly into the heavens. Colonel Shaluba, report the target has escaped aboard their massive flying fortress. Switch all units to fighter aircraft. Contact headquarters immediately. Request urgent reinforcements. Shaluba watched the fortress recede into the distance, recognizing that his current forces stood no chance against it, and acted without hesitation. He boarded a fighter jet himself and gave chase. He had to deploy a tracking beacon onto the fortress, lest they vanish beyond detection through countermeasures. Inside Pilaf's flying fortress, Pilaf sat once more upon his command throne, calm, composed, and regal. Lord Pilaf, a fighter jet is closing in from behind, Wu reported, watching the surveillance feed. Ashu, give it a taste of our wrath. Shoot it down. Lord Pilaf showed them mercy, chose not to kill. Yet they flew straight to their doom. Their fate rests upon their own folly. My ancestors will surely forgive me. As you command, Lord Pilaf. Ashu took his seat at the weapons console. Dozens of turrets erupted from the fortress's hull and opened fire. Shaluba, sensing imminent peril, launched the tracking beacon, adhering it firmly to the fortress's hull, then ejected. Moments later, his jet shattered midair under relentless bombardment. Lord Pilaf, the target has been destroyed, Ashu announced, rising to salute with crisp precision. Well done, Ashu. Tomorrow, you'll receive a drumstick as reward. Pilaf commended his loyal lieutenant. Yes, thank you, Lord Pilaf. Ashu exclaimed, elated, only to be promptly dragged aside by Wu. That drumstick tomorrow belongs to me. That's mine, Wu whispered, eyes glinting dangerously. Understood, Ashu sighed, yielding helplessly. Shaluba descended safely beneath his parachute. This is Shaluba calling. When will reinforcements arrive? I've deployed the tracker, but cannot guarantee it remains undetected. Shaluba established contact with headquarters. Colonel Shaluba, reinforcements have departed. They will reach your position in approximately 1 hour. Please await patiently. The communications officer spoke with deference. Good. 1 hour should suffice. Please convey to General Rit Colonel Shaluba will not betray the Legion's trust. Shaluba severed the transmission. An hour later, a dense armada of fighter jets darkened the sky, joining forces seamlessly with his unit. Colonel Shaluba, the target has vanished ahead, but the tracker confirms they remain within this sector. Scour the area thoroughly. Drop explosive ordnance. Dig 3 meters deep if you must. Find them. Affirmative, Colonel Shaluba. Moments later, a squadron unleashed indiscriminate barrages upon the terrain below, beneath the earth, inside the colossal flying fortress. Woo! Activate our surface-mounted missile launchers. Bring down every last fighter. Pilaf observed the dozen or so fighters brazenly descending upon him, utterly unruffled. Understood, Lord Pilaf. An hour later, Wu appeared before Pilaf. Lord Pilaf. All missiles expended. We've downed 300 enemy fighters, but their reinforcements continue pouring in without end. Ashu, has the escape trajectory been calculated? Pilaf turned to his engineer. Nearly complete. As long as even the narrowest gap exists, we can slip through safely. Of course there's a gap. Haha. To think they could seize my Dragon Ball so easily. Ashu, initiate ascent and evasion. Pilaf laughed softly. Affirmative. Ashu strode toward the central control panel. The earth split open and the fortress rose, revealing its towering form. Colonel Shaluba, the enemy has emerged. Issue your command. Full assault, now. Affirmative. Only when Pilaf's fortress fully ascended did they realize they were surrounded. Fighters swarmed like hornets, unleashing relentless barrages upon the hull. Ashu, Wu, return fire, immediately. Pilaf shouted, then rushed to join the crew. Moments later, Ashu intoned expressionless, Lord Pilaf, ammunition exhausted. What are your orders? Deploy escape pods to ground level. The skies belong to them. Pilaf issued the order. He clutched the Dragon Ball tightly as he, Wu, and Ashu boarded the pod, which launched just as the fortress collapsed in flames. When Pilaf, Ashu, and Wu emerged from the pod, they faced ranks of soldiers, rifles leveled, faces grim. Lord Pilaf, what do we do? Wu asked, voice trembling. Ashu shuddered uncontrollably. Remain calm. I am here. Pilaf spoke with unshakable poise. Colonel Shaluba advanced with his troops, eyes narrowed with cold disdain as he surveyed the trio. You three, excellent. Truly excellent. Damn it. I expected a whole army in there. Instead, you sank an entire air squadron. Today I'll flay you alive, one slow strip at a time. Hearing those words, Ashu and Wu froze, trembling violently. Haha. Sir, please, no need for anger. Here is the Dragon Ball you seek. Please accept it with reverence. 60-centimeter Pilaf, robed like an emperor, legs stubby, eyes crinkled in a sycophantic grin, scampered forward and offered the orb with both hands. Then, rubbing his tiny palms together, he added with ingratiating cheers, Sir, I also possess modest reserves. 300 fighters. 1,000. No trouble at all. Just spare our lives, please. At Pilaf's words, Shaluba's tone softened instantly. Haha, remarkable. You suit my taste perfectly. Attend to these 3 guests. Provide them with the finest food, lodging, and care. Fail in this, and you'll answer to me. A specially modified military vehicle rolled forward and respectfully escorted Pilaf, Wu, and Ashu aboard, along with generous provisions. Even as Pilaf negotiated with Shaluba, Wu, and Ashu had already steadied themselves. Inside the vehicle, captured members of Pilaf's legion sat subdued. Lord Pilaf, I had no idea you'd hoarded so much private wealth. Last time I asked you to buy me that diamond necklace, you claimed you were broke. Only after endless delays did you finally purchase it. Wu scolded him loudly. You insolent wretch. That wasn't a necklace. It was a death sentence. I'd fetch less at auction than it cost. Tell me, how many have you bought this year? Your chambers can barely contain them. Pilaf roared. How many? I change one daily, and still wouldn't exhaust a year's supply. Lord Pilaf, Wu, cease your quarrel. Those necklaces may well cease to be ours altogether soon. Ashu interjected, weary. Pilaf and Wu glared fiercely at him. Ashu shrank back, silenced. Gradually, even they quieted, resigned to their new reality. Thus the Pilaf Legion fell into the custody of Colonel Shaluba. Wukong, the Dragon Ball radar shows that the Dragon Ball is right ahead in the area we just passed by. There seem to be quite a few people searching for something, but we are too far from the ground to see what they are actually doing. Bulma, dressed in black pencil pants and a purple neck long-sleeve t-shirt, said, while looking at the Dragon Ball radar. Wukong was wearing the blue shorts and a sleeveless black t-shirt that she had specially prepared, holding her from behind. They had been out for several days, playing wherever they went, and whenever they encountered a town they would go in for a good meal. After a few days, this was the first Dragon Ball they encountered, and not far away there was another Dragon Ball. We are almost there. Who cares about them? As long as they don't interfere with our search for the Dragon Balls, we can always go back and check later if we are really curious. Bulma put away the Dragon Ball radar and casually glanced below him. Let's land. It seems like there are 2 people down there. The Nimbus clouds swiftly descended. On the ground, Alf, in such a big place, asking us to find such small balls is really too much. A tall, middle-aged man wearing a Western cowboy hat complained to his short companion, who was dressed in a brown jacket. Yeah, Moji, but if we don't hurry up and find them, we'll be executed. Alf said with a hint of fear. The regiment's rules were very strict. The Nimbus cloud landed beside them with Bulma sitting on it and waiting. Wukong jumped down beside them holding the Dragon Ball radar and carefully searching as he moved toward the true location of the Dragon Ball. Hey, kid, get out of here and don't get in our way, or don't blame us for being rude. Moji warned Wukong, but Wukong ignored him and reached into the crevice in front to pick up the Dragon Ball. Hey, it's not the 4-star ball, Wukong said disappointedly as he looked at the 5-star ball in his hand. Alf, look, it's a Dragon Ball, how lucky. After Moji finished speaking, he quickly came to Wukong's side with a gun in hand. Hey, kid, hand over the Dragon Ball. Why should I give it to you? I found it. You hand it over when I say so, no need for any nonsense, Moji said as he lunged at Wukong, attempting to snatch the Dragon Ball. However, since he didn't shoot, Wukong merely knocked him away gently, not intending to take his life. The short Alf, seeing his companion knocked down, quickly grabbed a rifle and shot at Wukong, who dashed forward and landed a punch to his stomach. He curled up on the ground, showing no outward change, but internally his bones were all shattered. Wukong walked towards Bulma holding the Dragon Ball, and the Nimbus cloud quickly ascended away. A few minutes later, Moji crawled up and hurried to Alf's side, shaking him vigorously while calling out, Hey, Alf, what's wrong? Wake up. He received no response, trembling as he placed his hand on Alf's nose to check for breath, staggering back in fear as he muttered, He's dead, Alf is dead. After he finally calmed down, he rushed to the vehicle, took out the communication device, and dialed out beep. 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 This is the Zaruba Contact Center. Report, Colonel Zaruba, the Dragon Ball has been stolen by a strange kid and a girl. They seem to have a more precise Dragon Ball radar, and their mode of flight is a strange golden cloud. Our soldier Alf has sacrificed. The communicator conveyed Moji's report to Colonel Zaruba. Project all aerial footage of this area. Find those 2 kids for me. I want to deal with them personally. Colonel Zaruba calmly issued the order. A moment later, Colonel Zaruba, the target has been locked. They are advancing toward our location. It seems they are after the Dragon Ball in our possession, expected to pass over you in 2 minutes. Understood. After Colonel Zaruba finished speaking, he threw out a huge shoulder-mounted rocket launcher with a universal capsule. He effortlessly shouldered it and quickly aimed at the sky, waiting silently. 2 minutes quickly passed, and Wukong and Bulma appeared in his line of sight. Kids, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for meddling with things that do not belong to you. He decisively fired a rocket at Wukong and Bulma. Wukong, blocked from seeing by Bulma, didn't notice this while Bulma was observing the scenery below. She hurriedly pushed Wukong, saying, Hey, Wukong, look, someone is attacking us. The Nimbus cloud came to a halt, and Wukong stepped forward while Bulma retreated. As he watched the rapidly approaching rocket, Wukong raised his right hand, and a golden energy sphere the size of a peach quickly expanded in his palm and was launched. The golden energy sphere, trailing a light tail, swiftly collided with the rocket, resulting in a loud explosion in the air, the shockwave violently gusting and blowing Bulma's greenish hair to flutter in the wind. Bulma looked angrily down and said, Wukong, let's go down and see who is so ruthless, trying to take our lives with one shot. All right. The Nimbus cloud descended, and they saw a mature man in military uniform who had just thrown down the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Hey, who are you and why did you attack us? Wukong asked the man in front of him, displeased. I didn't expect you 2 kids to still be alive. You really are lucky. Originally, if you had obediently died, it would have been a good thing for you. That was my mercy toward you. Now I can only deal with you myself. But before that, I hope you can answer me a few questions. Zaruba coldly stared at Wukong and Bulma. Wukong looked at him, unafraid. You still haven't told me who you are. Why should I tell you? I am Colonel Zaruba of the Red Ribbon Army, Elite. Now you can answer my questions. So you are the infamous warlord of the Red Ribbon Army. No wonder you are so reckless. Bulma looked at Zaruba with disdain. As far as she knew, the Red Ribbon Army had done many bad things. More than 10 years ago, when warlords were rampant and social order was chaotic, the establishment of the United Nations later severely punished those warlords who committed many crimes. Many warlord organizations were eradicated. The Red Ribbon Army, due to its strong military power, stubbornly survived and became one of the most representative evil leaders. After several encirclements, the United Nations suffered huge losses, and the Red Ribbon Army also did not have it easy. Later, both sides tacitly agreed to a ceasefire, and the Red Ribbon Army also restrained itself somewhat. Kid, since you know it's us, the Red Ribbon Army, then obediently confess. This way I will make your deaths a bit quicker. Zaruba said coldly. Huh, we never agreed to tell you anything, but in your words I will be merciful today. What questions do you have? Ask away. I will tell you. Bulma crossed her left arm over her slim waist and slightly curled her right finger, teasingly looking at Zaruba. The mischievous Bulma exuded an astonishing charm, even making Wukong feel dazzled. I, Zaruba, have experienced countless trials. Such a little provocation cannot shake my resolve at all. Let you be proud for 2 minutes later I will take care of you, and let you feel the terror of hell. Zaruba's veins bulged as he asked coldly, how did you accurately find the Dragon Balls? Why are you looking for the Dragon Balls? That's because I'm clever and invented the Dragon Ball radar. As for why we are looking for them, that's classified. The lively and cute Bulma said proudly. Since that's the case, you have no value anymore, I will send you on your way. 2 little brats. Zaruba shrugged off his outer coat, revealing his welted muscles formed from rigorous training. Wukong, this time, don't interfere, leave it to me. Let you see my power, Bulma said mysteriously to Wukong with a smile. Bulma, your combat power is so weak, are you sure it's alright? Wukong looked at her with slight concern. Silly, since I said it, just trust me, and besides, aren't you here too? In case I can't defeat him, you can rescue me, right? Bulma reassured him without a hint of panic. Alright, I understand. Watching the 2 annoying brats babble on endlessly, Zaruba impatiently said, you two, are you done? Who's coming up to die first? You could have lived a little longer, but some people just don't cherish their lives. Since that's the case, get ready to take my attack. Bulma sneered with sarcasm, slowly walking forward. With her lips slightly parted, she softly uttered armor activation. A mysterious purple-black substance surged from the special device on her left hand, enveloping her entire body. The mysterious substance flowed and solidified continuously, ultimately forming a set of noble and splendid purple-black battle armor on Bulma. Her long cyan green hair was tied into a high ponytail by a purple-black ring with her eyes, mouth, and a small portion of her silhouette exposed, while the rest of her body was completely covered by the battle armor. The Red Ribbon Army, now that you want to surrender, it's too late. Keeping you alive is just a disaster. You think just changing your appearance can do anything to me? Your words are exactly what I wanted to say. Prepare to die. Zaruba coldly replied. This woman looked quite formidable. I must be cautious, otherwise I might end up in a precarious situation. He quickly sprinted toward Bulma. As he charged at her, Bulma stood calmly. To her, Zaruba's speed seemed painfully slow. When he entered the attack range, Zaruba swiftly raised his right leg and kicked fiercely at Bulma's waist. Bulma lightly tapped the ground with her right toe, elegantly stepping back to avoid Zaruba's attack. Just as Zaruba retracted his right leg, he immediately executed a spinning kick with his left leg. Bulma lifted her left foot back, performing an elegant backflip, landing on her left foot and quickly placing her right foot down. She disdainfully said to Zaruba, is that all you've got? If I weren't worried about dirtying my feet, I could have kicked you to death just now. Zaruba quickly moved back to create distance, grimly stating, damn woman, in hand-to-hand combat, I'm indeed no match for you. However, I don't believe you can withstand a rocket launcher. A shoulder-mounted rocket launcher swiftly materialized, resting on his shoulder as he decisively aimed it at Bulma and fired. Bulma quickly ejected a multifunctional capsule, revealing a luxurious and elegant silver pistol with intricate designs all over its body, which she held in her right hand. She decisively aimed at the rocket launcher, and a silver bullet pierced through space, accurately hitting the center of the rocket's warhead, creating a violent explosion that instantly knocked Zaruba down. Seeing this scene, Zaruba fully understood that he was definitely no match for her. No way, this woman is too powerful. I can't outrun a bullet. What should I do? Is Zaruba really going to die here today? Suddenly his eyes lit up as he noticed that Bulma's vision was obscured by smoke. He quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed to Wukong's side, pressing a gun against Wukong's temple. In that moment, he felt a sense of relief. As the smoke cleared, Bulma slowly approached, saying, Stinky girl, I'm indeed no match for you. However, now that this little brat is in my hands, if you don't want him to end up with a bullet in his head, you better surrender obediently. Zaruba threatened Bulma with a fierce glare and a wild laugh. Go ahead and shoot. I have no objections, Bulma teased, looking at him. Hey, are you serious? This isn't a toy gun, shouldn't you think it over? Zaruba said, astonished and incredulous. No need to think, go ahead and shoot. I have no objections. Bulma's gaze confirmed to Zaruba that she wasn't joking. His eyes darted and he spoke with a facade of bravado. How about this? I'll take a step back and you don't need to surrender. Just let me go and I promise this little brat won't lose a single hair. If that doesn't work, I can only blow his little head off and perish together with him. After Zaruba finished speaking, he looked at Bulma with a hint of expectation. If possible, he was still in his prime, why would he want to die? Bulma teased him with a smile. Wukong, eliminate him. Understood. As Wukong's voice echoed, his right arm moved back for a light elbow strike. Saruba instantly suffered a fatal blow. His bloodshot eyes bulged out, and the gun fell weakly from his hands. He staggered back 2 steps, fell to the ground, and no longer reacted. The elite of the Red Ribbon Army, Saruba, met his demise. Wukong jogged to Bulma's side, looking around, feeling the surroundings. Bulma in her armor blushed slightly and said in annoyance, "Stop touching. This armor is linked to my nervous system. Touching it is no different from touching me." After saying that, the armor quickly transformed into a liquid substance, flowing back into the special device on her hand. "Bulma, what was that just now? It looks great on you." Wukong said, his eyes filled with curiosity. This past year hasn't been wasted. Occasionally, I want to fight alongside you. I specifically acquired a rare liquid metal that erupts from volcanoes, purple gold. After research and development with my brilliant mind, I created the armor you just saw. The armor can link with my nervous system. Although my physical quality is lacking, my nervous system is highly developed. When my nervous system makes a judgment and issues commands, the armor will operate automatically with my body. My physique is excellent. As long as I operate the armor, any high difficulty movements are a piece of cake for me. Currently, my physical quality is not high enough. I can't withstand too fast a movement speed. Therefore, the armor's amplification effect is limited and adjusts according to my physical quality. However, dodging bullets is quite simple. While fighting, it also helps train my physical quality. A win-win situation. How about it? Am I impressive? Bulma's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wukong, clearly hinting. Wow, Bulma, you're really amazing. Although I've always known you were great, I didn't expect you to come up with this. When can I try it? After hearing Wukong's eager words, Bulma cheerfully replied, "No problem. When we return to West City, I can also make you a special piece of equipment." "Really? That's awesome. But we need to wait until we return to West City. Wukong, since the Red Ribbon Army has appeared here, the other Dragon Ball we're looking for is likely in their stronghold. Let's take them down while we are at it. After all, they are no good people. However, don't act until I tell you to. Let me handle it first." Bulma suggested excitedly. This is a great opportunity to test the armor's capabilities, as Saruba was too weak. "Sure. No problem. Let's go." The two quickly leaped onto the Nimbus and headed towards Saruba's stronghold. "All soldiers, listen up. Colonel Saruba is dead. Now the remaining 2,000 combat soldiers of the Saruba force will be under my command, Colonel Audley. The Special Forces 500 soldiers are to gather on the playground. Shortly, Colonel Audley will personally lead the charge against the enemy." The entire Saruba stronghold quickly went into operation. The 500 Special Forces soldiers quietly watched Colonel Audley while the other soldiers held their posts. "Load your submachine guns with ammo, and each person is to carry 3 grenades. Although the enemy consists of 2 little brats, they are the ones who defeated Colonel Saruba, so we must not underestimate them. Do you understand?" Audley's voice rang out powerfully. "Yes, Colonel Audley." 500 Special Forces soldiers responded loudly, each preparing their gear and ammunition. The Nimbus had already appeared in the sky. "Each team take cover. The operation begins." As Wukong and Bulma descended from the Nimbus, the Special Forces soldiers concealed behind the cover opened fire rapidly. Bullets rained down on Wukong's face, littering the ground. With the assistance of the armor's intelligence system, Bulma dodged to the side. 2 multifunctional capsules quickly ejected, revealing 2 luxurious silver pistols, which she held in both hands, each magazine loaded with 50 specially made silver bullets. She moved at high speed, decisively counterattacking with each shot resulting in a headshot. The Special Forces soldiers found it difficult to aim at Bulma, and the best result they achieved was merely grazing her ear, causing her hair to flutter. After emptying 2 magazines, 100 of the 500 Special Forces soldiers were already dead. While moving quickly, Bulma tossed her silver dual pistols into the air, where they spun and ascended, the magazines dropping out automatically. 2 new magazines quickly slammed into place, and Bulma grasped the dual pistols again. Observing the rapidly changing battlefield, Audley swiftly issued an order: grenades attack. A total of 100 grenades were hurled from the positions towards Bulma. Bulma's armor's intelligent combat system quickly locked onto the positions and trajectories of all the grenades. In less than 5 seconds, she detonated all of them, and the deafening explosions echoed through the sky, knocking soldiers to the ground. Bulma replaced her magazine and floated over gracefully, executing indiscriminate kills as soldiers fell one after another, blood slowly pooling on the ground like a thin stream. "Fire the rocket launcher." Audley issued the final attack command. Bulma looked at the 10 rocket launchers ahead and fired 10 rapid shots. The 10 bullets collided with the rocket launchers, resulting in violent explosions that sent Audley and his group flying and killed many soldiers. 3 minutes later, all 500 Special Forces soldiers under Colonel Audley were annihilated. Behind the sandbag barricades and the pillars and windows of the buildings, corpses lay one after another with wide-open eyes and grotesque expressions scattered everywhere. The smell of blood, the smoke rising from fires, explosions, and chaos engulfed the Saruba stronghold. The remaining soldiers, upon hearing the news, frantically fled for their lives. Wukong and Bulma paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers, calmly observing the hellish scene before them, moving straight past obstacles towards the location of the Dragon Balls. Neither Wukong nor Bulma had any illusions once they chose to fight. It was either killing the enemy or being killed by the enemy. They wouldn't care. This was war. Among them, the wild and uncontrollable Wukong was even more so. Report headquarters. Colonel Saruba has perished. Colonel Audley has just fallen, and the Saruba stronghold is in disarray. This is headquarters. What? Saruba is dead, and the majority of the Saruba force has collapsed. What exactly happened? How many enemies are there? There are two enemies. One is a 70 centimeters little brat, and the other is an unknown armored warrior. A scream echoed, and the communication was cut off. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters in the distance, Commander Rate, this is the situation. A tall, dark-skinned man in a tailcoat reported to the approximately 130 centimeters tall Rate, who wore a commander's uniform and was holding a cigar in his mouth. Saruba is such a waste. We supported him so much, and this is how he repays us. If he hadn't already fallen, I would have executed him myself. Commander Rate exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking softly. The man in the tailcoat respectfully brewed a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Commander Rate, quietly asking, "Commander, should we recover the Dragon Balls now?" There are only two enemies, so they certainly are not our match. No need. As long as they are still collecting the Dragon Balls, they will eventually come here, and we can deal with them then. Commander Rate said this dismissively before falling into deep thought. At the Saruba stronghold in a cell, King Pilaf, it seems like chaos is breaking out outside. There are explosions everywhere, and even the guards watching us have left. Oh ho ho, looks like our opportunity has come. Pilaf chuckled coldly. As King Pilaf, he had been rampant for so long, and was now captured. What a disgrace. But King Pilaf, we are locked up here, and without the key, we can't get out. Asu looked at Pilaf in confusion. Haha, this is all thanks to my brilliance. Ooh, luckily I was prepared. Watch me, Pilaf said, blushing as he unzipped his pants, which dropped onto his shoes. Pervert. Xiao Wu, who had been watching Pilaf, never expected this, and quickly pushed him away, covering her eyes. Pilaf, feeling embarrassed and not expecting to be pushed, lost his balance due to his pants still being around his feet and bumped his head hard onto the ground. Asu hurried over to hold him in her arms, anxiously shaking him. King Pilaf, are you okay? After a while, Pilaf finally regained his senses. Hey, Asu, why do you look like two of you? After a moment, Pilaf stood up after tying his pants again. I'm sorry, King Pilaf, I didn't know you had a key tied around your waist. I thought you were just being a pervert. Xiao Wu blushed and lowered her head, sincerely apologizing. It's okay, Xiao Wu, ignorance is no crime. Don't worry about it, Pilaf said with a forced smile. Really? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, looking up at Pilaf. You jerk. Dream on. Next month you can wash my underwear. Pilaf exploded, shouting. Oh. Xiao Wu replied, her face red. Afterward, Pilaf opened the door and ran out. King Pilaf, what's the plan now? Asu asked about the next step. With such a great opportunity, of course we should go get the Dragon Balls. Huh. Pilaf laughed happily, but just then Asu nudged him. Asu, what are you doing? I was just happy. King Pilaf, look over there. Isn't that the little brat from last time? Asu pointed ahead, exclaiming. What? Pilaf exclaimed in panic, looking over to see Wukong and the armored warrior Bulma approaching the room where the Dragon Balls were hidden. King Pilaf, should we still go for the Dragon Balls? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Cough cough, let them have it this time. Let's find something else. It's getting late. Let's go back and prepare dinner. After saying that, Pilaf walked ahead with his hands behind his back, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Asu. Looking back at Wukong and Bulma, Wukong said, Hey, this is the 2-star ball, not the 4-star ball. Let's go find the next one. Thus, the Saruba force perished at the hands of Bulma and Wukong, while King Pilaf's army escaped from the prison due to this calamity. A month later, in the distant north, the entire land appeared to be blanketed in white, with snowflakes gently falling. Bulma had already donned her armor, severing the neural link fully, treating the armor as clothing. The exposed parts of the armor were wrapped with a thick scarf, and she excitedly said, Goku, look, it's a flock of Rugu birds. Let's fly slowly through them. It's really beautiful. Okay, so that's what Rugu birds are called. The flying nimbus gradually moved toward the sky, which was tinged red. Bulma and Goku sat atop the golden cloud, gliding slowly among the red Rugu birds as countless Rugu birds flew past them, both sides curiously gazing at each other. Towering, irregular icebergs stood prominently beneath them. A few minutes later, as they passed through the flock of Rugu birds, Bulma expressed a hint of regret. If it weren't so cold, I would have captured that scene, but I've already experienced the most beautiful view up close, which is wonderful enough. Goku leaned over the edge of the flying nimbus and quickly said, "Hey, Bulma, look, there's a group of white foxes down there. But it seems like they're running for their lives." "It's my first time seeing white foxes." Bulma leaned beside Goku to look down. "Those are snow foxes. They're so beautiful, but behind them are snow lions." "Yay? They look so pitiful. Should I help them?" Bulma leaned over the edge of the flying nimbus, propping her chin on her hands, her long legs gently swinging behind her, gazing down at the scene, with wise eyes softly saying, "Goku, have you ever thought about a question? Snow foxes and snow lions are both living beings. Helping the snow foxes means not helping the snow lions. They, like us, are all struggling to survive. They are not sentient beings. Our best approach is to let them be. No matter what we do, it won't yield a good result. This is the survival law of this world." Recalling life on Paozu Mountain, Goku propped his chin up, grinning. I didn't fully understand, but I get the gist. Just like when I was on Paozu Mountain, when I was hungry, I hunted bears and other animals. However, Goku, we are humans. Humans are complex. Occasionally, living a bit selfishly is the best way to live. If we don't see it, we can't manage it. If we see it, you can do whatever you want. I support you. Just fire an energy blast down and destroy the ice between them. Don't harm their lives." Bulma smiled happily as she spoke. "Okay, no problem. It seems that old turtle said something similar." Goku leaned over the edge of the flying nimbus, his left hand forming a small energy sphere in his palm, trailing a glowing tail as it shot down. Upon striking the ice, it instantly created a 100-meter wide ice hole. The explosion startled both the snow lions and snow foxes, causing them to scatter, thus abruptly ending the conflict between the two species. "Goku, aren't you going to wear more? It's really cold." Looking at Goku, who was dressed in a short t-shirt, as usual, Bulma asked worriedly. "I'm fine. I don't feel cold at all." "Your body is really tough. The next Dragon Ball is not far ahead. This place is indeed remote. After flying for a while, we haven't seen a single person and don't even know if there are communities living here. If we encounter people, we can visit them. These places are completely different from where we come from." Bulma's voice carried a hint of anticipation, and Goku excitedly replied, "That's right, it's my first time seeing snow. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known this was snow. Paozu Mountain has never had snow." I said I would make you look forward to it. So how is it? Isn't it amazing outside?" Paozu Mountain is great, and the outside is great too. In this northern region, completely enveloped in cold at a certain military base, this is headquarters. General White, the suspicious characters who eliminated Colonel Saluba, have already reached your area with the Dragon Balls. Commander Rate has given orders. I hope you can eliminate them quickly and bring back the Dragon Balls. This is White, understood." After saying this, he ended the communication. It's hard to believe that they could eliminate that elite Saluba and his large troop. I wonder who they are. However, no matter who they are, their strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Dispersing my troops to search for them is not a viable strategy. It will only give the enemy a chance to weaken my forces. It seems the best approach is to send out reconnaissance teams to plant eyes around Misrudo, waiting for them to come and concentrating my forces to eliminate them. As for the orders from headquarters to eliminate the enemy, how to do it is entirely up to me. I'm not at headquarters and Commander Rate has no say. Since I've come out, it won't be easy to make me go back." A middle-aged man with brown short hair, wearing a brown sweater and green military pants, bearing a slightly weathered face, General White, furrowed his brows, deeply contemplating before immediately issuing an order. "Disseminate the order. Let the reconnaissance units plant eyes all over Misruda. We must not let a single fly escape. I need accurate intelligence reports at all times." "Yes, General White." An hour later, on the ground, a small figure, clearly human, slowly walked through the snow, leaving footprints in the thick snow. "Look, Goku, there's a person. Let's go down." The flying nimbus swiftly descended with Goku and Bulma. Goku jumped down and landed near a girl wearing thick clothing slightly taller than him. "Hey, hello, I'm Goku." "Oh, I'm Suno." Suno replied in surprise to the two suddenly appearing before her. Bulma, sitting on the flying nimbus, looked at the obviously young girl and said gently, "Hello, Suno, I'm Bulma. We just arrived here and are not familiar with the area. We'd like to find someone to understand the situation. Could you help us?" "Sure, you can come home with me." Suno readily agreed, saying, "Let's go to my house for a bit, and I'll let my mom explain things to you." "Okay, thank you, Suno. You can sit next to me." The flying nimbus flies faster. Bulma patted the space beside her, inviting Suno. Suno climbed up surprised as she touched the flying nimbus, saying, "This thing is really amazing. It can carry people." "What is it?" "It's the flying nimbus. It can fly," Goku replied. 3 minutes later, in front of a red circular house, Mom opened the door. "It's me, Suno. I'm back." Suno called out while standing at the door with Goku and Bulma. The door quickly swung open. A simple-looking middle-aged woman looked at Suno, Goku, and Bulma at the doorstep, surprised as she said, "Oh, Suno, you're back. Who are they?" "They are Goku and Bulma. They just arrived and wanted to know about the situation here, so I brought them back. Welcome, welcome. Please have a seat. I'll boil some water to warm you up, Suno's mother Susanna gently said before going to boil water. Sorry for the intrusion, Bulma said as she led Goku inside. Half an hour later, Goku and Bulma sat inside the house drinking hot water and warming up. Bulma took off her coat and placed it aside, while Suno quietly sat beside her mother listening intently to Susanna's recounting. In the extreme north in the Gagda region spanning thousands of miles, it's snow-covered year-round with no sunlight. Only our Orokin tribe lives here. We are an ethnic minority with a sparse population. Our large village Karloki consists of 200 households. We rely on fishing, hunting, and herding to sustain our lives, and our days are peaceful and harmonious. Until recently, the appearance of the Red Ribbon Army completely disrupted our tranquil life. They invaded our tribe, gathering all of us together. A few brave young men from the tribe resisted, but they were all shot down. The village elder was captured. They used violence to coerce us into finding Dragon Balls for them. If you can, it would be best to leave here as soon as possible. It's not safe here right now. As Susanna spoke, she covered her mouth and began to sob quietly. Life has become too torturous for her. Safety is not guaranteed, and the future is bleak. While she and her husband can manage, Suno is only 10 years old. You and Suno have been so kind to us. Let me help you eliminate the Red Ribbon Army. After all, we need to find the Dragon Balls too, Goku said with a light-hearted smile. Suno, already feeling upset due to her mother's tears, angrily exclaimed, "What are you talking about? That's the Red Ribbon Army. They are adults and have guns. You look even smaller than me. Good children don't lie. I'm a good child. I never lie, and I'm not small anymore." Stand up. Suno, wearing a gray sweater and red hair, stood at 78 centimeters, came up to Goku. Goku stood up puzzled. Suno stretched her little hand out and placed it on Goku's head, sliding it down to compare their heights. You're not even taller than me. I might be a bit short, but I'm already 10 years old. You look like you're 5 or 6. To be a good child, you can't lie, understand? After saying this, Suno took on an older sister demeanor, patting Goku's head and looking at him seriously. Bulma laughed slightly, calming her emotions, tucking her green hair behind her ear, and softly said, "Suno, don't be fooled by his small stature. He's actually 16 years old. I was deceived by him too. He belongs to a special race, the Saiyans, and among them, he's probably one of the slowest to mature." "I didn't deceive you." Bulma. Really? I still can't believe it. He's actually 16 years old. Suno patted Goku again, incredulously saying, "Suno and Susanna, the stone platform in your house for placing items, if I'm not mistaken, it's made from Nola stone, which is incredibly hard. Even bullets can't leave marks on it." Bulma stood up, pointing at the large stone platform in front of them. "We're not very sure about that either. We just know it's indeed very hard." Susanna, influenced by Suno, and Goku also stopped crying, wiped her tears, and said uncertainly, "You and Suno come over here. Goku, show off a bit, so they can see your strength." "Sure, no problem, watch me." Goku smiled confidently, stepped forward, and extended his right index finger toward the stone platform, which was slightly shorter than him, striking down. A crisp sound echoed as the entire stone platform cracked into 2 halves. Bulma's face flushed as she walked over and poked his forehead. "Idiot, I meant for you to show off, not to break it. You didn't make it clear. It's okay, but it's fine to break it in half. I didn't expect you all to be this strong. Bulma and Goku, I'm counting on you to save us. If this continues, we won't have any way to survive. Suno is still so young, I don't want her to die." Since the Red Ribbon Army appeared, Susanna, who had been suppressed, sat down on the ground, as if seeing the long-lost sunlight, covering her face with her hands, and cried out heartbreakingly, "Mom!" Suno hugged Susanna's arms sadly. After a few minutes, once Susanna had calmed down a bit, Bulma spoke with confidence, gently saying, "Don't worry. We will help you." After learning that the Red Ribbon Army's base is 50 kilometers southwest in Misruta, Bulma set off decisively with Goku. At the door, watching Bulma and Goku disappear, Suno softly asked, "Mom, are they really going to be okay?" "I believe in them. They are so strong. Even if they're not a match for the Red Ribbon Army, they can definitely retreat safely. If things get bad, I'll ask them to take you away too. With their help, you'll be fine, Suno." "Mom, I don't want that. I want to be with you." The 10-year-old Suno looked at Susanna, anxiously, tightly gripping her arm. "Listen, Suno, unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't do that. You're my precious daughter." Susanna, in tears, embraced Suno, trembling as she spoke. Report. General White. An unusual flying vehicle carrying a child and an armored warrior is rapidly approaching our base Misruta from 40 kilometers away. White, his short brown hair stark against a weathered face clad in a russet sweater, fixed the messenger with icy, lethal eyes. His voice was glacial as he commanded, "Assemble all 5,000 officers and soldiers on the first-floor training ground of Misruta, under full command of Lieutenant Colonel Garter. Notify Major Metal to stand guard on the second floor of Misruta. Summon the Purple Ninja to my command chamber immediately. and ensure any developments are reported to me without delay. I will tolerate no error." The messenger, grasping the unspoken gravity in White's gaze, snapped upright and replied sharply, "Yes, General White. Absolute precision will be ensured." "Bulma, look, what an enormous tower!" Goku exclaimed, gazing up in awe at the colossal circular structure before them. Indeed, it spans 1.5 kilometers in diameter and rises 4 stories high. Its interior must house many people. Wait, leave those foot soldiers to me. You can't just blast them all skyward with a single energy blast. We have hostages inside. My armor's power reserves still hold for several days, and I've brought auxiliary cells. More than sufficient. As for ammunition, I packed precisely 1 million rounds when I left. That's more than enough for a full-scale campaign. On the first-floor training ground of Misruta, 5,000 soldiers stood rigidly at attention, rifles held tight, faces grim. Arrayed before Lieutenant Colonel Garter, a compact, square-jawed man of 175 centimeters, his face crisscrossed, with old scars, sharp, triangular eyes piercing beneath a crew cut. "Listen well. You now fall entirely under my command. My orders require only obedience. I will hear no dissent. Understood?" Garter's thunderous voice roared across the field. "Understood," echoed back in perfect unison, a single resounding cry from 5,000 throats. Garter surveyed his seasoned troops and issued his battle plan. "I, Garter, shall lead 2,000 soldiers to fortify the entrance of Misruta, erecting barricades and sandbag emplacements armed with 50 C6 charges to meet the enemy heathen. Though they appear to be merely 2 children, these adversaries are the very ones who annihilated the Saruba unit. Terrifying figures beyond reckoning. Do not underestimate them, not for a moment. Show no mercy. From the day we joined the Red Ribbon Army, choice ceased to exist. Major Mojide, take personal command of the remaining 3,000 soldiers and secure the access corridor leading to Misruta's 2nd floor." "Affirmative, Lieutenant Colonel Garter. Major Mojide pledges his life to defend you." The burly, fierce-eyed officer, his shaggy hair framing a stern face in crisp major's uniform, stepped forward and bellowed his vow. "Silence. Your loyalty belongs to General White, not to me. I will not hear such words again. Is that clear?" Mojide offered no reply. "Dismissed. Execute immediately." Garter's solemn command fell like stone upon the air. Bulma, her cerulean eyes gleaming beneath a high ponytail, and Goku advanced calmly into Misruta's 1st floor. Before them loomed barbed wire barricades, and beyond at 500 meters sandbag emplacements rose like jagged teeth. Silhouettes of soldiers flickered behind cover. They had yet to enter Garter's effective firing range. Goku, meeting Bulma's captivating blue gaze, asked with easy charm, "Need help, Bulma?" No need at all. Watch this." With that playful declaration, Bulma tossed a fresh, gleaming capsule onto the ground. A sleek matte-black rocket launcher materialized instantly. Bulma lifted it effortlessly, aimed downrange at Garter's position 500 meters away, and fired. The missile streaked forward, trailing incandescent flame. The moment Bulma raised the launcher, Garter barked, "First squad, hit the deck." The rocket tore through the barricade and slammed into the sandbag emplacement, igniting a cataclysmic detonation. Fire bloomed violently, limbs flew, thick, acrid smoke billowed outward, flattening everything within a 100-meter radius. Bulma's strike wiped out the entire first squad and wounded several others. Curious, Goku asked, "Bulma, what was that just now?" "AX-1 breaching round. 2-kilometer range, 100-meter blast radius. Ideal for clearing obstructions like these." "Oh, looks quite impressive." "Indeed. If you'd like to try it yourself, I'll let you, another time. For now, let's move forward." Bulma retracted the launcher and deployed 2 more capsules, revealing 2 opulent silver automatic rifles. As she gripped them firmly and observed the scattered soldiers now exposed by the obliterated cover, she smiled faintly. Warfare is not won by numbers alone. These silver rifles were her own design, each magazine holding 500 rounds, and she carried 100 such magazines in reserve. Watching the 2 youths advance, Garter issued his next order without hesitation: 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squads. Envelop them from both flanks. Advance while firing, fluid mobile engagement. 600 soldiers fanned out swiftly, rushing forward with rifles raised, pouring sustained fire toward Bulma and Goku. Bulma moved with elegant grace, dual-wielding her rifle, gliding laterally, firing with surgical precision. Each shot found its mark. One by one, Red Ribbon soldiers collapsed. Garter watched his men fall, blood soaking the earth, his eyes burning crimson. In a low, guttural voice, he ordered, "Summon Aga and 9 others. Arm them with C6 charges, illumination flares, and tear gas grenades, and advance covertly for close-range suicide detonation. Assign 200 soldiers as sacrificial cover. Let them intercept every bullet, even with their bodies. And deliver this final directive: if Aga and I fail, disband all forces immediately." You are no longer Red Ribbon soldiers. The messenger protested bitterly. Lieutenant Colonel Garter, we still have overwhelming numbers. We can fight on. Garter, his scarred face twisted in a bitter hollow laugh, pointed at Bulma. Look at her, the armored woman. Her magazine hasn't been changed since the first shot. 600 of our finest lie dead, and not a single round has grazed her. She moves like a phantom demon, graceful, elusive, untouchable. Yes, we are villains, but even villains cannot best a demon. C6 is our last hope. If it fails, defeat is certain. This, my final order, is the only mercy I can grant you as your commanding officer. The messenger hesitated, but, General White, he saved my life once, but so do our brothers. I'll descend to hell beside him. Yet he holds no right to drag them down with us. Execute the order now. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Garter. The messenger bolted from the front line, and Aga leading 9 others arrived before Garter without delay. 11 men, each laden with multiple C6 charges, charged forward toward Bulma. 200 covering soldiers fell rapidly under relentless gunfire, but their sacrifice carved a path for Garter's advance, laying the groundwork for victory. Of the 200 protectors and 11 shock troopers, only Garter remained standing, having breached Bulma's perimeter at 150 meters. The C6's lethal radius spanned 500 meters in diameter. Eyes blazing crimson, face contorted in fury, Garter yanked the C6's arming pin, triggering a chain of deafening explosions. Fire swallowed him whole. A monstrous shockwave surged toward Bulma. At the first tremor of detonation, Goku, who stood just behind Bulma, flashed forward, hovering before her. Golden aura ignited around his form, enveloping Bulma in radiant protective light. She recognized his presence instantly and clutched him tightly, trembling. Fear in the face of annihilation is inevitable. The shockwave struck the golden aura and shattered cleanly into 2 diverging streams. When silence returned, Bulma stared at the vast crater before them and pressed a hand to her chest, heart still racing. I never imagined he'd go that far. Thank goodness you were here, Goku. Otherwise I'd be dust right now. Haha, don't mention it. I'll always protect you. Goku grinned, scratching his head, pleased and warm beneath Bulma's praise. Hee, I haven't doubted you for a long time now. Major Mojide, per Lieutenant Colonel Garter's order, all troops are to disperse immediately. Carry it out without delay. The messenger stood before the towering figure, who responded flatly, Understood. Chaos erupted among the remaining soldiers, panic spreading like wildfire as they broke ranks and fled. Goku and Bulma met no further resistance as they reached the stairwell to the second floor, where a broad-shouldered man stood motionless. Bulma assessed him instantly, 180 centimeters tall, his sapphire eyes glittering with disdain. Remarkable. Among the Red Ribbon Army, you're actually loyal. I fight not for the Red Ribbon Army, not for White. I serve Garter alone. What is the Red Ribbon Army to me? What is White? Were it not for saving Garter's life once, I'd pluck his little brother off and use it as a marble, utterly worthless, unworthy of command. I stand here now, laughing, knowing full well I cannot match you. And yes, I am a true villain steeped in countless sins. But even villains possess the right to vengeance. You killed Garter, my dearest comrade, my brother. Even if I know I'll fail, how could I call myself Mojide without trying? This wretched life, I cast it aside the day I joined the Red Ribbon Army. Today, if I cannot slay you, I'll join him in death. As Mojide spoke, he slipped a C6 charge from his belt, knowing full well its detonation would be futile unless triggered at point-blank range. But Bulma, having narrowly escaped such a trap before, had already seen his intent. In one fluid motion, she drew her exquisite silver pistol and fired a custom-made silver round, piercing Mojide's forehead with silent, lethal precision. Not a drop of blood spilled as he toppled backward, the C6 slipping from his limp fingers. Only then did crimson seep slowly across the floor where his body struck the ground. That specialized silver round traveled 50 times faster and struck with 50 times the force of standard ammunition. At the topmost level of Misruta, General White, watching the live feed, slammed both fists into the surveillance console upon hearing Mojide's final words. Sparks erupted. The screen died in a burst of static. Beside him stood the purple ninja, robed in violet, a blade strapped across his back, feathers braided into his chestnut hair. His expression impassive, voice devoid of inflection. General White, do not dwell on this. Your true strength lies with Major Metal, and with me. Common soldiers are expendable. Replace them as needed. White withdrew his bloodied hands, wiped them clean, and regained composure. Precisely. Dead men demand no accounting. Clinging to grudges would betray weakness. With Metal and you standing guard, I fear nothing. The third floor rests in your hands, Purple Ninja. On the second floor of Misruta, Bulma continuously entered several rooms to check, all of which were soldiers' dormitories. Now she and Goku had arrived at the spacious cafeteria in the middle. There's no one here. It seems the bulk of their forces are those we defeated on the first floor. It seems there's something inside. Bulma, Goku pointed at the circular room ahead and said, let's go take a look. That seems to be the entrance to the third floor. Upon entering the circular room, Bulma and Goku found a giant standing in the middle about 3.5 meters tall, dressed in a blue military uniform. He calmly said, "Welcome to my territory, Metal Major. This is where your journey ends." Goku, my armor's intelligence system scanned and found that it's a robot. I can't handle this kind of opponent. I leave it to you. Its power source is located on the right side of its chest. Goku said as he stepped forward, "No problem." The Metal Major said nothing more and immediately swung his fist, which was as large as a frying pan, charging forward to smash down on the small figure. Watching the iron fist descend, Goku also extended his right fist to strike out, and a violent collision echoed around them, the strong shockwave pushing the surrounding dust away, enveloping them in the center. The small figure and the giant began to exchange blows, the ground trembling slightly under their fierce confrontation, the previously orderly dust now completely chaotic, the sounds of their fists colliding resounding loudly. Seeing that his fists could not break through, the Metal Major decisively created some distance, opened his mouth, and began to gather energy, preparing to unleash his ultimate skill, the energy cannon. Goku drew out his Rui Bang from his back, held it like a gun, and launched it forward, piercing through the Metal Major's power source. The current surged violently through the Metal Major, causing him to stop functioning, and the energy exploded from his mouth, blowing him to pieces with mechanical parts and liquid scattered everywhere. Bulma excitedly ran over and lifted Goku up. "Goku, you won, you won." Goku's victory made her feel more exhilarated than if she had won herself. She didn't enjoy fighting, she just occasionally wanted to fight alongside Goku to showcase her cleverness. Goku lifted into the air, scratched his head, and grinned. In one of the 4 major super cities of Earth East City, in a VIP room, 2 women dressed somewhat revealingly were sitting close to a man whose hands were constantly wandering. The woman on the left raised a high-stemmed glass filled with wine and said sweetly, "Young Master Yamcha, have another sip." As she spoke, she brought the glass to Yamcha's lips. Looking at the handsome man beside her, she felt quite pleased. As long as it's Talia's treat, I'll drink it." Yamcha leaned over and took a sip with pleasure. "Young Master Yamcha, don't forget about me. You can't favor one over the other," the woman on the right protested, raising another glass. Of course I won't forget you, Talia." Yamcha repeated his earlier actions. Another voice not belonging to a woman chimed in. "Young Master Yamcha, didn't you say you were going to train hard and seek revenge on that little brat?" Puyalu was completely cradled in Talia's arms with 2 blushes on his face. "Puyalu, aren't you happy right now?" Yamcha looked disdainfully at his partner, his gaze saying, "Can you dare to lie against your own heart?" "Of course I'm happy, let's just pretend I didn't say anything." "Young Master Puyalu, don't mind that, let me feed you." Talia raised her glass, gently feeding Puyalu, who blushed as he drank. Puyalu, that's right. Let's have a good time. As for training, we can talk about it later." "All right, young Master Yamcha," a somewhat tipsy Puyalu exclaimed joyfully. On the 3rd floor of Masruta, Bulma looked at the on a square kilometer small forest in front of her and curiously said, "Is this the 3rd floor? How strange, there are no lights, but it doesn't affect us. My intelligent scanning system detected 5 heat sources nearby. There are 5 people. Oh, but Bulma, I detected 6. One of them seems strange, not located here." "Really? Never mind, let's move forward. We'll find out soon enough." Bulma and Goku continued on their way, preparing to see what the people hiding in the shadows were up to. As they advanced 500 meters, a hidden enemy spoke up. "Welcome to my death forest, little brats. I, the purple ninja, will be responsible for ending you next." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 shuriken shot from 5 different directions, and the room's lights came on, revealing a circular chamber 1 kilometer in diameter, filled with trees and several houses by a pond. Bulma gripped a luxurious silver pistol in her right hand. Bang, 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 bang. She fired 4 shots, taking down 4 shuriken. Then, with her left hand, she grabbed the last one and hurled it at the enemy ahead. Boom. The man in purple, who had been in General White's command room, crashed heavily to the ground. He trembled as he got up, pulling the shuriken from his body, blood gushing out immediately. He quickly pressed on his acupoints to stop the bleeding and looked at Bulma grimly, asking, "How did you find me?" However, his question would forever remain unanswered. Bulma fired twice in quick succession 2 specially designed silver bullets, traveling over 50 times the speed and power of ordinary bullets, tearing through space. The first bullet hit his forehead, and the second bullet swiftly collided with the first, doubling the force and penetrating through his skull. The purple ninja fell to the ground, contorted in agony, while 4 others rushed out from 4 directions, quickly reaching his side. All 4 voices cried out in unison, "Boss!" Looking at the lifeless body of their boss, they glared at Bulma with eyes full of resentment. Bulma stared in surprise at the 4 identical figures before her. Ah, I never expected your mother was so amazing that she gave birth to quintuplets. Bulma, what are quintuplets? Goku asked in confusion. It means a woman gave birth to 5 almost identical children at once. That's quite impressive. That's right, we are quintuplets. The one you just killed was our boss Zitsai. We are Zissen, Zabolyo, Zadubo, and Zayumi. I can't believe you have no sense of honor in battle. We all use cold weapons, yet you used firearms. Do you still have the spirit of a warrior? Bulma, holding her luxurious silver pistol, twirled it elegantly and said slowly, First of all, you attacked first. Secondly, I am not a warrior. I am a lady, a beautiful and lovely lady. Zissen realized that Bulma was not easily intimidated and knew that trying to break her spirit would be futile. They instantly abandoned their previous talk of warrior spirit. Let's all attack together and take care of this stinking woman to avenge our boss. But didn't you just say we should uphold the warrior spirit, second brother? Hearing fifth brother's words, Zissen angrily shouted, Fool, that was just to trick her. We're about to die, and you talk about warrior spirit. Let's go all out and turn her into meat paste. Zissen took out a flying sickle, pulling the long chain with his left hand and lightly swinging it, as if he were a reaper. Zabolyo drew out his treasured sword with his right hand, while his left hand held 3 shuriken. Zadubo held a short staff in both hands, wielding them like nunchaku, moving skillfully. Zayumi raised a rifle with both hands, providing cover from the outside. Goku, just wait and see as I take care of them. They're family, and they should be neat and tidy, not leaving one behind. After saying this, Bulma calmly stepped forward. Zissen, Zabolyo, and Zadubo surrounded Bulma in a triangular formation, while Zayumi provided fire support from the outside. Stinking woman, it's too late to apologize now. Take this. Zissen commanded, fiercely swinging his flying sickle toward Bulma. Zabolyo launched the 3 shuriken he held simultaneously and then drew his sword, charging forward. Zadubo followed a step behind, swinging his staff, while ensuring he wouldn't accidentally hit his allies. Zayumi continued to fire bullets from the outside for support. Seeing the 4 attacks coming her way, Bulma leaped up, lightly raising her silver pistol, decisively aiming at Zayumi, and fired a shot that exploded his head. Utilizing the recoil from the gun, she performed a graceful backflip and delivered a powerful kick to Zabolyo's neck. Zabolyo suffered a severe injury to his carotid artery, his eyes bulging, and he died, instantly collapsing helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Zissen and Zadubo finally reacted. Zissen let out a heartbreaking scream. Fifth brother, third brother, ah. Stinking woman, I will perish together with you. Fourth brother, I'm sorry, forgive me, we are no match for her. He tore his clothes, revealing bombs all over his body, recklessly igniting the fuse, charging toward Bulma with a terrifying expression, shouting crazily, Ha! Stinking woman, this is an enhanced version of the C6 bomb. Boom. This entire floor will be finished. Come with us to hell. Ha ha. As the fuse was burning down, Bulma decisively shot him in the forehead, then immediately dashed behind Goku and crouched down, holding onto him tightly. Boom. A violent explosion destroyed everything on the 3rd floor of Misruta, causing the entire Misruta to shake violently, with the top level tilting slightly downward. A faint golden aura ignited around Goku, enveloping Bulma. A terrifying shockwave surged forward, accompanied by countless fragments and sharp wood chips, all disintegrating into particles upon contact with the golden aura. When everything calmed down, Bulma peered out, looking at the scene before her, and smugly said, This move doesn't work on me anymore. Let's go. The 6th one I sensed, which feels human, yet strange, is still alive. Let's go check it out. Is it? Then let's go. When Goku and Bulma arrived near the entrance to the 4th floor, Goku moved a massive stone aside, revealing a burly man lying underneath. There really is a person. My scanning system didn't even detect him. Hey, who are you? Are you a bad guy from the Red Ribbon Army? Upon hearing Bulma's voice, the burly man slowly got up, brushed off the dust from his body, and said in a deep voice, I am Android No. 8. At that moment, Bulma and Goku noticed that the guy in front of them was dressed in dark blue clothing, and his arms and legs were shackled with thick iron chains. Bulma uncertainly said, You can't be a bad guy. Otherwise you wouldn't be treated like this. General White created me, but I do not agree with his ideology, so he locked me up here, only bringing me out when needed. Android No. 8 easily broke the chains on his hands. Your strength doesn't seem weak. Why don't you resist? Goku asked in confusion. After all, they are the ones who created me, and I'm timid. I don't like fighting. We're going to find White. If nothing else, you should leave here early. Android No. 8. After Bulma said this to Android No. 8, she planned to turn around and leave, not wanting to waste time. Android No. 8 bent down and sincerely requested, Can I go with you? If possible, I would like to persuade General White not to do bad things anymore, and I also want to request that you spare him. After all, he is the one who created me, and I can't be indifferent. If you want to follow, then follow. As for whether to spare him or not, that will depend on our decision. Bulma turned and set off. The the final level of Masluta General White's command room. Watching as Wukong, Bulma, and Android No. 8 entered through the door. You two are truly exceptional. I never expected to fall so low, all thanks to you two damn little brats. Sitting in a leather chair, White expressionless applauded while praising Wukong and Bulma. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his eyes were bloodshot. Where's the village elder you captured? Hand him over. Hearing Wukong's words, White burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Great. Fortunately, I spared his life. He turned out to be useful at a critical moment. Bring him up. White picked up the communicator on the table and issued orders to his trusted subordinates in the secret chamber. 2 minutes later, the wall of the command room cracked open. A soldier escorted the village elder of Karaki, a handgun pressed against the elder's temple, cautiously watching Wukong and the others as he slowly emerged from the elevator. His finger on the trigger ready to shoot at any moment. General White, I've brought the person you requested. Well done, Noki. Hand me the gun. I'll handle him personally. Noki handed the handgun to White, who then abruptly pulled the village elder towards him and shot Noki dead. The others in the command room were stunned. What are you doing? Isn't he one of your subordinates? How could you kill him? Wukong questioned, slightly angry, while Android No. 8 showed a sad expression, forgetting about pleading for White. So what? I'm not even sure I can walk out of Masluta alive, and do I have to see him leave alive too? What are you thinking? If White were a soft-hearted person, I wouldn't be in this position today. White laughed loudly, but his finger remained firmly on the trigger. After a moment, he looked coldly at Bulma and said, Little girl, I advise you to put the gun down, otherwise if I slip, this old man's head will burst like a watermelon. At this moment, the village elder shouted loudly with his eyes closed, Don't mind me. If sacrificing one person can bring peace back to our Alanshan tribe, I will die without regrets. Shoot. Village elder, I'm going to take action now. Once we return, I will tell Suno and the others. Do you have any last words? Wukong looked earnestly at him, waiting for the village elder's final words. Hearing Wukong's question, the elder blushed and awkwardly chuckled. If you could save me in the process, I would be even happier. The initially tense Ritter burst into laughter. With a loud gunshot, Ritter, still laughing, fell to the ground with a stiff face, blood splattering onto the village elder, who cried, Ah. Bulma, speechless, retorted, Stop screaming, you're not dead. Honestly, I felt so moved by what you just said. Upon hearing this, the village elder calmed down, shivering slightly. What a terrifying girl. She didn't even warn me before acting. She nearly scared me to death, and my legs are still trembling. Android No. 8 walked over and picked up General Ritter's corpse. A8, what are you doing? Wukong, after all, he is the one who created me. The last thing I can do for him is to give him a proper burial. I see. A8, you're quite admirable. Is that so? Wukong. In the end, A8 buried White in Masluta, while Bulma and Wukong took the village elder and Android No. 8 back to Karaki. At the door, Suno excitedly said, Mom, Wukong and the others brought the village elder back. Really? That's great. Suno, Wukong and the others must have succeeded. Tomorrow we can go and bring your father back. Susanna joyfully ran out, looking at the figures slowly approaching in the snowy distance. At Suno's home, Susanna looked at the 2 children in front of her with gratitude. Wukong, Bulma, I can't thank you enough. You saved the lives of everyone in Karaki. Please let us treat you well. It's nothing. By the way, I forgot to look for the Dragon Balls. Bulma slapped her head, remembering that she and Wukong had forgotten about the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? I have them here. If you want them, I can give them to you. Android No. 8 took out a 3-star ball from his pocket. Bulma asked in confusion, Isn't the Red Ribbon Army always looking for the Dragon Balls? How did you end up with them? Android No. 8 said somewhat shyly, because General White planned to kill all the people of Karaki after finding the Dragon Balls. I couldn't bear it, so I hid the Dragon Balls, which is why they could never find them. I really admire you, whether it's regarding White's burial or the Dragon Ball situation. Since you have nowhere to go, why not come live with me? I'll treat you like a son, and you can help me in my old age. How does that sound? The village elder looked at Android No. 8 with anticipation. His son had passed away long ago due to an accident. Now he only had his old partner and himself. If he had Android No. 8, a life would be much more convenient. Thank you, I would love to, but I have a special bomb installed in my body, so I can't. Android No. 8 said somewhat sadly. It's okay. Suno knows Dr. Rocky, he's a scientist, and should be able to remove your bomb. Susanna informed A8 of this good news. Really? That's great. If that's the case, I'm willing. A8 followed the village elder home, while Wukong and Bulma stayed overnight at Suno's house, sharing a bedroom with Suno. Wukong, Bulma, you must remember to come and play with me whenever you have the chance. Suno said reluctantly after chatting with Bulma and Wukong for a while, knowing they would set off tomorrow. Suno, I will come with Wukong when we have time. Bulma replied softly, while Wukong had already fallen into a deep sleep. In Wukong's consciousness realm, everything was completely different from the initial emptiness, a gray fog. Brilliant stars were swirling, the illusory shadows of planets flowed, and dreamlike starlight flowed. I've entered the consciousness realm, but I didn't mean to come in. Just as Wukong was puzzled, a colorful light broke through the space and landed in front of him. He instantly understood and happily called out to the shimmering figure that had not completely faded, Master Bado's long time no see. Ho ho ho. What? Miss me? Bado's dressed as usual smiled teasingly. Yes, Master, I have entered the realm of Zizai Ji. However, since entering, I feel I need a period of stabilization before I can continue my cultivation. Bado, slightly distracted, did not pay attention to Wukong's words. Instead, she said somewhat regretfully, what a pity. Such a cute appearance won't last long. But never mind, when he grows up, he should be quite good-looking. He may even be more handsome than in his past life. Looking at Bado's, whose eyes sparkled with starlight and contained infinite charm, Wukong curiously asked, Master, what are you talking about? Bado's coming back to her senses touched her delicate face and said slightly entranced, Ho ho. It's nothing. This is quite normal. Wait until it stabilizes, and as for how to achieve that, it's your concern. I'm just responsible for guiding you through the door. Even I am currently only at the perfect level of the second stage of Zizai Ji. So what is the third stage, Master? Wukong's curiosity was always fervent. Right now you don't need to know. After all, you have only just entered the first stage of Divine Realm. The first stage is divided into 4 small stages: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Mastering less than 30 of Zizai Ji belongs to the entry stage. 30 to 60 is the minor success stage. 60 to 99 is the major success stage, and the final 100 belongs to the perfection stage. For you, it's just a matter of time, so keep a calm mindset and take steady steps forward. Do you understand? Bado seriously advised, as only with a solid foundation can one break through to higher levels. Understood, Master. Now let's spar a bit. Let me see what your current strength is like. If you don't show it, even I won't know how strong you are now. Okay, Master, let me show you the results of my cultivation over the years. Wukong said happily. During his time on Paozu Mountain, he was invincible. Having been out for over a year, he still hadn't encountered anyone who could make him take things seriously. Today, with Master Bado's visiting, it was a good opportunity to test his skills. Since entering Zizai Ji, he felt himself growing stronger all the time, with all the cells in his body refined to a pale golden color. Wukong began to unleash his energy. All the cells in his body became active, erupting with the hidden power deep within each cell. A pale golden aura began to swirl around him, his hair resembling soft golden flames that burned. In his eyes, the pale golden pupils were surrounded by crystal green irises, creating a strikingly divine appearance. Master, this is my first form. Just after Wukong finished speaking, he actively operated Zizai Ji, instantly combining it with his first form. His entire being underwent a new transformation, his hair changing from pale gold to starry silver. The aura dyed silver. The eyes, based on crystal green and pale gold, were now also surrounded by silver light, exuding a divine atmosphere. Master, this is my current full strength, the second form. Here I come. Wukong transformed into a silver light, instantly appearing in front of Bado's and shooting out at an even faster speed. Ouch, ouch. Sitting at 70 centimeters tall in the consciousness starry sky, Wukong clutched his head in pain, his forehead swelling again. Bado's walked up to him and, touching her face, said with a hint of enchantment, Oh dear, it seems that I'm still the stronger one. Thus you need to work hard to become stronger. Wukong replied, Master, you are still as formidable as ever. You are truly amazing. Even though I've become so much stronger, I am still no match for you at all. Hearing Wukong's praises, Bado's eyes lit up. Ho ho ho, that's why I'm your master. If I weren't stronger than you, how could I teach you? The form you just used, the combination of Zizai Ji, don't use it in the future. It does not significantly increase your combat power. It merely activates the divine presence hidden within your cells, fully manifesting the divine realm from the outside. Since your Zizai Ji has successfully entered, you have already entered the divine sequence. In the realm of gods, your status is already quite esteemed. Once divine beings of a certain level see your divine form, they will clearly know that you have mastered Zizai Ji, and that is not beneficial for your current development. Also, regarding the first form you just exhibited, in Saiyan terms, it is called Super Saiyan. However, due to the perfect refinement of Zizai Ji, your form is several times stronger than an ordinary Super Saiyan, with attack and movement speed reaching 3 times the speed of light, and your energy level is also 3 times that of a typical Super Saiyan. Since it's a perfect refinement, you shall be called Perfect Super Saiyan from now on. You don't need to understand all of this right now, but you must remember it well. You will understand in the future. Do you understand? Bado said seriously, not wanting any accidents to occur. Perfect Super Saiyan. That sounds pretty good. Master, I feel there's still a lot of room for development ahead. Zai Ge is constantly refining every cell in your body. Once it reaches a certain extent, your cells will evolve. At that time, the following stages should present themselves to you. However, the further you go, the harder the refinement will become. Thus, you need to practice Zai Ge well, so that your speed of cultivation in the later stages won't be slow. After all, as you progress, the gap between each stage is quite significant. Wanting to become stronger will not be that easy anymore. If you take steady steps, you will eventually break through one limit after another, completely surpassing the limits your race can achieve. After Bados finished speaking, she fell into deep thought. He is truly gifted. The history of the Saiyans may shine because of him. In the universe, apart from a few exceptional cases, most beings require extremely rigorous training to gradually evolve their cellular bodies piece by piece. And Wukong is basically similar to our newborn angels. Our evolutionary journey has been very long. Even I as a master feel a bit envious of him. Oh master, why have you come to see me? It's been quite some time since I last laid eyes on you. Hehe, because I've prepared a new cultivation assignment for you. How do you feel? Surprised? Truly. Wonderful. Master, what is this new cultivation task? Bardas's expression grew solemn as she spoke slowly and gravely. This is an exceptionally arduous mission, Wukong. Have you steeled your heart for it? Yes, master. I am fully prepared. Wukong stood upright and replied in a clear, resounding voice. Seeing such unwavering resolve, Master Bardas relaxed with quiet reassurance. Now I can rest easy. You will surely complete this cultivation task flawlessly. Master, what exactly is this cultivation task? Cooking. Stir-frying. How splendid. Aren't you utterly delighted? Bardas chuckled softly, covering her mouth with delicate fingers. I don't understand. Cooking is simply roasting meat over fire, isn't it? What makes this different? Gazing at Wukong's puzzled face, Bardas set aside her mirth and spoke with gentle seriousness. Of course it's different. As your strength grows, so must your mastery over it. And cooking offers the perfect crucible for refining that control. Take rice or noodles, you must precisely calibrate timing, flame intensity, applied force, and moisture content to achieve perfection, the very pinnacle of texture and taste. And eggs, your current power is so immense that even the slightest misstep would shatter them into ruin. You must advance further, locate their center of balance, strike with feather-like precision, and cleave them cleanly in two, so flawlessly that even the albumin divides evenly, not a single drop spilling forth. Then there are fish. How to slice them into identical translucent ribbons that melt upon the tongue. Only when you ascend to the realm of culinary deity will the starry sky dragon be worthy of your walk. As Bardas spoke, her eyes drifted shut, her hands cradling her cheeks, her lips parting ever so slightly, lost in rapturous recollection. So cooking and stir-frying conceal profound martial principles after all. Wukong exclaimed, awestruck and enlightened. Indeed. In short, you must train diligently. I shall inspect your progress. Should your results fall short of my expectations, the consequences will be severe. Snapping back to awareness at Wukong's voice, Bardas tightened her features into stern warning. Understood, master. I shall master this art above all others. I eagerly await your triumph. Now, I take my leave. With those words, her astral form dissolved into a shimmering arc of prismatic light. Dawn broke, and Wukong awoke. Having safely deactivated the explosive within his body under Dr. Flap's guidance, ABA and the Sano family gazed up at the drifting clouds and called out loudly, Wukong and Bulma, please visit us again. Yes. Farewell, Sano, Susanna, and ABA. Wukong waved vigorously downward, calling back with cheerful clarity. After departing the north, Bulma resumed her usual radiant elegance. When in doubt, consult Bulma. Wukong asked eagerly, Bulma, how should I begin learning to cook and stir-fry? Bulma turned her sapphire eyes wide with curiosity. Why learn such a thing? If you crave a particular dish, I'll simply summon our chef, or better yet, hire a world-class master to prepare it live. Their household kitchens were tended by flawless AI chefs. Culinary variety was never a constraint. This is a new cultivation assignment from my master. Isn't your master Rashi? He's nowhere to be seen. Bulma asked, puzzled. She and Wukong had been inseparable these past days. I have another master now. Who is it? Do I know them? Wukong hesitated, troubled. She forbade me from revealing her name. You don't know her. TCH. So secretive. Fine, keep your secrets. As for cooking, once we gather the Dragon Balls, return with me to West City, and I'll arrange for the finest culinary master to instruct you. Bulma tilted her head with a faint, petulant pout, her dissatisfaction plain on her face, as she swiftly turned away, her lustrous emerald tresses whipping across Wukong's cheek. I'm dying to know, yet you withhold it. It's just one person. Why all the mystery? You're making it impossible for me not to be annoyed. Gazing at Bulma's retreating silhouette, Wukong blinked his large, earnest eyes and declared quietly, "Thank you, Bulma. You're my dearest friend." "Haha, truly. Then you're my dearest friend too." Her clouds of displeasure vanished. She spun back around, radiant with laughter. The ruins of Mount Paozu, Chi-Chi's new home. After Mount Paozu's destruction, Ox King's vast treasures were lost. With no horde left to guard, he settled among the villagers, bringing his daughter with him. Once ruthless toward treasure hunters, he had long protected the village with quiet devotion, earning their deep respect and affection. Ox King entered his daughter's room softly and found Chi-Chi leaning silently by the window, chin resting on her palms, murmuring to herself, "My husband. Wukong, where could he be now?" Just thinking of him made her heart race. Thump, thump, thump. Could this be what mother called liking? How desperately she longed to see him. After a moment's reflection, Ox King approached gently. "Chi-Chi, do you truly wish to see Wukong?" "Father, you heard me." Chi-Chi whirled around, cheeks flushed as she covered her face shyly. At 12, she'd grown slightly taller, her frame slender and graceful. "Yes, Chi-Chi, if your heart yearns for him so deeply, let us seek grandmother's counsel. She may divine his whereabouts through divination. If he's not too far, I'll accompany you to meet him." "Truly? Then let's go at once. We'll need time to reach grandmother's place." Chi-Chi seized Ox King's hand, pulling him eagerly toward the door. The Satamo Wastelands. Chi-Chi piloted the hovercar, carrying Ox King to a halt. Before them lay a miniature oasis, its center crowned by several enigmatic dwellings veiled in ancient aura. Ox King leapt from the vehicle and hurried forward, shouting, "Grandmother! Grandmother! Enough shouting. I'm not deaf yet." An elderly woman floated out of the dwelling, her pointed witch's hat perched atop silver hair, her black robes billowing, seated serenely atop a crystal orb. Gazing down at Ox King, the boy she'd watched grow since infancy, she asked curiously, "Has the sun risen from the west today? What brings you of all people to visit this old crone? You never climbed 3 temple steps without purpose, so what's the matter?" "Grandmother, please don't speak so harshly. It's only that Chi-Chi longs to see Wukong, and we humbly beg your aid in locating him." Ox King bowed low, his massive frame bending with deferential charm. "For this trivial matter, you dare ask me to expend precious magical energy I've spent lifetimes cultivating?" The old woman scowled, spitting disdainfully onto the sand. "Grandmother, this is no triviality. It concerns my future. I intend to marry Wukong." "Umph. Were it not for watching you both grow up before my eyes, I wouldn't lift a finger for such nonsense." With a grumble, she descended from the orb, placed her palms upon it, and channeled her magic, while chanting, "Chan God Dekret Be Pashi Maymoon." The orb flared. Lightning coiled violently around it, fracturing its surface with jagged luminous fissures. "Arg, my crystal orb. Oxdog egg, you little brat, you'll pay for this." Enraged grandmother severed the spell and berated Ox King furiously. Ox King wiped his brow, sheepishly squinting apologetically. "Well, my treasures are gone. I can't afford to replace it." "You fool. Within days you'll bring Chi-Chi here to work off your debt. Until you've repaid me fully, I'll flay you alive." Yes, absolutely. But grandmother, Chi-Chi's matter remains unresolved. Surely you'll reconsider." Ox King edged closer, voice hushed and hopeful. "It seems the coming days will be anything but peaceful. After all this, I cannot abandon the effort. And the fact my orb shattered means this boy is no ordinary soul. Marrying him would serve Chi-Chi far better than you ever could. Such extraordinary potential mustn't slip away. Wait, I'll attempt a broader, less precise divination instead." She retrieved several tortoise shells, circled Chi-Chi once, then cast them onto the ground, studying the cryptic patterns etched across their surfaces. "Good news, their bond runs deep. I foresee him arriving in your region tomorrow afternoon. Fate will bring them together naturally." Is Wukong coming to propose?" "How embarrassing." Chi-Chi blushed, covering her face. "You silly girl, what nonsense is this? You're not even capable of bearing children yet, and already dreaming of marriage. Snap out of it. In a few days you and your father will report here to work off the debt, and I'll personally oversee your education in becoming a proper wife. Only when you're mature enough will I permit the marriage. Understood?" "Yes, grandmother, you're absolutely right. I can't bear children yet. I'll study diligently, so that when I'm ready Wukong may come for me." Chi-Chi nodded earnestly. "Oxdog egg, take your precious daughter and clean my chambers thoroughly, then get out." Ox King's cheeks flushed faintly as he murmured, "Grandmother, might you refrain from using my childhood nickname? I am no longer a boy." "Oh, you're old. And who do you think is older, me? Spare me your nonsense. I've spanked that bottom of yours more times than I can count. Now get to work." Flustered Ox King led Chi-Chi toward the dwelling. At night, the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi returned home to Fried Bread Mountain. The Bull Demon King placed a basin of foot-washing water in front of Chi-Chi and began to chat with her. Chi-Chi, since Wukong might come over tomorrow, let's prepare a grand feast to welcome him. In a few days we will be living with the fortune teller. Chi-Chi said softly, her face slightly flushed. Okay, Daddy, I feel very excited right now. Tomorrow I will be able to see Wukong, and after going to the fortune teller, I will help her a lot and study seriously. Huh, Dad will always support you. The next day, after getting up, the Bull Demon King with his sturdy physique ran on the village road loudly shouting, "Everyone, we're having a feast, come help out later." His voice echoed through the entire village, and upon hearing it, the villagers happily prepared to head to the Bull Demon King's villa. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King had already gone out to prepare the main dish for the day. Today's main dish is you. The Bull Demon King said, looking at a flying dragon in the sky. At that moment, the dragon was swallowing a bird that had previously carried a Dragon Ball. The Bull Demon King picked up a giant rock from the ground and threw it at the dragon, which was struck heavily and fell into the Bull Demon King's hands, being taken back. In the sky inside a fighter jet, Xiaowu was carefully observing the situation on the ground, and in the air, King Pilaf the Dragon Ball was eaten by the flying dragon and has been snatched away. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get it back. Use the loudspeaker to amplify the sound, let him hand over the Dragon Ball obediently, and then we won't hold it against him. King Pilaf calmly instructed from his command throne. Ashu looked at him with a constipated expression and said, King Pilaf, that's the Bull Demon King. Our fighter jet can't compete with him. What Bull Demon King? No Bull Demon King, I just want the Dragon Ball. Pilaf stood up and shouted. Xiaowu tugged at his sleeve and whispered, King Pilaf, it's the Bull Demon King, the one mentioned by the tribal elder, the one who does nothing but evil. King Pilaf finally understood and laughed awkwardly as he sat back down. Oh, the Bull Demon King. But I've never fought him, haha. You all did well. Caution is the key to our Pilaf army's survival. The Dragon Ball is important, but our lives are more important. Ashu, Xiaowu, both of you did well. Tomorrow each of you will get an extra chicken leg. Yes, King Pilaf. Ecstatic to be praised, Ashu said, then asked curiously, so what should we do next, King Pilaf? Good question, Ashu. Next, the success or failure lies in your hands. Do you have the confidence to complete the task? Yes. I, Ashu, guarantee to complete the task. Hey, King Pilaf, what are you doing? Ashu looked at Pilaf, who was running towards him, tying himself up, and asked in confusion. King Pilaf calmly went back and sat down, looking at Xiaowu. Xiaowu, lower Ashu down to the ground with the rope. We can't run as fast as him, so let's wait for him in the fighter jet. Ashu, your task is to scout. Sneak near the Bull Demon King, gather valuable information, and once you confirm it's safe, signal us. Xiaowu and I will come down to meet you, understood? King Pilaf stared at Ashu seriously as he issued his command. King Pilaf, can I not go? That's the Bull Demon King. I still want to live for a couple more years. Right now I'm still young, just a single dog. My family is counting on me to carry on the lineage. Ashu said, blushing and fidgeting. You can. After Pilaf finished speaking, he pulled out a pair of scissors and walked in front of Ashu, smiling maliciously. Ashu, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. I'll go, is that okay? Ashu said in a panic, looking at the scissors in front of his pants, hurriedly walking to the hatch, opening it, and jumping down. Ashu, after landing on the ground, slowly advanced, gradually approaching the Gobaza village where the Bull Demon King currently resided. When he arrived at the village, the villagers were all heading to help the Bull Demon King. Ashu quickly grabbed a kind-looking ant and asked, Pretty sister, what are you all doing here? Why is it so lively today with decorations everywhere? The plump ant, smiling shyly, patted Ashu's dog head and said, Little brother, you have quite an eye. Unfortunately, we're not compatible. Today the Bull Demon King is hosting a feast, and we all have to help. It seems like we're welcoming an important guest. The banners are all up. I have to go help now. The ant blew Ashu a flirtatious kiss and walked away. Ashu wiped his sweat, thinking, Fortunately, we are of different races, so I feel no pressure. I'll just take a peek at the banners and report back. It's absolutely impossible to get too close to the Bull Demon King. An hour later, the signal light in front of Pilaf lit up, and he and Xiaowu descended. Seeing Pilaf and Xiaowu come down, Ashu emerged from the bushes and jogged up to Pilaf, reporting loudly, Report, King Pilaf, I have completed the task. The destination is safe, and the Bull Demon King is preparing for the feast, intending to welcome that little brat Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has not yet arrived at Gobaza. Report complete. Well done, Ashu, it's a great opportunity. You both come here, I'll tell you what to do next. Understood? Pilaf asked seriously, looking at the two top officials. Understood, no wonder you are King Pilaf, the smartest heir of our tribe. Ashu and Xiaowu loudly praised. Pilaf set off lightly with his two top officials, and when they arrived in front of the Bull Demon King's house, the Bull Demon King was standing at the door welcoming guests. Why haven't I seen you three little ones in the village before? Hello, Uncle Bull Demon King, I am Pilaf, a good friend of Wukong. He has something to attend to behind, and will come over later. Let us come here first. The 60-centimeter-tall Pilaf rubbed his little hands, smiling broadly at the 3-meter-tall Bull Demon King. So you are Wukong's friend. Welcome, welcome, please come in. Since Wukong is coming soon, let's serve the dishes first. You can start eating while I go call Chi-Chi out. After the Bull Demon King finished speaking, he ran towards the spacious inner courtyard shouting, Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, Wukong's friends have arrived. Come out and greet them. Miss Chi-Chi has gone to pick flowers in the back mountain and isn't here right now. Don't call, my ears are going deaf. Oh, I see. The Bull Demon King returned to the banquet hall and said apologetically to the 3 little ones, Chi-Chi went out, so I can only host you myself. It's fine, don't mind us. You go ahead and busy yourself. We are fine on our own. In the distance of Gobaza village, the remaining troops of Zaluba appeared slowly in tanks. Commander Lazo ahead is the location of the Dragon Ball, but that seems to be the territory of the Bull Demon King. Although the main force of Zaluba has been annihilated, leaving only our small squad with the 20 tanks we should be able to deal with one Bull Demon King. The headquarters has given us strict orders to bring back the Dragon Ball, otherwise we all have to go down and accompany Zaluba. Prepare to attack. Lazo, wearing a military hat with yellow-black skin and medium height, coldly issued the orders, completely disregarding the people in the village. While the Bull Demon King was happily chatting with Pilaf, explosions echoed in the village. He stood up angrily saying, no matter who it is, anyone daring to make trouble on this joyous day will not be spared. He picked up a giant axe from the doorway and quickly ran towards the direction of the attack. King Pilaf, don't eat, urgent matters are at hand. Xiao Wu urged, nudging the still-eating Pilaf. Pilaf wiped his mouth and quickly dove into the food to find the Dragon Ball. Ashu, carry that big leg, we're leaving. The Pilaf army successfully retrieved a Dragon Ball and triumphantly left. Meanwhile, on the other side, Commander Lazo, the Bull Demon King, is too powerful, we are no match. He has already destroyed 10 of our tanks. At this rate, we will be completely wiped out. First fire the flares, then fire the sticky bombs to cover his line of sight. Let's see what he can do. Yes. More than 10 flares were launched, forcing the Bull Demon King to shut his eyes against the intense light, and the sticky bombs followed, covering his vision. Thinking that they could defeat me, the Bull Demon King, they underestimate me too much. I am indeed the second disciple of Master Wu Tian. The Bull Demon King tightened his grip on the giant axe, sensing the aura around him, and swung the axe with all his might, shouting, returning axe. The giant axe spun rapidly in the air, penetrating tank after tank, before finally returning to his hand, causing a series of explosions. At this point, the Zaluba army was completely annihilated. Half a month after leaving Kailak, as she looked at the familiar scenery before her, Bulma softly said while gazing at the dragon radar, Goku, over there is Bread Mountain. The Dragon Ball seems to be right ahead. Just then the flying Nimbus quickly descended, and Goku stood up loudly, calling down, hey, isn't that my wife, Chi-Chi? Bulma stumbled, clenched her right fist, and gave him a blow to the head, shouting, you are not allowed to mess around. Goku, feeling wronged, rubbed his head and said, I didn't mess around. This is what Chi-Chi taught me. Shut up. Bulma's previously calmed emotions erupted again. It's just so inexplicably unpleasant. Oh, Goku didn't understand why, but knowing Bulma was angry, wisely shut his mouth. The flying Nimbus landed in front of Chi-Chi, and Goku jumped down. Goku, why are you shouting so loudly? Chi-Chi shyly covered her face. Chi-Chi, it seems you've grown a bit taller. What are you doing here? Goku looked at her in confusion. Really? I came to pick flowers for you after knowing you were coming. Chi-Chi shyly finished speaking and handed the flowers to Goku. Goku took the flowers and pulled out the rainbow lollipop Bulma had given him, offering it to Chi-Chi. Bulma saw this scene and snorted. Humph, she said, taking the last lollipop from her pocket and biting into it. Chi-Chi, how did you know Goku and I would come? Bulma asked in confusion. Chi-Chi, still covering her face, shyly whispered, well, because I missed Goku too much. My dad took me to a fortune teller to find out. Goku, in a few days I'm going to learn from the fortune teller how to be a qualified bride. In a few years when we get married, I will definitely be a good wife. Oh, I see now. Goku nodded, remembering he had agreed last time. Bulma glanced at him in confusion, thinking this idiot agrees to everything. Sooner or later you'll be in trouble, but what does that have to do with me, humph? They'll just enjoy the show. The 3 of them sat by the clear lake, chatting slowly while watching butterflies dance lightly on the blooming flowers and small grass fish swim lazily. Throughout the process, Bulma felt like she was eating a mouthful of dog food. Although Chi-Chi was a bit younger, she was very brave about the things she was determined to pursue. As time passed, slowly Chi-Chi thought that if it weren't for Bulma, today would have been even more perfect. Noticing that it was getting late, she softly said, Goku, Bulma, let's go back. Dad has prepared a lot of food to entertain you. Great. Awesome, let's go. Dad, what's wrong? Looking at the Ox King washing his eyes by the pool, Chi-Chi asked in confusion. Chi-Chi, just now a few little thieves came to trouble me, and I dealt with them. They shot some liquid that stuck to my eyes, and I've been cleaning it for a while. It will be fine soon. Unexpectedly, Goku is actually with you. Goku, I'm sorry your friend came just now, and I didn't treat him well. The Ox King said, holding water and washing while feeling embarrassed. Friend? Who is it? The Ox King briefly described the appearance of Pilaf and his companions. I don't seem to know them. Goku replied, not remembering. Bulma rolled her eyes and reminded him, idiot, it's Pilaf. Pilaf, that little purple dwarf, the one shorter than you by a head. Oh, it's them. What are they doing here? Bulma took out the Dragon Radar to confirm the Dragon Balls. That guy really likes Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball that was displayed on the Dragon Radar has disappeared. He probably hid it. Forget about him, Uncle Ox King. Let's quickly start the feast. I'm hungry. Goku rubbed his stomach and looked at the Ox King with a pained expression. Haha. Alright Goku, let's go inside. I prepared a lot of food for you. After the Ox King and Chi-Chi generously treated Goku, he and Bulma played for a while before preparing to set off again. Looking at Goku sitting on the flying Nimbus, Chi-Chi shyly shouted, Goku, although I really want to travel with you, I've already made an appointment with the fortune teller. When I grow up and learn how to be a bride, you must come and marry me. I understand, Chi-Chi, we're leaving now. Goodbye. As the flying Nimbus took off not long after leaving, Goku received another punch on the head, looking at Bulma in confusion. Bulma glared at him with her blue eyes, shouting loudly, don't agree to everything. Idiot fool, you're driving me crazy. What the heck? Goku pouted and muttered quietly before wisely falling silent. He couldn't afford to offend Bulma right now, although he didn't know why she was angry. She certainly had her reasons. 2 days later, Bulma stood on the beach wearing a light yellow sun hat, looking at the sea ahead, saying, Goku, the Dragon Ball seems to be in the sea ahead. You wait for me, hero, go down and take a look. After saying this, Goku dove into the sea with a leap, but the sea was deep and vast, and after searching for a long time, he still couldn't see the shadow of the Dragon Ball returning helplessly. Bulma, it's too vast down there, and there are many gaps. I can't find the Dragon Ball. Letting you go alone is too much, though I didn't bring a submarine this time. By the way, Kame House isn't too far from here. Although I don't really like that perverted old man, he should have a submarine. At worst, I'll just give him something in return. Bulma clapped her hands, deciding to go find Master Roshi. Great, we can also go see Krillin and get him to help us find it. The flying Nimbus carried Bulma and Goku closer to Kame Island. From the sky, Goku saw Master Roshi lying on the beach, seriously looking at his photo album. Hey, stop looking, Goku, and the others are here. Hearing the turtle's words, Master Roshi stood up and put away his photo album, afraid that the old turtle would take it again. Grandpa, where's Krillin? As Goku stood before him, Master Roshi glanced at the beautiful Bulma and quickly averted his gaze. This fierce girl was not to be trifled with. Krillin. He went shopping for groceries with Launch. Goku, what brings you here? We want to borrow a submarine from you. Do you have one? A submarine. Of course I have one. Krillin and Launch took it out to buy groceries. You can borrow it when they come back, but... Master Roshi said this, but his gaze was fixed on Bulma. Bulma could tell what this perverted old man wanted and disdainfully said, one ticket, is that enough? That's enough, that's enough. When Krillin and Launch come back, you can take it. Master Roshi, who successfully obtained a VIP luxury yacht ticket, looked very pleased. Near the nearest trading market to Kame House on Nabis Island, Krillin was carrying a large amount of groceries, while the gentle blue-haired Launch walked slowly beside him, preparing to return to Kame House. Krillin, do you want me to help you carry some? Haha, thank you, Launch, then let me give you this little bit to carry. Krillin smiled with squinting eyes. Achoo, the blonde Launch looked at the small bald head in front of her, expressionless, and said, you sure are bold. You dare to let me help you carry things. It's been a long time since I've dealt with you. It seems you've forgotten my power. Today, let me remind you. Krillin opened his eyes wide in shock, looking at the blonde Launch, trembling slightly. Launch grabbed the back of his shirt and lifted him up, causing the groceries to scatter everywhere. Off you go. Launch shouted lightly, and Krillin flew towards the sea surface, struggling in the air and yelling ah before finally landing in the water. An hour later, a drenched Krillin and gentle blue-haired Launch returned. Goku ran over. Krillin, Launch, why are you so slow? I've been waiting for a long time. Haha, it's nothing, just that the weather was hot, and I took a cold shower. Krillin, there's a Dragon Ball that fell into the sea nearby. Just come help us find it. Okay, no problem. Krillin put the groceries inside and went to Master Rose's room, where Master Roshi was flipping through his photo album. Master Roshi, I'm going with Goku to find a Dragon Ball, and we'll be back later. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hee with you gone, I have the perfect opportunity to be alone with Launch. Krillin happily ran out to Goku's side. Goku, let's go. I can drive the submarine. Let me be your designated driver and show you my skills. Report, General Blue. Commander Rit has sent word that the minions who defeated Saruba and General White have appeared in our area with the Dragon Ball. Dressed in a khaki military uniform, the somewhat effeminate General Blue said with a cold smile, keep a close watch on them. Although White and Saruba are definitely not as capable as I am, we should be careful. They are likely here to search for the nearby Dragon Ball. We just need to follow them and at the right moment bury them in the sea. Inform our soldiers to board the blue submarine and equip enough small submarines just in case. Yes, General Blue. I never expected this Dragon Ball to be hidden so deep. We have already ventured 20,000 fathoms into the sea. The pressure here is incredibly strong, but you all are quite robust from training, which should be fine for you. I need to be in armor. Bulma looked curiously at the dragon whale swimming outside the submarine and said softly, "Look, there's a huge cavern ahead. Bulma, do you think it might be inside there?" Krillin exclaimed in surprise as he gazed at the enormous cave ahead. "Yes, that's definitely it, but let's go in slowly." As soon as Bulma finished speaking, the submarine's alarm system started flashing red and a piercing siren echoed. "We are under attack. Run." Several torpedoes swiftly pursued them from behind. Krillin smiled calmly and said, "It's time to show my real skills. Watch me." The small submarine piloted by Krillin moved with the agility of a fish, successfully dodging several torpedoes. The torpedoes exploded nearby, creating chaos that successfully concealed the small submarine, allowing Krillin to slip into the large cave. Inside the Brus submarine, a gunshot rang out, and the operator who had just launched the B-3 torpedo was shot dead at the control panel. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the clothes of several nearby soldiers, yet they dared not move. No one understood Brus' terror better than they did. Bru tucked away his gun, his feminine face twisted with rage. "Damn useless trash, you couldn't hit anything with such a good opportunity. What good are you?" "General Bru, what should we do now?" asked the commander beside him cautiously. "Chase after them, but don't fire torpedoes. If we destroy the passage inside, none of us will survive. Follow closely and act as the situation demands." "Yes, General Bru." "Who attacked us just now?" Krillin asked in confusion. He didn't have any enemies with firearms. Seated in a leather chair, Bulma rested her pale face on her left hand while playing with her greenish-blue hair. After a moment of contemplation, her blue eyes slowly spoke. It must be the Red Ribbon Army. Otherwise, I can't think of anyone else who would compete with us for the Dragon Balls, especially with military power." "What? The Red Ribbon Army, the largest black force in the world? Oh no, how could you get involved with them?" Krillin asked in a panic. Bulma said nonchalantly, "It's nothing much. I just wiped out a few of their strongholds with Goku." "Ah, how could this happen?" "Goku, you're the strongest here. You are our best chance of survival if I unfortunately perish in battle. Remember to dig out my belongings from the sandpit behind Master Rose's house. It's what I painstakingly saved bit by bit over the years to prepare for marriage. You can have it then." Krillin despondently revealed the location of his belongings. What are you panicking about? Even I, a delicate young lady, am not panicking. But then again, I am Bulma, seasoned in battle. Well, I've seen it all. Who would have thought you would have such foresight to save up already?" After her dismissive comment, Bulma praised. "Don't worry, Krillin, I won't let you die. Bulma is quite formidable now too." Goku comforted in a clear voice. That's right, since Bulma isn't panicking. What can we do? Unlike you, I have no parents and can only rely on myself to save up. If I don't plan ahead, it will be quite troublesome when I need it later." Krillin said enviously. Bulma scoffed. "You underestimate me. I was able to independently invent things when I was 5 years old, and now I can't even count how many patent fees I have. I am not living well just because of my parents. It's not just you, the little bald head, who can plan ahead. You should envy my intelligence and beauty instead." Ha ha. That's right, among us you are the smartest." Krillin awkwardly rubbed his bald head and laughed. A quarter of an hour later, the submarine reached the end of the cave and surfaced. "Wow, there's actually air here. That means we don't have to worry about the pressure anymore. We can proceed without concern. Let's stow the submarine. Let's continue our journey." Bulma looked at the smooth cave ahead amazed. A peculiar stone embedded in the cave shone brightly, serving as a light source. Krillin transformed the submarine into a universal capsule. "Bulma, should we eliminate those people behind us here?" "No way. Goku, they likely have explosive devices. If we engage in battle and destroy the cave, it will be disastrous. All right, you lead the way, and I'll follow behind you." Bulma pushed Goku from behind and set off. Meanwhile, on the Bru submarine, General Bru, the cave ahead has narrowed. The Bru submarine can no longer proceed. The Bru submarine left the minimum operational crew of 100. The other 300 switched to small submarines to advance. All high-energy explosives were left on the submarine, and only necessary firearms were taken. "We will act as the situation demands." After Bru finished speaking, he led the way to the small submarine storage area. At this time, Bulma, Goku, and Krillin were slowly walking through the narrow cave. The surrounding stone walls, ground, and ceiling were uneven with protrusions and depressions. Bulma nervously clutched Goku's tail as they walked slowly. At that moment, a skeleton appeared in her armor's view. She nervously nudged Goku. "Goku, Krillin, look." A human skeleton. Goku replied in confusion. I saw it just now. What's so strange about a corpse? Krillin squinted and thought for a moment, suddenly slapping his right fist onto his left palm, excitedly saying, That's right. I remember Master Wutian said that a pirate crew once roamed this sea area for decades, hiding their treasure at the bottom of the sea. They suddenly disappeared. Perhaps this is the pirates' base. If that's the case, there must be their treasure hidden here. Huh. If I find the treasure, I won't have to worry about getting married in the future. Bulma gently touched her exquisite face, speaking with slight excitement. Pirate treasure. That sounds wonderful. Searching for the Dragon Balls and treasure together must be very romantic. Krillin, already full of excitement, ran ahead. Come on, everyone. It really is a pirate. This is amazing. No matter what difficulties arise, I must find the treasure. The Red Ribbon Army cannot stop me now. Krillin will rise. Bulma and Goku approached, examining closely. The skeleton before them wore a pirate hat marked with pirate insignia, had a short sword at its waist, and an old-style pistol gripped in its right hand. Haha, let's go. Let's go. I can't wait to see how much treasure there is. Krillin urged excitedly. Bulma, not understanding, said, What's the big deal? It's just a pirate treasure, although I am a bit excited. Krillin, with a beaming smile, explained, Did I not tell you before? I want to save money for marriage. If I find the treasure, I can speed up the process and not worry at all. It's just money. Since you are Goku's friend, I can support you. It's no big deal. Bulma looked at the little bald head in front of her, exasperated by his greed. Krillin said mysteriously, It's fine if you give it to Goku, but it's inappropriate to give it to me. Goku, completely confused, asked, Krillin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Bulma's fair face turned slightly red. What nonsense is this bald head talking about? It's nothing, Goku, it doesn't matter. Krillin made a flirtatious face at him. After Bulma calmed down, she showed impatience and urged, All right, stop dawdling, let's go. It seems there is light ahead. After a while, under the illumination of the old-fashioned lamp, looking at the road ahead, the trap holes densely laid on the walls, Bulma asserted, These are traps. Let's be careful. It's nothing. We are strong. A little trap is nothing to us. Krillin, filled with greed, was entirely fearless of any hardships and lightly stepped forward. An iron arrow grazed his face and lodged into the wall, cold sweat dripping down as he instantly became alert. Bulma glanced at him and smiled. Krillin, thank goodness you don't have a nose, otherwise you would be bleeding. Krillin shivered and said, That's right, thanks to my mom for not giving me a nose. Bulma picked up a stone and gently threw it across in areas not covered by holes. The iron arrow did not shoot out. She understood the mechanism's operation. Goku, let's not destroy these traps, leave them for the Red Ribbon Army behind us. You wait here and jump over, then use the power pole to catch me. This passage seems long enough. It's enough for the Red Ribbon Army behind us to have a good time. I'll jump over right now, it's not difficult at all. Goku lightly leaped, crossing over several meters in a passage only 2 meters high. Krillin, can you jump over? Bulma asked uncertainly, as she was sure she couldn't make the jump due to her much taller height. Having just escaped a near mishap, Krillin cautiously said, Well, I'm not sure either. After all, this height is a bit problematic. It's better to let Goku catch me. The power pole extended and Krillin climbed up. It quickly shortened, allowing him to reach the other side successfully. Goku looked at Krillin and said, Krillin, lie down. I'll catch Bulma over. Why do I have to lie down? Why not you? Krillin squinted at Goku. Goku, with wide eyes, seriously replied, I have more strength, making it safer, so you lie down. All right. You are right, I'll lie down. The 69 centimeters tall Krillin lay down, supporting himself on the ground, adopting the most standard position. The 70 centimeters tall Goku stepped on him, and the power pole quickly extended, bringing Bulma over. In this way, they successfully passed through this mechanism. As Goku and the others passed the first trap, General Bru had just arrived at the location of the pirate corpse with his large force. Looking at the obvious pirate skeleton before him, Bru's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long known about the pirate treasure. His ancestors passed down accurate information, and for years he had been lingering in this sea area, hoping to find this treasure. However, the sea was too deep and vast, and he had never found it. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, he discovered it this time. He knew that this treasure was worth a fortune if he obtained it. What was Rooter worth? I could completely disregard him, establish myself as a king who wasn't Rooter, just a wealthy upstart relying on immense wealth. Otherwise, with his height of 130 cm, who would listen to him? Treasures stir the heart. General Bru no longer cared for the so-called Commander Rooter or the terrifying little ghosts ahead. Full speed ahead. We must catch up with them quickly. Whoever lags behind will be shot on sight. Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin passed the first trap, and the old-fashioned lighting fixtures vanished. Bulma tugged at Wukong's tail and looked at the narrow passage ahead, which was only wide enough for 2 people to pass through and 2 meters high. She quietly reminded him, We need to be careful. There should still be traps set by the pirates here. As soon as she finished speaking, Wukong stepped onto a trap, and the ground suddenly collapsed, causing all three of them to fall. Krillin yelled in panic, struggling weakly with his limbs. Not noticing the ground below, he looked down to find it all bubbling with roaring magma, exclaiming in terror, "Salt sauce magma, we're doomed." "What is magma?" Wukong laughed, heartily confused. Bulma, still holding onto Wukong's tail, looked down after hearing Krillin's words and saw the bubbling red magma. She gripped his tail tightly, not daring to relax, and shouted loudly at the still laughing Wukong, "Wukong!" "Oh, I understand," Wukong said, grabbing Krillin's left hand with his right, while his left hand unleashed a golden energy wave, the force of which propelled them upward rapidly until they returned to the surface. Krillin, with a look of relief, patted his bald head to wake himself up, exclaiming, we're saved, I'm still alive." Bulma, having calmed down a bit, sat up from the ground and brushed the dust off her beautiful bottom, saying, "Magma is a high-temperature mixture that ordinary humans cannot withstand. If Krillin and I fell in, we would surely die. You, on the other hand, might survive." "Haha, seems so. I didn't feel any danger at all. It's not that hot down there." Krillin, who had survived a disaster, was suddenly full of confidence, excitedly saying, surviving a great disaster must mean we have good fortune ahead. Let's be careful and quickly search for the treasure." This little trial couldn't deter Krillin's determination. General Blue and his troops arrived at the location of the first trap. "General, this seems like an old-fashioned trap from the past. Have a team of 10 fire indiscriminately at the ground while advancing at full speed. Even if there are casualties, do not stop." General Blue and his large force quickly followed. After walking for another 10 minutes, a clear light appeared at the exit ahead. Upon entering the area illuminated by the light, a large port base appeared before them. Unbeknownst to them, ever since they stepped in here, the old computer system had activated its self-destruction protocol. Before long, a violent explosion would cause the entire cave to collapse, burying all intruders. Wukong exclaimed in slight amazement, "Wow, incredible. I didn't expect such a vast place down here." Bulma stroked her delicate chin, pondering slightly. They must have stumbled upon this by pure luck. Given the technology of the time, getting here would have been quite difficult. They must have expended a great deal of manpower and resources, otherwise it would have been impossible to build such a massive port base here. Let's go find the Dragon Balls first. Once we find the Dragon Balls, we can talk about other matters. After all, we have a tail following us. Krillin, let's go." Wukong shouted at Krillin, who had already run off to search elsewhere. The fruitless little bald head returned slightly dejected, having found nothing but old weapons or some spoiled food in every room, completely failing to spot any treasure. Bulma and the others continued forward, and soon a man-made well appeared before them. "This should be the entrance. The Dragon Ball's location is right ahead. This Dragon Ball is quite slippery. It probably came in from a crack along with the ocean current. Wukong, Krillin, you two lead the way, and I'll follow behind." After Bulma finished speaking, Wukong and Krillin both executed a standard diving maneuver into the water, and Bulma in her armor quickly followed. She couldn't hold her breath for long, but fortunately this passage wasn't too long. After 3 minutes, they surfaced into a new air-filled space. A towering statue of the thousand-armed Guanyin, 20 meters high, stood, with its eyes quietly open, swords inserted into its hands. Its gigantic mouth could easily accommodate Krillin, and in front of the massive statue lay 2 treasure chests of different colors. Unfazed by the treasures, Bulma carefully took out her submachine gun after experiencing 2 traps and began firing at the ground. Sure enough, she hit the traps on the ground, causing the giant swords in the Guanyin statue's hands to plunge into the ground one after another. Krillin, feeling insecure, touched his wise brain and excitedly rushed over to open the right treasure chest. An old automatic machine gun aimed at his light brain and started firing. He had no time to react and immediately ducked down, covering his head. Watching from the side, Bulma burst out laughing. After the bullets finished firing, she and Wukong walked over and congratulated him with a smile. "Krillin, it seems that not only your nose, but your height has saved you quite a few times." Krillin squinted his little eyes and glared at Bulma, saying discontentedly, "I'd rather not have such luck. I will grow taller. I'm currently in the warming up phase, and I will soon erupt." Is that so? Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Let Wukong open the next treasure chest. It'll be safe." Krillin nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, Wukong, it's up to you now." The massive port base, after losing 100 soldiers, saw General Blue leading the remaining troops arrive, and looking at the pirate port before him, he excitedly issued orders. "Leave 1,000 men to search thoroughly, don't miss a single corner. The rest follow me at full speed to find those little brats from before." "Great. I've finally found the treasure. However, I need to deal with those little brats first. Anyway, I have superpowers, and with so many soldiers, if something goes wrong, then it's fate. For the treasure, this risk is worth taking." At this moment, Wukong opened the remaining treasure chest and took out a key. Krillin, who was very interested in the treasures, had already noticed the keyhole in front of the Guanyin statue. Wukong, insert the key here. This must be the key to open the treasure. Wukong threw the key to him and asked Bulma, Bulma, where is the Dragon Ball? Bulma was shaking her long green hair, which was flying wildly with water droplets splashing everywhere. She stopped, took out the Dragon Ball radar, and pointed to the pool beside her, saying, It's under that pool. You go find it yourself. I'll fix my hair. Okay, I'll be back soon, Wukong said, diving in, which turned out to be quite deep. Meanwhile, Krillin had inserted the key, and a large amount of treasure erupted from the Guanyin statue's huge mouth, slowly piling up on the ground, which Krillin excitedly rushed over to embrace. Bulma had long since lost interest in wealth and prioritized fixing her hair. She would wait for Wukong to come up before choosing treasures together. At this moment, General Blue slowly surfaced with a few of his subordinates. The well opening wasn't large enough, so he could only leave the large army outside. Looking at the treasures before him, he climbed ashore and laughed maniacally, saying, Ha! I've finally found the treasure of the pirate King Genoa. The future world belongs to me, Blue. Krillin snapped back to reality and approached Bulma, looking dangerously at General Blue, saying, Just because you say it's yours doesn't mean it is. This treasure was found by me, Krillin. Whether you are a red ribbon or green ribbon, you better get lost, or I won't hesitate to let you taste my iron fist. As soldiers from Blue's army began to ascend one after another, seeing the increasing number of opponents, Krillin nervously said, Bulma, what should we do? I'm okay alone, but with Wukong not here, I might not be able to protect you. Bulma glanced at him lightly and slowly said, Humph. Don't you see this outfit I'm wearing? This is not just for show. Right now I'm quite formidable. The people opposite are nothing to worry about. You go ahead and fight. I really didn't notice. I thought it was just a pretty outfit. Since that's the case, I'll feel relieved. I'll take care of them. Krillin confidently turned and walked towards the dozens of opponents. He was now quite confident in being able to withstand bullets, having been hit once by Blonde Lanchi, though he was unaware that Lanchi had used weakened bullets. Ha! You evildoers, let me, Krillin, represent justice and defeat you. Krillin laughed loudly as he rushed forward while the soldiers opposite raised their submachine guns and began to fire at his shiny bald head. He ran so fast that he quickly returned, clutching his already swollen head, shouting loudly, Help! Bulma, amused, tossed him a brand new submachine gun, saying, You go behind that rock, I'll take care of them, Krillin. Krillin took the gun, awkwardly feeling a burning sensation on his head, and quickly poured seawater on himself to cool down, saying, Alright, if that doesn't work, you and I will quickly go find Wukong. Bulma held her two exquisite silver handguns in her hands. In this not-so-wide space, she swiftly moved and shot, killing more than 10 of the opposing soldiers, then dashed behind a rock for cover, engaging in fierce gunfire. Krillin also fired from behind the rock. Under the combined fire of Bulma and Krillin, soon all the opposing soldiers were killed, leaving only General Blue standing calmly unfazed as bullets struck him. Blue looked disdainfully at Bulma, and Krillin sneering, Those useless fools are such a hindrance. I should have known better than to bring them along. I didn't expect your strength to be so lacking. Why are you being so cautious? Are you ready to die? It's easy to talk big. Who can't do that? We'll see who dies later. With your level, I can shoot you with one bullet. Bulma, true to her word, immediately ejected a new magazine filled with special silver bullets, smoothly inserting it into the handgun, and raised it to shoot Blue in the forehead. Seeing the bullets coming at him, which were completely different in power from before, Blue was terrified and immediately used his superpower. Just as the bullet was about to hit his forehead, it finally stopped, falling to the ground next to his skin. He wiped the sweat from his brow and without hesitation used his superpower against Bulma. Bulma instantly realized the situation, curiously saying, What kind of strange ability do you have? You can actually freeze bullets. Damn, woman, you nearly scared me to death just now. Since you're so curious, why don't you come and experience it yourself? With this thought, cold sweat began to pour down Blue's head. He exclaimed in fear, How is your mental power so strong? I can't shake you at all. It's impossible. Normally, I could completely freeze any ordinary person in just 1 second. Bulma suddenly understood. She felt a faint force colliding with her, although it was very weak. So it turns out to be a superpower that utilizes mental strength. Considering your life is about to end, I'll generously tell you that I'm the smartest and most beautiful Bulma with the highest IQ in the world, so my mental strength is naturally the strongest. After saying this, Bulma quickly raised her silver handgun and fired 5 consecutive shots, with 5 specially crafted silver bullets chasing after one another. General Blue looked in terror at the bullets coming toward him. Having just blocked one, he had already exerted a great deal of power. These specially crafted bullets are many times stronger than regular ones. Each bullet was faster than the last, and the 5th bullet collided with the 4th, concentrating all their power onto the first bullet. Blue had fully activated his superpower, but the unimaginable power of the bullets was no longer something he could withstand. With a look of terror and despair, the bullet penetrated his forehead, slamming him against the wall as he fell to the ground. The usually cautious Blue lost his life due to the allure of treasure coming to a tragic end. Krillin ran out surprised, saying, "Bulma, I didn't expect you to become this powerful." "Of course. Just look at who I am. Oh, I'm the intelligent and beautiful Bulma." Just as Bulma finished her triumphant speech, the ground began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, she immediately deduced, "Krillin, this isn't good. The cave might collapse." Stones had already started to fall from above, and the ground was cracking. How could this happen? Life is the most important. Even Krillin the treasure hunter couldn't care about treasures now. Calm and composed Bulma quickly analyzed the situation and said urgently, "It's okay. Wukong has been down for a while. He should be coming up soon. We'll wait for him to come out and then escape immediately. With him here, our chances of survival are greater. Otherwise, if this rockfall continues, the submarine won't get far before being destroyed." In such a situation, every moment felt agonizing. Even Bulma couldn't help but pace back and forth, muttering to herself, "Wukong, why aren't you coming up yet? If this goes on, we're doomed." Krillin, panicking, hid his head from the falling rocks, saying in terror, "What should we do? What should we do? We can't wait any longer. I don't know what Wukong is doing. If this continues, he might survive, but we're both definitely done for. Let's head out. There must be a submarine exit over by the port." After waiting for a long time without seeing Wukong, Bulma made a decisive decision. Krillin and she quickly dove down, and when they resurfaced at the wellhead, they saw the ground littered with the fallen Red Ribbon soldiers, blood flowing everywhere and bodies scattered. They could only step on the corpses to move quickly. At the port, there were still some surviving Red Ribbon soldiers, but now no one had time to pay attention to them. Each was frantically escaping. Krillin reached the port and threw out a small submarine. Bulma and he immediately got in and sat down, waiting for Wukong to reunite with them before setting off. At this moment, Wukong just surfaced with the one-star ball, and seeing the falling stones everywhere, he spread his sensory range without concern, found them. It turns out Bulma and Krillin returned to the port. "I'll hurry to join them." "No way. If this continues, we can't hold on much longer. The stones are falling even more violently. What should we do?" Krillin asked in a panic. Bulma's face was grim as she said, "There's nothing we can do. We need to leave. I believe in Wukong. He will definitely be fine. Whether we can survive is uncertain." "What? You're not waiting for Wukong? How can that be?" Krillin said in disbelief, looking at Bulma. Bulma glanced at him and quickly said, "Our lives are also very important, and no one believes in Wukong more than I do. He will definitely be okay." You're right, let's go." Krillin nodded in agreement, quickly taking his seat in the driver's position as the submarine rapidly descended. Krillin displayed his superb driving skills, skillfully dodging the falling boulders, but the stones were falling more and more densely. Faced with the scene before them, Bulma could no longer maintain her calmness and said in a panic, Krillin, hurry up, we're going to get hit. The stones are increasing. There's no other way. This is already the fastest speed. If I go any faster, we'll crash." The little bald head was steaming, having been operating beyond capacity for quite a while. Ultimately, the desperate situation occurred. Bulma and Krillin looked on in terror as a massive stone blocked the entire passage, trapping the submarine. In the complex underwater, their chances of escape had dwindled to a mere 0.01111111111. Looking at the massive stone blocking the hope of escape, Krillin exclaimed in terror, "It's over. I'm not even married yet. I can't die so young." Bulma wiped her tears and choked out, "Well, I don't want to die yet. I haven't even had my first kiss. Damn Goku, who knows what he's doing. Even if I die, I won't let him go." Thump, 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 thump. "What sound is that?" Bulma stopped sobbing and asked in confusion. Thump, thump, thump. Let me see." Krillin ran over and pressed against the transparent shield to look outside, and there was Goku knocking on the door. He exclaimed joyfully, "It's Goku." He hurriedly opened the hatch, and Goku came in. Bulma immediately embraced him, sobbing loudly. "Damn Goku, where have you been? You took so long. If you had come any later, I would have died. Whoa, I would really die, and even in hell I won't let you go." Goku replied apologetically, yet powerfully, "There were so many things down there. I dug for a long time before finding a planet. Don't worry. I promise to protect you, and I will definitely keep you safe." Bulma wiped her tears and asked, choking, "What do we do now?" "You hold on to me, and I'll take you out." Bulma immediately said, "Krillin, hold on to Goku's tail. A Goku is enough for me to hug." Why like this? I want to hug too." "It's safer this way," Krillin said with a grimace. Bulma, with her slightly reddened eyes, looked at him discontentedly. "Just holding on to his tail is already generous enough. Don't push your luck." Looking at the intimidating blue eyes ahead, Krillin said weakly, "Got it. He'll hold on tight to the tail." Goku first shot a golden energy wave at the massive stone, instantly obliterating it. During this time, the submarine had already been battered and could only give up reluctantly. Krillin firmly grabbed Goku's tail, while Bulma held onto Goku tightly in front, her long green hair cascading over Goku's shoulder as the two of them held their breath. Goku extended his arms to the sides, palms flipped backward as streams of golden energy waves continuously surged behind him. He resembled a jet in upright flight, with Bulma hanging on him and Krillin swaying from the tail. Thus the three of them began an exhilarating underwater escape, dodging the falling boulders as they swiftly moved towards the sea surface, leaving a trail of golden light. The depth of the sea they were in was too great, and they had to dodge the incessantly falling rocks only halfway through their journey. Bulma could no longer hold her breath, feeling increasingly suffocated. She decisively pressed her lips against Goku's delicate mouth, leaving him dumbfounded. Finally gasping for air, Bulma breathed in the fresh air, her eyes wide open, staring at the familiar face in front of her. Two rosy clouds floated on her cheeks, and her heart raced in a thump, thump, thump rhythm. 5 minutes later, they successfully burst through the sea surface. Bulma quickly turned her head, her face flushed, looking aside. The flying nimbus swiftly floated over, catching them. Krillin, who had been swaying, finally opened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Great! We survived, huh? That's amazing." Goku asked in confusion, "Bulma, what were you doing just now? I could hardly breathe." "But your lips are soft and sweet, not bad at all." Bulma's face, already flushed, turned even redder as she shouted, "Shut up. That was my first kiss." After saying this, she shyly turned her head away to look at the scenery elsewhere. Goku, not understanding, wisely shut his mouth, as he was not one to miss subtle cues. Krillin squinted his eyes, elbowed him, and said enviously, "Goku, I noticed it a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I'm really envious and jealous of you." Goku did not comprehend Krillin's words and looked puzzled. Bulma had already clenched her fist and delivered a devastating blow to his shiny bald head. Seeing this, he immediately swallowed the words he had just wanted to say. In this atmosphere, Goku, Bulma, and Krillin slowly advanced towards Kame House. Kame House. I understand. So my submarine is gone, right? This is nothing but... The turtle hermit nodded to indicate he understood, then immediately rubbed his hands and jogged to Bulma's side, looking at her expectantly. Bulma, with her long fingers on her forehead, said helplessly, "I know 5 bills will do, right?" "Haha, how could I ask for that? But since you brought it up, I will reluctantly accept." The turtle hermit had an excited expression, showing no signs of reluctance. Krillin suggested speechlessly, "Master Roshi, you should go there less often. I saw you had to rest for a while after losing too much blood the last time you went." The turtle hermit spat a mouthful of saliva at Krillin's bald head. "You brat. You know that's my spiritual food. It's the only solace for this old guy who won't live much longer." "But I clearly heard the turtle say that you took the elixir of immortality and can live for decades more." Krillin looked at him suspiciously, knowing that the turtle wouldn't lie. Oh, it must be that this old guy was making excuses for himself. Realizing the truth, Krillin wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. He didn't want to get into trouble. The turtle hermit gazed calmly at the sea surface ahead, saying indifferently, "The turtle is getting old. Don't take its words seriously." Red Ribbon Headquarters. Dressed in a tailcoat, Colonel Krillin of the Red Ribbon Army reported the latest situation that had just come in. Commander Ryder General Blue has fallen, and the main force has been wiped out in the deep sea. Ryder, who was 130, stood up from the commander's chair, angrily smashing the cup in his hand to the ground, saying, "One after another, they are all useless. Saluba is useless, White is useless, Blue is useless. Is there no one among the Red Ribbon Army I built over 20 years who can hold up the facade?" Krillin bent down and softly suggested, "Commander, we can invite the world's #1 assassin Tao Pai Pai to eliminate those 2 brats. This way no one can obstruct us." Ryder took a puff of smoke, slowly exhaling it, pondering, "Tao Pai Pai, huh? It's worth a try. His reputation as a killer is well known worldwide, and he has never failed in his missions. He'll leave this matter to you to handle." "Okay, he'll arrange it right away. It won't be long before he appears before you." After saying this, Krillin briskly pushed open the door and walked out. After half a month of searching for a star, the Nimbus cloud glided leisurely. Below was a vast sea of forests where the sounds of animals echoed through the complex ecological environment. Bulma, dressed in a pair of white short jeans and a light yellow short-sleeved t-shirt, sat cross-legged at the front of the Nimbus cloud. A cool breeze blew her emerald green hair back, floating above Wukong's head. "This forest is truly vast. I can't see the end, and over there's a gigantic pillar reaching into the sky, breaking through the clouds. I wonder what it is. I really want to know." Looking at the pillar piercing the clouds in the distance, Wukong couldn't help but agree. "I'm curious too. Let's go check it out. After that we can find the Dragon Balls." "Okay, let's go. That suits me perfectly." Near Corinta, Colonel Yale, we found the Dragon Ball in the volcano. Colonel Yale, a middle-aged man with an oval face, dressed in a grayish-brown military uniform and large boots, styled his hair into a mohawk and spoke into the communication device. Stay in position, it'll be right there. He walked briskly towards the helipad, and upon seeing him the soldiers and the fighter jets immediately started the engines roaring into the sky. At the edge of the volcano, looking at the bubbling lava below, Yale pondered for a moment. Notify everyone whoever is willing to take the helicopter to retrieve the Dragon Ball will be rewarded 1,000 yuan. Soon the soldiers who volunteered slowly approached the Dragon Ball on the volcanic wall. Suddenly the communication device urgently rang. Report Colonel Yale, we have detected that the volcano is about to erupt. Yale quickly announced loudly, stop looking for the Dragon Ball. All units retreat, the helicopter must ascend immediately. The helicopter and fighter jets rose into the sky as Yale's troops quietly awaited the eruption of the volcano. After a few minutes, the bubbling lava grew more furious, with dense molten material being ejected, splattering in all directions. Below Corinta, primitive-looking UPA and his son looked up at the molten material being ejected from the sky. 5-year-old UPA with a braid sat down blankly on the ground, paralyzed by fear and anxiety. Muscular and bare-chested Uli swiftly came to his side, supporting himself on the ground to completely shield him. A chunk of lava the size of a watermelon slammed against his back, scorching it red, and he let out a muffled grunt. UPA worriedly asked, Father, are you okay? My body is already quite strong. This level of attack is nothing. However, UPA, as a man, you need to be braver. After standing up, Uli looked at him gently. Yes, Father. UPA stood up and responded loudly as an orange Dragon Ball caught his eye. He happily ran over to pick it up and asked his father, Father, what is this? I don't know either. Just play with it. Colonel Yale, the Dragon Ball is in that little boy's hands below. The fighter jet roared above as a soldier retracted the binoculars. Let's go down. UPA and his father watched as the sound of the sky attracted them, looking at the fighter jet landing ahead. Yale approached carrying a box, and seeing the two of them reminded him of his own treasures. He spoke gently, Hello, Yale. That little friend, I really need the Dragon Ball you have in your hand. They'll trade you 1 million yuan for it. Are you willing? Dad. UPA looked at Uli confused. Uli made a decision. UPA, it seems he really needs that orb. We should lend a hand to those in need. Understood, Dad. UPA walked over and handed the Dragon Ball to Yale, who smiled gently and patted his head. Holding the box filled with 1 million cash, he handed it to Uli, who shook his head and said, No need, this is no big deal. Thank you, this is a huge deal for me. He'll leave the money here. Goodbye. After setting the box down, Yale turned and left as the fighter jet roared and flew away. Connect me to General Rhett. Yes, Colonel Yale. Beep. 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 This is headquarters, Kaliki. Yale picked up the communication device and said loudly, Kaliki, I found the Dragon Ball. Please inform General Rhett. Yale, hold on a moment. At the Red Ribbon headquarters, Kaliki handed the communication device to Rhett with both hands. Rhett, puffing on a cigar and exhaling smoke, squinted his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. This is Rhett. Yale, well done. Thank you for the compliment, General Rhett. This is what I should do. Yale's respectful voice sounded. Rhett lightly tapped on the table and said slowly, Just so happens I have a task for you. Those 2 little brats who stole our Dragon Balls have entered your area. Eliminate them and retrieve the Dragon Balls together. Upon hearing this, Yale, holding the communication device, exclaimed in shock, General Rhett, they are the terrifying figures who defeated Zalubo White and Blue. My forces are no match for them. I cannot complete the mission. Please retract the order. Rhett forcefully shoved his cigarette into the ashtray, extinguishing it, and coldly said, Yale, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm commanding you to complete the mission. Don't think I don't know that you have hidden your family away Null Island. Far away in Corinta, Yale's veins bulged as he clenched the communication device tightly, his face filled with anger as he restrained his voice to plead again. General Rhett, I have always served the Legion. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard. You can't treat me like this. Since you stepped onto this path, do you think you can turn back? We are not a charity center or philanthropists. I give you 2 hours to provide me with a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Rhett's voice turned cold, and the communication was disconnected with a beep. 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 Smash. Yale angrily shattered the communication device on the ground, shouting, Rhett. Najia approached him and said, Yale, why don't we rebel against him? No, our forces are no match for his. It would be like striking a stone with an egg. Moreover, he knows the location of Yulia and the others. Najia, give me some time to think about what to do. Najia, with readied hair, standing at 170 cm, dressed in black soldier attire, left the room. Yale crossed his arms with his left hand and rested his chin on his right fist, deep in thought. After a while, he walked to the drawer, took out a piece of stationery, sat down, and began to write quickly. Dear Treasure, Daddy is going to a very far place. You must take good care of Mommy and listen to her. When you grow up, Daddy will return, and I will bring you the best gift. Love, your Daddy, Yale. He quickly placed the stationery into an envelope, stood up, and walked out, handing the envelope to Nagia at the door. Nagia, please help me take this back. Nagia slapped his hand away, the envelope falling to the ground, looking at him angrily. What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who would abandon my brothers and run away? Isn't it just war? If it comes to it, he'll die. Nagia, a doomed war, why should we lead our brothers to their deaths? You have to help me. I must either obtain the Dragon Ball or die in battle, otherwise Ret won't spare Yelia and the others. If I die in battle, you must take this letter back and help relocate Yelia and the others. You can start a new life in a new place. After all these years, we've earned enough money to live well. Brother, I know this isn't fair to you, but I can only ask this of you. This is my request, as your elder brother. Yale bowed his head, bent down, and respectfully handed the envelope back. Nagia, with red eyes, trembling hands, accepted it. Bulma gazed in amazement at the scene before her and exclaimed, Goku, look. This tower is truly magnificent. It seems endless, and up close it's even more spectacular with a diameter of 2 meters. Bulma, there are people down below. Let's go check it out. Goku pointed towards the pair of UPA and his father. Bulma followed his gaze and saw UPA and his father looking up at them. Let's go down and see. They must know what this place is. The nimbus cloud descended. Goku jumped in front of UPA and his father, waving his hand and saying, Hey. Hello, I'm Goku. Bulma followed him down, looking at the oddly dressed father and son, and softly said, Hello. I'm Bulma, and we're quite interested in this area. I wonder if you could tell us a bit about it. Uli, noticing the young age of the two, replied warmly, Sure. We're currently roasting fish. Come eat with us, and we can talk. By the campfire, Uli softly explained, This area is called the Corinta region. As for why it's called Corinta, it's because of that towering pillar that seems to have no end, that is Corinta itself. We have been guarding this tower and the surrounding area for generations. Legend has it that a deity named Karen resides at the top of the tower, though I have never seen her myself. Goku, while eating the roasted fish, asked Uncle Uli, Haven't you ever gone up to see it? Haha, of course I have. I tried climbing it 10 times. But I always failed, gets too high and I can't see the top at all. I only know that hundreds of years ago someone succeeded, but whether that's true or not I'm not sure. Goku's eyes sparkled, and Bulma had already noticed. Suddenly he grinned and said, How about I go up quickly to take a look and come right back? Bulma, you wait here for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bulma lightly slapped the back of his head, pouting in discontent. Humph. You brat. I noticed your eyes were wandering just now. Let me tell you, no way. I don't care what you do, you must take me with you. I'm curious too. Otherwise I won't let you off. Rubbing the back of his head, Goku helplessly said, All right, I understand. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed, and a fighter jet flew low overhead. In just a few minutes it landed before them, and Yelu approached alone. Looking at Goku, Bulma, and Eula's family, he quietly said, You must be the 2 little rascals who stole the Dragon Balls. I am Colonel Yelu of the Red Ribbon Army. Today only one side will leave here alive. Bulma looked at Goku and said, Goku, I just ate, and I don't feel like moving. This one's on you. Okay, I got it. Goku stood up, and UPA quickly tugged at his father's sleeve, saying, Father, who are they at? Eula's expression turned serious as he said, I've seen the determination and despair in that man's eyes. He is prepared to face death. We cannot interfere in this battle. I've heard of the Red Ribbon Army. They're notorious and infamous. I believe Goku and the others are good people, but the opponent is not entirely hopeless. However, since they chose this path, I believe both sides are prepared. There's nothing we can do but watch and wait for the outcome. Oh. UPA nodded in confusion. Yelu looked at the 70 centimeters tall Goku, his expression solemn, as he said, I am Yelu the White Werewolf. Fighting with you is not my desire, but we all have our own positions. Today I hope to die here with dignity. I will give it my all. Looking at the elder in front of him, Goku replied seriously, All right, no problem. If I win, I will spare your life. Haha, thank you. I didn't expect that even a villain like me could receive mercy. Now let's have a good fight. Yelu's body quickly expanded, white fur sprouted from his pores, his black spiky hair transformed into long white spikes that draped down his back, and sharp claws extended from his hands and feet. His mouth opened, filled with sharp teeth, and a thick white tail completed the transformation, revealing a massive white wolf towering 3 meters tall before Goku. Interesting. I didn't expect you could transform like this. It looks quite impressive. I need my Rui stick. Let's have a good fight. After Goku finished speaking, he tossed his Rui stick next to Bulma. At that moment, both Bulma and Eula's family curiously watched the white werewolf Yelu, as it was their first time seeing one. Haha, just what I wanted. Let's go over there. Yelu ran swiftly towards the distant forest where Yupa's family resided. Goku followed closely, reaching a remarkable speed. With a single step, he covered 100 meters, and with another step, he caught up with Yelu, who was 500 meters ahead. The two entered the forest, jumping from branch to branch before finally landing on the ground. The white werewolf Yelu with sharp claws lunged at Goku fiercely. Goku lightly jumped up, and the terrifying speed created a wind blade that shattered the massive trees behind him. In midair, Goku performed a front flip and landed in front of Yelu, clenching his right fist and throwing a straight punch. Yelu instantly reacted, also clenching his right fist and charging forward. The two iron fists collided, producing a loud crash that caused the leaves of the surrounding trees to fall in showers. Bulma donned her armor, standing atop a tree, watching contentedly, knowing no one understood Goku's strength better than she did. Uli and his son cautiously observed from a distance under the tree. Uli already understood that neither of them was a match for these two. Goku and Yelu moved quickly, exchanging attacks, and as they passed, trees fell one after another. Soon the area within 100 meters was completely cleared. With the remnants of trees scattered everywhere, Yelu howled like a wolf and leapt into the air, swinging his claws towards Goku, unleashing a barrage of wind blades. Seeing the wind blades coming at him, Goku threw a punch to counter them. The wind blades collided with his fists, shattering into pieces. His hands moved rapidly, creating afterimages as the successive wind blades were all destroyed, raising clouds of dust. The white werewolf Yelu's strength and speed continued to rise as he sprinted forward on his sturdy wolf legs, his claws tearing towards Goku. Goku crouched down, delivering a heavy straight punch to Yelu's abdomen, sending him flying. The massive trees along the path were shattered, leaving only stumps firmly rooted in the ground. After crashing through 20 giant trees, Yelu fell to the ground 100 meters away. He quickly leaped up, landing steadily on the ground, bent down, and then jumped forcefully into the air. After reaching a height of 500 meters, he kicked back hard with his wolf legs, aiming directly at Goku, shouting, "Wolf, falling strike." In midair, he performed a flip, his right leg fiercely slashing towards Goku's major artery. Just as Yelu was about to strike, Goku lightly tapped the ground with his right foot and leaped back 20 meters. The right leg of the white werewolf Yelu struck the ground instantly, creating an oval-shaped pit 5 meters in diameter as his strength and speed continued to grow. He rushed up from the ground, intending to use the wolf falling strike once more, as it was his final move. However, Goku did not give him the chance. He stepped forward, directly reaching Yelu's front and delivered an uppercut to his abdomen. Yelu's body lifted off the ground, bending in midair, and was thrown away. A mouthful of red blood spurted out violently, and the blood mist gradually dispersed with the wind heavily falling into the oval-shaped pit created by his earlier wolf falling strike. After waiting for a moment, Goku noticed the white werewolf Yelu had not come back up. Curiously, he walked over to the pit and looked at the scene before him, exclaiming in surprise, "Bulma, Bulma, come quickly." Bulma and Eula's family hurried over, finding an elderly man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles lying there with a dry body, quietly staring with his eyes open. Bulma exclaimed in shock, "How could this happen?" The white werewolf Yelu weakly replied, "I know I'm no match for you. I could only burn my life force to enhance my strength. I didn't expect that even after burning all my life force I would still be defeated so easily. But thank you for giving this villain a final bit of dignity. My life has come to an end. Being a villain is truly exhausting." Yelu's consciousness faded, and he unconsciously called out, "Yelia, Yelia, my dear." Looking at Yelu, Bulma softly said, "Let's bury him here on this final battlefield." Goku replied earnestly, "All right, he is a worthy opponent." They left the pit, filled the 5-meter-deep hole, and buried Yelu there. Uli looked at the mound of earth, softly saying, "UPA, let's plant white peach blossoms here in the future." "Yes, Father." Under the 2-meter diameter Karinta, Bulma looked at the foul creature before her with a hint of worry in her blue eyes. "Wukong, are you sure your method is foolproof?" Wukong replied confidently, "Bulma, don't worry. I'm sure of it. I believe you, but this method is much more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. My safety is in your hands, so you better hold on tight. If something unexpected happens, I will make you eat stinky tofu." Bulma shot him a glance and warned softly. Wukong shook his wave-like hair, refusing. "I don't want stinky tofu that tastes just like poop. Trust me, everything will be fine. UPA and Uli, after we're done exploring, will come down to find you. Make sure to catch me a big fish." Wukong waved to UPA and his son. UPA cheerfully replied, "No problem, Wukong. When you come down, I'll personally catch one for you." Then we're off. UPA and Uli watched curiously as Wukong approached Bulma, not knowing how he planned to take her up. Bulma had changed into her armor and arrived at the bottom of Karinta. Wukong stood beside her, and Bulma extended her right hand. Wukong gently jumped, grabbing her hand in midair and forcefully threw her upwards. The speed was too fast. Bulma shot up like a rocket, even faster than a rocket, her panicked voice echoing down. In the air, Wukong smiled, stepping on the leverage point of Karinta, gently exerting force, and swiftly shot up, catching up to Bulma in the sky, once again grasping her hand and continuing to propel her upwards. Rocket Bulma kept descending. This is amazing. From her initial panic after several ascents, she had become excited. She didn't have to do anything as she was piercing through clouds, breaking layer after layer. At the top of Karinta, Master Karen wiped his sweat, looking down at the situation and muttering to himself, "What a terrifying little brat. Fortunately, he's not a bad person, otherwise I would have to prepare to hide. Although work is important, I've lived for 800 years and life is the most precious thing." 2 hours passed in the Yale stronghold of the Karinta region. Nagia's veins bulged, gripping the envelope tightly as he walked into the command room and said to his confidant, "Notify our soldiers to assemble in 1 hour and connect with Rate." Beep, beep, beep. "This is headquarters." The voice of Kariki rang out. Nagia replied emotionlessly, "I am Nagia. I am looking for Rate." In the red satin command room, Kariki approached Rate and handed him the communication device. Holding a cigarette in his left hand, Rate took it with his right. "Rate, what do you want to say?" "Yale has fallen, and now the Dragon Ball is in my hands. Unlike Yale, I am a lone wolf, a broken pot that has fallen apart with nothing to lose. If you still want this Dragon Ball, do not touch Nohr Island. Once I ensure its safety, I will arrange for someone to deliver the Dragon Ball to you." Nagia's voice was devoid of emotion. Rate took a drag from his cigarette, squinting as he replied in a deep voice, "No problem, I agree to your terms. Since he died in battle, if I harm his family, it would cross the line and the soldiers would be unhappy. However, this is based on my assurance of receiving the Dragon Ball. If you go back on your word, I will send troops to hunt you down. I believe you will be as smart as Yale." Beep, beep, beep. Nagia said nothing and hung up the phone. An hour later, 100 soldiers from Yale's army had gathered together. Nagia looked solemnly at them and said, "We are all brothers. From now on, we are no longer red satin soldiers. You all know what kind of person I, Nagia, am. Those who wish to follow me can stay. For those who do not want to, I will give you some money, and you can go your separate ways. In 1 hour, clean up the camp, take only what is necessary, and head for Nohr Island. Everything unimportant can be discarded." A soldier representative stepped forward and loudly said, "Lieutenant Nagia, we are willing to follow you. We have been with Yale since the Mountain Bandit days. Since Yale is no longer with us, we have no reason to stay with the Red Satin. The money we have earned over the years is enough for our expenses in the latter half of our lives." "Very well, let's get moving." "Wukong, look. It seems we are almost at the top." Bulma shouted, looking at a circular building that is about 200 square meters above. "That should be the place. Are you ready? I will throw you in." "No problem, go ahead." After Bulma was ready, Wukong threw her upwards. When Bulma reached the outer railing, she grabbed onto it and performed a graceful single-bar backflip, landing securely inside the building. Wukong soon followed her in. Bulma quickly scanned her surroundings. There was a luxurious bed, several jars and bottles, a cabinet, and a mix of items, all neatly arranged. She said in confusion, "I don't see the master. Could it be that he is not home? I don't know, but there's a strange aura upstairs. I wonder what it is." Wukong replied with a strange expression. Bulma looked around, completely unable to find the stairs. "Wow, there's actually a second floor here. I thought it was only one floor. There's a round hole over there. That should be the entrance to the second floor." Wukong pointed to a circular hole in the center of the ceiling, large enough for a burly adult to pass through. Bulma shook her head and looked over, confused. This master is really strange. He didn't even bother with stairs. "Let's go check it out." Wukong jumped up first, followed closely by Bulma. Master Karen stood quietly in the center, holding his staff, planning to see what these two were up to. On the second floor of Karinta, which was empty, Wukong discovered a new land. Curiously, he ran over to see a white cat that was a head shorter than him, with dense white fur and yellow irises surrounding black pupils, sporting whiskers about 20 centimeters long. He reached out and rubbed its plump belly, exclaiming, "Bulma, I've never seen such a big fat cat before. I wonder what it eats." The cat Master Karen was stunned, feeling that little hand rubbing his round belly. Bulma looked at it with equal surprise. "Yeah, I really don't know what it eats to grow so big and fat, but I haven't seen the master. It might be a pet of the master." Suddenly, Wukong pulled its whiskers and gave a tug. The startled cat Master Karen lifted his left foot, stumbling 2 steps to the right. He finally regained his senses and frowned, saying, "How rude." Bulma looked at it in shock. "Huh? It can talk. Oolong was the first talking pig I've ever seen, and this is the first talking cat." After standing firm, Karen said unhappily, "I am not a cat. I am the cat master. I have evolved." "What? You are a master? You are completely different from what I imagined. I thought masters should be old men with white hair." After hearing Bulma's words, it said expressionlessly, "Sorry. I know this is disappointing. However, I am indeed the cat master, genuine and authentic. Furthermore, I have lived for 800 years. To you, I am just an old man with white hair." Wukong curiously walked around it and came to its front, curiously patting its little brother, laughing as he said, "You're male. Last time Chi-Chi told me not to touch girls there, so I stopped, but you're not a girl, so it should be okay." The Catmaster Karen was frightened and threw his staff on the ground, hurriedly backing against the railing, covering himself, and looking at Wukong in terror, trembling as he said, "Do not mess around. Our races are different. I have not transformed into human form yet. Moreover, I am male and cannot help you have children. If you need anything, look for that pretty girl beside you." Oofed. Bulma, watching Wukong's actions, recalled her past experiences and covered her mouth, laughing. However, as she listened, her expression darkened, and she glared at Wukong, her voice cold, as she said, "Oh, Wukong, did you touch Chi-Chi there? So you've touched more than just me." Feeling the tension in the air, Wukong realized he had blurted out something inappropriate, staring blankly at Bulma. Suddenly, he scratched his head and grinned widely, saying, "Ha! Well, at that time I didn't know." Bulma walked over with heavy steps, and with a powerful punch, she hit Wukong on the head. Wukong ran to the side of Catmaster Karen, who hurriedly fled. Bulma clenched her fists and chased after him, causing chaos at the top of the entire tower. When everything calmed down, Bulma grabbed Wukong by the ear, her face dark, and said ominously, "Next time I find out you touched any girl's private parts, I will end it all with you." Oh, oh, I understand." Wukong nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Bulma's tense expression relaxed slightly. After all, Wukong was still quite reliable, he just didn't know many common sense things. She turned her head, her blue eyes glancing at the hiding cat Karen, saying, "Don't worry. I won't let him act recklessly, he just doesn't understand. It's not what you think. Really, don't lie to me. I'm not easy to bully. I am the Catmaster." The Catmaster Karen said a bit nervously, then slowly walked over to pick up his staff again. Cat Karen quietly stared at the two dangerous figures before him. Although they didn't seem like bad people, the lack of security made him uneasy. With a stoic expression, he asked, "What exactly are you two here for? If there's nothing going on, you should leave quickly. There's nothing here, it's not fun at all." "Yeah, Bulma, this place looks empty, there's nothing here. Just a few jars and bottles." Wukong nodded in agreement. Bulma pondered for a moment and said, "Wukong, it's not easy to come up here, who knows when we'll get another chance. This place is quite peculiar. It's high up in the sky, yet you can hardly feel the airflow, it's just like the ground." Karen stroked his whiskers, squinting his eyes, and said nonchalantly, "Of course I'm a celestial being. If I didn't have this little ability, what would be the point of being a celestial? After all, I've lived for 800 years. My combat power might not be strong, but I do have some unique abilities." Bulma clapped her hands and immediately declared, "So I've decided we're staying here tonight to enjoy the stars up close, and we'll leave tomorrow." Karen, who had been calm until now, waved his hands urgently. No. I've lived alone for hundreds of years. With you here, I won't be used to it. You should leave as soon as possible." Bulma looked at him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Cats are very cute. I haven't treated Wukong to a cat yet. Maybe today will be an exception, and I'll treat him to a big fat cat." Wukong curiously asked, "Bulma, is cat meat tasty?" Karen lowered his cat head and weakly replied, "All right. Just stay however long you want. You two may look small, but you are not cute at all, and don't respect me, an elderly being. Wukong, cats are so cute, they're not tasty." Bulma responded to Wukong and disdainfully glanced at Karen. "What the heck? You're a celestial being, 800 years old is not that impressive. Even if you were 8,000 years old, so what? We want to treat you as a friend, not as a grandfather." "Oh, a friend, how novel. After 800 years, everyone who climbed up here has been overly respectful towards me. Having a friend is truly a luxury." Karen sighed. "I'm only 17 years old. If I hadn't met Wukong, I wouldn't be much different from you." After expressing her slight sentiment, Bulma extended her right hand and turned to Wukong. "Hey, Wukong, extend your left hand like me." Wukong stretched out his hand and curiously asked, "What's this for?" "As long as we hold each other's hands, we become friends." After Bulma explained, she looked at the big fat cat in front of her, who understood and extended its two paws. Bulma's right hand grasped its right paw. "I'm Bulma." Wukong imitated and held its left paw. "I'm Wukong." The cat's unchanged face finally revealed a hint of a smile. "Bulma, Wukong, hello, I'm Karen." At night, countless stars hung brightly in the sky, even more radiant and beautiful than on the ground. Inside Karen Tower's second floor, Karen's gym. On a simple and elegant couch, Bulma, Wukong, and Karen were enjoying snacks that Bulma had taken out. Looking at the dreamlike starry sky, Bulma softly said, "The night sky here is truly beautiful." Karen, munching on sunflower seeds, proudly said, "Of course. This is very high up, hidden by a mysterious ability, and it's not visible from the ground." "Kaka, who built this tower?" Wukong curiously looked at him. The cat sage replied in confusion, "Who is Kaka?" "Of course it's you." "Karen doesn't sound nice. Kaka sounds more comfortable." The cat sage nodded his head in agreement and said, "Well, indeed this tower was built by the original gods, but the original gods are too distant, so I don't know who they are. By the way, Wukong, let me see that stick of yours." Wukong handed over the Rui stick, and Karen carefully examined the golden-red stick, which was coiled around a divine dragon. After a moment, he returned it to Wukong and said seriously, If the ancient texts left by the gods are correct, and if I'm not mistaken, this stick was forged by an outer space deity in a distant era and given to the god who built this tower. Its unique ability is extension, but I believe its main ability is its sturdiness. It's incredibly solid, and almost no material can match its hardness. If it really is that stick, it will be very helpful for your future. After all, energy is not the only thing within you, when cultivated to a certain level, the physical body can also be very strong, making it a lethal weapon. In human terms, it's a heavenly kinetic energy weapon comparable to nuclear strategy, but you humans are still in the theoretical stage and haven't realized it yet. That ancient book is with me. It contains a special secret technique created specifically for this stick called Merge Spirit. Once learned, you can draw this Rui stick into your consciousness realm for nurturing. When nurtured to a certain extent, you can establish a connection with it. In the future, as long as it's within the range of your consciousness realm, no matter where you throw it, you can summon it back. That's what the book says. Do you want to give it a try? Wukong did not hesitate and happily said, "Of course, Kaka. If it really works, that would be amazing. It feels a bit like the Nimbus Cloud." Karen was astonished and said, "Huh? How did you get the Nimbus Cloud?" "The Nimbus Cloud was created by me. It was developed based on the Merge Spirit technique in the ancient texts, but it can only be used on Earth." Bulma, with her blue eyes, disdainfully said, "It was given to Wukong by an old man named Wu Tian. He was Wukong's grandfather's master and is now considered Wukong's master too." "Oh, it's him. That guy climbed up Karen Tower 300 years ago asking me for guidance. Out of respect for his sister Elia, he stayed with me for 3 years, and then he begged me for a Nimbus Cloud, which was the only one I ever let out." Karen recalled the past slowly. "No wonder when I asked him how he got the Nimbus Cloud, he didn't tell me. So that's how it is." Bulma suddenly understood and curiously looked at Kaka, asking, "Kaka, don't you get bored staying here alone?" "Not at all. When you came up, you must have seen 3 jars on the first floor, right? What about those 3 jars? Wukong asked curiously. Kaka stroked his whiskers and said mysteriously, "One of the jars can observe the current situation of the world below. If someone wants to see, just think of their appearance, and it will work." Bulma, excited before Kaka finished, said, "Wow. Wukong, go and bring it up. Let's take a look now." Wukong immediately ran to jump down from the hole, but Kaka hurriedly grabbed his hand and said anxiously, "No. That's my treasure. If it breaks, it'll be troublesome. Let's go down to see it instead." "Okay. Since it's your treasure, let's go down." After Wukong agreed, Kaka released his hand, and one by one they jumped down from his cat hole, arriving at the first floor. Kakarot carefully cradled his treasure, placing it in the center of the first floor of the house. The 3 of them gathered in front of the jar that allowed them to see the world below. Bulma turned her head and asked, "Hey, Goku, who are we watching?" "Let's watch Krillin. Let's see what they're up to." Then the 2 of them surrounded the jar, and the surface of the water inside rippled, revealing the scene inside the turtle hermit's house, complete with audible sounds. Krillin lay on the ground, stretching his hands forward with blonde-haired Launch's feet on his back, holding a submachine gun and aiming at the shiny bald head, saying, "Hey, are you going to follow me to rob? I advise you to think it over, otherwise the bullets won't have eyes." Beside them, Turtle was diligently fanning Launch with a fan, smiling obsequiously and saying, "Don't rush, big sister. He just needs a moment to think it through. He'll be fine." Launch shot him an annoyed glance and said, "If it weren't for you, you useless old man, would I be looking for him? Last time I took you to rob a train, you either had diarrhea or cramped up your legs. I waited for you for a while, and the train was already far gone." Turtle chuckled and said, Yes, it's my fault for being useless. I've gotten old and my legs aren't as nimble anymore." Krillin's distressed voice came from below, "I don't want my wanted poster plastered everywhere in a few days. I'm still so young, I haven't even gotten married. If I have any dark history with my height, I won't have any childhood friends left, and no girls will ever look at me. Boo-hoo, please let me go." Launch ignored him, staring at the slender grass in front of her nose, rubbing her nose, and then looking down at the turtle by her feet. "I see you're thinking of a turtle stew today." She moved her foot off Krillin and began to shoot at the turtle's shell with the submachine gun. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin quickly got up and ran away. Seeing the situation, the turtle hermit also ran off, leaving the turtle behind. The turtle began to crawl, but after crawling just half a meter, it was stopped by Launch's foot. A few minutes later, the turtle was bound like a crab, and the water boiled, placing it over the pot. "You 2 bastards, if I help you again, I'm a turtle myself." After saying this, he hurriedly pleaded with Launch, "Launch, spare me. I surrender. From now on, I'll be your turtle. Just tell me what to do, and I will do it." On the other hand, Kakarot saw this scene, and the surface of the jar's water disappeared. "Ha ha ha." Goku grinned as he watched the scene below. Bulma covered her mouth with her left hand, chuckling. Who would have thought Launch would be this capable? After calming down, Goku curiously asked, "Hey." Kakarot pointed to the 2 jars and introduced them. "Well, the one in the middle shows unpleasant memories from people's hearts, while the one next to it reveals beautiful past memories. The only difference is that the latter can only be seen by oneself. Bulma said excitedly, wow. These two are interesting too. Goku, take this jar back and bring over the one that holds the unpleasant memories. Goku immediately took action, carrying the jar back and placing the one containing unpleasant memories in front of them. Bulma leaned in, and a scene emerged: a young Bulma with two ponytails playing alone as her high IQ and wealth left her with few friends. Looking back at the old scene, she smiled, nonchalantly aware that she had changed. Haha, Bulma, I didn't expect you to look like this back then. It's so interesting. Goku squinted his eyes and laughed heartily. Bulma shot him a dangerous look and asked through gritted teeth, what? Not cute? How could that be? It's just because you were too cute. Goku said with a sheepish smile. Bulma glanced at him and said, you come over and take a look at yours. Goku leaned in, but nothing appeared on the surface of the water. He shook the jar, and Kakarot rushed over to protect his treasure, looking incredulously at Goku and saying, don't treat it like that, it's not broken. But it's truly astonishing that you have no sad memories at all. Bulma turned her head and looked at it with an expression of disbelief. What's so strange about that? With his brain cells, unpleasant things today will be forgotten tomorrow. Plus, as long as you prepare a sumptuous meal for him, he'll be happy immediately. Kakarot said with a hint of seriousness, Bulma, it's not as simple as you think. This is a remarkable state, but I don't quite understand it either. The ancient texts only recorded bits and pieces. Alas, as time passes, our legacy has been severed too many times. Bulma waved her hand and said, hey, then forget about it. Step aside and let Goku carry the jar back properly. Bring over the last jar and we'll take a good look at it. After Kakarot stepped aside, Goku brought the last jar over. We'll take a look first. After Bulma said this, she leaned in and the water surface rippled, revealing a scene from a year ago. She was sleeping on her bed when Goku woke up early in the morning and crawled between her legs, oddly patting underneath her. Later, he pulled down her underwear, and when she woke up, she was chasing Goku with a submachine gun shooting at him. The scene of their adventures together followed. The memory of losing her precious first kiss at the bottom of the sea gradually surfaced. Although she already knew about it, seeing it again still made her blush. 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks, and after a while she stepped aside without saying a word. Goku quickly leaned in, and the water surface rippled. He laughed heartily, saying, I saw Bulma and she. Damn it, what? Bulma blushed and punched him. Goku, not understanding why, had gotten used to her occasional outbursts, and he took the jar back. Bulma curiously asked, Kakarot, have you been up here all this time without going down to the ground? Yeah, I have my own duties and I don't have many friends, so there's not much to do down there. I mostly stay here. Krillin the hermit thought for a moment and said, oh, then when we hold a party, we'll invite you to join us. Sure, as long as you invite me, you'll make time to come. Krillin the hermit replied, stroking his whiskers with his eyes narrowed. Night fell. Bulma took out 2 beds from her universal capsule, placing them side by side with Krillin's luxurious cat bed, and Goku slept in the middle as they chatted idly. Goku, next we have a vendetta with the Red Ribbon Army. We might have to go to their headquarters. If they are strong, we should take the opportunity to escape. Don't try to be brave, understand? Bulma said softly, but no one spoke. Turning to look, she saw Goku had already fallen asleep. Just then Goku, dreaming of something, grinned and said, Haha, Bulma, even without that we can still live. Hearing this, Bulma's face instantly turned red. If Goku weren't already asleep, she would have immediately given him a taste of her iron fist. She pulled the blanket over and went to sleep. The next day at Kakarot's home, Yukong, Bulma, you are always welcome to come here to play. This is the fusion mystical technique I mentioned yesterday, which clearly records the method of cultivation. Kakarot handed a copy of the fusion mystical technique to Yukong and continued, don't you have the flying nimbus? Let me help you expand it a bit. This way it can stretch and shrink like the Rui stick, and you'll be able to sleep on it without any problem. With a wave of her staff in her left hand, the flying nimbus quickly appeared in front of them from the horizon. Kakarot raised her staff and released a burst of white energy towards the flying nimbus. After a few expansions, it grew several times larger, more than enough for the 2 of them to lie down and sleep. Wukong jumped up in surprise and exclaimed, awesome. It's so much bigger now. Kakarot took out a bag and handed it to Bulma, earnestly advising, this is a bag of senza beans. Although I have quite a few, their effect is just so-so. Eating one can instantly restore you when injured. But try not to eat them unless absolutely necessary. They work by exhausting the body's latent abilities. Unless it's a last resort, don't use them. Some people have limited potential, and eating just one could make their future development very difficult. Moreover, there is a limit to their effectiveness. If you exceed my capability, they won't work at all. Bulma took the bag and said, okay, Kakarot will come to play with you when we have time. By the way, Bulma, how are we going to get down? Bulma giggled, her expression slightly excited as she looked at Wukong and said, I thought of a good way last night. I'll stand on your shoulder, and we won't need to do anything, we'll free fall. Just hold on to my ankle. As we approach the ground, I'll jump off your shoulder to lessen the impact, and use the flying nimbus as a cushion so it will be fine. Okay, no problem. Without hesitation, the two immediately took action and began to free fall towards the ground. The strong airflow blew Bulma's high ponytail, making it dance in the wind. Under the protection of the armor, she felt no discomfort. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Commander Ryder sat in his chair calmly, observing a middle-aged man with a long ponytail, a long face, and a pink outfit emblazoned with a large kill character. "Are you Tao Bai?" Tao Bai, expressionless, looked at him and said, "Yes, Kariki has already detailed your situation to me on the way. No problem, but the price will be quite high since the opponent doesn't seem weak. Money is just a number. If you take care of them, I'll give you 10 billion, and if you successfully bring back the Dragon Balls, I'll give you 100 billion. Tao Bai clasped his hands behind his back, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "Even for a professional killer like me, I feel a little greedy hearing that amount. Aren't you afraid I might just kidnap you right now? I could take as much money as I want." Ryder calmly looked at him and chuckled, "We are all professionals in this industry, the best of the best. Just as we understand you, you must have some understanding of us. Without the necessary skills, the Red Ribbon Army can't stand in this world. Deal, but I'll need to borrow a column from your entrance. If it's 2,000 kilometers from here, I'll be back in half an hour. I hope you'll have the money ready by then." After finishing speaking, Tao Bai pushed open the door and walked out with Ryder and Kariki curiously following him. At the entrance, Tao Bai used his fingertip to cut down a column and forcefully threw it towards the sky. He leapt up, stepping on the stone pillar, and quickly shot off. Kariki was stunned and said, "Commander, Tao Bai is incredible. It seems this matter is settled. We just need to prepare the money." Ryder, with an expressionless face, contemplated for a moment before issuing the order, "Notify all Army and Air Force units to return to headquarters within a day. Those who disobey will be treated as traitors." "Commander, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? 100 ground troops is one thing, but our Air Force is our main force with 400 fighter jets." Kariki exclaimed in shock. Ryder glanced at him. "This is why I'm the commander, and you're just a dog. It's a shame to be so tall when this height is only suitable for me." He slowly continued, "If I, Ryder, only relied on others, I wouldn't have come this far. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Moreover, they aren't rabbits, but ferocious wolves." Seeing the cold light in Ryder's eyes, Kariki dared not say anything further and respectfully replied, "Yes, Commander, I understand. I'll immediately notify Commander Nuzin." Bulma's high ponytail was blown back by the wind as she shouted loudly, "Wukong, we're almost at the bottom. I can see UPA and his father. I'm going to jump up. Hurry and prepare the flying nimbus to catch me." "Understood." Wukong released his hands and Bulma stepped on his shoulder to jump up. The flying nimbus quickly got into position, expanding several times in size. Wukong landed first, then immediately jumped down, with Bulma following closely behind, landing safely. UPA ran over happily and asked curiously, "Wukong, did you see Krillin?" "Yes, we did." "Really? That's awesome. You're so amazing. I want to climb up and see too." UPA, do your best." UPA nodded seriously and then said, "Okay, I will. I've already prepared the fish you wanted. Shall we go roast it now?" Just then a sound pierced through the sky as Tao Bai stood on the stone pillar with his hands behind his back, looking at the two targets below. He exerted force on his toes, and the stone pillar tilted downwards, shooting towards Wukong, Bulma, and UPA. Bulma watched the idiot come to his own death without any fear, while UPA was completely caught off guard. As the stone pillar was about to collide with them, Wukong lightly leaped up and kicked upwards with his right foot, hitting the bottom of the stone pillar. The front end of the pillar instantly spun back 180 degrees and smashed down on Tao Bai's head, causing his eyes to bulge out as it buried him straight into the ground, leaving only his head outside. "Hey, what are you here for?" Wukong asked Tao Bai in front of him, then seriously added, "If you weren't doing this on purpose, I wouldn't hold it against you. But if you are, then I'll make sure to knock you out." Hearing Wukong's voice, Tao Bai finally snapped back to reality, his head burning as he leaped out and landed on the ground, flipping his braid behind him as he glared at Wukong and said, "Little brat, it seems you really have some skills. No wonder the Red Ribbon Army is willing to pay such a high price for your life. But I am the world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai. With just this, you're still not my opponent." Wukong turned to Bulma and curiously asked, "Bulma, what's an assassin?" Bulma recalled the information about Tao Bai she had seen on the assassin website and replied in a voice as clear as a lark, "Assassins are often people who do bad things, and this person is one of the most representative of them. He is very famous in the assassin world. As long as the price is right, he doesn't care if it's an old man or a child. We are not heroes and don't have such a strong sense of justice to eliminate him. But since he has come to die himself, Wukong, don't hold back. Take him down and let him fertilize this land." "Oh, I see. Then I'll do as you say." Tao Bai's already gloomy face was now clouded with darkness, and he spoke terrifyingly, Two little brats, how dare you look down on me like this? Soon I will crush your bones one by one and use you to fertilize the land. He ran quickly towards Wukong, raising his right leg and fiercely striking towards Wukong's head. He was filled with excitement, thinking this little brat's head would burst like a watermelon. It must be beautiful. With a loud crash, Wukong raised his left arm, easily blocking the attack. A flying kick struck fiercely at his abdomen, sending Tao Baibai's feet off the ground, his eyes bulging with blood. As he was flung back, his stomach acid mixed with internal organs uncontrollably spewing out, finally landing 100 meters away, lying still. Hey, let me tell you, you better pull out some powerful moves, or I'll just kill you right now. Wukong's voice rang out loudly. After a moment, Tao Baibai trembled as he crawled up, bent over, and clutching his painful stomach. This little brat really hurts. I kicked something tough. Luckily, I still have the drill wave. Its power is not something ordinary energy waves can compare to. It concentrates power to a higher degree, making it stronger and more penetrating. If the drill wave doesn't work, I'll have to find a way to escape. Tao Baibai quickly assessed the situation. Little brat, I admit you are impressive, but since you asked for it, I'll let you witness my ultimate move. Tao Baibai raised his right hand with his index and middle fingers upright, golden energy gathering at the tips as he continuously concentrated all his energy. Wukong's voice came through. Hey, is this your strongest technique? Haha, little brat, are you scared? It's too late to be scared. Indeed, this is my most powerful move, the drill wave. Prepare to receive it. Tao Baibai decisively fired the prepared drill wave at Wukong. The golden energy wave, as thick as 2 fingers, transformed into a pillar of light, continuously rushing towards Wukong. I see. Then I won't play with you anymore. Understanding his opponent's strength, Wukong lightly flicked his right index finger at the incoming drill wave. The wave instantly bounced back, piercing through Tao Baibai's chest, creating a fist-sized hole with no blood flowing out and the surrounding area completely charred. Tao Baibai looked at Wukong, a bitter smile on his face, blood spitting from his mouth and falling to the ground, his expression filled with disbelief as he fell heavily backward. I, Tao Baibai, have roamed for so many years, never expected to fall at the hands of a little brat. How ironic. Is this my end? Brother, I'm sorry I can't go back to see you. In this moment of death, I realize how good the ordinary life with you was. Perhaps I was really wrong. Looking at the dissipating life in front of him, Wukong asked Upa, who had come to his side, hey, Upa, are you going to keep him for fertilizer? Upa looked at the obviously older man in front of him and gently shook his head. Wukong, let me handle this. I will plant a blood peach blossom for him. I hope in the next life he won't bloom so brightly again. Upa, goodbye. Wukong and Bulma sat on the enlarged flying nimbus, waving at the father and son in front of them before quickly ascending into the sky. Upa cupped his hands like a trumpet and shouted, Wukong, you must come to play when you have time. Okay, I will definitely come. Wukong replied loudly while looking at him from the sky. Bulma's voice gradually drifted with the wind. Wukong, I just checked, and the Dragon Ball near Karen Tower from yesterday has also made its way to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Next, let's play while searching for them. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. It has been 2 hours since Tao Baibai left, yet there has been no news from him. Ritter stood in front of the window looking at the training grounds below with a sullen expression and said, what kind of #1 assassin can't even handle 2 little kids? I had such high expectations for him. Koriki, have all my orders been conveyed? When will the Army and Air Force units that are not at headquarters arrive? Koriki, holding a tray with cups filled with tea, respectfully replied, Commander, they have all been notified, and they should arrive at headquarters by tomorrow morning at the latest. Keep urging them. The day after leaving Karen Tower, in the Universal Capsule House, Bulma was sitting in front of a vanity combing her elegantly styled turquoise hair and said to Wukong, who was eating bread and milk beside her, Wukong, once I finish getting ready, and your fool will set off for the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, and we should arrive around noon. 2 hours later, Wukong looked at Bulma, who had completely transformed, and curiously asked, Bulma, what is this? It looks really good, so different from your usual style. Bulma, dressed in luxurious black and gold armor with a slender lady's sword encrusted with many gems at her waist, bent down and hung a luxurious black and gold pendant engraved with General around Wukong's neck. She kissed his forehead, her graceful figure stretching back, her blue eyes looking at Wukong seriously, as she said, from now on you should call me Queen Bulma, and you are my general. I will take you to battle the Red Ribbon Army, understood? My general, answer louder, and no laughing, be serious. Wukong stood straight, imitating her, his delicate features expressing seriousness, as he replied, yes, Queen Bulma. Bulma walked around him twice cheerfully, saying, not bad, well done, general, let's set off. After saying that, she immediately led the way out with elegance, and Wukong hurried to follow. At this time, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army on the open Red Ribbon Square, Ritter's 10 army regiments stood in 10 formations neatly arranged. Next to the army, 20,000 Air Force soldiers formed another formation. On the command podium, Ritter stood in front of a loudspeaker with Kariki standing straight behind him. Ritter solemnly said, "All elite warriors of the Red Ribbon from today onwards, the Red Ribbon headquarters is under martial law. The United Nations forces have issued a provocation to us and will launch an assault on the Red Ribbon. Although I firmly believe that the Red Ribbon is invincible, the United Nations forces should not be underestimated. So I ask all warriors to stand ready with the Air Force continuously patrolling the skies 24 hours a day. For a week, if the United Nations has not launched an attack, by then you can return to your posts. The most outstanding performer in this battle will receive 10 million yuan, the distinguished will receive 1 million yuan, and all participating soldiers will receive 100,000 yuan. Do you understand?" Hearing Ritter's words, the soldiers standing below became excited as they joined the Red Ribbon Army for the money, their voices booming through the square. "Yes. Ritter, Commander." "Good, General." Nuzin stepped forward. A middle-aged man with a height of 176 cm, brown hair, and a round face, dressed in a military uniform covered in medals, walked straight to the podium. "General Nuzin, from now on you will command everything. I have made things very clear to you before, right?" Nuzin stood at attention and replied loudly, "Yes. Ritter, Commander, I will accomplish my mission. Next I leave it to you, Kariki, and I will wait for your good news in the command building." Ritter turned with Kariki and left. Nuzin turned to face the army and issued strategic commands: 1st Army to 10th Army, each responsible for their designated areas. Air Force units spread out layer by layer. No-flies are to breach the headquarters. In the outer area, activate all missile launchers and wait for my command. Disperse and execute immediately. At an altitude of 2,000 meters on the flying Nimbus, Queen Bulma stood straight ahead solemnly, saying, "General, we are about to enter enemy territory. Next I will lead the charge, and when I need you to act, I will give you the command." After Bulma finished speaking, she donned her luxurious armor, holding 2 fully automatic specialized silver rifles with a range of 1,000 meters. Wukong responded powerfully. "Understood." In the command room of the Red Ribbon headquarters, the surveillance video showed Wukong and the others about to enter the attack range. Nuzin issued the order: "Fire." A soldier looked at him in confusion and said, "Commander." Ritter said it was the United Nations forces, but these are clearly 2 little kids. Nuzin shot him dead, blood staining the control panel, dripping on the floor, and angrily said, "I do not want anyone to question my orders again. Fire." Other soldiers clearly sensed something was wrong, but fearing to be the next one shot, they quickly pressed the launch button in silence. On the flying Nimbus in the sky, looking at the missiles being fired below, Queen Bulma raised her automatic rifle and began shooting rapidly. The speed of the specialized bullets was several times faster than that of the missiles, and a series of fireballs flashed at low altitude on the ground, destroying the missile launchers at close range. The flying Nimbus moved forward, leaving a trail of explosive fire behind at low altitude. 5 minutes later, in the command room of the Red Ribbon headquarters, a soldier anxiously said, "Commander, the enemy is about to break through the outer perimeter and enter the inner circle. Pass the orders down, let the Air Force and Army units form battle formations, and prepare to meet the enemy." "Yes." When Bulma and Wukong arrived at the gigantic Red Ribbon headquarters, which was as large as a small city, they saw the sky filled with fighters distributed across different levels and the crowded figures on the ground. Bulma's system instantly scanned the specific data: 4,000 fighter jets, 1,000 ground troops. She said with a solemn expression, "General, we must make them feel the terror of war firsthand, so that they will shudder at the sight of guns in the future. Therefore, we cannot blow them up all at once. We must take it slow, giving them time to be born into fear. You understand what to do, right? Don't worry. Leave it to me. This is my specialty." Understanding Bulma's intention, Wukong replied comfortably. Bulma immediately crouched down, while Wukong stood up, pulling out the Rui Bang, which rapidly extended to a length of 1,000 meters, waving it at the fighter jets in the air. A series of explosions quickly erupted and balls of flames fell towards the ground, thick smoke spreading throughout the sky. On the ground, soldiers watched the falling fire. Many were dumbfounded and scrambled towards nearby buildings looking for cover, but many were engulfed by the brutal explosions. Just from this round, 2,000 ground troops of the Red Ribbon were affected. The ground was littered with corpses, the ground stained with dried blood, and the remaining soldiers had not fully reacted. Seeing Wukong quickly clearing the enemy in the sky, Bulma immediately stood up and praised him. "Well done, General. Tonight I'll reward you with a full banquet." "Huh? Really?" Wukong grinned. Bulma confirmed, "Hee. That's right. Next you'll help me pass the bombs while I perform." She took out the 100C6 bombs collected from White last time and placed them on the flying Nimbus. "All right, that's it. Let's start." "General." "Understood." Bulma stood there elegantly and casually while Wukong handed her the C6 bombs one by one. She indiscriminately tossed them towards the ground, throwing them wherever she found displeasing, and the terrifying attacks and roaring sounds instantly echoed throughout the Red Ribbon headquarters. Nuzin had not yet had the chance to execute his strategic command before being blown to pieces in the command room. With deafening explosions ringing out, terrifying fireballs formed, creating deep craters, and the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers completely collapsed, fleeing in panic. After all 100 C6 bombs were dropped, there were hardly any intact buildings left at the entire Red Ribbon headquarters. The commander of the Red Ribbon Army, Lu, watched the footage with Kaliki, who trembled as he said, "Commander, these two are simply inhuman. That little brat is incredibly powerful. The female warrior, clearly well-built, is ruthless. Although we are not good people, we are still lives. Apart from our soldiers, the headquarters also has many logistical personnel. Her bombardment has claimed at least over 100 lives. She is truly a demon. What do we do now?" Kaliki saw no expression on Ruder's gloomy face as he calmly said, "It's fine, Kaliki, I have my ways to handle this. They'll go to the office on the top floor. You just need to wait here and bring those two to me, and then you can leave. Don't think about escaping you with your record. Without my help, if you leave the Red Ribbon headquarters, it won't be long before the UN enforcement personnel turn you to dust. After all, many have died at your hands before. As long as you help me finish this, I will give you a new identity to live in the light. Do you understand?" Kaliki looked at Ruder in surprise. He had long wanted to quit, but as long as Ruder didn't agree, he couldn't leave. With such a great opportunity before him, he knew that as long as he didn't provoke those two brats, they wouldn't bother him. This way, he just needed to be humble and polite, and he had a significant chance of survival. Although he had his doubts, he had no other choice. "Really? Commander Ruder?" After Ruder replied expressionlessly, he turned and entered the elevator, which could only be operated by his command. The cloud descended to the ground, where ruins of collapsed buildings lay everywhere. Severed limbs could be seen among the debris, the ground scorched black, with deep craters scattered about. Corpses lay haphazardly around, some propped against walls, some lying on the ground, some pierced by rebar, resembling a hell on earth. Seeing the hellish scene before them, many people panicked and fled in all directions, screaming in terror at the approaching duo in black, falling to the ground and scrambling to their feet to run elsewhere. Many others sat on the ground with blank expressions, blood and dust caked on their faces, their expressions frozen, bodies scorched and motionless, their firearms discarded beside them. Bulma and Goku walked past them, indifferent and unresponsive, their lips trembling. For them, today was destined to be an unforgettable nightmare. They could no longer act as soldiers. "Goku, the Dragon Ball is in that 3-story building ahead. Let's grab the Dragon Ball first before doing anything else." As they entered the first floor of the command building, the Black Kaliki respectfully stood at the door, arms raised high, loudly saying, "Brave warriors, do not take action. I surrender. I'm here only to take you to Commander Ruder, and I bear no ill will. Please come with me. Do not kill me." After speaking, he slowly turned and walked towards the stairs with Bulma and Goku boldly following him. Ruder watched the three approaching on the surveillance from the top floor. As Goku and Bulma followed Kaliki into the second floor, he decisively pressed the red button, causing the entire top of the third floor to plummet down. Kaliki, the tallest in the second floor, looked up at the collapsing building and roared, "Ruder, you son of a bitch." Then his head was instantly crushed. Bulma quickly reacted, dropping to the ground, while Goku held up the entire rooftop with his hands. The third floor thus hovered in midair. He turned to Bulma beside him and said, "Bulma, you go out first, and we'll meet up above." Are you okay?" Bulma asked with concern, as this floor was quite large, weighing at least tens of thousands of tons. Goku flexed his muscles, lowering his left hand while supporting himself with his right arm, confidently saying, "No problem, this is nothing for me." Bulma rolled her eyes at him, saying softly, "All right, then I'll go out." After Bulma exited, Goku burst through the roof, crashing into the third floor, followed by Bulma entering from outside. Ruder, with a gloomy face tinged with fear, looked at the two monsters before him. "What do you want?" "Money. I can give you several hundred billion. Power. I can reorganize a new army and make you the bosses as long as you give me the Dragon Balls. Is that acceptable?" Bulma looked at the middle-aged man, Ruder, who was only 130 meters tall, in surprise, saying, "I never expected the infamous commander of the Red Ribbon would be such a short man." Ruder, stung by her words, shouted sharply, "Stupid woman, don't call me short. I hate being called short more than anything. Call me that again, and I swear I'll take you down with me." He then pointed at the iron object beside him, darkly saying, "Do you know what this is, eh?" "This is an IS nuclear demolition device. I had the army scientists develop it. Without some means, how could I force the UN to compromise? In this command building, aside from this one that I specifically brought up, there are 9 more buried underground. This is a more practical nuclear strategic weapon than the theoretical space-based kinetic weapons. With just one, it can create a perfect circular pit with a diameter of 2 kilometers and a depth of 100 meters. I don't have many demands, just give me the Dragon Balls, and I am willing to pay money and other rewards. I only want the Dragon Balls." After 20 years of planning, I established the Red Ribbon Army, and I don't have much time to rebuild it. Only the Dragon Balls can fulfill my wishes. I want to achieve eternal life and the perfect height. If you don't give them to me, then I can only take you down with me." Bulma turned and asked, "General, can you withstand this thing?" The general seriously sensed the situation and replied easily, "Don't worry. This little thing poses no threat to me." Then I'm relieved. After Bulma finished speaking, she drew out a silver pistol loaded with special bullets, twirled the gun, and mockingly looked at Reuter, saying, "What do you think, is your speed faster or my bullets? Should we have a competition?" Commander Reuter looked at her in disbelief. "This is an IS nuclear bomb, not a missile. It's much stronger than C6. If this goes off, a radius of 10 kilometers will be flattened." "Are you kidding me?" The gunshot rang out, and the control switch in his hand fell to the ground. He collapsed with a twisted face, maintaining an expression of disbelief until the end. "Who joked with you?" "I never joke. I should thank you for expanding my arsenal. There are not many of these in the world, and they are usually heavily regulated. It's just perfect for research and then as a toy." Bulma walked over, looked at the 1-meter-long warhead, picked it up, and stored it in a special universal capsule. Goku then approached the Dragon Balls, finding the 4-star ball and the 6-star ball. "Bulma, I found the 4-star ball." "Yage." "Mission accomplished, Goku. Let's find the remaining 9 IS nuclear bombs in this building for future fun." "All right, let's go." 10 minutes later, all 9 remaining nuclear bombs were collected by Bulma. She brought Goku to the Red Ribbon Treasury, looking at the piles of gold bricks and bars along with boxes of coins. Goku curiously asked, "Bulma, what are we doing here?" Bulma replied cheerfully, "Of course we're here to get money. It seems the Red Ribbon's expenses are quite large. They actually have several hundred billion here, which is nothing compared to what I have, but it's still not a small amount. No matter how much money there is, it's never too much. I usually save it to buy you food and clothing. Buying a luxury car casually would cost several million. Although we don't need it, it's still good to have." "I see. Then let's take it all. They'll help you." In the evening, inside the Universal Capsule House. After enjoying a lavish feast, Wukong comfortably leaned back on the sofa, while Bulma, dressed in a pink nightgown, sat nearby, painting her toenails. "Wukong, now that we've found the 4-star ball, let's have some fun on our way back to West City. We can explore different sceneries on the ground then." Traveling with you, Bulma, is really enjoyable. It makes things so much easier." Bulma looked up, her eyes bright as she gave him an approving look. "That's right. It's good to know." Half a month later, 1212. At this moment, Wukong was doing a handstand, advancing with just one finger, while Bulma lay beside him on the kintown, dressed in a purple long dress, sleeping against a pillow. Suddenly, Wukong jumped up and walked over to shake her awake. Bulma sat up, half closing her eyes, rubbed them, and sleepily looked at him. "What are you doing?" "Wukong, I haven't had enough sleep yet." Wukong stood at the cliff's edge, pointing down in surprise. "Bulma, look. Between those 2 mountains, there's a huge door hidden by trees. It's really massive." "Wow, it really is. Let's go check it out." Bulma stood up to look, her purple dress blooming beautifully on the kintown. Indeed, a giant door loomed there, covered in moss and vines. The forest was too dense, with dangerous creatures lurking, making it impossible to see any signs of life. Wukong immediately jumped off the sheer cliff, and Bulma followed closely on the kintown, quickly advancing toward the giant door. Minutes later, standing before the massive entrance, the scale became more apparent. This door is truly enormous. It's 200 meters tall, and each door leaf is 50 meters wide. I wonder who built it here, as the back is completely shrouded in purple mist. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "Yeah, it's really massive. Let's take a look around." Wukong agreed, and the two began to search the area carefully. "Wukong, come here. There's a small stone tablet on the door. It has some writing on it." Bulma turned and waved at Wukong, who was in another direction. After Wukong approached, he looked at the 2-meter stone tablet, puzzled by the inscription, and said, "Really? But what does it say? I can't understand it at all. Oh, it looks like tadpoles. It seems like some very ancient script that has become extinct. I only recognize 2 characters, boundary and demon." Bulma contemplated carefully, recalling fragments from an ancient book she had once seen. "How about this? He'll try to push it open and see what's behind it." After hearing Wukong's suggestion, Bulma hesitated slightly. "I'm curious too. But what if there's danger behind it?" Wukong opened his big eyes, smiling confidently. "Don't worry. I will protect you. If it's really dangerous, I'll take you away. But let me see if I can push this door open first." "All right. Then you try. I'm very interested too." Bulma stepped back and watched with keen interest as Wukong approached the door. Standing in front of one leaf, he looked like a tiny ant. The giant door was covered with moss and other remnants of time. He pushed it with all his strength, but the door didn't budge. So he kept increasing his force. Finally, under 70% of his strength, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a deep, wide passage glowing with purple light. Bulma gently pushed Wukong from behind as they slowly walked in. The kintown seemed unable to enter, so they left it outside. They had only taken a few steps when two humanoid creatures appeared floating upright in the distant passage ahead. They quickly approached Wukong and Bulma. One was a beautiful woman with dark green skin and long purple hair that flowed slightly curled behind her with pointed ears, and adorned with gorgeous hair accessories, large golden circular earrings dangling from her ears, and a peculiar whip coiling around her body, her eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. The other was a towering figure standing 10 meters tall, with purple skin, and two 1-meter-long horns protruding from his head, carrying a hefty wolf's fawn club on his back, respectfully standing behind the woman. The mysterious beauty clapped her hands in admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. This door hasn't been pushed open in a long time, and it was done by such a little one like you. Hey, who are you? You look different from us. Wukong asked curiously. Impertinent. This is one of the 4 most esteemed messengers under Lord Yama, Lady Mela, of the ghostly abyss. Countless reapers must maintain a high level of respect for her. The burly male said sternly. Wukong looked at him and asked again, oh, who are you then? It's all right, he's Hercules, the strongest in this realm. His duty is to push open the door you just did, though it's generally not permitted. We are responsible for guarding this passage and do not allow anyone and any demons to pass through it. Lady Mela hovered in the air looking at Wukong with a gentle gaze as she explained. Oh, I see. Your flying method is really interesting. Can you teach me? Wukong looked at Mela with eager anticipation. Due to the overwhelming divine aura emanating from Mela, there was a strong pressure in the atmosphere. Bulma felt a little nervous, slightly bending down her red lips close to Wukong's ear as she whispered, Wukong, you must learn this. It's so cool. When you grow up you can take me flying like this, it would be so impressive. This isn't something just anyone can learn. It's a peculiar flying ability unique to the gods. If it were to have a name, it might be called divine movement technique. Only gods with a certain status can use it. I can explain the basic principles, but whether you can learn it I can't guarantee. In the human realm, those who can fly generally use a technique called sky dance. The advanced version of sky dance is flying technique. As for whether there are other methods, I don't know. Mela looked at the cute little brother in front of her and spoke slowly. Although her age was completely unmatched, she could easily be thousands of times older than him. Sometimes it's just about the connection, and she found him pleasant to look at. Wukong squinted his eyes and smiled happily, saying, really? Thank you. Is that so? And so Mela explained the principles of divine movement technique to Wukong. After a while, Wukong appeared to understand somewhat, but it seemed he wouldn't learn it right away. Don't rush, cute little brother. This isn't something you can learn in a short time. Mela said with a smile, her eyes shimmering with an ethereal light. And Wukong, just call me Wukong. From now on we are friends. Wukong said, extending his left hand. Mela looked puzzled and asked, what is this for? For a handshake. Bulma said that after a handshake we are good friends. Oh, I see. No problem. From now on we are friends. Just treat me like an older sister. Mela happily extended her long, delicate right hand, and they shook hands. Bulma raised her hand and looked at Mela, saying, Sister Mela and Bulma, can I ask a question? Of course. Go ahead. Bulma asked curiously, where's this place? Mela pondered for a moment before explaining in detail, this is the demon realm. One of the 2 largest dimensional spaces in the entire universe, one being the underworld and the other the demon realm. There is a connection between the 2, which is why we Reapers are stationed here at the Demon Gate. The entire demon realm has 4 gates corresponding to the 4 galaxies of East, West, South, and North. This gate corresponds to your North Galaxy's Demon Gate. The entire demon realm is very chaotic, just like the East, West, South, and North galaxies divided into 4 regions. This area belongs to the North Demon Realm, each claiming their territory, and currently the strongest force here is held by Depura. Wukong looked at Sister Mela curiously and asked, is Depura very powerful? Is he the strongest in the demon realm? Not really. He is merely the strongest demon king in the North Demon Realm for now. However, long ago there existed a demon god realm above the demon realm where a demon god king and 4 great demon gods resided. They were the most powerful, but they have long since vanished, probably dead or gone somewhere. That sounds quite interesting. But it's not very fun at all. Most residents of the demon realm are not very friendly, and those at the pinnacle of the demon realm are even more so. Mela said with a slightly serious expression. After all, she had existed when the demon god king was around, and was well aware of how brutal such a deity could be. Oh, I see. Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding. Mela curiously asked, by the way, Wukong, how did you end up here? Isn't there a big door outside? Bulma and I were traveling outside, and curiously pushed it open. Mela suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It seems we are indeed fated. Each of the 4 galaxies has a corresponding gate to the demon realm, and these gates are usually hidden, belonging to a different spatial layer from your world. Bulma looked at her expectantly. Sister Mela, can Wukong and I explore a bit? Normally you wouldn't be allowed, but since it's Wukong, I'll make an exception. However, you can only stay for 1 day as you are too weak to endure the harsh environment of the demon realm. Staying too long would not be beneficial for you. After pondering for a while, Mela agreed. Bulma happily exclaimed, "Yay! That's great, thank you, Sister Mela. You just go straight ahead. Once you finish this passage, you will reach the North Demon Realm. As for Hercules and me, we will wait for you here in a day, that's it." After Mela finished speaking, she used divine movement technique to quickly depart with Hercules. Bulma donned her armor and pulled Wukong along. "Wukong, let's go." "Lady Mela, why are you being so lenient with that little one?" Hercules asked curiously as he remembered Mela not being this easy to talk to. Mainly because he is pleasing to the eye. And Wukong, being so young, managed to push open that door. Maybe in the future, I might need something from him. Mela explained softly. "Yes, I understand, my subordinate," Hercules said in a low voice. 2 hours later, Bulma and Goku emerged from the dreamlike passage filled with purple light. "Goku, look, there's a flower spouting lava over there, and that group of fish can actually live in lava. It's simply astonishing. That dog has 2 heads, and that pig has 2 tails." Bulma excitedly tugged at Goku and ran over, pulling out her camera to snap pictures. Goku, trailing behind her helplessly, said, "Don't rush. We should roast that pig to see what it tastes like." That's true, okay. Let's roast one and try it. And you take care of catching a few fish from the lava. I'm curious too." "No problem, just watch me." With a swift strike from his Rui Bang, Goku killed the poor 2-tailed pig, quickly skinning and gutting it before roasting it. He then stripped off his clothes and leaped into the lava lake, swimming towards the lava fish. Although there were quite a few fish in the lake, it was still too few compared to the outside world, so he didn't catch too many. 2 hours later, after taking a bite of the pork, Goku looked at Bulma and reminded her, "Bulma, you can't eat too much of this meat." Bulma pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "What? My general is actually worried that I will snatch food from you." "No, it's because it contains a unique energy from this world, and too much is bad for your body." Goku grimaced, racking his brain to explain. Bulma glanced at him and cheerfully said, "I guess you do have a conscience. No worries, I usually don't have a big appetite. He'll just eat this fish and maybe a little bit of pork." This fish is quite good. It has a scorching sensation of lava, and the meat is very tender, truly unbelievable." After finishing the fish, Bulma cut a slice of pork to taste and frowned slightly, saying, "This pork isn't bad, but it's not good either. Forget it, I'm not eating anymore." Yes, the fish is delicious." Suddenly a cry for help echoed from afar. Bulma stood up in surprise and looked ahead, saying, "How is that possible? I didn't even wear a translator. I can actually understand it. Could it be someone from Earth?" "Goku, stop eating. You've already finished the fish, and the pork won't hurt if you eat less. Let's go see what's going on." Let's go." Throwing away the pork in hand, they quickly ran forward. Before long, they saw a tiny creature the size of a palm with 2 pairs of wings fleeing in midair, pursued by a flame-licking massive creature roaring at it. "That little creature is so cute." Bulma's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Goku, save that little one. That dragon is your dinner." "Okay, it looks like it should taste pretty good." Goku, having initially learned the fusion technique, summoned his Rui Bang, holding it in his left hand, and hurled it. The Rui Bang extended slightly in the air, streaking like a meteor across the night sky, piercing the heart of the fire dragon, killing it instantly. The fire dragon didn't even have time to let out a wail before its body was hung on the Rui Bang and brought back. The little creature being chased flew right in front of Goku and Bulma, looking like a stunning beauty, just much smaller, with 2 pairs of wings on its back. "Thank you so much for saving me. My name is Chi-Chi. I never thought there would be demons willing to save me." Chi-Chi bowed deeply, her delicate face seriously expressing her gratitude. "We're not demons. You're really adorable. How come you're in the demon realm? And we can actually understand what you're saying." Bulma curiously looked at the exquisite little cutie in front of her. "My name is Chi-Chi, and I am an elf from the demon realm. When we speak, there is a special wave that allows any race to understand us." After explaining seriously, Chi-Chi looked at Bulma curiously and asked, "If you're not demons, then what are you?" "Haha, you're so cute. We're humans. How about it? Would you like to follow me, the clever and lovely Bulma, back to the human realm? I want arranged marriages for you, but I will provide food, lodging, and paid time off." "What? You're from the human realm and can take me back?" Chi-Chi exclaimed in surprise, her eyes welling up as she looked at Bulma. "I can go back with you, but I have a small request." Bulma was not the type to be easily captured by tearful pleas. She hesitantly replied, "Well, go ahead and say it. As long as it's not excessive, I can agree to it. You see, even though we are a race from the demon realm, we don't fit in with other races at all. We dislike fighting and prefer a peaceful life, but in the demon realm, where competition is fierce, such a personality inevitably leads to being ostracized by other races. However, everyone has their temper. Although we are elves, we are no different. Other races often provoke us. Once or twice it's no big deal, but after many times it becomes intolerable. Especially a certain mutated Gilagili, who despite being similar in size to us has a pair of wings, and is a typical fighter often shouting at our doorstep. At first we ignored them, and they merely shouted provocations. But then that troublesome mutated Gilagili corrupted other Gilagili. Do you know what they did? Every time we gathered on the beach happily building sandcastles, they would storm and kicking down our hard-built luxury villas, even urinating on them. When we went to find food, just as we were about to enjoy it, they would suddenly appear licking their lips at us. When we were ready to sleep, they would sing their heroic song outside. I am a Gilagili, I am a Gilagili, I am proud, I am a Gilagili, I am a Gilagili, I am proud, la 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 la. In the end, we erupted and agreed to a final battle with the Gilagili tribe on the Golden Sand Beach, a dreamlike beach covered in golden sand. On the day of the final battle, the mutated Gilagili came with 99 other Gilagili lined up on the Golden Sand Beach in formation waiting. Our leader Nadak led us 80 elves to face them. We initially had a great chance of winning. Individually, we were evenly matched, but our elven abilities could stack. Don't let my small size fool you. I am not weak and can exert a 50-fold gravity effect. If one of my kin joins me, we can even reach a 100-fold effect. Although the effect diminishes over time, it's still powerful at first. But because that mutated Gilagili said something, the situation spiraled out of control. He actually said our leader doesn't have a little brother, which is true. There had been grievances brewing, and our leader enraged charged at that mutated Gilagili. Calling out our leader meant calling us, and we rushed forward initially intending to just have a casual fight. Our plans fell apart, and we broke through their formation, after which it turned into a free-for-all. By the time both sides calmed down, it was already too late. Our leader and that mutated Gilagili perished together, leaving only 5 elves including me. The Gilagili had won more than us, and both sides left in desolation, marking the end of the war between our races. The current situation is that we are too few. The demon realm is no longer suitable for us. If this continues, our race will be exterminated. This simply cannot happen. So please make sure to take our kind with you to the human realm. We will serve you together. I beg you, this is my lifelong request. Chi-Chi had already collected her tears and quickly said a lot in one breath, her hands clasped at her chest, looking pitifully at Bulma. Stop, stop, stop. No need to say more. Deal. No problem at all. I'm hiring all of you. From now on, you will be my subordinates, and I will ensure your safety. Bulma waved her hand decisively, then glanced at Goku and said, Goku, this is related to your training. How you explain it to Sister Mela is up to you. Goku replied without hesitation. No problem, leave it to me. Chi-Chi led Goku and Bulma to her home, a peculiar tree in the purple forest where the center of a large tree formed a hole that seemed to have formed naturally, showing no signs of damage. Chi-Chi shouted loudly at the entrance, Dudu Mau Mau Mi-Fi Odu, come out quickly, we are moving. Bulma curiously looked at the unique house and asked, wow, Chi-Chi, your home is really special. How did it form? This is our natural ability that allows the giant tree to form a tree house. When we leave, it can revert to its original state without impacting it. That's really nice. If I get the chance, I'll transplant a giant tree to my home to experience living in a tree house. Chi-Chi cheerfully replied, no problem, Sister Bulma. Several little creatures flew out from the tree, and Chi-Chi explained to them. Moments later, they stood neatly in front of Bulma and Goku. The round Dudu stepped forward and said in a soft voice, I am Dudu, your majesty. The strong man Odu followed suit, speaking with a resolute tone, Your Majesty, I am Odu. The Baijid Mau Mau stepped forward and spoke in a slightly rough voice, Your Majesty, I am Mau Mau. The little beauty Mi-Fi was the last to step up, saying in a clear voice, Your Majesty, I am Mi-Fi. Bulma burst into laughter and gently said, From now on, just call me Sister Bulma. Yes, they replied in unison. Chi-Chi clapped her small hands and announced loudly, Everyone, we're moving. 10 minutes later, the giant tree had returned to its original appearance, and the 5 little creatures each carried a small bundle. Bulma tossed out a floating car and entered the left driver's seat. Goku and the 5 elves sat in the right seat, while Chi-Chi and the others tossed their bundles and all ran onto Goku, with one sitting on his head and 2 on his shoulders. Bulma looked at them in confusion and asked, It seems you really like Goku. Yes, I feel a natural atmosphere around him. It's very comfortable. By the way, Chi-Chi, I'm very curious about how your race reproduces. Upon hearing Bulma's question, Chi-Chi blushed slightly, fidgeting with her small hands, and slowly said, Well, we are different from you. Those who look soft are female, and those who look tough are male. When our life reaches its end, we automatically transform into an egg, and new life will be born. There's a small chance of twins being born. I and Mi-Fi are female, while Dudu Mau Mau and Odu are male. Odu is slightly older. By your time's measure, he's already 50, while the rest of us are about 20. That's truly amazing. You're all older than me. But I didn't expect you to enjoy playing in the mud at this age. Bulma laughed then casually said, but it doesn't matter. I have a cat friend who's already 800 years old. Chi-Chi curiously asked, who said that being old means you can't play in the mud. Mud is actually very fun. Mi-Fi exclaimed in surprise, wow, an 800-year-old cat. We can only live about 300 years. I'm really curious what that cat looks like. Bulma laughed and said, you'll get the chance. With that, Bulma and Goku slowly returned towards the exit. When they reached the entrance of the passage, Mela and Hercules were already waiting there. Mela looked at the little creatures in surprise and said, so it's these little ones. Goku, do you want to take them with you? Yes, Sister Mela, is that okay? No problem. They don't fit in with life in the demon realm anyway, so it's good for them to go with you to the human realm. Goku thought for a moment and asked Sister Mela, will there be a chance to come find you later? Sure. As long as you carry this pendant, the hidden door will reveal itself, and you can come in then. Mela naturally bent down, took Goku's small hand, and placed a crescent-shaped pendant in his palm. Then her perfect body gracefully stretched back, earnestly reminding, but it's best to come less, the higher-ups won't be pleased. Understood, Sister Mela, goodbye. Waving his hand, Goku pushed open the great door and Bulma and the others returned to the human realm with the door closing automatically. Wow, so this is the human realm. The place where we will live in the future looks completely different from the demon realm. The little creatures looked around in amazement as the Nimbus cloud descended from the sky. Bulma was the first to board and said, hey, you all get up here. Dudu said in a soft voice, is this a cloud? It feels different from ordinary clouds. It's very comfortable and can be sat on. Chi-Chi looked at it discontentedly and admonished, hey, Dudu, I've told you many times to be more manly and speak louder. Right now, there are only 3 males here. You need to uphold our race's dignity. Oh, but my voice is just naturally softer, I can't help it. That's very cute. Goku stood on the ground looking at the two of them with squinted eyes and smiling. Seeing that only Goku didn't plan to board, Chi-Chi curiously asked, Goku, aren't you getting on? Where are we going next? Before Goku could speak, Bulma explained for him. We are on our way home, now heading to the West City. However, we are not in a hurry, we will take our time and enjoy while returning. Goku likes to exercise, so he's just doing his workout down there. Chi-Chi, how long can your gravity ability maintain when applied to me? Goku curiously asked Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi thought for a moment and replied, for one person, I can maintain 50-fold gravity for a week without problem. If we stack it among ourselves to reach 250-fold, it can also last for a week. Oh, then please apply 10-fold gravity first. After I fully master it, you can gradually increase it. All right, leave it to me. Chi-Chi patted her slightly plump chest in assurance. 2 days later, Chi-Chi looked at Wukong beside him and asked loudly, Wukong, with 50 times the gravity, do we need to increase it further? Wukong supported himself with one finger on the ground, paused for a moment to think, and replied, no need, 50 times is enough. Only by perfectly mastering 50 times the gravity can I train further. Otherwise, I won't be able to control my power well, which is dangerous for those around me. Power and control must progress together for perfection. After finishing his words, he continued to run forward, lightly supporting himself with one finger on the ground. A quarter of an hour later, a small village appeared before them with over a dozen earthen houses topped with thatch. Outside the houses, neat fields had been plowed, recently sown with seeds, and covered with plastic film. The village houses were tightly shut, and through the cracks in the doors one could see eyes cautiously observing the situation outside. A purple wild boar with 2 large tusks was trampling and destroying the neatly cultivated fields. Wukong jumped up looking at the plump wild boar ahead, and said to Bulma, Bulma, that wild boar looks so strange, and it's causing destruction. I will catch it, and later we can wash it and roast it to eat. Such a strange pig, I wonder what it tastes like. Bulma casually leaned on the Kintown and said, since it's a simple task, let's help the villagers deal with it. Wukong took a step forward and had already arrived in front of the wild boar, which was 300 meters away. The wild boar, seeing the little figure standing in front of it, took 2 steps back, forcefully scraped the ground with its right hoof, and charged at Wukong with ferocity, its massive tusks aimed at the little one that dared to provoke it. Looking at his lunch, Wukong effortlessly grabbed its tusks and lifted it up. The wild boar showed fear, frantically kicking its legs in the air, but with no leverage, it was completely ineffective. A bountiful harvest, a bountiful harvest. I've never eaten such a strange pig before. Wukong happily lifted the wild boar and continued on. On a distant hillside, Tianjin Fan, a 3-eyed man with an egg-shaped face wearing a green martial arts uniform with a large crane character printed on it and a melon skin hat, was unable to stand still and hurriedly chased after Wukong with his round-faced companion Dumpling. 5 minutes later, the two intercepted Wukong, who was preparing to wash the wild boar by the river. The pale Dumpling arrogantly said to Wukong, little brat, put down the wild boar, that's ours. Wukong looked seriously at the unwell-looking fellow and said, why? I caught it. You look shorter than me and your face is so pale. Haven't you eaten enough? I'll roast it and give you a bit. Stimulated by Wukong's words, Dumpling angrily pointed his right index finger at Wukong, saying, "You brat. This is my natural skin tone. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Want to fight? All right. I'm up for it." Wukong threw the wild boar to the ground, and the wild boar, terrified, quickly ran behind the two men, having just been in despair until reinforcements appeared. Seeing this scene, Wukong suddenly realized, "So you guys are in cahoots." "Hey, Wukong, I just asked the villagers and deduced that they are a bunch of con artists. But their tricks aren't even as good as that clumsy pig." Bulma's voice floated down from the sky as she landed on Kintown with Chi-Chi and the other little creatures beside Wukong. Tianjin Fan, looking at the group, who still wanted to go to the next village to continue making money, didn't want to waste time, and said to Dumpling, "Dumpling, stop chatting with them. Let's take care of them and continue our journey." "All right, Tianjin." Chi-Chi felt this was an opportunity for her clan to join Bulma's camp and gain merit. She floated in the air and straightened up to salute Bulma, proactively requesting, "To fight Captain Bulma, let us handle this." Then it's up to you guys. Chi-Chi, be careful." Chi-Chi turned to Dudu and seriously instructed, "Dudu, it's up to you. We must not lose. This is our first battle." "Understood, Chi-Chi, big sister." Dudu, murmuring, flew in front of Dumpling and Tianjin Fan. Dudu said the word freeze, and the two opponents were immobilized. Dudu then said heavy, and 20 times the gravity was imposed on Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, causing them to instantly collapse to the ground, staring blankly at each other. Dumpling's pale face showed panic and confusion. "Tianjin, I can't move. It seems like it uses a similar superpower to mine, but it's stronger." "Dumpling, don't be afraid. Whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, it'll be there with you." Tianjin Fan comforted Dumpling in a deep voice, seeing the panic on Dumpling's face. "Now we can only see what they plan to do with us. This is really a bad start. We've just come out and already encountered such strong opponents. I have no idea where these guys popped up from." Dudu floated in front of Bulma and raised his little hand in salute. "Captain Bulma, team leader, Dudu has successfully completed the task." Kiki's expression turned solemn. "Return to the team." Wukong squatted down in front of Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, staring at the tops of their heads. "I've been curious for a while. Why are you two wearing hats?" After saying this, he took off their hats and exclaimed in surprise, "Turns out you're both Krillins." He tapped Dumpling's bald head with his right index finger, producing a crisp sound. He noticed a hair on it, curiously grasped it and touched it. Dumpling panicked and said, "Ah, don't touch it. That's my only treasure. If you break it, you can't afford it." Tianjin Fan looked at him with a slightly flushed face. Dumpling stopped talking. "Oh, since it's your treasure, I won't touch it." After saying this, Wukong squatted in front of Tianjin Fan and tapped his bald head, producing a crisp sound. He compared it slightly and said, "Not much difference. They're all shiny, but that little guy's head is the hardest. Krillin's is second hardest, and yours is third." Dumpling proudly said, "Of course I have a diamond head." Tianjin Fan's face turned red, unable to say a word. "That brat is really bullying me like this." Wukong paced back and forth in front of them, then looked at the two seriously and admonished, "It's wrong to scam money. Be a good child and don't scam anymore. Since that pig is your companion, I won't eat it, but don't let it destroy the fields. Otherwise, the next time I see it, I will eat all three of you." After Wukong finished speaking, he continued to run toward the distance, with Kintown quickly following him. It got dark and the moon hung high. The effect Dudu had applied finally ended, and Tianjin Fan quickly got up, put on his hat, and said loudly with a flushed face, "Damn brat. I will make you pay for this. I can't believe I was schooled by a little kid, but so embarrassing." "Oh, I don't mind. After all, I'm also a little kid." Dumpling patted his head with both hands, saying casually, then looking at Tianjin Fan, asked, "Hey, Tianjin, are we still going to scam money?" "No, let's go back. I need to train more rigorously. Next time I must get my revenge." After saying that, Tianjin Fan turned and left with Dumpling and the wild boar quickly following. 10 days later, Bulma brought Wukong back to West City. "Allah, Allah, isn't that Wukong? Welcome back." Bulma's mother Maria was watering the flowers and looked at Wukong in surprise. This was the first time she saw her daughter care so much about a boy. Then she said to Bulma, "Bulma, your sister Tai Si has come back. Do you want to go see her? I will arrange my things first before going to see her." Bulma replied succinctly, looking at the several little fairies beside her. "Chi-Chi, what kind of room do you need? He'll arrange it for you." Chi-Chi gave a sharp salute in the air and said, "Captain, just a few big trees would be fine, and we can build it ourselves." "No problem. There are plenty of trees in the yard. Just pick one you like. There are also some wild animals my father brought back, so you won't be bored." This matter was settled. Then Bulma led Wukong toward her bedroom, and a few minutes later, she brought Wukong into the adjacent bedroom. Opening the door revealed a 69-square-meter room with a bed completely made of golden silk Nanmu, 3 meters wide and 30 centimeters high, lying heavily in the center. The bed was covered with white sheets and adorned with a dreamy blue quilt. Above the bed, the ceiling featured a circular flat one-way transparent glass of similar size, making it impossible to see inside from outside day or night. Surrounding the glass were luxurious crystal lamps. In the 20-square-meter shower room, there was a 5-square-meter irregularly shaped bathtub lined with a layer of pebbles that shimmered with colorful light, and 9 square meters were specially separated to create a wardrobe and shoe cabinet. Bulma flopped onto the luxurious sofa, relaxing her perfectly curved legs, and said, "This is your room. I designed it specifically before. I thought no one would ever live in it. My bedroom is next door." Then she pointed to the balcony outside. "Usually if I'm sleeping and you want to find me, just climb over from there to my bedroom. I always lock the door. But your door must not be locked. It's more convenient for me to find you. After all, it's not very elegant for a lady like me to climb over the balcony." Wukong looked at Bulma with eager eyes and asked, "Got it. So when will you teach me to cook?" "I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. I'll have a smart robot build a kitchen suitable for you in the open grassland of the yard. Then I'll find one of the best chefs on earth to teach you specifically. Once you've mastered his skills, I'll arrange for other chefs to teach you." Bulma looked at Wukong, who was so eager to learn cooking, with a slightly doubtful expression. Wukong didn't look much like a cook, but then again he was quite serious about what he wanted to do, so he might really be able to develop outstanding culinary skills. "Next you can play by yourself. You've been to my house once. I'm going to see my sister Tai Si." After saying that, Bulma walked out toward Tai Si's room. Bulma entered her sister's room, which showed no signs of a feminine soft style, instead appearing quite neat and tidy. She saw Tai Si seriously focused on her work and walked over to knock on the table beside her. Tai Si put down her pen, raised her head to look at her. "Ah, Bulma, you're here. Yeah, you, the great writer, have finally returned." "Don't say that. I'm only suited to be a writer, but I don't have your talent. By the way, I heard Mom say you brought back a friend. That's really quite rare." His name is Wukong. He's quite rare after all. He is the Saiyan Gak said before." Tai Si exclaimed in surprise. "What? A Saiyan? Now I'm truly curious. You know I need a lot of material for my work." Then she fell into reminiscing Saiyans. "Actually, many years ago, I met an interesting young Saiyan." Bulma looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Why have I never heard you mention this?" Tai Si felt a bit embarrassed, smiling awkwardly. "Ha. After all, it's not a glorious thing. I saved that little brat's life, but he made me suffer a lot. The distinguished Tai Si actually had to serve him for 2 months as a full-time chef. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Don't let me see him again, otherwise I'll make him pay. Really, I also suffered a lot when I first met Wukong. But Wukong is quite reliable. No matter the danger, as long as he is by my side, I feel very reassured." As she spoke slowly, a bright smile gradually blossomed on Bulma's face. "I can't believe that our world's highest IQ proud Bulma would praise someone like this. I really want to get to know him better." Tai Si looked at Bulma in surprise, knowing her sister's talent and pride, and rarely saw her like this. But let's talk about it tomorrow. Today we just got back. Besides, Wukong will stay at our house for a while, so there's no rush." Bulma gently stroked her long hair with her left hand and curiously asked, "By the way, sister, how's your novel coming along?" Tai Si said with a hint of melancholy, "Not yet. I'm lacking critical materials and timing. Gak has warned me several times to be careful. Frisia's evil name resonates throughout the North Galaxy. When I finish writing it, maybe I can only show it to you, so my motivation has been low and I write quite slowly. These years it's only because of the shares and dividends my dad gives me that I've lived so comfortably. Unlike you having your own assets at just 17, I sometimes really envy how smart you are." "Huh. Hey, even my sister can't resist my beauty that makes people jealous," Bulma said while delightfully touching her exquisite face. "If I encounter Frisia in the future, I'll have Wukong take care of him, then you can publish your novel. TCH. No matter what, you're still my little sister, and I share the glory." Tai Si said disdainfully, then looked at Bulma incredulously. "But he is the great demon king. I've seen a lot in the universe over the years, but I know very well how terrifying he is. If you don't believe it, then whatever. Just let your novel die in your womb. I'm leaving." Bulma gently tossed her long hair behind her and walked away with a light step. The next day, Chi-Chi, Dudu, Mau Mau, Miffy, and Auda had finished preparing their houses. Each of their houses was roughly the size of half a bed, yet they had adorned them with various small items. With Kiki's help, Bulma floated in the air, observing carefully, and complimented, "Chi-Chi, your house designs are quite impressive." Of course we have a natural talent for this." After placing Bulma down, Chi-Chi went off to play with Miffy and the others. Bulma called out loudly to Wukong, who had just entered the garden. "Wukong, come here, over here." After Wukong approached, Bulma stood next to a woman who appeared more mature than herself. Tai Si curiously approached Wukong, turning around to examine the small figure standing at 70 centimeters, wondering what was so extraordinary about him that her proud sister would care so much. "You really are a Saiyan. You must be Wukong, right?" "I'm Tai Si." After expressing her surprise, Tai Si reached out and playfully shook Wukong's small hand. I'm Wukong. Nice to meet you, Tai Si." Wukong stared wide-eyed at Tai Si. Tai Si chuckled softly, revealing two delicate dimples. You can call me Sister Tai Si. Wukong promptly called out, Sister Tai Si. Haha, you are much cuter than a Saiyan I know, and you're significantly smaller than him, with a far better temperament. But I've heard that Saiyans are quite fierce. His type is relatively normal, but with you I can't see any ferocity at all. Your tail is also different. His is completely black while yours is mixed with gold, and the texture is much more pleasant than his. As Tai Si spoke, she gently touched Wukong's small face, then grabbed Wukong's tail to examine it closely. With a loud smack, Bulma swatted her hand away, looking at her disapprovingly. Sister Tai Si, don't touch it randomly. Tai Si flicked her golden hair, smiling at her sister. Oh, you're protective? This is a rare material. I finally encountered it, so I must take a good look. He will be staying here for a while, so I'm not worried about missing my chance. Wukong looked at Bulma with anticipation. By the way, Bulma, is the kitchen you mentioned yesterday ready? Asking about this right away. Bulma complained slightly, then pointed to the side. Look over there, it's almost done. This afternoon, I'll invite the world-renowned Chef Frick over to guide you in your culinary skills. Following Bulma's direction, Wukong saw a few intelligent robots swiftly working on a luxurious kitchen made of transparent materials. Wukong grinned. Hey, that's great, Bulma. Once I master it, I'll cook for you. Well, you have a good heart. I'm looking forward to you mastering it, my general. Bulma's eyes squinted into crescent shapes. If he truly mastered it, she would let him be her royal chef. Wukong looked at her puzzled. By the way, where's Oolong? Why haven't I seen him? In the afternoon, the luxurious kitchen was completed. Due to Wukong's small stature, each stove had special steps for him to use, which could also be conveniently stored away. Looking at the small figure before him, Frick curiously asked, Miss Bulma, is this the person I will be training next? That's right, Master Frick. I'll rely on you for Wukong from now on. Our partnership will only end once he has learned all your signature skills. Bulma confirmed, then said to Wukong, Wukong, just follow Master Frick's guidance. I will go back to my research. If you have any questions, just come find me. Bulma turned and walked toward her research room. Master Frick looked at the little guy in front of him. Since Miss Bulma and I are in a fair trade, you are not technically my student. We're just mutually beneficial. You can call me Master Frick or just Frick, and I'll call you Wukong. Okay, Uncle Frick, when do we start? Before we start, here's a chef's uniform I specially prepared for you. Put it on first. Frick smiled as he placed the tailored chef's uniform in front of Wukong, guiding him on how to wear it. Wukong quickly donned the white chef's outfit and put on the white chef's hat. First, we need to master knife skills, specifically how to cut an ingredient into uniformly thin slices. Though machines can achieve this effect, an outstanding chef does not need to rely on such means. Just pick up the knife in your hand and quickly solve it like this. After saying this, Frick picked up a fish that had been prepared beside him and placed it on a special cutting board, skillfully processing it at the joints of the fish. In 1 minute, the fish had been transformed into a plate of neatly overlapping slices. After finishing her tasks, Bulma came over. Frick had already left, and looking at the great chef, she giggled. Wukong, you look quite adorable in that chef's outfit. By the way, what are those 2 buckets beside you? Oh, I also think it looks nice. The buckets are filled with the fish I cut, but since I didn't control my strength, well, they're not cut very nicely. Master Frick said I might need to practice for a while. I feel this is indeed a good training, especially for my control over strength. As long as I refine slowly, the use of energy will not be as simple as just forming energy balls. It might even become as fine as hair. It will also help with energy compression. Wukong affirmed that his training was very meaningful, and he admired Bulma even more. Bulma's eyes sparkled, her mood equally pleasant. I don't understand training, but it sounds quite good. Just right for your big appetite. I'll let the smart cooking robots prepare these fish, and we can eat together tonight. After a month of training with Frick, in the super metropolis of Earth, Dongdu Yamcha was wearing a fashionable pair of blue ripped jeans and a white short t-shirt, while his little flying fox Puyalu sported sunglasses and a small jacket. Puyalu said happily, Young Master Yamcha, that beautiful woman named Bulma was indeed right. After dressing well, now Talia and Talia are keeping an eye on you all the time. To prevent you from going astray, my life has been quite comfortable too. Yamcha appeared smug. Thanks to my mother giving me such a handsome face, but Talia and Talia are great in every way, just too strict. I'm clearly a playboy, but ever since I met them I feel like I need to catch up on my health. I have no thoughts of being frivolous. Puyalu looked at him with disdain. Don't be ungrateful. Although their jobs aren't great, this isn't what they wanted. Everyone has a hard life. Ever since they followed you, they haven't done that work anymore. Now you need to work hard to support the family. Yamcha's smug face added a hint of worry, but all I know is robbing. What else can I do? I haven't thought it through. Puyalu mysteriously smiled, pulling out a business card. This all depends on me, the great strategist. This is the business card of a basketball agent. With your skills, young Master Yamcha, playing in this basketball game will be a piece of cake. That's how making money works. I've already arranged everything. You'll officially start tomorrow. As expected of my strategist, you're reliable in doing things. Fine, we'll go with your plan and head out tomorrow. In the morning, Bulma dressed up and pushed open the door to enter Wukong's bedroom. He was sleeping soundly, bare-bottomed, with his left leg wrapped around a dreamy blue blanket, while his black and gold tail swayed unconsciously. Bulma pouted as she walked over and tugged on his tail. I told you to sleep early last night, but you didn't listen. You were playing games with Oolong Chi-Chi and the others. It's already past noon and Master Frick has probably been waiting for a while. Wukong muttered sleepily. Bulma, let me sleep a bit longer. Missing one day of training won't matter since I can't cultivate right now anyway, and my progress to get stronger is just like that. Forget it, I'll let Master Frick have a paid day off today. Bulma casually said before turning around and walking out. In the second month of Wukong's training with Frick, Wukong's knife skills had reached a level similar to Frick's, and from now on each step would take longer as the fish slices were already very thin. In the time that followed, Frick would guide Wukong in understanding the properties of various ingredients, explaining their effects, and what they could or couldn't be paired with. This was a challenge for Wukong as he had grown up wild in the mountains and had never undergone such systematic learning before. However, he always held 100% enthusiasm for what he wanted to do. 3 months later, Frick looked at the little guy in front of him with satisfaction. Not bad, it seems you have completely grasped the basic knowledge of ingredient properties. We can now enter the next and final stage. Wukong grinned widely. Uncle Frick, I've been working really hard. In the super metropolis of Earth Dongdu, a handsome man with slightly sunken eyes and a vacant gaze was frantically running down a bustling street as a voice called out behind him. Yamcha, if I catch you, you'll be in for it. How dare you run away from home? Yamcha's voice came through weakly. Talia, I just feel my training is insufficient and want to work harder. I still have hope, you must support me. While speaking, he kept running forward, causing passers-by to look over curiously at him. The fashionable sisters Talia and Talia were still in pursuit, but Yamcha had already quickened his pace, using the crowd as cover to slip into a narrow alley and escape through another exit. Young Master Yamcha, didn't you used to love the city? Why are you running away? His partner Puyalu asked with a strange expression. Yamcha lowered his head in frustration. Sigh. Puyalu, I was young and foolish. Who knew my training was inadequate? I can't even handle those two anymore. I have to take a pack of goji berries every day, and I have absolutely no status at home. Now that I want to be frivolous, they don't even give me the chance. I haven't even had the chance to be romantic before it all ended. Yamcha, I'm finished. I should go hide in the mountains for a while. I'll train hard for 2 years, and when I'm stronger I'll come back. Puyalu, standing nearby, had a strange gleam in his eyes, but the completely dispirited Yamcha didn't notice. Talia and Talia, having lost track of Yamcha, stood on the street worriedly saying, Sister, are we too strict with him? Or does he despise our previous profession and is making excuses to escape? With his looks and nature, if we weren't strict, who knows how he would waste his time. We didn't choose to do that job willingly. Ever since Mom was diagnosed with cancer years ago, we have had to pay a hefty price for her treatment every year. Sometimes living is beyond our control. If he hadn't run into us, he wouldn't be a good guy either. It's great that the two of us are with him. There's nothing about being unworthy. In fact, we and he are a perfect match. He treats us well, and all the money he earned these past few months has been more than enough to cover Mom's treatment. We can live quite well. Let's return to the village tomorrow. Don't worry. He can't escape. Puyalu is my insider. He said Yamcha is already at an age where he should be married. He will keep in touch with us, and when the time is right we will lead Yamcha back to our village. By then he won't be able to run away. Flick looked at the little fellow in front of him and said slowly, The last stage is to impart to you my signature skills. Every top chef has their own secret recipe, and I have 2, both of which involve fish. One of the recipes is called 5-flavor fish. Its name does not imply that it has 5 distinct flavors. Rather, it results from my skillful blending of the 5 tastes: sour, sweet, numbing, spicy, and salty, through the right proportions, moderate heat, and adequate moisture, all perfectly harmonized with the Dragon King fish, culminating in a delectable dish. The other recipe is known as fragrant fish. After preparing the grass leaf fish, it is cooked to medium doneness, and then expertly sliced into thin pieces. Paired with a special sweet sauce, taking a piece with chopsticks and dipping it slightly results in a fantastic flavor. Of course, due to my personal limitations, I can only reach this level. However, you are different. Your knife skills have already surpassed mine, and in the future, who knows, you might even outshine me. By enhancing the flavors of these 2 dishes, if the fish slices reach a melt-in-your-mouth texture, it will surely yield an entirely new flavor. After Flick finished speaking, he quickly began to work. A quarter of an hour later, 2 large bowls of dishes were prepared and placed in front of Wukong for him to taste. After finishing, Wukong rubbed his belly, feeling unsatisfied. Delicious. So delicious. I used to only know how to grill meat, but this is the best food I've ever eaten. However, these 2 portions are too small, They're completely insufficient for me. Haha, I don't have your strength. Preparing one portion of fish is quite exhausting for me. I can't keep up with your appetite. If you want to eat, you'll have to learn and take responsibility yourself. However, this may take some time. If any step is not paired correctly, the flavor will suffer. Flick smiled wryly at Wukong. One day, seeing Wukong's pitiful expression, he took an interest in preparing food specifically for him. However, by the time Wukong was 7 and full, Flick was completely worn out. Since then, he resolved never to prepare food just for Wukong again. Time slowly passed. After imparting his skills to Wukong, Flick departed. Wukong diligently practiced his knife skills and cooking techniques every day. During the 3 months after Flick left, Bulma sought out several top chefs for further instruction. By then, Wukong had already learned the preparation of 10 top delicacies: 5 flavor fish, fragrant fish, carved dragon and phoenix, spicy dragon, king crab, clear, wash shrimp, cold dressed, yellow river grass, snow mountain, white lotus soup, misty flower, ice river storm, and volcanic eruption. On a long, elegant stone table, pure white, and adorned with natural patterns, various exotic fruits were displayed. Bulma sat cross-legged on a stylish white chair, gently tapping the table. Hey, Wukong, is the clear wash shrimp and snow mountain white lotus soup ready? Wukong, dressed in a chef's robe and hat, raised his right hand, holding a delicate white porcelain serving tray. Dozens of small, pristine, clear wash shrimp with their heads removed, shells peeled, and veins cleaned were arranged artistically on a luxurious porcelain plate, with scattered rose petals and a dainty lid adorned with a red hibiscus nearby. He walked briskly to Bulma's side and gently placed the 2 dishes in front of her. You just got here a few minutes ago. If it were Uncle Flick, he would probably still be preparing the ingredients. Bulma ignored him lightly, placing the lid of the bowl aside with her long, fair fingers, then picked up the spoon to taste a small bite. Very good. It's even better than those top chefs. I never expected you could learn this well. The student surpasses the master. Haha, is that so? That's only natural. My level of strength and control is different from theirs. Tai Si sat beside her, resting her left hand on her smooth cheek with an expression of slight anticipation. Don't forget, there's still my volcanic eruption. Yulong raised a pig's trotter and loudly declared, I want to eat 5 flavor fish. Bulma looked at her with dissatisfaction in her blue eyes. If you want to eat something, go make it yourself, or let a robot do it. Isn't that fine? Yulong protested indignantly. In the past 2 days, I've cleaned thousands of fish. My delicate hands are all wrinkled now. Wukong grinned and said, haha, no problem. He'll make it, or it will be ready quickly. He went to start the fire again. Usually he cooked mainly for Bulma and himself. Yulong had helped him quite a bit, and he was happy to cook for her. 10 minutes later, Wukong placed a large bowl of 5 flavor fish on the table. Yulong snatched a bowl and quickly began to eat, while the Kiki spirits beside them enjoyed the fruits, as they didn't like meat. Wukong placed another plate of volcanic eruption in front of Tai Si, and then turned to prepare his own meal. Tai Si picked up a long, special silver stick and poked it into the volcanic eruption. The artificially simulated lava rain mixed with seasoning sprayed evenly over the processed raw meat on the plate. A few minutes later, Tai Si began to taste it, saying, it's very well prepared, even better than what Master Nika made. Then she looked enviously at her sister. Bulma, you will be fortunate in the future. When Wukong's culinary skills improve, even further eating will be even more enjoyable. It's nothing much. Wukong still has a long way to go. Bulma looked at her sister with a hint of pride in her eyes, but then said with a touch of worry, I just don't know how long Wukong can maintain this state. After all, he will grow up eventually. I want him to grow up, but I also find him adorable like this. It's quite a dilemma. Tai Si chuckled and said, haha, don't ask me, I have no say in this matter. In the Satama Desert inside the Yulia Palace, a middle-aged woman dressed in a luxurious light green long gown looked elegantly at the young Kiki before her. I am Katarina, a good friend of Yulia. Both of us serve as candidates for the goddess under the command of King Enma. She has gone to great lengths to invite me specifically to guide you. I wonder what she was thinking bringing me back from the underworld for such matters. Wearing a pink long dress, 14-year-old Kiki spoke in a soft voice, this is no small matter. It concerns my lifelong happiness. To me, this is a monumental issue. Katarina smiled slightly. That's true. I've never been married because at that time no one caught my eye. Later on, well, as the long years passed, there were no suitable candidates. I am one of the most representative women in the fashion world of the underworld for the past few hundred years, and I would be top tier even in the human realm. Too many men have tried to please me in the past, and I know men very well. From today onward, I will be your teacher, imparting to you everything I have learned in my life. How to become a charming woman and a perfect wife. First, cultivate your literary skills and become an elegant lady. Every gesture should exude the soft beauty of femininity, broadening your knowledge, which will be immensely useful in the future. After all, since you plan to get married, you will inevitably have children. Whether it's educating your husband or your children, having a wealth of knowledge will make it much easier. This is your first lesson. Secondly, firmly grasp a man's heart. To achieve this, you must fully display your feminine charm before him. You are well qualified and already have a promising start. To showcase your utmost charm aside from your knowledge, the lifestyle aspect is also crucial: your clothing, food, and living arrangements. Among them, clothing is best exemplified by the cheongsam. Short knee-length cheongsams, or long ones, as well as combinations of cheongsams with contemporary elements are all very significant, including the slit height. I've heard your husband's family lives deep in the mountains away from people. Therefore, at home you can wear whatever you like without reservation, perfectly showcasing your feminine charm. There are many garments that can display feminine charm. This is a profound subject that requires a significant amount of time to study. In addition to clothing, shoes, hairstyles, and accessories worn on the ears, neck, and wrists are also very important. This is your second lesson. Next, learn a few signature culinary skills. Occasionally prepare a delicious meal for him personally, as it carries a lot of heartfelt intention. Of course, this should be done occasionally, not frequently. This is your third lesson. Perfectly arrange and decorate your living space so that every day starts pleasantly when you wake up. I believe it will be very beneficial. You should have knowledge of finances and decision-making. There's no need for dictatorship, you just participate in the process. After all, once you establish a family, it becomes a shared responsibility. This way you can always understand your husband's situation and see if he is out fooling around, which you can ascertain from your financial management. Finally, let me remind you, no matter what problems arise, communicate proactively. Don't keep everything bottled up and bear it alone. Although I don't know what you've been through, I can sense the shadows deep within your heart. However, I cannot help you with that. After all, the world is quite cruel. Psychologists can only alleviate the issues of a very few, while most are already beyond help. Allow your husband to share the pressure with you. This will make you appear more radiant, and things will gradually improve. Remember this well. This is the knowledge I will teach you in the coming years. Are you ready to learn? Kiki gazed firmly at her with her delicate face, bowing in a gesture of respect. Don't worry. I have long been determined. I will study hard to become the best wife for Wukong. Teacher Katarina, please guide me. I will do my utmost to learn. In the large castle of Pilaf, Xiaowu looked at the listless Pilaf and asked, King Pilaf, are we still going to steal the Dragon Balls? Sitting on the throne, Pilaf raised his head, staring blankly at Xiaowu. Steal what? All the other Dragon Balls are in that little brat's hands. If we go up, we will just be delivering food. As he spoke, his eyes sharpened. However, if I, Pilaf, cannot get the Dragon Balls, then no one else shall have them. We have one 7-star ball. Let's bury it well later. After a moment of thought, Xiaowu replied, in that case, King Pilaf, why don't we take a break and have some fun in the city? Go shopping. After all, if we're not looking for the Dragon Balls, the money we have won't be of much use. The already listless Pilaf waved his hand casually. Alright, I'll go along with your idea. I want to buy 100 crowns and wear a different one every day. Asu looked at him in surprise. Then I want to eat meat every day with a different dish each time. Xiaowu laughed foolishly, not expecting Pilaf to actually agree. In the year 752 of the Wangji calendar, more than a year had passed since Wukong and Bulma returned to West City. Wukong was now 18 years old and Bulma was 19. Wukong had successfully mastered the basics of the instant transmission technique, and he had supplemented it by adding an energy shield specifically for Bulma to protect her from the terrifying air pressure generated by high-speed flight. Bulma had thoroughly understood the workings of nuclear bombs, and the 10 nuclear bombs captured by the Red Ribbon Army had completely become her toys. Notably, the golden hair on Wukong's tail had gradually increased, taking up half of its length. This morning, after getting up, Bulma postponed her washing routine and first went to wake Wukong to prepare breakfast. Wukong, wake up. It's time to prepare breakfast. She shouted loudly from outside, naturally pushing open Wukong's bedroom door and walking in. A thunderous voice erupted. There's a pervert. On Wukong's bed lay a completely unfamiliar, super handsome guy in a state of undress. Although Bulma was attracted to good looks, she already had someone she liked. This was still Wukong's bedroom, and the sudden encounter caught her still slightly dazed from just waking up off guard. Bulma, what are you doing? I haven't gotten enough sleep yet. The super handsome guy on the bed rubbed his eyes and sat up, speaking in a dazed manner with black hair intertwined with a hint of golden light, fluffy and burning like a dream flame, completely naked with his tail previously hidden swaying unconsciously behind him. Pervert. Shocked by the scene before her, Bulma screamed, grabbing anything she could find nearby and throwing it at him. Wukong struck, hurriedly dodged left and right, saying in panic, Bulma, it's me, Wukong. What's wrong? I didn't do anything today. Why are you hitting me? After clearly hearing this, Bulma stood there bewildered, looking at the super handsome guy in front of her. Wukong. Then blushing, she shouted loudly, aren't you going to use a towel to cover yourself? Wukong placed a towel over his face. Okay, I've covered it. Dummy. I meant to cover the bottom. Looking at the significantly enlarged thing compared to Wukong's childhood, Bulma's fair face was flushed with crimson, and she walked over with heavy steps, yanking the towel off his face and helping him wrap it around himself. Wukong looked at her in confusion. Oh. At that moment, Kiki and several guards quickly arrived. At this point, Wukong was only wearing a towel around his waist, and Bulma, too lazy to deal with him, turned to Kiki and the others seriously instructing. Kiki, you all keep an eye on him. Don't let him leave this room. If Tai and the others come looking for him, they are not allowed to enter. I'm going to find some clothes for my father. Du in a soft voice replied. Okay, boss, we will keep a close watch on him. You can rest assured. After Bulma left, the little guys quickly conjured ropes to tie Wukong up. Wukong looked at his little friends in confusion. Kiki, what are you doing? Kiki floated in the air, stroking his delicate chin, and said in surprise, Wow. I didn't expect you little thief to have done your homework. Well, to find out my name is Kiki. Not simple. It seems there was a premeditated plan. Wukong looked at the ropes on his body. Kiki, are you guys planning to play some game with me today? Usually Kiki and the others often played games together with him, so was there a new game today? Miffy warned sternly, Be obedient, Sister Bulma. We'll be back soon, and then we'll see how she deals with you. I'll wait for Bulma to come back. I understand. Not long after, Bulma returned with a few pieces of clothing. Upon entering the room, she exclaimed, her face flushed, What are you all doing? Before her stood Wukong, bound up as the little guys had taken off the scarf she had wrapped around him and were now floating there observing closely. Sister Bulma, you're back. We've been watching this little thief closely, but due to what Sister Kiki said, we are not the same as normal humans. Such a good opportunity, it would be a pity not to study it. We found some peculiar things. It should be what the mutated ancient Gregory referred to as the little brother. Miffy, blushing, pointed at Wukong, saying it was her first time seeing something like a normal male. Quickly untie the ropes. He is Wukong. Wukong, put on these clothes yourself. Bulma, blushing, walked over, placed the clothes on the bed, then sat down on the sofa, lowering her head to play with her turquoise long hair. She hadn't cut her hair since meeting Wukong, and now it was not far from her waist, but it grew slower as it got longer. Kiki's lips trembled slightly. What? He is Wukong. He doesn't look anything like him. Wukong was only 70 centimeters tall, but this guy is so tall, it's impossible. He is Wukong, and his face doesn't resemble him much either. Bulma thought for a moment, then told her while lowering her head, He is a Saiyan, different from normal people. I remember he should be 18 this year. Maybe it's because he has matured. Bulma, why is this clothing so strange? It's too small. How did I get bigger? Bulma stood up, pouting, looking at his confused expression. Don't worry about it. You just wear it for now. Who knew you would suddenly grow so big, completely unprepared? Wukong stood there in ill-fitting clothes as Bulma and Kiki curiously surrounded him. Bulma, still unsure, asked, Wukong, is it really you? It's really me. Bulma, look, this is my tail. Wukong stretched out his tail, half black and half golden. It really is you. Wukong, I knew you would grow up, but I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. I'm already 175 centimeters tall, and I didn't expect you to be much taller than me, and your naturally styled hair is so perfect, like a mysterious flame burning. Your facial features have also become more refined and perfect than before, the most handsome I have ever seen. As she spoke, Bulma burst into silly laughter, muttering to herself, Awesome. It was definitely right to seek the Dragon Balls. As a sinful woman, even the heavens are helping me. Wukong, what do you mean by the most handsome? We should go buy some clothes. These aren't suitable. After hearing Wukong's voice, Bulma finally came to her senses and softly explained, Most handsome means the most pleasing to the eye. As for clothes, let me change first, and then we'll head out. Wukong laughed happily. Huh? Is that so? I think you look very pleasing to the eye too. Bulma shot him a glance, her eyes brightening. Really? They'll give you credit for your taste, but just being pleasing to the eye isn't enough. You should say the most pleasing to the eye. Let's go. You guys wait for me in the hallway for a moment. I'll go change clothes, and we'll head out to shop just to buy you some clothes to wear temporarily and later find someone to make custom ones. After half an hour of waiting, Bulma finally came out wearing a mid-length, dreamy blue bodycon skirt and a slightly shortened long-sleeve white t-shirt printed with tag Kiss on the chest, paired with a mini purple version of Bulma. She was smiling happily with two purple gold circular earrings dangling from her delicate ears and colorful wedge sandals on her feet. Seeing Bulma in front of him, Wukong was taken aback. Bulma naturally walked over and pulled him to set off. She planned to first measure his height. Although she could tell at a glance, she was looking forward to the process. 187 cm, no wonder you look much taller than me. Bulma said with a smile, looking at the value on the height measuring device. At this moment, Tai walked over from the side, amazed as she looked at the perfect man before her. Bulma, who is this super handsome guy? How can there be such a good-looking man? Where did you get him? She slowly circled Wukong in her white high heels as she had never seen a man so perfectly handsome. Where's Wukong? Could it be that you've grown tired of him? After finishing her curious remarks, she sighed. Alas. Poor Wukong, so cute. How about I wait a few years and marry him? Bulma glared at her disapprovingly. What nonsense are you saying? It's none of your business. You go play by yourself. You're already 32 years old. You should think about yourself. Tai said proudly. Oh, Are you envious? At 32, I'm still just like 18. Hey, I don't want it either. Wukong looked at her in confusion. Tai, I'm Wukong. What? Wukong? Impossible. Wukong is clearly such a cute little guy. How did he suddenly become so big? After being shocked, Tai hurriedly approached, reaching out to touch him. Holding his smooth arm that looked even smoother than hers, she squeezed several times, and the extreme texture made her jealous. This should belong to me. It's such a waste on you. Haha. I woke up like this early this morning. Ew, I don't know either. Seeing her still touching him, Bulma hurriedly urged, enough, don't talk to her anymore, we have things to do. Let's hurry and go. Then she pulled Wukong along and left. Tai looked at Bulma's thief-like demeanor and loudly complained behind them. What a terrible guy, so smart and beautiful naturally. Now even finding a man is so perfect. I'm not going to compete with you. Do you really have to treat me like a thief? Wukong has been avoiding me since he was little, and now he avoids me even when speaking. Are we still sisters? Just wait, I will definitely find a man better than Wukong for you to envy and be jealous of. Bulma waved her hand without looking back. There's nothing I can do. I'm just so enviable, smart, and beautiful, unmatched by anyone. You go find someone who I don't mind. I'm already satisfied with Wukong. Tai shouted angrily. What a terrible guy, so unlovable since childhood, never thinks about me. I'm under so much pressure, you idiot. After saying that, she sighed softly. Just looking at Wukong's face, she had already lost hope. Although she wasn't as excellent as her sister, she was still proud. Tai. Over the years, the men she encountered apart from Wukong could not catch her eye, and only that bad boy she saved in childhood left a deep impression on her, but he was just a weirdo. If not for the coincidental encounter, she would never have remembered that guy. She thought with a hint of intoxication, perhaps I, Tai, am too beautiful, envied by the gods. Why can't I have a man as perfect and cute as Bulma arranged for me? Bulma and Wukong had already gone far away. Bulma looked at Chi-Chi, who was holding on to Goku's hair, and asked Chi-Chi, did Oolong go to help me buy something? Not yet. After you left, it ran over there to sleep under that tree. Hearing this, Bulma led a large group towards Oolong. When they reached the corner of the courtyard, Oolong was lying on a soft chair, bubbles gently rising from its nose. Bulma then instructed Chi-Chi, let it have a rain shower to cool off. Okay, I'll handle it right away. Chi-Chi snapped her fingers, and a cloud about the same size as her appeared above Oolong's head as rain began to drizzle. Oolong got up groggily and said, it's raining, let's go back inside to sleep. If you don't wake up soon, it'll turn into a heavy rain. Bulma's bright voice rang out as she teased it. Goku and the little ones nearby watched Oolong and laughed. Bulma, and you too, Chi-Chi. Oolong exclaimed in shock, looking at the unfamiliar creature in Bulma's arms, who was also laughing at him, and asked with a displeased face, who are you? Why are you laughing at me? Bulma, have you really moved on? Where's Goku? Oolong, it's me. Goku. Oolong looked up at the much taller figure in front of him astonished, and said, you're Goku. I thought you were just a bit taller than me. Alright, you two, stop talking, let's get going. I need to help Goku buy some clothes, and you little ones can help carry things. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Oolong incredulously said, what? I want to go too. Let me, a pig, help you carry things. Who even thought of that? Bulma shot a dangerous look at him, and sneered, it seems like payday is coming soon, and the things I instructed you to do this morning are still not done. Oolong looked at her in fear, and hurriedly said, I still need to buy the latest photo book in a few days. I just negotiated the price of Xiaohong's underwear. I can't afford to have my pay cut. Absolutely unacceptable. After saying that, it loudly patted its chest, saying, it's just carrying things, bring it on. Oolong, I can handle it all. Bulma and the others ignored its performance and set off. It immediately trotted along on its little pig legs. For hours later, in the most luxurious mall in West City Metro, Goku was frowning as he looked at Bulma, who was hugging his arm, and said, Bulma, enough already. He had already changed clothes several times over the past few hours. Behind him, Oolong had bags hanging from both arms, with one held above its head, while Chi-Chi and the other little ones were also carrying a few items. Oolong chimed in, that's right, I have no more space to carry. Bulma looked at Goku and said with a hint of complaint, humph. We usually don't go out much, and today is a rare outing. I won't stop until we've shopped enough, so just follow along obediently. After hearing this, Goku thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed like that. Usually he was busy training, and it was Bulma who dragged him out shopping, so he fell silent. Bulma turned to Oolong again and said cruelly, oh, is that so? Don't you still have teeth? You can use your teeth to carry a few more bags on your neck. If you're not satisfactory today, none of you can leave. Upon hearing Bulma's cold words, Oolong remembered the painful times. Ever since it was captured by Bulma for mischief, it had been anxious, many times terrified that it might lose its life one day. Its pig heart had turned black from fear, and it had lost its freedom. Now that it finally saw hope for a better life, Goku had grown up, and it was dragged along to do manual labor. When one is heartbroken, tears will flow. In deep sorrow, Oolong, hugging the clothes, began to wail, you two demons, all I did was take a few girls right. Didn't I treat them well with good food and drink? Ever since I met you two, I was anxious and fearful every day, at first afraid that I might lose my life any day, and my pig heart has become unhealthy. Just when I finally had a good life, you started oppressing me again. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo woo. Large tears continuously rolled down its pink little face, and curious passers-by nearby took notice. It completely ignored them, crying louder and louder. Bulma looked at it speechlessly and softly said, all right, stop crying, everyone is watching us. Look at you, you don't resemble the mischievous Oolong from before at all. As long as you work hard, in a few days, it'll give you a raise. Oolong wiped its nose and tears and sniffed, asking how much of a raise. Bulma nonchalantly replied, double your salary. Is that satisfactory? That's satisfactory. After saying this with a hint of a sob, Oolong quickly tidied itself up, happily succumbing to the evil allure of money. Hey, what about me? Goku, seeing Oolong's happy appearance, also turned to Bulma and said. Bulma shot him a charming glare and said, humph. With me, the beautiful Bulma, accompanying you, isn't that the best? You won't have to cook tonight. Let's eat out instead. That sounds good. Ew, I can be lazy for once. Goku also felt satisfied. In the starry sky, 78 Brawlas away from Earth, it would take 30 days to travel at light speed. A shoddy black spaceship was slowly cruising through the cosmos at 1x the speed of light. In the spaceship's command room, a group of jellyfish-like aliens standing 2 meters tall with large eyes on their mushroom-shaped heads and small mouths balanced themselves on 2 pairs of tentacle-like legs. One of the blue jellyfish aliens quietly said to the golden jellyfish in front, Brother Nankama, are we really going to invade that planet? 2 months ago, we ambushed the Jabika planet, and who knew the Zebanai aliens had such fierce firepower that they turned our spaceship into a sieve. After our repairs, it still has a bit of a leak. If something unexpected happens, we'll be in trouble. The golden jellyfish replied in a deep voice, humph. Bali La, when have our High Numun clan ever been afraid? Back when the Ice Demon clan invaded and occupied our home planet, we pretended to be submissive, and they must have thought we cared about our home. What they never expected was that soon after we detonated our home planet, annihilating the invading forces of the Ice Demon clan, and then our entire clan scattered to expand throughout the northern galaxy, learning to become space pirates like the Ice Demons. Wandering for decades, we have experienced countless battles. Now, we may be down on our luck, but with the current performance of our spaceship, as long as the attacks aren't stronger than the Tiansu kinetic energy weapons, they can't break through our shield. I've observed that planet through a long-distance telescope. They don't even have a space defense system. It's completely a backward, primitive planet. With our spaceship and our current 100 warriors equipped with advanced energy weapons, as long as we successfully enter their atmosphere and use the energy cannons on the spaceship, we can intimidate them with force, just like the Tiansu kinetic energy weapons. Then, as long as there are intelligent beings on that primitive planet, we can seize their power, coercing them to exhaust their planetary resources to repair our spaceship. We can also develop this planet into our colony, continuously providing us with troops. Bali La respectfully said, yes, Brother Nankama, I have no objections. Bulma's luxurious private skincare room occupies 500 square meters, built not far from her bedroom. It is essentially a small artificial beach with a large circular one-way perspective glass ceiling surrounded by sparse trees growing around, enclosing the central man-made sea. The entire private space has been sealed off. Outsiders cannot enter without permission. Only 5 fairies along with Wukong and Bulma are inside, while Dudu Mau Mau Auda and Mai-Fi are playing in the sand on the beach. A pure white soft special mat floats on the light blue surface of the artificial sea, swaying gently with the waves. Bulma, wearing lavender sexy lace triangle panties, perfectly showcases her fair and long thighs. She is similarly dressed in a lavender strapless bra, lazily lying on top, with her ample bosom pressed into a perfect shape. Her blue eyes glance towards Wukong, floating on the sea, dressed in the black shorts embroidered with a starry galaxy that she had specially selected, and she lazily said, hey, Wukong, help me unbutton my back, sit on my waist, and knead my shoulders, and then help me evenly apply the whitening skincare oil on my back. Be careful, don't miss any spots. Wukong, with a distressed look on his perfect and delicate face, quietly replied, Bulma, can you let me off the hook? When I helped you apply it a couple of days ago, my heart raced much faster than usual, and I didn't even know why. It seemed to be more restless than usual. Bulma's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly as she lazily hummed, humph. If you don't react when I do this, that would be my tragedy. Stop nagging, hurry up, and let me enjoy the treatment of a queen. You are my general, and if you dare refuse me, I will dismantle the kitchen where you practice and treat you to stinky tofu tomorrow. After Bulma finished speaking, she looked at Chi-Chi. Beside her, Chi-Chi helped lighten his weight a bit. Chi-Chi responded loudly, boss, leave it to me. With a snap of her fingers directed at Wukong, his weight was reduced by 30 times. Wukong approached with a pained expression, seriously kneading her shoulders. Bulma closed her eyes comfortably, humming a few times. Soon, swaying with the waves, she fell asleep comfortably. After applying the whitening skincare oil for her, Wukong wiped his forehead, feeling that it was tougher than fighting. At night in Bulma's luxurious bedroom, she propped her long legs, resting her left hand on the sofa, watching the drama on TV, and said to Wukong, "Wukong, come help me massage my forehead, but be gentle. If you press too hard, no one will take care of you. On this earth, very few can afford to keep you. I know who they are. But only I can afford to keep you out. Anyone who dares to keep you is going against me, Bulma. Currently, there is no one on earth wealthier than me, and opposing me will turn them into bubbles." Wukong walked over and expertly began to massage, then said, "Hey, Bulma, when are we going to visit Chi-Chi, Lanchi, and Krillin? And Kakarot?" Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, "Forget about Chi-Chi, let's invite Lanchi, Krillin, and Kakarot over to play here. After all, Dudu and the others can fly, so just let them handle it." Wukong asked, puzzled, "Why? I really want to see Chi-Chi." Bulma swatted his hand away, displeased. "Why ask so many questions? Just listen to me." At that moment, the TV suddenly switched channels, and the news anchor from the United Nations appeared, his voice heavy, as he began, "Dear Earth residents, we are urgently broadcasting a news alert. We hope everyone can remain calm and not cause panic, or the law will not show mercy. In these special circumstances, those who stir up trouble will be doubly punished. This is the decision of United Nations Chairman Monet and all members. Now please listen carefully. Our super telescope has detected a large spaceship approaching Earth at the speed of light, which will officially enter Earth's starry sky area within 10 days at most. We do not know if they come with good or ill intent, but regardless of their intentions, the United Nations has decided to mobilize heavy defenses. At that time, we will predict their landing location in advance, dispatching 100 United Nations soldiers equipped with IS nuclear demolition launchers to the designated area to set up defensive systems. We do have more troops, but if even IS nuclear demolition bombs cannot effectively harm the target, the outcome is already predetermined. We do not wish to sacrifice soldiers' lives in vain. So, dear Earth residents, please be psychologically prepared. Whether it is a blessing or a nightmare, let us face it together. The United Nations stands with you. Goodbye." Hearing the news, Bulma temporarily forgot her displeasure and complained, "Really, with so many planets in the starry sky, why come to Earth? Can't I just enjoy life in peace? Wukong, let's welcome them properly, but we mustn't let anyone else find out. I don't want to be on the front page of the news afterward. I'm just a small woman. If they don't provoke us, who cares if floods come? If they do provoke us, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Wukong said regretfully, "Oh, I was really looking forward to aliens. What a pity." Bulma gleefully replied, "Don't worry. It's just aliens. I know one who works in the North Galaxy, but getting him to come to Earth will take a long time. They'll send him a signal, he'll come over. He's been my subordinate since I was 5, but it will take a long time. After all, the starry sky is vast." Wukong casually said, "If it's too troublesome, let's forget about it. We can just explore ourselves later." Finally getting a chance to show off in front of Wukong, Bulma wouldn't let it slip. What's the big deal? It's just a quick trip for him. After all, it's just a few years. His lifespan is long enough. It's nothing. Fine then. Near the super city of East Capital on Earth in the Kibia Mountain, Paozu shouted loudly at Yamcha, who was meditating under a waterfall. "Young Master Yamcha, something big has happened." Yamcha jumped over, puzzled, and asked what happened. Paozu spoke in a panic. "Aliens are coming to Earth. I just received the latest news." Yamcha exclaimed in surprise, "Aliens?" Then he looked at Paozu with confusion. "Paozu, how did you know this news? We are in this big mountain, and we didn't bring communication devices." Paozu calmly replied, "Just now, when I went outside to look for fruits, I ran into a resting passerby who told me. Now the key is not this. What do we do next?" Yamcha pondered for a moment and said, "In this situation, should we look for Taraya and Talia? But I don't know if they are still in East Capital." Paozu's eyes lit up, speaking steadily. "Before we left, they told me they were preparing to return to their hometown Tamuli to the southeast, and they told me the location." Yamcha immediately decided, "All right, let's go. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can prepare." "Okay, young Master Yamcha, let's go right away." In the Hepburn Square of North Capital Earth's super city, Xiaowu, wearing a pink down jacket and holding a luxurious diamond necklace, revealed joy in her eyes. King Pilaf had never been so generous during this time, agreeing to buy whatever she wanted. Ashu, still in casual wear, was happily munching on braised pig trotters. King Pilaf, 60 centimeters tall, wore a luxurious crown and a black dragon robe, looking at the scene before him with a melancholic voice. "This white snow, with flakes falling, is like the life of Pilaf, where the curtain falls after a brief brilliance." Xiaowu nonchalantly replied, "What's the big deal? Didn't you get a wish granted once? The goal was at least achieved. Now the key is that aliens are coming. What should we do? Should we go help? If Earth is invaded, we won't have good days either." Pilaf's eyes lit up as he smirked. "Humph. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. We are just 3 shorties, we should just be happy. With that perverted little guy around, he will handle it. We just need to enjoy the beautiful future he brings us. Thinking about it this way, I feel much better inside." The next day on the rooftop, A large, sophisticated instrument was set up by Bulma, while Wukong and 5 other small spirits watched nearby. Wukong curiously asked Bulma, "What is this thing?" Bulma, with a mysterious smile, pulled him closer and pointed at the large observation hole in front of them. "Just put your eyes close and take a look and you'll find out." Wukong leaned in, and what appeared in his view was a spacecraft belonging to the Haimamang clan, a black vessel 10 kilometers long, densely packed with cannon ports, swiftly flying through the starry sky, gradually heading towards Earth like a beam of light. Standing upright, he curiously remarked, "I see a ship. It's flying in the starry sky, and its speed is decent. What exactly is this thing?" Bulma wrapped her arm around his right arm, leaning her ample chest against him, and softly said, "This is the technology brought by the alien Jekka that I mentioned last night. After studying it, I developed this stargazing device, which can observe the universe far superior to the telescopes currently available in the world. I just locked onto that alien spaceship and precisely identified the possible landing site. We can head there directly when the time comes." Wukong suddenly understood, exclaiming, "So that's how it is." On the 4th day at the headquarters of the United Nations, a competent woman with short black hair dressed in a lady's suit and black high heels, the United Nations Secretary Ovia, walked briskly to the side of the chairperson Monet, who had been jointly recommended by all intelligent life forms on Earth. Monet belonged to the peace-loving Blue Cat clan, and only blue cats who yearned for peace and possessed high intelligence could be accepted by all other intelligent beings. After all, the Blue Cat clan has a long history and a well-known reputation. Having the wisest member among them serve as chairperson ensures that no race, including their own, is favored in official matters. Ovia looked at the much shorter blue old cat Monet and respectfully said, "Chairperson, scientists have already pinpointed the landing site of the target spaceship in the eastern region of Zymosh Mountain. Our troops have set out with 50 IS nuclear explosive devices and launchers expected to arrive at the destination in 2 days for defense deployment." Monet replied gently, "Thank you for your hard work, Ovia. Now we can only pray and hope the other side is friendly." Ovia softly said, "I believe the gods will bless us, and we will surely achieve victory, chairperson." Monet wore a worried expression and solemnly said, "Let's hope so." On the 5th day, Yamcha stared at the dozens of mud houses in front of him. The damp ground was scattered with sheep and cow droppings, and an ox cart was slowly moving along the road, while a few elderly people in tattered clothes sat in the corners of the houses smoking earthy tobacco. He said in disbelief, "This is the hometown of Talea and Talia. I never expected it to be so backward." Puyalu responded without surprise, "That's right. It's just like this. Let's go." "I remember Talea said her house is the oldest one at the edge of the village." Puyalu took the lead and Yamcha followed his partner. When they arrived at the Talia sisters' home, 2 shabby mud houses were adorned with colorful decorations. Yamcha asked in confusion, "Is there a celebration today?" "I don't know, young master Yamcha. We'll find out when we go in." After Puyalu finished speaking, he set off first, and Yamcha had no choice but to follow. Just as they stepped through the doorway, Yamcha was seized by Talia, who was dressed in festive red clothing. Puyalu swiftly took out the enchanting smoke that Yamcha had given him before and gently blew it towards Yamcha, causing him to faint instantly. Talia, also dressed in festive attire, emerged from the house, supporting an elderly woman with a head full of white hair who looked old despite only being 50. She looked at the unconscious Yamcha and softly said to Wah, "Is this the husband you were looking for?" Talia affirmed, "That's right, it's him. He treats us very well." Then she turned to Puyalu and gently said, "Thank you, Puyalu. We will take good care of you from now on." Puyalu, blushing shyly, replied, "It's nothing. I'm also doing it for Yamcha." Half an hour later, Yamcha woke up slightly dazed as he opened his eyes. He discovered he was wearing festive clothing and tied to a chair. He looked at Puyalu and the Talea sisters beside him in confusion, saying, "Puyalu, how could you betray me? I'm your best partner." Puyalu rolled his small eyes and retorted, "It's precisely because of that. You're already almost 30, and if you keep playing around, you might never meet someone sincere. I don't want to get married. I'm only 29. Just give me another 10 years to play." Yamcha said while attempting to break free from the ropes to escape, but he found he had no strength, instantly realizing it was the effect of the enchanting smoke. He looked at Puyalu with a heartbroken expression. "Woo-woo. Puyalu, I hate you. My romantic dreams have been ruined by you. Just wait until tomorrow, I'll settle the score with you." Puyalu scoffed him. "Can you even touch me? We're partners. Besides, if you hit me, I'll just hit your child twice as hard later on. Anyway, you don't seem like someone capable of raising a child. In the end, you'll definitely come to me for help. If you hit me once, I'll hit him twice." Yamcha lowered his head in dejection when the Talia sisters entered looking pleased and said, "Yamcha, hum. Now you can't run away, right? From today onwards, if you don't conceive a child, my sister and I won't let you go. Just accept your fate." "That's right, what my sister means is what I mean. Yamcha, you must earn money to support us from now on." Yamcha unwillingly protested, "No. Talia, I still don't want to get married." After saying that, he stood up along with the chair, staggering towards the exit, only to be pulled back by Talea. The sisters supported him as they went outside, where they saw Talea's mother. Talea's mother, Mora, excitedly said, Good. Why you've gotten married. Even if I leave in the future, it'll be at ease knowing someone can take care of you. After saying this, she covered her old face with both hands and cried out, Woo-woo. All these years I've burdened you. I often wished I could just leave, but every time I faced death, I couldn't help but feel fear and lack the courage. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I had been more decisive, you wouldn't have had such a hard time these years. Woo-woo, I'm so sorry. The Talea sisters silently shed tears, their eyes red. They had indeed lived a difficult life over the years. Yamcha lifted his dejected face and said earnestly, Don't worry. I will take good care of you both, Talea. The sisters hugged him and softly said to him, We believe in you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have agreed to marry you. This can be seen as compensation for you. After all, if we didn't do this, you might just end up a playboy for life. Yamcha thought with a hint of melancholy, sighing. It's over. This is how my life will be. From now on, I am a family man and can no longer wander freely. That damn Puyalu, I never expected to fall into your trap, Sai. From now on, I'll just have to have several children to wear you out. In the vast expanse of space, 10 years away from Earth, the subpar large spaceship of the Hanema tribe was advancing towards Earth. The blue Bonnie Law approached the golden Naki Ma from behind and whispered, Brother, in 1 hour we will enter the atmosphere of the primitive planet ahead. Naki Ma's expression turned grave as he said, Notify everyone, prepare for battle, equip energy guns and energy swords, and charge the main and auxiliary cannons of the spaceship. Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately. Bonnie Law quickly turned and left, and the entire spaceship became lively with sounds of intense discussions echoing. Isn't Brother Naki Ma being overly cautious? The opponent is just a primitive planet. We could easily dispatch a few squads to conquer it. Shut up. Don't let Brother Naki Ma hear you say that, or you'll be in for it. In the region of Zymishin, a soldier dressed in a green military uniform with short hair and a straight posture approached a middle-aged man in a general's uniform wearing green sneakers. The man had a square face, medium-length gray hair, and appeared to be around 50 years old. He raised his right hand with a standard salute and reported loudly, Commander Mozart, our soldiers have been divided into 50 battalions, each carrying an IS nuclear explosive scattered around Zymishin. Even if the enemy attempts a nuclear strike on us, they cannot annihilate us all at once. We can successfully launch at least 20 IS nuclear explosives. Commander Mozart's expression was cold and serious as he said, Nate, notify everyone to be on high alert, observe the situation, and wait for my orders. If I unfortunately fall in battle, the leaders of each squad will make decisions on their own. Understood, Commander Mozart. Nate replied firmly, quickly saluted, and left briskly. In the western capital, on the balcony of Bulma's house, Bulma, Goku, Tais, and my five fairies were standing together. Tais, standing on the right, looked at Bulma, who was holding Goku's right arm in the middle, and happily said, Goku, this time, you should use your instant transmission to take me flying. When we come back, we can ride the flying Nimbus slowly back. Tais looked at Bulma, curiously. Flying. In the past, Gak took me flying, but I had to hold on to him then. Moreover, his flying method is just like Ultraman on TV, not cool at all. I'm really curious how Goku will take me flying. You're so excited and won't let me hold on to him. How can we fly like that? Bulma glanced at her disdainfully and said, You've never seen the world, so don't be too surprised later. Tais' smooth forehead revealed veins as she angrily looked at her. Humph. I changed your diapers when we were kids. Can't you be a little nicer to me, Miss Bulma? Let's not talk about the past. A true hero doesn't mention past glories. Bulma's slightly flushed face turned away as she said to Goku, Goku, let's go. Goku smiled at the two of them. Yeah, let's go. A perfect spherical blue energy shield appeared, enveloping them, lifting them up, and instantly transforming into a blue light streaking across the sky. On the ground, only a few people gazing at the sky noticed the peculiar blue light flash by. Bulma quietly held onto Goku's right arm, floating at the center of the energy shield, gazing at the vast sea of clouds in the sky. Tais excitedly walked to the edge of the energy shield and touched it, causing ripples to appear as she exclaimed, So cool. Way cooler than Gak's Ultraman flying style. Bulma, share Goku with me. When the time comes, I'll marry him with you. Don't forget I took good care of you when we were kids, changing your diapers many times. Bulma replied indignantly, Can you not say that anymore? I can accept everyone else, but not you. Don't even think about it. If you like someone in the future, I'll let Goku help you win him back. Greedy girl, right now besides Goku there are no other men in my eyes. But fine, since you said that, keep my happiness in mind. When I like someone, don't forget what you said today. Tais disdainfully retorted and accepted reality. Damn fool, so enviable, the highest IQ, looks so beautiful and has found such a powerful man. Sigh. I wonder what that fool I met when I was a kid looks like now. Is he as handsome and powerful as Goku? Countless light years away from Earth on the planet Nabiya, At 22 years old, standing 170 centimeters tall, with medium-length hair styled into spikes, Vegeta, dressed in blue battle armor, suddenly sneezed and coldly muttered to himself, "Impossible. We Saiyans don't get sick, and I don't know where that damned woman has run off to." A few years ago, I even went back to Cardiff Planet wanting to capture her to serve me. As the Prince of Saiyans, it's quite unseemly not to have a maid, but unexpectedly it had long turned into ruins. Not far away, a bald man named Nappa with a mustache and standing 182 centimeters tall, dressed in blue battle armor, and a man named Raditz with golden lion-like hair and standing 178 centimeters tall slowly approached. Nappa shouted, "Prince Vegeta, this planet has no intelligent life. The three of us cannot possibly exploit its resources. Let's go check out another planet." Vegeta threw the bone he had in his mouth to the ground and walked towards the two. "Fine. Let's go. I hope the next planet has intelligent human life. That way we can obtain a large amount of resources." The three slowly walked towards their spaceship. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, in the control room of the subpar large spaceship of the Hanema tribe, Brother Nakima, we are about to enter Earth's atmosphere, and the landing site is in a large mountain range. Bonnie La, I understand. Let's begin. The subpar large spaceship officially entered Earth's atmosphere, trailing flames like a fireball as it plummeted downwards. 10 minutes later, the subpar large spaceship of the Hanema tribe successfully entered Earth, hovering 50 kilometers above Zymission. Bonnie La slowly walked over and whispered, "Brother Nakima, our spaceship's intelligence system has scanned the area below and detected high-energy reactions along with numerous life heat sources. Their launch devices are very outdated. Their speed cannot exceed our spaceship's response speed. Our spaceship's defense system can completely safeguard us while we intimidate them with energy cannons." The Golden Nakima pondered for a moment and said, "Bonnie La, connect to their signal receiver. I want to speak with their leader." "Yes, I will arrange that now." Temporary Command Center at Zymission. Report, Commander Mozart, we just received a strange signal. After analysis, it is a video communication sent from the spaceship above. Please advise. Connected. Yes. The Golden Nakima looked at the middle-aged man in the video and coldly said, "Gem Epsilon Iota Alpha Sigma Alpha Omicron Nu Tau Pi Iota Omicron Alpha Upsilon Tau Omicron Tau Omicron Upsilon Alpha Rokai Gem Omicron Nu Omicron Upsilon Pi Lambda Alpha Nu Tau Eta Epsilon Mu Alpha Iota Tau Omicron Star Pirate Pinnacle." Mozart, unable to understand the alien language, subtly raised his right hand to signal for a pause. The soldier beside him, acting as a translator, immediately began decoding Nakima's language. "Commander, the alien just said, 'Hello, native of this primitive planet. I am the Star Pirate Nakima. Now you just need to give the order, and we can communicate normally. We have already deciphered their language." Let's begin." "Yes." Mozart looked coldly at the jellyfish-shaped Nakima in the video and said sternly, "I am Commander Mozart of the Earth United Nations. May I ask what brings you to our Earth? I hope you can consider your answer carefully, as it will determine whether we are friends or foes." Nakima laughed heartily. "You have some courage. I just clearly said I am the Star Pirate Nakima, and you still ask knowingly." Mozart, expressionless, looked at him coldly. "So that means we are enemies." Nakima halted his laughter and said barbarically, "Exactly. I have my eyes on your planet's human resources and star core resources. Our spaceship can only support a population of 1,000, making it too slow for invasions or resource extraction on other planets. However, conquering you will make it vastly different. It will be more than sufficient. You must choose to surrender or to go to war. If you surrender, I will offer you favorable treatment as our colony. If you choose war, I will make you feel despair and conquer you thoroughly. With your outdated technology, you cannot pose any threat to us. I will only give you 10 minutes to consider. If you do not respond within 10 minutes, I will launch a devastating strike against you." After Nakima finished speaking, the communication video was cut off. Bonnie La stepped forward and quietly asked, "Brother, do you think they will choose to surrender?" It doesn't matter. Surrendering or not makes no difference. Either way, they are destined to be consumed by us." Looking at the interrupted video of Mozart, he decisively said, "Send my orders in 1 minute. Launch a nuclear attack on the spaceship of the space pirates 50 kilometers above. Fire all 50 IS nuclear explosives. I want a single strike to kill it." Behind him, the advisor Callie said with a serious expression, "Commander, what if the attack fails?" Mozart coldly replied, "There is no what if. Only success is allowed. Failure is not an option. We bear the fate of the entire Earth. We do not have the privilege to fail. Do you understand?" "Yes. I will notify all teams and nuclear strikes will commence in 1 minute." Callie responded loudly, standing straight to salute, and quickly left. After 50 seconds, Callie returned drenched in sweat and reported emphatically, "Report, Commander, all units are ready. We will launch a nuclear strike on the spaceship in 10 seconds. Please give your orders." Mozart, with his hands behind his back, gazed blankly at the sky and said softly, "There are no further orders. If the nuclear strike fails, this place will be our grave today." Callie stood straight and saluted, his voice loud and solemn. Yes, Commander Mozart, all our soldiers stand with you. 50 IS nuclear bombs were already streaking towards the sky, aimed at the inferior large spaceship. In the Jima mountain area on the edge of a sheer cliff, Bulma, Goku, Tais, and Chi-Chi were gathered around a stone table enjoying snacks. They had been here for nearly an hour. Goku looked at Bulma beside him and asked in confusion, "Bulma, why are we waiting here?" After elegantly finishing her snack, Bulma slowly explained, "We are not murderers who would indiscriminately annihilate them. We should at least know whether they are good or bad. We just need to wait for the United Nations to negotiate with them, and we can judge their reaction. If the United Nations launches an attack, it must be an invasion, otherwise they would never miss the opportunity to contact alien civilizations. They are not like us who have already contacted alien civilizations. They have only just managed to launch rockets to the moon in recent years." Goku suddenly understood. "Oh, I see." Tais looked at Bulma in surprise. "Sister, I never expected you to become so mature. You used to be so unreasonable. When did you change?" Bulma cast her blue eyes at her disdainfully, saying, "Mind your own business, stop being so talkative." Tais looked at her with amusement and said, "Let me guess, did you change so much after meeting Goku?" Bulma's fair face slightly flushed, and she retorted sharply, "You nosy fool, can't you stop worrying so much? With that spirit you could go on a blind date." Tais' forehead twitched as she stood up, looking at her with dissatisfaction. "Am I bothering you by caring about my sister? Is that a problem for you?" Hearing her words, Bulma turned away with a flushed face, and Goku hurriedly said, "Stop arguing, look over there. Bulma, something similar to the explosive bombs we collected with the red ribbon is shooting up." Bulma and Tais quickly looked over with curiosity, and Bulma confirmed, "That's the IS nuclear bomb, with 50 of them shooting towards the sky at a speed of 1.0 meters per second. Let's just watch and see what happens. If these IS nuclear bombs can destroy the spaceship above, that would be perfect. We wouldn't need to take action, it would be like a game to us." Inside the Haida spaceship, the mechanical voice of the intelligent system echoed. "Warning, warning, high energy reactions are approaching rapidly at a speed of 1.0 meters per second. Impact expected in 50 seconds. The system has determined that as long as it does not hit the ship he didn't want cause any damage to us. To breach the defenses of the Haida, the speed must exceed 1.0 meters per second. The Haida's defense system is automatically intercepting. In 20 seconds, 50 ion cannons will be ready, and it will take only 5 seconds to hit the high-energy object below. The intelligence system has calculated the enemy's shooting trajectory with 100 accuracy. May I ask, Leader Nakama, should we activate the main cannon for a comprehensive strike below?" Nakama made a serious decision. "No need. Use the ion cannons to detonate all the attacks in midair, allowing the primitive natives below to feel the gap of civilization, and then use the main cannon to bring them despair." Understood. The order has been generated. The surface of the spaceship extended, 50 ion cannons quickly positioning themselves. The energy had already been fully charged in the starry sky. 50 beams of white ion light shot out, colliding head-on with the IS nuclear bombs rapidly launched into the air. The IS nuclear bombs, after being launched for 30 seconds, collided with the ion cannons at an altitude of 30 km, and the sound of 50 earth-shattering explosions echoed. The explosions created terrifying shockwaves that completely cleared the clouds within a radius of 100 kilometers, forming 50 massive fireballs that quickly appeared and then vanished, creating a gigantic void in the sky. The spaceship in the sky was directly visible to everyone below. Commander Mozart looked at the failed nuclear strike, his expression dark enough to drip water. It didn't matter if he and his soldiers sacrificed themselves here, but failing to take down the spaceship above would render their sacrifices meaningless. Now, however, there were no other effective means of attack left. He never expected that after pursuing alien civilizations for so long, the arrival would actually bring invasion. Looking at the 50 bursts of flames in the sky, Bulma donned her armor and promptly made a decision. "Since they have failed, let's begin. If we wait any longer and they launch an attack, it will be troublesome. I don't want to be exposed in public. After all, Earth is our home, and we should quietly be the kings behind the scenes. Dudu and Mao Mao are one team, Miffy and Chi-Chi are another, and you are responsible for reducing the weight of the nuclear bombs by 100 times. Odd will form a separate team, and you will be in charge of bringing the nuclear bombs to me. I plan to launch all 10 of these IS nuclear bombs within 10 seconds. The first 3 bombs will be launched at a rate of 1 per second to let them feel despair. My territory is not so easy to invade. Then I'll give them a few seconds of buffer time, but just as they begin to feel hope, I will completely shatter that hope. The last 7 nuclear bombs must be launched within 3 seconds, turning the spaceship above to dust. Yes, boss, we will ensure the task is completed." The 5 little ones lined up, saluted quickly, and began their action. The first IS nuclear bomb was ready. Bulma's right index finger slipped into the buckle she forged, and the several hundred kilograms of IS nuclear bomb was lifted effortlessly by her like a marble. She stood elegantly, her index fingers spinning the IS nuclear bomb, casually throwing it towards the spaceship in the sky. In 1 second it crossed a distance of 50 km, instantly hitting the hull of the spaceship, causing a violent explosion that shook the spaceship back and forth. The next IS nuclear bomb was already prepared. Inside the Haida spaceship, violent tremors knocked most people to the ground, and the red alarm rang out rapidly. Warning, warning, our ship has sustained damage. If hit 5 more times, the Haida will be shot down. Nakama frantically issued orders, quickly lock onto the target and counterattack. The intelligence system's voice sounded urgently. Unable to counterattack, the enemy's attack speed is too fast. Locking onto the target will take 10 seconds, and counterattacking will take 20 seconds. A second passed, and the spaceship trembled violently again. This time, even Nakama fell to the ground incredulously, saying, "How is this possible? Isn't this just a primitive native planet?" Intelligence system, quickly evade. I command you to deploy the energy shield. The intelligence system's voice continued, spaceship damage at 30-30. Activating the energy shield will take 10 seconds. Activating the energy shield will take 10 seconds. The spaceship sustained 50 damage. Danger. In just 3 seconds it suffered 3 violent attacks. The golden Nakama lay on the ground, his golden head smashing heavily against the hull of the spaceship, blood flowing profusely. The pain brought him clarity, and he screamed in despair, "Frisia, damn you. I can't believe I fell at the hands of primitive natives. If it weren't for you, would we have become pirates in the starry sky?" After 6 seconds without an attack, a glimmer of hope crossed his eyes, and he said with surprise, "Could it be that the enemy's attack has stopped? I am still alive. I am still alive." In the Jima Mountain Temporary Command Post, Mozart looked incredulously at the explosion in the sky. After the spaceship of the Starry Sky Pirates was struck by an attack of unknown origin, it shook violently. He hurriedly issued orders, "Quickly lock onto the launch point. I want to know who initiated the attack." The soldiers beside him quickly operated the satellite control system. In Bulma's temporary camp, within just 3 seconds, she had already launched 3 IS nuclear bombs and was about to launch the remaining 7. Chichi, Dudu, and Odd's team quickly prepared. Bulma looked at the sky, her gaze cold as she declared death to the spaceship above. "Let our Bulma team put an end to them." "Are you ready?" The 5 little fairies replied in unison. "Report, Commander, we are ready and can start at any time. We guarantee we can assist you in completing the destruction task within a second." Bulma looked at her subordinates with satisfaction. "Good. Let's get started." "Yes." The remaining 7 IS nuclear bombs were quickly prepared and lined up, floating in the air. Without even looking, Bulma swung her index finger, tossing the nuclear bombs upward. The speed was so fast that it left traces of illusion in place. One by one, the 7 nuclear bombs were launched, completing the launch in 3 seconds. This was still a result where she held back a little, otherwise the enemy wouldn't even have had time to feel despair before vanishing into bubbles. The hull of the spaceship in the sky shook violently after being hit. With a look of despair, Nakama shouted, "Aw, I hate this. Who is so treacherous to do this to me?" The spaceship, struck by the 7 IS nuclear bombs at different points, ignited instantly from the terrifying power of the chain explosions. In the air it transformed into a wild blaze of fire spanning 10 km, with terrifying shockwaves dispersing the clouds, spreading like waves. Seeing the strategic objective achieved, Bulma rushed over, jumped onto the flying Nimbus, and sat beside Goku, with Chi-Chi and the 5 little fairies quickly catching up. Only Tai stood there stunned and unresponsive. She had always thought that it would be Goku the Saiyan who would take action, never expecting it to be her own sister. Seeing her completely dazed sister, Bulma shouted, "Hey, Tais, if you don't come over, we're going to leave you behind." Tais finally snapped back to reality and hurried over to board the flying Nimbus, which quickly whisked them away. In the Jima Mountain Temporary Command Post, the rapidly changing situation left Mozart and all the soldiers dumbfounded. He hurriedly asked, "Have you locked onto the target? I want to know who launched the attack. If possible, we must cooperate with them, as it would be of great help to us in entering the starry sky." The soldier wiped the sweat off his brow and said helplessly, "Sir, there was originally no signal here, and now it has been affected by the IS nuclear blasts. We can't operate at all." Mozart suppressed his anxious feelings and sighed. "Well, there was nothing we could do. It's a pity that we don't know which force did this. Since they could take down the Starry Sky pirate ship, they must be an allied force. Sigh, what a pity." After quickly calming himself down, he gave the order, "Notify all troops to retreat and inform the chairman of this good news. We are safe." "Yes." A quarter of an hour later, on the Nimbus cloud, Tai Si looked at Bulma beside her with a strange expression. Bulma felt uneasy and cautiously said to her sister, "What exactly do you want to say? Just say it. Don't look at me like that, or it's giving me goosebumps." Tai Si's delicate face broke into a bright smile as she gently replied, "Hey, Bulma, am I your biological sister? Bulma reached out her left hand to touch Tai Si's forehead, looking at her suspiciously. Have you lost your mind? How could you ask such a stupid question? You're not my sister. My sister could just as well be a cabbage. With a loud slap, Tai Si swatted her hand away, then unhappily said, Humph. Since you know I'm your sister, what was that thing on you just now? You never told me, and I didn't know you had become so strong. Oh, I haven't had any battles for over a year and momentarily forgot to tell her about it. I need to find a way to deal with her, otherwise she'll definitely keep bothering me. Humph. Little one, I'm your sister, so I can tell exactly what's going on in your head. After understanding, Bulma, slightly helpless, looked at her. Can I just make you a set for free? That's very expensive. Liquid metal, purple gold. You definitely know that. Tai Si brightened up and laughed happily. That's my good sister. Of course I know about purple gold, but for you it's just a drizzle. No need to pretend in front of me. Humph. Just like you understand me, I am still your sister. Bulma rolled her eyes at her, but let me say this up front, otherwise you'll come looking for trouble later. You don't have a nervous system as powerful as mine, so you wouldn't be able to achieve the same effect. At most, you'd only be a few times stronger than you are now. Tai Si casually replied. That's fine, a few times stronger is enough for me. I don't fight, so it's easier to deal with some petty thieves. Oh, as long as it looks as good as yours, that's all that matters. Bulma readily agreed. No problem. Anyway, I need to help Yukong make a set of clothes, so let's do it together. In the Sada Mo wilderness on a clean stone not far from the Yalea Palace. Kiki, who had been learning from Catherine for over half a year, wore a blue long dress adorned with a white short-sleeve qipao, embroidered with blooming white lotus, and on her feet were delicate black embroidered shoes. Holding flowers in the world, she quietly read her long black hair, gently swaying in the wind, enveloped in an elegant atmosphere. On the Nimbus cloud, Tai Si was still discussing with Bulma what kind of armor she wanted and how to make it align with her aesthetic. Wukong, feeling bored, looked around. When he spotted Kiki, he stood up, waved his hand, and happily shouted, Kiki. Bulma and Tai Si stopped their conversation upon hearing Wukong looking over. Hearing Wukong's voice, Kiki stood up with the book in her left hand, excitedly lifting her head, and with her right hand vigorously waved, shouting loudly, Wukong. The Nimbus quickly descended beside Kiki, and Wukong jumped in front of her. Seeing this scene, Bulma frowned slightly and followed down, while Tai Si, who had been paying attention to her sister, chuckled playfully. Wukong looked at Kiki curiously and asked, Kiki, what are you doing here? You've grown quite a bit. Seeing the drastically changed Wukong, if it weren't for his voice that she remembered, she would hardly believe that the perfect-looking man in front of her was Wukong. Kiki held the book in front of her like a white lotus bud about to bloom, gently saying, Wukong, this is near the fortune teller's house. I'm learning with teacher Catherine. You've really changed completely from before, though I still find it a bit hard to believe. I don't know either. I just woke up like this. Wukong laughed heartily. Oh really? That's quite magical. Kiki, realizing Wukong wouldn't lie, then asked, Wukong, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to me, have you? Of course, Kiki, I won't forget my promises. After confirming, he looked at Kiki and asked, but how exactly do I marry you? I don't understand. Having been at the fortune teller's house for over a year, Kiki had long learned from her dad that Wukong lived on Paozu Mountain with her grandpa and had little interaction with the world. She understood that Wukong genuinely didn't know and gently said, marriage means it's about us building a house that belongs to just the two of us living together. I'll bear you a few healthy babies, you'll grow old with me, and I'll watch the stars with you. Bulma, increasingly annoyed, looked at the 15-year-old Kiki, who was 160 centimeters tall, and shouted, I refuse. If Wukong marries you, who will marry me? Then she muttered softly, Humph. Ever since Wukong promised you, I've been waiting to see the show, but I never expected to end up in this situation myself. Oh, it really makes me unhappy. Kiki also looked at Bulma with slight displeasure and said, clearly Wukong promised me first, yet it's you who is by his side. I'm unhappy too. If it weren't for my age, I wouldn't have let him go with you back then. Bulma said softly, is that so? Since we're both unhappy, should we just fight now? Let's vent our frustrations. Armor quickly covered Bulma's entire body. No problem, I was just thinking the same. Seeing her opponent provoke her, Kiki lowered her hands, holding the book in her left hand, and stood quietly. Wukong noticed the tense atmosphere and hurriedly stepped in between them, looking at them in confusion. Why are you both angry? Isn't it just marriage? We can all get married together. I find you both very pleasant to look at. Bulma shouted angrily, shut up. You jerk, I think you should be sent to school to study properly, otherwise we wouldn't be in this situation now. Kiki quietly smiled and agreed. I also think Wukong should be sent to school to study properly. If he had gone to school when he promised me, we wouldn't have this trouble now. But if he really went to school back then, I might not have met him. Every encounter is truly a matter of fate. Moreover, systematically learning knowledge is also very necessary. In the future, he will be the pillar of the family as a husband. After hearing Kiki's words, Bulma, slightly dazedly, fell into contemplation. Indeed, if Wukong had gone to school back, then he wouldn't have been on Baozi Mountain. I might not have encountered him. I lost my life during the search for Dragon Balls due to overconfidence. After thinking for a moment, Bulma's mind returned to the present, and she looked at Kiki and softly said, "Kiki, let's talk privately." I also want to talk to you privately. The two finished speaking, looked at Wukong and simultaneously said, "Wukong, you're not allowed to go anywhere. We'll deal with you later." Wukong stood there confused while Tai Si and a few little ones came over, passionately discussing among themselves, completely disregarding Wukong beside them. Kiki excitedly exclaimed, "Is this what they call love and hate on TV?" Tai Si looked at Wukong, playfully confirming, "That's right. What a pity, why didn't they fight? It would be nice to see Bulma occasionally in distress." Dudu said sweetly, "Do you think they'll end up beating Wukong to death when they come back?" Miffy disdainfully scoffed, "Humph. He deserves it on TV. They say he's not a scumbag, but being too handsome is also a sin. Letting him roam around outside, who knows how many good women he'll harm. I think Bulma should lock him at home and not give him a chance to harm others. If he weren't Bulma's sister's man, I might have been harmed by him, or being around him is just too comfortable." Wukong looked at them with a gloomy expression. "You guys, I'm already having a headache. You don't help me, yet you're fanning the flames. Are we still friends?" Oda said resolutely, "It's precisely because we're friends that I don't want to see you make a mistake." I agree with Miffy's words. Even I as a male elf can't help but feel envious and jealous when I look at your face. Momo with a slightly rough voice sighed, "I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse from the gods, but I've been on Earth for so long and haven't seen a man more perfect than you. Others just don't compare to you. I've also heard that you captivated Oolong's soul when you were young, and it's still a scar he finds hard to forget. Even the head pig couldn't escape your clutches. One can imagine the severity of this matter." Tai Si laughed heartily. "Exactly, I completely agree with their words. Even I, a beautiful woman, feel a bit jealous when I look at your face. If you became a woman, you'd definitely be prettier than Bulma. If Bulma weren't my sister, I'd definitely try to snatch you away. What is wrong with you all? You should be helping me think of a way out, otherwise when those two come back I'll be in trouble." Wukong complained while looking at the few gloating guys in front of him. Tai Si looked at him with a grin. "I see those two aren't easy to deal with. You'll have to suffer later. Just wait for your doom." Wukong waited anxiously while the few beside him chatted gloatingly, preparing to watch his show.